and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Happy Monday, everybody. I think I said a couple weeks ago we were coming out of the darkness. Man, we are fully out of the darkness now, baby. Sunlight lasting later. Giants baseball starts this week. And March Madness filling up your TV all weekend long. Not even to mention the fact that the Warriors are still doing their thing. So, Marcus, we are fully immersed into the sunlight. Happy spring. Happy sports life. Hell of a weekend. Great stuff. Ready for the big week ahead. And I'm talking to the leader of the KNBR March Madness pool. And sitting pretty, too, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Although we don't want to start blanking each other's brackets just yet.
Yeah.
Good morning, Marcus. How are you, brother?
Good morning, Murph, Young Tony, John Joe Curley, everybody up bright and early listening on a Monday morning. And Murph, I'm right there with you. I'm starting to see the light. And no, I don't think I'm dying. I'm looking towards the future of the Major League Baseball season kicking off this weekend. And I'm looking at the light at the top of the podium in the standings in our bracket pool.
Hell of a thought that maybe the possibility of us seeing the light is actually facing death.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a thing.
But, like, if I died and went to heaven, or probably the other place, hell, I just hope there's baseball there, Murph.
Well, if you go to hell, I hope they have gambling and brackets because you're good at it.
Yes, and I hope they have ice water.
Yeah.
Because everybody's looking for it, Murph.
There you
but
go,
nobody
buddy.
has it.
Shout out Bob Murphy. Speaking of Bob Murphy, he turned me on to Hank Williams Sr. I Saw the Light. Shout out I Saw the Light, one of the great Hank Williams Sr.'s songs of all time.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. We'll have to hear it at some point in time today.
808 KNBR,
not
greatest.
exactly a traditional rejoin, but an all-time great Christian country banger.
Oh, well, if we're talking lights, of course, we have to mention Journey. Lights.
Yes, for sure.
Like, that's at the top. He also, I'll throw out a Lupe Fiasco, Flashing Lights for you. That's another light banger.
Didn't Kanye have him? We can't talk about him, though, right?
Yeah, I think Kanye's on the track also, but I'll give credit to Lupe Fiasco.
All right, buddy. Well, how was your weekend, man? Other than crushing your bracket.
Oh, weekend was great.
You have all your elite. I mean, like what's the key to you leading the bracket here? 70 people in this bracket. Marcus is number one.
Number one, I've hit.
I'm number 59, in case you were wondering.
Nice. I wish it was 69 instead, but hey.
So do I.
We'll take 59. Yeah, exactly. I think everybody does. But Murph, I told you, I sat down Selection Sunday, and 5 minutes after they announced the bracket, I kind of just went through with my SAT strategy of just going with your gut.
Yeah, but how'd that work for your SAT?
Not very good at all. I've had polar opposite directions, but like I did for the SAT and most tests that I took throughout my educational career, I just crammed at the last minute. Because I can admit it, I'm a filthy casual college basketball fan. You watch way more college basketball than I do. Right? So your bracket should be, in theory, a lot better than mine.
What about the fact that I'm a bad gambler?
See, that's the issue. So I read a lot of research about gambling and lines and spreads a couple days right before the tournament started.
Which was really smart. Because I look at things and go like, I kind of like VCU. I'm going to put them in the Sweet 16. And that doesn't really work.
I kind of like it.
It's better to study.
Exactly. So I followed the Sharps, listened to a bunch of podcasts right before I filled out my bracket, made a few tweaks. Luckily, I did swap out Florida for St. John's because I originally had St. John's in my championship matchup. Switched that because Todd Golden and the Gators are not coming to San Francisco, and St. John's got bounced this weekend. One of the few games I did not get right.
By the way, not without heavy sweat, as UConn had Florida on the ropes all the way to the final 2 minutes last night. That was a pretty exciting game. So Thursday, Friday, a lot of March, no madness, although St. Mary's won on Friday. And then the weekend finally got us going. And I felt like the Arkansas St. John's game, Calipari and Pitino finally juiced the whole thing. After Thursday and Friday was kind of sucked. There was nothing exciting. And then Calipari and Pitino going at it in a Paisan battle with Calipari's long, athletic, active dogs, dude. It's the same. It's like you just can't doubt Coach Cal. He built that thing from scratch. When he took over Arkansas, there were no players. He's like, I'm going to go get me long, athletic, junkyard dogs. And all of a sudden, every basket became a problem for St. John's. And Arkansas just had more players with more length and more athleticism.
Dude, and here they are going to be again in our backyard. Dude, calling the Hogs at Chase Center.
Or as I like to call it, Fayetteville West out here. This is twice now in 3 years. So, woo, pig. We have it, don't we?
We do. We have it in the system.
Have you told Tony?
I'll have young Tony dial it up.
We called the pigs 3 years ago.
Oh, we are calling the pigs damn near every morning on this show.
They beat Gonzaga last year, made it to the Elite Eight. So if I'm Texas Tech, I'm on alert as the Hogs are coming. And then Todd Golden, former St. Mary's Gale and USF Dons coach, gets his Florida with Walter Clayton Jr. But I was wondering if my life would be different if I was a junior. A junior makes you cool, makes you like, you're a good athlete. Brian Murphy Jr. All of a sudden, I'm stroking threes down the stretch.
It's always cool, but I always have this question. And you might be a good person to answer because you're a younger brother. How would you feel if your older brother was the junior, but you're not the junior?
You'd feel left out.
Like I have a buddy, my guy Rick, his older brother is Rob Jr. I'm like, what happened to you in the lineage? Turns out Rick was a better athlete anyway. Shout out to my guy Slick Rick.
There it is. That's not the bowler, is it?
Then you know that's a different guy.
Okay, all right.
No, this is my guy that was an all-league middle linebacker. Went and played out in the Midwest.
Woo.
Yeah, down at Fremont High School. Shout out to Slick Rick. But there's always that like regret from the father, like,
maybe,
I gave the wrong kid my name.
Maybe it fueled Rick.
Yeah, it did.
You know what I mean?
I think so. I think I put a chip on his shoulder, fueled that fire.
Walter Clayton Jr., whatever had happened with him, it worked because he hit some huge shots for Florida down the stretch. So that was fun. And then even all the way up until late last night, Oregon, Arizona was really exciting all the way to the end, except for those freaking replay reviews.
Dude, can we stop with
Were you
the
watching
replays?
Oregon? I saw some guy on Twitter said, I'm getting in my car, I'm going to drive. I'm driving to the arena right now. I'm going to smash those replay monitors in two, dude.
Well, like especially when they go to the replay review and everybody can see within 5 seconds who touched the ball last. But no, there they are trying to figure out exactly how many seconds are left on the clock. They're doing way too much. It's taking way too long.
Yeah, I'm done with them too. Michigan State was a good game too. I had, and then of course, obviously the Maryland bucket. I'm going to say no travel. I'm going to say no travel.
I know it is a hot topic this morning. I think I'm in the same boat. Well, especially in this day and age of where you see traveling and carrying all the time in the NBA. I'll give him his gather step, and then he took two after.
The gather step.
The gather step. How about
it was
that?
one of those things when you watched it to the naked eye, it didn't look like a travel. And then when you break it down, start doing Zapruder and all that, it was a hell of a bucket. I heard somebody describe it as a Jokic-like shot. It was true. Because I actually, I found the Colorado State defender. I did everything I could to make that thing difficult on him. It was a high level of difficulty on that shot. Derek Queen, give me the MF ball, he told his coach.
Big man off the bank.
Like Jimmy Chitwood, coach, I'll make it. So anyway, I really enjoyed Saturday and Sunday, even though my bracket is 59th, not 69th. I took many, many chances. Like I had New Mexico in the Sweet 16. And they had Michigan State on the ropes.
They did.
I mean, I was like, look at me. And of course, Michigan State won. So you wind up being your cheeky plays wind up blowing up in your face. But it was great. I enjoyed it. I love the tournament. Although I will say I joined America, and we're on the West Coast. Those Sunday start times are crazy. Remember the Nate Bargatze, George Washington skit on SNL?
Yeah.
Where he points out all the crazy things in life and what did he do? Like, we're going to have the greatest football game in the world on a Super Bowl. It'll be on a Sunday. They say, but why not on a Saturday when nobody has to work on Sunday? And he would say, nobody knows. Well, somebody had the GIF said, let's play very few games all day Sunday, and then with a work Monday looming, cram 6 games in after 5 p.m. on Sunday night.
Why?
Why is this, sir? Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
So that was bad. Even if you're in the East Coast, you're done. You can't watch those Sunday night games.
No, you got to go to bed.
They started doing it about 3, 4, 5 years ago. I'm like, why are they playing these freaking Sunday nighters? Sunday night used to end right before 60 minutes. Like you'd be like Duke would play its last game right before 60 minutes. Yeah. And now they're playing them freaking into midnight, past midnight on the East Coast. So anyway, I loved it. I thought it was great. But that's all part and parcel of a gigantic weekend that features the San Francisco Giants back in town tonight.
Let's go.
At Oracle Park. You can go.
I can. Now,
Giants Tigers tonight, exhibition baseball.
I got to figure out if I can get in with last year's credential or not. I know this is a personal issue that I'm dealing with, but I'm bringing the 50,000 watts. But I'm sure somehow, some way, by hook or by crook, I'll be at Oracle Park.
You'll find your way in there,
I'll find my way.
You find your way in. And a couple of developments since we last talked. Gerard Encarnacion fracturing his finger out for the first several weeks of the regular season.
There's that injury that they've kind of been able to avoid this spring.
I mean, people won't, if you combed through the audio, there was a point on Friday where I said to you, I remember saying it. I remember thinking, I can't believe I'm saying it. I'm like, they've made it through the spring. And I was knocking on Formica. It's like, they've made it through without an injury, Marcus. And like hours later. So I'm blaming myself.
Hours later, the cooler strikes again.
Did. Remember Madison Bumgarner, the final days of spring training a few years ago? Took a comebacker off his last spring start. It has happened, and it sucks. So we'll have to talk about their options other than Encarnacion. And then Kyle Harrison, option down to minor leagues. He did not. I think we kind of saw it playing out right before our eyes, but still, this guy was second on the team in innings last year.
Yeah, and I thought coming into the season that Kyle would have one of these rotation spots, but we knew that fifth spot was open for competition, and to the credit of a Hayden Birdsong and a Landon Roop, they outpitched Kyle Harrison this spring. And I know Kyle was dealing with some illness early on, lost about 10 to 15 pounds. His velo was down a little bit, so let him start in Sacramento. Let him get his legs underneath him, and I'm sure we're going to see Kyle Harrison in the rotation some point this season.
I hope so. And yeah, but I hope the kid handles it, because it's got to be definitely deflating. After being second, Logan Webb, 204 innings last year. Kyle Harrison, 124, second on the team. Deflating to start in AAA when he thought for sure he was ticketed for the rotation. By the way, this flu thing is no joke. Both my boys have it. Both were laid out all weekend, although it worked out conveniently to lay on couch and watch March Madness.
Yeah, not a bad weekend to be sick.
But still, Declan's lost at least 10 pounds.
Ooh.
Rory's been real sick too. He had to miss. They've missed all their sporting events, all that stuff. Then I pick up my phone to read the sports news. Mookie Betts. Did you read about this?
Whoa, I heard about him losing all that weight in
25 pounds?
Where is he losing 25 pounds?
He went from 175 to 150? I read that. I hope I read that. Maybe I read that wrong.
You're telling me he's down to young Tony's weight class?
I know. And he said he hasn't kept food down like in weeks.
Ooh.
So and then Kyle Harrison.
Yeah.
So these things can sometimes be real.
It's going around.
Yeah.
It definitely is.
Everybody take care of yourselves. 15 pounds, not 25. Well, actually, it was 15 pounds 7 days ago.
Yeah, I saw when they were in Japan, when he did not play in the Tokyo series, he was down 15 pounds.
So now he says he's down to 157.
Ooh.
Yeah, what the heck?
That's not fighting
157,
weight.
bro.
That's light.
This is the last time you were 157.
Oh, 157, maybe like 8th grade, maybe?
Yeah, it's bad. So anyway, everybody be healthy out there. So anyway, Giants baseball back in our lives, and then, of course, Saturday night, the Warriors. And again, the NBA during March Madness to me is just such a distant second. But the Warriors did lose, but they got a break last night because the Clippers lost to the Thunder in a really close game. And they needed that. The Warriors desperately needed that because the Clippers have the tiebreaker over them. And the Clippers were now they were tied in the loss column with the Warriors, but now they finally have fallen back one game behind the Warriors in the loss column with that loss last night. So it's going to be a night-to-night deal. Clippers don't play again until Wednesday at New York. Warriors play tomorrow night in Miami. Will Steph play? Is the question. So, all sorts of good stuff. The light is here. Spring is here. Marcus is winning the pool. I'm 59th, and we're having fun. We got a great guest list coming your way. A great week ahead. Giants baseball starts Thursday in our lives. Opening day, 1:10 p.m. in Cincinnati on Thursday. So, lots to get to on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Ooh, pig suey. Well, I know I'm going off script a little bit here with Amici's, and I know it would cause some problems with the good people at Ironwoods in Presidio, but why not have Amici's cater our roundtable? Come on. Amici's East Coast feature. I'm kidding, everybody. Respect to Ironwoods and their drink specials. Amici's will cater anywhere else, okay? Fresh, hot, deliveries, on time, minimum of hassle. Actually, early. When we had him at our last basketball party, I was like, we had the delivery guy was early. I'm like, look at you. They deliver to businesses. They deliver for large events. They cater. You can still order your favorite pizzas and other items individually if you wish, but the Amici's catering menu gives you options to order pastas, salads, and their famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes, so your group can help themselves buffet style. So corporate lunch delivered, food for a special event. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. It's the way to go. Fully customized, fully catered. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. The festival runs on October 2nd. That's the first day. It runs through the 5th, Thursday through Sunday. We want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win these 2 4-day passes. So when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
Lamb pulls it on the ground to first. There to field it is VR. He'll go to the bag for the putout, but coming in to score is Luciano. And going to third is Hunter Bishop, so it's 3-2 Giants. Basabe hits a ground ball up the middle and through. Past the dive of Wisely into center field. Coming around third is Porter. He'll score. Basabe knocks in a run, and the River Cats have gone ahead 4-3. That steal turns into a big play. The inability to keep Porter over at first base. So 3 runs are in here immediately against Hayden Birdsong.
Well, that's no way to start your Monday. Come on, Tone. We were looking for something a little happier. How about a Jung Hoo Lee double? How about that? fact, come on and explain yourself, young Tony. Tony Farias. He asks us a question every Wednesday, and then he plays golf the rest of the time. Tony, good morning, young Tony.
What's up,
Good morning. How are you?
How many holes this weekend?
54 holes this weekend.
No
Played
way.
18 more today.
54 holes in one weekend.
Do you think you'll reach the point where you're golfed out?
Nah, come on, Murph.
Hey, I got to shout out my crew, and you saw the pep talk from Captain Kush.
I did.
I should ask Captain Kush if we could put that in cooler content.
I need more Captain Kush content.
So
in
I'm in
my life.
that winter league, my very first year playing competitive match play golf, like for real. And let me tell you, man, you find out if you're a choker. And sometimes you come through, sometimes you don't. But anyway, our team had to win THC of TNL, the honorable company of the National Links, and THC in case you need to relax. My teammates, after I lost my match on Thursday on the 9th hole, my teammates had to win 5 straight matches for us to make the playoffs. I want to shout out my teammates who won 5 straight matches, and we made the playoffs.
Survive in advance.
Incredible. We celebrated at the Deuce last night. Great night. So everybody's very excited. So we go on to March Madness.
Oh, I like that. The Deuce on a Sunday night.
And then it was really fun. Yeah, I'll show you some pictures. There was much frivolity. We were there when Derek Queen hit that shot.
Oh, sick.
Travel or no travel. Did he travel, Tony? Derek Queen?
I
even
don't think
watching?
so.
Yeah.
I was watching.
Yeah.
I was hoping my guy Lake hit the game winner for Colorado State. I had Colorado State winning that game. And then, what was it, Derek Queen, you said? He hit the game winner off the glass.
6 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah. Well, you just check with Marcus's bracket. Did you have Maryland advancing?
I actually had Colorado State in that one. One of the few I got
That was
wrong.
one of the ones you missed.
Yeah, one of the few I
It
missed.
took Derek Queen traveling for you to miss a game.
I know. How about that?
Yeah. Are you in that pool, young
I'm
Tony?
not. So, sometimes there's a lot of pools I had to choose from.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. I took Colorado State as an upset in the first round, but I did have Maryland winning this one. So, no, that did not ruin my bracket. 41-48 this past week.
You have so many winners, you've lost track.
I know, dude. It's hard to follow all this green. I feel like Rory the Greek. Look at all this green. So much green.
Rory the Greek. Actually, Rory the Greek's bracket is the best of the 3. So
You know,
far.
I knew it. I sniffed it out. I was looking at the multiple Brian Murphy entrances, and I was like, Brian Murphy 2 has Rory the Greek written all over it.
You called it.
And I think he's the highest one in the standings out of the 3
Yeah,
boys.
he is, for sure.
We're on the same page.
Yeah. You are.
Who do you think I was getting all those numbers from?
You're good at this stuff, buddy. Here, let me tell you where the Murphys are in this KNBR bracket here. We are official. He's actually he was in the top 12. Now he's fallen down to 23rd. Oh, Declan made a move up to 32nd.
Oh, here comes Big Deck.
Actually, I'm wrong. I'm 61st.
Keep going.
I took some chances.
Just drop down 8 more spots for us.
I rolled some dice. And they came up
to.
snake eyes.
You have to.
So anyway, how was the week? This weekend was good. Did you enjoy the March Madness?
Oh, I loved it, dude. Yeah, by the way, I'm 35 for 48. I'm not as good as Marcus, but I'm up there.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
The only thing I have going for me is I still have all Final Four teams, and I have 7 of the Elite 8. Pardon me, 6 of the Elite 8. My bad. So, you'll take that. You'll take all Final Fours, and maybe you get 6 of the Elite 8. Doesn't matter, though. Ain't going to win. Hopefully Marcus will win, and then he'll buy us something nice.
Yeah, beers on me, boys, if we win the bracket.
You bring something. You buy us something nice, as Mikey would say in Swingers. There, buddy. So anyway, it was great. Giants baseball. Did you catch any of it?
I caught a little bit of it. To be honest, not a ton. I've been following along. It's also spring training, so I'm not dialed in like I will be when coming up on Thursday. Opening day's Thursday, guys. How excited are you?
Extremely. And it's funny because I didn't realize the Sacramento Warriors, the Giants at the River Cats at Sutter Health Park, which by the way has all its new improvements.
That's right. Get ready
I
for
didn't
the A's
know
this year.
it was a 5:00 game. So I'm in my car going to the golf course to hit a few putts and watch my teammates come home with all their wins. All these man hugs as they came off the 9th green going, you won.
Dang.
You won.
I like it.
We're going to the playoffs. Let's go to the Deuce.
The Giants have Buster hugs. You guys have Captain Kush hugs.
Seriously.
it.
We should put him in the cooler of content. Just see what I'm up against. My lunatic captain with his inspirational speeches, sending them out on video to us. But anyway, I was driving to the golf course, and I'm hearing Marty Lurie. I'm baffled. Dude, it's 3:45, and I'm hearing Marty.
Great job, brother.
And I'm hearing a River Islands promo, by the way, voiced by Creative Tony.
Ooh, still hanging around, huh?
I got to say, I got a big wave of nostalgia. Come on out to River Islands. And so.
Well, in honor of Creative Tony.
Yeah. And so then all of a sudden I'm like, what's going on? Then he's doing Ron Wotus, the professor. And he's talking, he's just classic Marty, Christian Koss.
He can hit.
Yeah, so, but I'm like, is KNBR replaying the Sunday morning Marty? No, because Marty now comes on a certain number of hours before games. He'll be on Sundays before games. So I guess it was because it was like 3 and the game started at 5. We were playing Marty's Sunday pregame. Anyway, just letting you guys know, Marty and the professor were getting it done.
It's orgasmic.
Yeah, it was orgasmic.
It always is, Murph.
Christian Koss is orgasmic. It's Cosgasmic. So anyway, and then I was in the car driving home from the Deuce after a couple of pops on a Sunday, watching Derek Queen hit that shot, and heard Zach Manassian in the booth with Dave Fleming. Dude, as Greg Papa pointed out the other day, Manassian can handle the media.
Yes, he can.
Unlike a Pete Patilla.
Oh, yeah. Didn't get too many conversations with Pete. He came on the show every once in a while, and we had always tried to get Farhan on the show, but that was far and few in between. But I guess maybe since we're teasing this, we can announce. I think it's official. If not, Mike Holder's going to yell at me. But the Murph and Marcus Morning Show will have the executive show this year with a rotation of Buster Posey, Larry Barrett, and Zach Manassian.
That's a win. God bless.
Every Thursday, 7:30 a.m.
So Buster looked at the options and said, "Yeah, give me the mornings." That's what he said.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So anyway, Manassian was very good. Remember we had one texter who made me laugh every time. He would send in these very well-timed texts every 5-10 days when the Giants were scuffling. He'd say, he said, "Where's Pistol Pete Patilla when we need him?"
Yeah, where's Pete?
He kept calling him Pistol Pete at the whenever the Giants had lost like 3 in a row or something. I think we need something from Pistol Pete Patilla right now.
Need something, anything.
But Manassian was talking about the Encarnacion injury. He said he was in a really sour mood all Saturday night.
Zach was?
Yeah.
Or Gerard?
Yeah, Manassian. Got me a picture of, because I know he lives in the city in North Beach. I got an image of him sitting in his North Beach staring out the window at Coit Tower, just frowning.
I see him like sitting outside of like Stinking Rose or something, just staring at the street.
Staring straight ahead.
Just staring at the street. People walking by, he doesn't even blink.
Like,
He's just
there's
staring.
Manassian. He's in a bad mood.
He's like, I had Gerard.
Why?
And now he's gone.
Because Gerard's hurt.
I lost him.
Well, I mean, we could talk about it. 6:27. I know we got hums and bums coming up, but what your first instinct on what they should do with that roster spot?
Well, my first instinct was Grant McCray. Because with opening day facing off against...
Speaking my language, buddy.
Where they're facing off against Hunter Green, right-handed flamethrower down from L.A., like a kid who throws gas. So I'm thinking we need more left-handed bats in the lineup, which is probably going to be an issue the entire year. So here's my idea, and I'll give it to you quick. Maybe we'll react to it later. I'm moving Elliot Ramos to DH and maybe start opening day with 3 left-handed outfielders. McCray in left, Jung-Hoo Lee in center, Mikey Yassin.
You're talking from one game.
Yeah, I'm talking just one game because I do think it's going to be a mix. Like I think Luis Matos could benefit the most out of this, getting him more at bats. So but you can slide Elliot Ramos down.
My bigger question is he might be out for now. They've announced he's going to have surgery. If people don't know, he fractured the ring finger in his hand Friday diving for a ball, and they said, "Is it going to be surgery?" The answer is yes. He's having surgery today in Los Angeles. So they're talking. It was 4 to 5 weeks initially. It might be longer. So big picture, I'm not talking about just game 1 against Hunter Green. Like for the next 6 to 8 weeks, how are they going to fill that role?
Well, it's going to be a lot of Wilmer Flores or a lot of Elliot Ramos moving to DH. I don't feel great, which is why I think I'd rather go with the speed kind of athleticism combo over Luis Matos and Grant McCray. Find a way to get them more at bats.
We're going to have to discuss this. I'm not totally sure. David VR is out there as a possibility.
We are VR.
How about him just hanging out, and then
VR the children.
Maybe getting a spot. You could. The easy answer is just to plug Wilmer Flores in there.
Yeah.
But then,
you can't play
Wade getting against
Wilmer,
lefty. Yeah. I don't know. The other one is, I don't know.
Yeah. This is what happens
McCray,
when you have a lot of platoon bats.
I love McCray. And that would be an easy way to go. He strikes out a lot.
He does.
But he catches the ball, and when he gets on, he can run. So these are things we'll have to discuss. All right, let's get the guest list from Young Tone on Monday, March 24, 2025. The light, baby, the light. Giants open on Thursday, and a week from Friday, we will be at 58 Social for our opening day broadcast. And Wednesday, we're at the Presidio in the afternoon for that roundtable. Come one, come all. It's open to the public.
Oh, and guess what? Young Tony will be playing golf at the Presidio before the event, before the roundtable. And we have multiple people on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line asking this morning, what is Young Tony's handicap?
Do you care to disclose?
Yeah, absolutely. It's about a 15.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah.
I'm going to need several strokes from you, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see if I play well at Presidio. I hear it's a very tough course.
I'll take a 15 handicap any day. I've been lurking in the 20s all my life. I just can't solve it. I can't solve the short game. I can't play consistently. But I love to play. And if you're good company and you keep up, you can get invited to Augusta National, Pine Valley, and Cypress Point.
Not bad.
There it is. I just flexed on all the 15 handicaps.
Take that 15 handicap somewhere else. You ain't playing on those courses, Tony.
Why don't you go play Canyon Lakes, bro?
Yeah, have fun at Canyon Lakes. Enjoy the brewery.
So
One of my favorites.
What do we got today, buddy?
All right, coming up at 6:50, we will have your hums and bums. Mike Krukow is going to join us today. He's on the Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule. Since opening day is on Thursday, obviously, we're going to have the big hit at 7:50, the cooler content at 8:30, and then we will talk to Alden Gonzalez at 9:15. Just did a big story on Buster Posey. Here's the title if you want it, From All-Star to Architect, how Buster Posey plans to rebuild the Giants.
Man, we're due for a Buster hit coming up, too. By the way, his birthday is, I think, Thursday.
Hey.
Yes.
Opening day.
Buster birthday.
All right. Well, let's get into it. The one team we haven't mentioned is the Warriors and where they sit and what the hell happened on Saturday night. Next on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
7-4 now without Stephen Curry, and the health of Steph and his recovery becomes pretty critical.
Bad loss. It's a terrible loss. You know, when you're in a position where we got a chance to compete for something, 11 games left with everything to play for. You shouldn't have a loss like this. It's too much on the line. Got to win the games you're supposed to win. Obviously, Steph's out. Still a game we should win. So it's a terrible loss.
Well, Draymond said it right there. We can talk about it. I mean, Steph being out actually wound up not being the problem. Problem was the defense. Gave up 40 points in the first quarter and fought uphill the rest of the way. All right, before we get to that, I want to remind everybody that we are the ticket leader. We have 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento, and that's October 2nd through the 5th. Stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win Aftershock tickets. So, I mean, I get where Draymond's coming from. They've won so many and so frequently. I don't want to say I gave them a pass because I didn't. I was upset. They probably should have won. Atlanta's not that bad, although they were missing a couple guys. But, I don't want to say they were bound to have a letdown either, but it's not the death of this playoff run. And if you listen to Draymond talk, that means they should win the rest of the way. He's talking about winning out, which I don't know how realistic that is. Did you think it was a terrible loss?
I think it's a bad loss. I'm not burning down the bridges and saying the season's toast. We can all understand Steph Curry was not there. It was a start of a 6-game road trip. Steve Kerr even mentioned the travel affecting them in the first quarter, but still, I don't think that's an excuse. This is a game that I said last Friday they should win without Steph Curry. Shout out to our digital boys who clipped me saying, yeah, the Warriors can win the next 4 games without Steph Curry. And then, of course, they turn around and lose the first game of the road trip against the Atlanta Hawks. So I think this is a bad loss, but I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to define the season. But you never know when we are looking at this 11-game stretch, and especially when you are looking at the standings in the West, it could come down to one game, whether we're talking about the 6th seed, the 7th seed, or maybe even the 5 seed when it comes to playoff seeding.
Yeah, and the one game for me will be that loss in Utah. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
I'm so pissed about it.
You're still losing sleep about that loss in Utah.
Still am, for sure. That was pre-Jimmy Butler. Now, speaking of Jimmy Butler, it gets very interesting tomorrow night. And we'll be wide open. There'll be no March Madness to worry about, nor will there be NIT to worry about. Shout out Black Sunday. Santa Clara, USF, and Stanford all lost in the NIT last night. And then St. Mary's obviously lost in the tournament. All 4 Bay Area college basketball teams lost yesterday. Black Sunday. But that does open up our Tuesday in Miami when the Warriors will be at the Heat at 4:30 facing Andrew Wiggins. And Jimmy Butler's return should be a pretty emotional game. Now, here's the catch. The Heat had lost 10 games in a row until last night. They won against Charlotte. Andrew Wiggins scored 42.
How about that?
First Heat player to crest 40 this year. And it almost makes you think, is he warming up?
Yeah.
Time for this thing,
Andrew Wiggins' revenge game loading.
And Steph has flown to Miami. We don't know his status. They're going to wake up, check out the bruise, have him go through something today, wake up tomorrow, see what happens. So probably, I'm guessing, be sort of a game-time decision. Mm-hmm. But like I said, I don't think the problem in Atlanta was Steph. It was the defense.
It was the defense. Yeah. It was the 19-2 run that the Atlanta Hawks went on in the first quarter. And after that, after allowing a 40-burger from the Hawks in that first quarter, they were looking up, and they were playing catch-up the entire game, which is surprising to your point. With Steph out the court, you would think they would improve defensively, but this is just truly one of those games where they came out of the gate slow, Atlanta got off to the hot start, and then once again, they're playing catch-up the entire game and simply couldn't catch up.
Yeah, so here's Kerr about, starting a road trip the wrong way here.
I think... these games are tough, when you fly across the country and the team's waiting for you and they've been playing well and they just blitzed us. It's just, it's disappointing and you want to have a better effort coming out of the gates, but I've been in this league a long time and I've seen this an awful lot, tough to get the legs moving and the mind working. That first game, we had this earlier in the season, I think, at Charlotte. Terrible first half. It's not an excuse because it is what it is. Everybody deals with it, and they were by far the better team out of the gates, and that set the tone.
I mean, just a little letdown. They've been so freaking good with Jimmy Butler that this is it's shocking to see them have a little bit of a letdown. So here's Draymond about not ready to play on defense.
We just didn't come out ready to play. We came out like we were just going to win the game. And we got diced up defensively in the first quarter. And from that point on, you're fighting uphill battle. So everybody's comfortable. And they took it to us. So we got to be better.
That starts with me. We were terrible defensively. Once it's NBA, once guys get into a rhythm, it's hard. And they got into a rhythm, had it rolling. It's tough to stop that. So we got to come out ready to play.
Yeah, Trae Young had a real nice night. I think he had double-digit assists again. He's leading the NBA in assists this year.
Yeah, 25 and 10 on Saturday.
Maybe having Larry Riley on was the wrong call. He was like, good luck for the Hawks. We had him on the show Friday.
He got that Hawks rub.
And he was talking about how Trae Young is passing the ball beautifully this year. Did you see this? We've been talking about, there's some Twitter account now that has these deep, deep, deep microphones on NBA players during the games. It's kind of hard to hear them, but some guy's doing a high-level translation. Did you see the Karis LeVert, Jonathan Kuminga stuff?
I did see this.
Coming at Kuminga, calling him A. Mm-hmm. You're A, you're A, you're A, you're A. And then Draymond coming over and said, you've been traded 7 times.
Dude, that was all time. A great back and forth. And Kuminga's just like, yeah, guard me one-on-one. Guard me one-on-one. And Draymond's like, no, young blood. This is how you talk S. Hey, you've been traded 7 times from across the paint at the free throw line. It was hilarious. That was probably, I even love Trae Young stepping in. Draymond, chill. They're just talking S.
It's probably the best thing that happened to the Warriors that night was Draymond's heckle. LeVert scored 14. So, yeah, Trae Young went for 25. Okongwu went for 22. So it was just a bet. Dude, I mean, guys like George Niang went for 23.
6 for 9 from three-point line on Saturday.
So it was just one of those nights. I mean, the Warriors how'd the Warriors shoot from 3? 16 to 38, not terrible. They actually outshot the Hawks from 3, 16 to 15. So, again, I don't want to say you see it coming, but you just can't be perfect down the stretch. And they get a huge break when the Clippers lose last night, because the Clippers are the team to worry about. The Warriors have the tiebreaker over Minnesota. They don't have it over the Clippers. The Clippers now with Kawhi back, though, they look totally different.
Yeah, it's a whole different team. So the Warriors got to keep winning. I mean, they've talked so much about how they're treating each and every game like a one-game playoff, and that's the deal down the stretch. You got to go out and win these games, which is why I like Draymond Green taking accountability and kind of calling out the squad, saying, look, we can't have any more games like this. If we lose games like these, we're going to drop into the play-in bracket, which you absolutely do not want. So I'm glad they're refocused and kind of rechanneling their energy to this matchup tomorrow night against Miami. And maybe this is a question for later on the show, but is this a bigger revenge game for Andrew Wiggins, or is it a bigger revenge game for Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, well, we'll have to get into that a little bit too. So, all right, just want to touch on the Warriors, who do have today off. Steph flew to Miami. We'll see. When they say, remember Rick Pitino said Larry Bird ain't walking through that door? Well, actually, Steph Curry is walking through that door. He's coming into the training room, so we'll see if he plays in Miami. And then they're off until Friday when they play at New Orleans. So it's a little bit of a leisurely week for them. Not leisurely, they're on the East Coast road trip, but still, they're not going back to back to back or anything like that. So should be a fun game tomorrow night at 4:30 as we get ready for Giants baseball on Thursday, March Madness at Chase Center on Thursday. All sorts of fun stuff coming your way. But nothing better than hum babies and bum babies. The Monday tradition, the winners, the losers, they are compiled. They sort themselves out, and they get announced next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus can.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Oh, yeah, we love it. I was just marveling at the consistency of hum babies and bum babies, man. Things have changed in the Bay Area. Times change, people change, mayors change, managers change, coaches change. Stadiums get built in Santa Clara, and the hums and the bums stay the same. Every Monday morning, you find out who are the winners and who are the losers. These are the things you can rely on in life. So we rotate every week. Marcus, this week, you, my friend, are feeling good. You're skipping like La Russell. In the Crocs across the infield.
Out here gigging, Murph.
Yeah. So skip away. Have you ever skip away to the Bay, to the BAY?
Hey.
And tell us who were the winners from the weekend, Marcus Hum Babies.
Well, Murph, you know it's a March Madness weekend. And maybe I should start off with myself as a hum baby, since I am leading the KNBR bracket here at The Sports Leader.
Earning the admiration of my children.
Dude, I've gone 41 correct picks of the 48 games, have 13 of the 16 Sweet 16 still alive, so I'm feeling good, Murph.
So the kids say, Dad, this is why we fade you on Fridays in the fall.
But you tail the water boy in all of Bobby Boucher's best bets, and we were able to cash in on a few bets this weekend.
One more. Do you see who's right on your A?
No, who is
it? It's going to be basically you or Primetime Smith.
Dude, B. Smith.
Yeah.
Shout out to one of the legendary board ops
here. I think he has Houston and you have Duke.
B. Smith knows ball. I know ball also, and also my bracket knows ball. Let's start off with our bracket for a hum baby number one. And we got to start with maybe the biggest moment of the weekend. Derek Queen hitting the game winner for Maryland. So for anybody who missed this, we were talking about this, Murph. Not a lot of madness going on the first 2 days of the tournament. Well, it finally came down to the wire. After Colorado State almost went on a Cinderella run, Jalen Lake hits a go-ahead three-pointer to put Colorado State up 71-70 with 6 seconds left. Maryland then takes the ball, calls timeout at halftime, and sets up the opportunity for Derek Queen. After Derek Queen told his head coach, I want the MF ball. He drives to the lane. There is some discourse about whether he took 2 or 3 steps.
He wasn't in the lane, buddy. He was outside the lane.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He drives from the free throw line outside of the lane, banks it off the backboard, cashes in, beats the buzzard. Maryland wins. Maryland survives and advances. Derek Queen, hum baby number one.
Maryland needs one bucket to keep its season alive. Gillespie from the out of bounds to the freshman Queen, who's driving, floats it. Oh! Maryland on the right side of a buzzer beater with life into the Sweet 16.
You called timeout. You got the best player on the floor, the freshman, who you've said from day one is one of the best players in the country. What did you call? I asked everybody. I said, who wants the ball? And he said, give me the MF ball. And I said, all right, you're getting it. And I said, don't mess around. go after it and do it, and I give him a lot of credit, man. The big dog came up and threw. You said, I'm not going to say the full thing, but you said, get me the ball when he came out of the timeout. Where does that confidence come from?
I mean, so I think I'm from Baltimore, that's why.
I love it.
Shout out the wire.
Head coach Kevin Willard says Derek Queen wanted the ball, asked for the MF ball, and then you heard him postgame said the confidence comes because I'm from Maryland, because I'm from Baltimore.
He said, I think I'm from Baltimore. So a couple of thoughts. Number one, add the Colorado State kid. What's his name? Jalen Lake. Is that what you said?
Jalen Lake.
Add him to my list of guys who come through in incredible moments and then get forgotten in history. There's that thing in sports where the guy who makes the second to last great play gets forgotten. I always go to Josh Hamilton in the 2011 World Series. What a story he was. He had come back from that drug addiction. He was out of baseball, came all the way back, and in the top of the 10th, hit that home run that was going to win the Rangers the World Series, and then they blew it in the bottom of the 10th. Julio Jones made one of the best catches in Super Bowl history that should have iced the game. Tom Brady. So add Jalen Lake to that. The other thing is, as a guy who just finished watching, a bunch of seventh graders win the county championship, I'm thinking about my buddy Coach Scott, who draws up most of our plays, and my buddy Coach Brian, who we coach with. If we were in the huddle, down one with 6 seconds to go, would we have said, who wants the ball, or would we have drawn up a play? Now, do you think he was embellishing, or do you think he literally said, who wants the ball?
No, I think he was honestly asking. There was a hilarious clip post-game, too, where Derek Queen says, yeah, that was my first game winner of my entire life. And Coach Willard goes, damn, if I would have known that, I probably wouldn't have drawn up the play for you.
Interesting strategy to ask a kid who wants it, other than saying, okay, this is the play we're running. So shout him out. Mm-hmm. He found the kid who wanted it, and he got it. So
and that's the kid you want taking that shot.
And did he travel?
I don't think he did. I think it was a gather step. Again, who even knows with basketball, whether we're talking NBA or NCAA, kids travel, kids carry, they do it all.
To me, to the naked eye, it wasn't. Sometimes you see the obvious ones, and then when you slow it down or whatever, to me, to the naked eye, it was not. It was borderline, bucket counts. Maryland coming west makes me think, by the way, John Joe Curley, let's call Scott Van Pelt this week, because Van Peesy's good for once a year. An old friend of the program, and with Maryland coming to San Francisco, maybe he'll want to come on KNBR.
Book it. Yeah. Get us SVP.
Are you feeling Terp Nation here in the Bay?
Here comes Terp Nation. Well, I don't know, Murph, because there's another fan base coming to the Bay.
By the way, the Crab 5, great nickname.
Wow, that is a great nickname. But Murph, Hum Baby number 2 is coming to San Francisco. And once again, down at Chase Center, the Arkansas Razorbacks are going to be calling the Hogs because this weekend, Coach Cal took down Rick Pitino's St. John's. And Murph, I believe it's the only double-digit seed left in the tournament. Your true Cinderella story. Arkansas as a 10 seed upset St. John's. And as I mentioned, they're coming to San Francisco. So Hum Baby number 2 is going to be Arkansas and Coach Cal.
Wagner spinning on Lewis, and it goes. Wagner played all 40 minutes against Kansas. Davis, too easy, slicing through the lane. Wagner finds Brazil, and Brazil capitalizes. From 0-5 in the SEC to the Sweet 16. Arkansas.
And I keep reminding them how much you've overcome. You guys think I'm winning and losing. You understand these kids have a piano on their back. It's never been this way in all my years of coaching. Because NIL, if a kid got money, it's just more weight. And now the families are more involved than they've ever been. Why? NIL. So now all of a sudden they got the people around them. They got the piano on their back. They miss a shot now. Social media tees off on you. Are you really looking at that stuff? I mean, for them to do what they did and then we're still playing, like I said prior to the game, how about we give ourselves a chance to make some magic?
Ooh, pig, suey.
Ah, there it is.
Razorbacks.
Murph calling in the Hogs. He'll have a chance to call them this Thursday, I believe, as they will take on Texas Tech down at Chase Center.
Dude, this guy took over the program in May of 2024. There were 0 scholarship players on the roster. That was in May. It was less than a year ago. And he did that. And by the way, we need to talk about the whole Calipari, Patino, Goodfellas, Godfather, frickin' today we settle all scores, Mo Green getting shot on the massage table. I mean, man, oh man, those are two old Paisans with a long history, and Cal got him. Cal's gotten him a lot. Yeah. And Patino, I love Patino, but he didn't have the athlete. He didn't have the junkyard dogs that Calipari had.
Didn't have his best player in the game in the fourth quarter, too.
No, he said, he played 30 minutes. The last 5 minutes, he didn't play him. Yeah, he was 3 for 17.
Yeah,
RJ Lewis, and that was a big one. By the way, shout out Patino then hopping on a plane to go see his son Richard almost beat Michigan State while wearing inexplicably a scarf around his neck. You see that thing?
Yeah,
was it like an ascot? Did he have something wrong with his throat?
Maybe he's trying to hide a hickey, Murph.
Could have been hiding.
You never know. You know, it's a classic move.
Good call.
Gotta hide that hickey.
Well, welcome, Arkansas. You guys are back. We remember last time was Musselman, and he had all the players wearing Bay Area sports hats.
Yeah,
remember
they were riding around on the trolleys.
Yeah. Like trolleys.
The cable carts.
Yeah, man.
My apologies.
Cable cars.
Damn,
yes,
I just left my my South Bay.
You just showed your
my South Bay just slipped up on me.
That's what trolleys. What outsiders say.
Yeah, I guess so.
You 20 push-ups during the break, my friend.
I am what I am.
Well, you're winning the bracket.
Yeah,
so.
that's it.
So anyway, they wore Giants hats, Sharks hats, A's hats, Niners hats. Musselman had them getting in the spirit of it all. Arkansas and Maryland, welcome. Come on out.
And here we are. Hum Babies #1 and #2 in the book. Now, Murph, I'm going to stay in the college landscape for my third Hum Baby, but I think I'm going to surprise some people. Because as we're sitting here watching March Madness and all these upsets, I don't know if there's a bigger upset than what I saw this weekend in the world of college wrestling.
What?
Yes, I'm doing it. I'm breaking down the doors on 50,000 watts, and I'm talking about maybe the biggest upset in NCAA wrestling history. Some people are saying in NCAA history, because this weekend, Wyatt Hendrickson out of Oklahoma State took down the myth, the man, the legend, the Olympic gold medalist, Gable Stevenson. Now, this is a guy that won the gold medal out in Tokyo just a few years ago, going down as one of the greatest collegiate wrestlers of all time, Murph. He returns to college wrestling this year after getting an eligible year because of COVID. Now, here comes Wyatt Hendrickson. After transferring from Air Force, goes to Oklahoma State, and he squares off against Gable in the championship match on Saturday night. It was the main event. It was the final match of the tournament, and Gable Stevenson was up 4-2 with 30 seconds left on the match. Wyatt Hendrickson needed a takedown to secure the victory. Gable had not only been taken down the entire tournament, nobody has taken down Gable this entire season wrestling over at Minnesota. Well, here's the call. Jordan Burroughs, legendary wrestler from Penn State, and our guy Daniel Cormier, who coaches high school wrestling down in Gilroy, losing their mind. Wyatt Hendrickson taking down Gable Stevenson in the championship match.
30 seconds left. Oh, he's to the left this side. Signed off. Oh, we're going to get big here. On the high cross. And he's right on top. He's on top. He's on top. Oh, my gosh. Can you believe this? Hendrickson with the 3. Gable with a hustle. The 11 champ is about to lose. It's 13 seconds. This could be it. Oh, my goodness. The biggest upset in the history of the NCAA. Could this be it? Yes. He has done it. Wyatt Hendrickson just beat Gable Stevenson. Wyatt Hendrickson just beat Gable Stevenson. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Wyatt Hendrickson just beat Gable Stevenson. That's crazy. Oh, my goodness. This is the craziest moment in NCAA history.
You took the mat with this American flag today. You spent 4 years at Air Force. Gable said something to you when you stepped on the mat. What did he say to you? I think he was just reminding me that, we both get wrestlers. He's won an Olympic medal. But today, I took the gold medal. I'm #1.
Wyatt Hendrickson shows up rocking the American flag. Gable Stevenson calls him out for showing up with the American flag after he's the one who won the gold medal for America, but a legendary takedown in the final 30 seconds. And you can hear DC losing his mind and also losing his voice during that final call.
That was awesome. I'm glad you put that in there. That was really cool. College wrestling is so underrated and it's exciting. And shout out Penn State for being the John Wooden Bruins of wrestling.
All they do is win national championships.
Like their 4th or 5th straight and their 14th overall. But all sorts of interesting things. When I saw the name Gable Stevenson, I was like, well, duh. If you grew up in my era, there was a guy named Dan Gable, who was like the greatest wrestler and then coach of all time. he was named after Dan Gable.
Yes, and it's in
So
comparison.
He was born to do this.
Me and OD were talking this morning because before this match, one of the biggest upsets in wrestling history was the one match that Dan Gable actually lost when he was wrestling in college.
Yeah, and then didn't he become a coach or no?
Yes, I believe he coaches too.
Yeah. So this guy was named after Dan Gable. Then also this guy Gable Stevenson, had gone pro.
Yes.
And was in WWE and went back to college?
Yes, interesting story.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought he was going to be the next Kurt Angle, after winning the gold medal, went into the WWE kind of initiative program. Maybe we should get Baby Huey to talk about this. But he tried to become a WWE superstar, didn't work out, and decided to return to college wrestling.
Came back as the overwhelming favorite, Olympic gold medalist. And this guy, hey, shout out the movie Vision Quest, everybody. Come on now. Only wrestling movie ever. Come on, Vision Quest, Young Tone. Madonna singing Crazy for You, Matthew Modine, Linda Fiorentino. Come on.
I don't think so, no.
Oh, yeah. Well, you might want to put it on your list. Doesn't have to jump to the top of your list. It's not truly epic, but it is the only high school wrestling movie ever. And Linda Fiorentino was sexy as hell, and Madonna sang Crazy for You, and Modine was okay, and the guy who played Jake Ryan in 16 Candles was in it too. So I think it's the only wrestling movie. You know another one? Oh,
Steve Carell did one.
Foxcatcher.
Foxcatcher.
Yeah. Vision Quest a little more.
Foxcatcher's a really good movie.
That's a little dark though, right? The Vision Quest a little more inspirational.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Now we got to check in with another high school wrestler, my guy Young Tony behind the glass. Not a people know that Young Tony used to strap on the singlet. What'd you think of this highlight?
strap on the singlet.
Dude, Wyatt Hendrickson taking down Gable. How about that,
in
Tony?
the featherweight division here. Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Absolutely. No, it's incredible. The guy hadn't been taken down all year, and in the biggest moment of his life, probably, this guy Wyatt Henderson came up clutch. By the way, DC's hilarious on the broadcast. You love to see it. I didn't know about it. You love to see it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, like, that's the kind of thing, like, if you're a sports coach, to inspire a team of, like, what can be done. Because this was impossible, right? And it can be done.
David versus Goliath.
You can go ahead and do these things. By the way, the text line, the college wrestling text line is happy.
Let's go.
All right, so
Let's go. I knew my wrestling army was out there.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I don't know if I can match. You want a break? Is that what you want to do?
Well, I mean, we're at the clock. We're at 7:05. We're,
I know. I went long talking wrestling this morning. My apologies.
Who do you think you are, Polly Mac?
Yeah, it happens. Sometimes
he
we
would
spill
go to like
over.
7:10.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He'd take over the whole segment.
Well, okay, listen. So that's what we're gonna do.
All right.
We'll to allow our. We'll see if I can find a college wrestling bum baby on the other side. But in the meantime, Marcus, who are the hum babies again?
3 hum babies from this weekend. We're going Derek Queen in Maryland with the buzzer beater over Colorado State. We're going Coach Cal and the Razorbacks coming back to Chase Center after taking down St. John's. And we're going with Wyatt Hendrickson with the greatest upset in NCAA wrestling history.
Good stuff, man. And so I will try to find some bum babies to counteract those hum babies. Because for every winner, there's a loser. And you got to find out the harsh side of life. Next on the Sports Leader.
This is the craziest moment in NCAA history.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, we got Steve Moskowitz on a Monday morning as tax day approaches. Steve does want to talk to us about all parts of the tax experience, like what to do if you didn't get your ERC check. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. Here it is, the end of March. You know, the program ERC is going to officially end next month. And what if you're sitting back saying, hey, where's my check? I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. There's 3 different ways to hurry them up. And that's what we want to do for you. And a lot of people are concerned if President Trump will just do away with ERC with a stroke of his pen, like he's doing in some of the other things, saying that, you know, he's going to cut $2 trillion off the federal spending. That's part of it. Who knows? You don't want that to happen to you. Or if you got a letter from the IRS saying you don't qualify, no ERC for you. We want to appeal that because right now the IRS is being sued that they're disqualifying a lot of people. They don't even know if you're qualified or not, or if you're being audited. Bottom line is big 3 with ERC that's officially ending next month. You've been waiting for your check, you were denied, or you're being audited. Call us and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
That's what you do. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, let's go Bum Babies, baby. Let's go Bum Babies. First of all, good morning, everybody. If you're just joining us, it's a beautiful spring morning here in the Bay. Sweet 16 coming to Chase Center. Calling Hogs and all sorts of good stuff. And Crab 5, Maryland's coming out here. So is Texas Tech. Texas Tech, actually... You know what? Texas Tech is coming out for the second time, too. No love for Texas Tech.
Red Raiders.
They were here 3 years ago, too. But anyway, I digress. Marcus did the Hum Babies. He got you the Derek Queen game winner for Maryland. He got you the Coach Cal and the Hogs sticking the knife into Rick Pitino and St. John's. And he got you Wyatt Hendrickson upsetting Gable Steele. Got a lot of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line for that one. But it is time to find the downers from the weekend, because for every up, there's a down. For every winner, there's a loser. For every hum, there's a bum. And it started on Friday. God bless it. We were doing I forget who we were talking to. Was it Fleming, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
We had Dave Friday?
We did.
I remember as these words were leaving my mouth, I'm like, I shouldn't be saying this. I'm like, Dave, what a great spring. Nobody got hurt. I said it, and then Gerard Encarnacion broke the ring finger on his left hand and will be out for several weeks, which is bum baby number 1 for sure, because we said it all spring. Wow. What a good spring. Knock on wood. What a good spring. Knock on wood. In an incident that it brought back memories of 2018. Madison Bumgarner's last start of the Cactus League, comebacker from Whit Merrifield, breaks his finger, screws up the whole season. And this is kind of how I felt when I read that Gerard Encarnacion sliding to catch a ball, because he's not just a DH. He can play the outfield too, 6'4", 250, he can move, and got his left hand caught in the grass, broke his ring finger. He's going to be out for a while. And guys, now the word that he's going to have surgery today in Los Angeles, could be longer than 5 weeks.
Oof. So
this leaves a giant hole. He actually tied for the team lead in RBIs with Matt Chapman this spring. So he was having very productive at-bats. Hit .302 with an .856 OPS. Everybody was like, look, this is a guy who's growing into a hitter. He tore it up in Mexico. He's a former Miami Marlin. Coming into his own. Now you got a situation. Who replaces him? Who replaces him? I mean, you could say Grant McCray comes up to play center field, and maybe, I don't know what you do. Grant McCray plays left field, Ramos DH. I don't know what you do. David VR, Wilmer Flores, Casey Schmidt, all sorts of possibilities. We're going to have to talk to Mike Krukow about it. But first and foremost, we mourn the injury to Gerard Encarnacion. You can hear the play here. And then Bob Melvin had a little chat on it over the weekend. And then Zach Manassian, who was on the broadcast last night with Dave Fleming. Good sleuthing by young Tony to find this.
Sleuthing.
As Gerard Encarnacion is bum baby number 1.
There's a liner to right coming on Encarnacion. He dives and he cannot make the catch. And Encarnacion is still down. He looks hurt.
You know, he was putting himself in a position of getting quite a few at-bats, and rightly so. Based on what we saw last year, based on what we saw this spring, there's a lot to like. Power dynamic, play the infield a little bit first, play the outfield, DH. Sometimes it's tough for guys to DH, and he was good at it, so this stings some. And I feel bad for him because the road that he's taken to get to the big leagues, this is probably going to be as good opportunities he's ever had.
Such a positive spring in so many ways. It was kind of a downer to see Gerard Encarnacion with the injury, and I guess you guys said today he's going to have some surgery on that finger?
Yeah, we'll get some more information on the timetable after the surgery's done, but yeah, it's a real bummer. I mean, he was having a great spring, and we were really looking forward to him getting significant at-bats at the big league level, and I had to remind myself, the night he was injured, I was in a bad mood, and it hits hard. He's well-liked in our clubhouse, and look, he's not going to miss the whole season. He should be back and healthy and ready to go, and certainly excited about him getting in the lineup at some point because he was having a great spring.
Good salute. I told young Tony, I said, Manassian, I was in the car. He called it a bummer. True bum baby. I said, it's going to be hard to find needle in a haystack. The kid found it.
Of course he did.
Good job, kid. I said, that's really good. I said, would you like a candy bar for your efforts, buddy? Would you like one? Yeah?
No, I'm good. That's my job.
I offered to buy him a Kit Kat.
Ooh.
He said no.
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar, Tony.
Look at you. You're like, just on to the next, huh? Just give me another task and let's do it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, well, good job, buddy.
Light work, Murph.
Well done, well done. Bum Baby number 2 happened Saturday night. Now, I always say the NBA... The 4 days of the first weekend of March Madness, the NBA is a distant second for me. It really is. So I'll be honest, I did not watch much of the Warriors-Hawks game. I was checking on my phone, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, I didn't miss much.
Wait, what? And they were losing, and they were losing, and they were losing, and then they lost. And the bum baby specifically is the Warrior defense in Atlanta on Saturday night. Because since the arrival of our new hero, Jimmy Butler, the Warriors featured the second best defense in the NBA. They had that defensive rating. It was all good, baby. And then Saturday in Atlanta, the Warriors forgot to pack their defense on the plane. Coughed up 40 in the first quarter. They allowed Atlanta to shoot 57% from the field, 41.7 from 3, 60 points in the paint. So this wasn't even Steph Curry because he's not a defensive stopper. Draymond Green was there. Jonathan Kuminga was there. Jimmy Butler was there. Sheesh. The Warriors suffered a damaging loss in Atlanta, where, by the way, they haven't won since 2018.
Really?
We had talked about how Steph said he liked the arena. How can he like that arena? They haven't won there since 2018.
What's there to like about it?
Bum baby number 2.
7-4 now without Stephen Curry, and the health of Steph and his recovery becomes pretty critical.
40 points in the first quarter. We were swimming upstream the rest of the way, and I love the way the guys fought after that, but it was a layup line in the first quarter. transition defense was awful. Give them credit. They were ready. They came out smoking hot. But at halftime, I think they had 23 assists and 3 turnovers. And we didn't impact the game defensively until it was far too late.
Bad loss. It's a terrible loss. When you're in a position where we got a chance to compete for something. 11 games left with everything to play for. You shouldn't have a loss like this. It's too much on the line. Got to win the games you're supposed to win. Obviously, Steph's out. Still a game we should win. So it's a terrible loss.
All right, Draymond called it a terrible loss. And it kind of feels like he's going to feel that way unless they win every single game the rest of the way. Unless he just feels like the Atlanta Hawks are a team they should beat. Maybe an acceptable loss is when they play the Denver Nuggets or something. But either way, it was damaging Saturday night to the loss column until the Clippers went ahead and lost last night to the Oklahoma City Thunder in a close game. Clippers are playing better now with Kawhi. So the Warriors do have that one-game cushion over the Clippers in the loss column and Minnesota, but they do have the tiebreaker over Minnesota, so that one's less worrisome. They do not have the tiebreaker over the Clippers. So the Clippers remain our focus. Just to get you guys up to speed, the Warriors play at Miami tomorrow night. Steph made the flight out there, long flight to Miami. We'll see how the pelvic contusion made it on the flight. It'll be a big game. Jimmy Butler's return to Miami. Andrew Wiggins against the Warriors. And we can address the question you asked earlier, because for me, I think the answer is, I think it's pretty easy. I think Jimmy Butler in Miami is a bigger story than Wiggins playing the Warriors, because it was so dramatic. His highs in Miami, twice taking them to the finals, whereas Wiggins did win a championship with the Warriors, but that was, and he played great, but it was really Steph's championship, his NBA finals. Jimmy became this hero, this icon in Miami, who twice, as they say, dragged teams to the NBA Finals, then had this spectacular flame out with Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra, and leaves on terrible terms. So I think the drama meter around Jimmy is much higher than the drama meter around Wiggins, as it has been their entire careers.
Yeah,
really.
It has been. Jimmy's always been the juicier headline in the story, and I think you're right. There might be more beef between him and Pat Riley personally, but I also feel like Andrew Wiggins takes it personal that he went from two-way Wiggs, helping his team win an NBA Finals, to being shipped out to Miami, where they went on a 10-game losing streak. I mean, he seems miserable out there until he dropped a 40-burger last night. Maybe Andrew Wiggins comes in with a little extra motivation to try to get one back, because he's been stuck out in misery in Miami while Jimmy Butler's having a time of his life with the Dubs.
It'll be interesting to see how Wiggins plays. He did score 42 last night as they beat Charlotte and broke a 10-game losing streak. But I imagine there's going to be a lot of drama around Jimmy. We'll see how Jimmy handles it. I don't know how electric that arena can get on a Tuesday night when Miami's down in the 10 seed in the East. Yeah. It's not going to be like it's not going to be like Oklahoma State KD cupcake and all that. It might be half empty.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's going to be nobody there in the first quarter and nobody in there in the fourth quarter by the time the Dubs go up by 20.
So we can continue to talk about that as we continue to get ready for tomorrow, especially tomorrow. We can ramp that conversation up a little bit. But we are continuing on with our hum babies and our bum babies. I got your bum babies in. Gerard Encarnacion breaking his finger. The Warriors' defense collapsing in Atlanta. By the way, 559 checked in, said on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, who does Young Tone think he is? Nick Bosa? Gabe Kapler? If someone offers you a Kit Kat, you take it. All right, there you go. Oh, really? Is that what you imagine?
Really? Is that what you imagine?
And then finally, bum baby number 3. Man, oh man, I don't know. I mean, I suppose this isn't a shock, but it just kind of hit me that when Kyle Harrison was optioned to the minor league camp, I thought, wow, that's a bum baby. Because, man, I did not expect in January to be saying that the kid out of De La Salle would be not in the Giants' opening rotation. We kind of start to feel that way as the camp went on and things weren't going great, and he had the flu and the velo was down and Birdsong and Roop were pitching great. But, man, it was just sort of harsh news to hear that he would start in AAA. This is a guy who was second on the team in innings last year. He's a 23-year-old, he's the prize draft pick from the Farhan Zaidi era. But velocity, as we mentioned, became a question mark. And Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop, quite frankly, pitched better than he did and passed him on the depth chart. And there's this talk about him rehabbing a shoulder injury in the offseason. I don't have a full information on that situation. Here what we have is a little adversity for young Kyle Harrison. And hey, all the great athletes, you got to deal with a little adversity. So let's hope he handles it and comes back stronger, because the Giants need him going forward into the future. But for right now, it's a tough weekend for Kyle Harrison. Bum baby number 3, you're going to hear Bob Melvin talking about it.
Obviously, we got the news that Kyle Harrison was optioned. Wasn't necessarily surprised, just given that he's a step behind everyone else.
Right. So when you talk about the competition for the 5 spot, he was never really in it based on his starting point and where he is right now. So we just need to get him up to speed and get him more innings and get him stretched out longer in games. It was always kind of between Roop and Birdsong, where I think Kyle was kind of lumped into that, but kind of unfairly because he was behind in his progression.
Do you think we fully grasped that he was, quote, never really in it? Unquote?
Never in the competition.
Kind of harsh verbiage. We all thought, like, coming out of camp, or going into camp, it was going to be Webb, Verlander, Ray, Hicks, who was just anointed, and then we thought Harrison, right?
Yeah, I had Kyle as the favorite to take that 5th spot into rotation because, to your point, he not only was second in innings pitched last year for the Giants, he was the second pitcher opening weekend against the San Diego Padres. Now, Blake Snell was not ready, and Robbie Ray was, of course, hurt, did not start the season until midway throughout the season. But still, this is a guy that you lined up as your number 2. And I remember going into the opening weekend last year thinking, damn, Kyle Harrison and Logan Webb as maybe the 2 future aces of your staff. And that's when Kyle Harrison walked into last season as the number 1 left-handed pitching prospect in baseball. So, yeah, this is a little bit of a shock after seeing everything play out this spring. Him losing that 13, 14 pounds earlier on seemed like he was behind from the get-go, and that's why Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop are going to be on the roster, and he's not.
And then he was supposed to pitch last night in Sacramento. He did not, but he may pitch tonight or tomorrow night at Oracle Park. I wonder how he's doing mentally, because that's the big deal, is the mental when it comes to it. Remember, he said something in February to the writers like, yeah, we found something on video in my release that we fixed, and so...
Well, that was one of the stories before he got sick, that his velocity was back up to the mid-90s. Then he showed up in his first couple starts of spring training. He was throwing low 90s, and everybody was freaking out. But his last couple of starts, he has been back and around that mid-90s range. So maybe they are figuring something out. Maybe he's getting healthier, and now he'll have the chance to maybe stretch out a little bit up in Sacramento.
He's got to stay mentally strong, and he's got to be in it. By the way, after all the excitement about Birdsong and everything, he went out and actually had a bad outing last night against Sacramento, and Landon Roop pitched well. So I don't know who officially will be the number 5. They named Birdsong, right?
No, they named that Birdsong's going to be on the roster, but I don't think they named the official 5th starter yet, because it was an interesting approach to have Landon Roop start yesterday and Hayden Birdsong come out of the bullpen. I don't know if I'm reading too much into that, but I know Landon Roop actually has experience pitching out of the bullpen, while Hayden Birdsong has been a starter. We should also mention that Sean Jelly was also optioned.
Yeah.
So I figure one of those 2 guys is going to take on that long relief role.
Landon Roop yesterday, 5 innings, 1 hit, 3 walks, which you don't love, but still only 4 base runners in 5 innings, 8 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Whereas Birdsong came in 1/3 of an inning, gave up 3 hits and 2 walks and 3 earnings.
Which is why I thought it would make more sense to put Birdsong in the rotation, because it seems like Landon Roop would be more comfortable pitching out of the bullpen than Hayden Birdsong.
Roop
but
started yesterday.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I was surprised by that move. Now that kind of maybe tips the hand that maybe they're leaning towards Landon Roop as that 5th starter.
Which, I mean, if so, he may have earned it.
Yeah, he has. He's pitched great this spring.
Anyway, that's the bum baby, is Kyle Harrison starting the season in AAA Sacramento after we thought for sure he would be in the rotation. Second bum baby, Warrior defense coughing up 124 points to Atlanta in Atlanta. And the first bum baby making Zach Manassian have a tough night in North Beach on Saturday night. Gerard Encarnacion breaking his finger out for several weeks, and what the Giants do about it. Well, ask Mike Krukow. He'll have thoughts on Roop, Birdsong, and Harrison, and on what do you do about the Gerard Encarnacion DH spot, and welcome him home because he's back in San Francisco. The Giants, by the way, make sure about this, guys. They're on TV tonight, right?
Taking on the Tigers, right?
Check this here. I got my TV. Ready for this? Got the hard copy. It's back, baby. It's
the
back.
hard copy. They still make those, huh?
Yeah, it's on TV tonight. How about that? But you'd be listening to the radio anyway,
Of
wouldn't
course
you?
Of course you would be.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
And we say hearty welcome back to San Francisco to Mike Krukow, who will be calling tonight's game as the Giants have 2 more exhibitions against the Detroit Tigers tonight and Tuesday. Then they fly to Cincinnati for Thursday's season opener, 1:10 Pacific pitch on Thursday, the 27th. But he's back in town. The Giants have a lot of news to get to. Mike, good morning. Welcome back. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Oh, does it feel good to be back neck of the woods? I'm sitting here looking at the ballpark right now. Oh, my God. I can't wait to get over there today. Life is golden.
Sounds great. So that's the good stuff. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of bad news since we last talked to you, and that was some roster moves and some injuries. So let's just dive right into, your Zach Manazio and your Buster Posey, your Bob Melvin, and you got to solve problems because it's baseball, right? And Gerard Encarnacion slides and fractures his ring finger. Ouch. So my question, Mike, is what do you think they should do about the vacant DH spot?
Well, you've got options. There's some guys who've had really good springs this year, and you kind of mix and match right now, but I think it kind of opens up the door for Matos. He's had an unbelievable winter. We're not talking about just spring training, but he went down to Dominican, and he really reinvented himself, and he got control of the speed of the game. He was no longer in his box thinking about his mechanics. He was competing with the guy on the mound. He kind of freed himself up, and he carried that confidence right into spring. And he really, he did great. He had a great spring. He was one of the best hitters in all of baseball, one of the top 5. Well, that opens up a lot of eyes, and that creates, a lot of confidence that other people have in you. And when an opportunity presents itself, like, Encarnacion going down, well, you'd think that he would have an opportunity to take up some of those at-bats, but I don't know what they're going to do. There's other guys there who, depending on who the pitcher of the day is, might be taking those at-bats. So it's kind of up for grabs right now, which is great because it's an opportunity for more than one guy. So whoever gets the majority of those at-bats, if they get hot, they may stay there the whole year. That's how baseball is. So it's an opportunity, and I don't think it's a real big concern because of how guys have hit all spring long. The bats, Pat Burrell's got to be happy with what he's seen from his players. The hitters are going off. They have all spring.
Mike, that was my first thought, too, that maybe this leads to everyday at-bats for Luis Matos, whether that's in right field, DH, or maybe even left field. So let me ask you about this idea of maybe moving Elliot Ramos to DH. That way you could put Matos, Yaz, and Jung-Hoo Lee out in the outfield, and maybe even mix in a Grant McCray if you do want an all-lefty lineup going against a right-handed pitcher like Hunter Green on opening day.
Yeah, that's a consideration. I think right now that, Matos is a little bit faster than Elliot, but not much. I think that Elliott, he's got a better first step. I think he runs better routes, and I think he's got better hands. And I think he's a better corner outfielder. I think for Matos, perhaps his best position in the outfield is in center field. He reads the ball better. So, I don't, at this point in the season, see them taking Elliot Ramos out of a left field situation because I think they're very happy with his defense. So I think that whoever is going to fill in for Encarnacion is going to be just that. He's going to be a DH.
Talking to Mike Krukow, and we're doing it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday because it's baseball season. The Giants are back on Thursday in our regular lives. They are on TV tonight, though, at Oracle Park, and tomorrow night. Mike will be doing the broadcast with Dwayne after their contract extensions. Did we officially talk to you about that, though? Was it Dwayne or you? Oh, we talked to you about it, Mike, didn't we, last week? Yes. So congratulations.
We covered that.
Check that box.
Hey, go ahead and bring it up again. I'm pretty happy about it.
Yeah, congrats again,
As
Mike.
are we. As are we. So obviously we'll see what Bob Melvin has to say about that, because the news is that Encarnacion is having surgery today in Los Angeles, and we'll get a clearer picture of the timeline there, and we'll see what Bob Melvin says the next couple days. But so many different options, as you point out. The other big news, since we last talked to you, is that Kyle Harrison got optioned to the minor league camp. And, this is a guy who was second on the team in innings last year, but we saw Birdsong and Roop do their thing. I just wondered your reaction on all three fronts, what it means for Kyle Harrison mentally, and what it also means for Birdsong and Roop in terms of the starting rotation.
Well, I think Roop's the guy who's got the inside track. He's had an unbelievable spring. And the other thing, too, that Landon Roop did this spring, that I was begging for guys to start adding pitches when the season ended last year. I mean, I wanted to see Ryan Walker come up with another fastball, not just have two types of movement. I wanted to see Landon Roop, toy around with a cutter and a changeup, because of his motion and because he's in command of his motion. I mean, that big curveball that he has complete command of it. That's not an easy pitch to command. The cutter and the changeup are easier pitches to command. So he took those pitches as projects coming into spring training, and he nailed them. I mean, everybody's going, what the hell? Now he's got 4 weapons that can literally make you swing and miss. Well, that makes you a bad animal. Officially, you're a bad animal. You got 4 things can make big league hitters swing and miss. You're a bad animal. So I thought immediately he jumped off the page. And then we started seeing Birdsong. He's adding. The one thing that Kyle Harrison was reluctant to do because he's had so much success was stay with that 4-seam fastball. He's a high ball pitcher. He likes to throw across the chest. And then when he got to the big leagues, he was basically a 2-pitch pitcher, a high fastball, chest high for the most part, and then kind of a lazy slider that he didn't have great command with. And he was getting people out. Well, then they started to get to know him, and then they started to eliminate the slider because it wasn't anything that they really had to deal with. They sat a little higher in their approach, looked up for fastballs across the chest, and then guess what? They kind of caught up to him. Well, then he came up with a changeup, and he was toying around with it, and then I thought he had a pretty good feel of it. The velocity was a big concern. His velocity improved this spring. So we're seeing pretty big-sized jumps that he's made with the command of the changeup, the velocity of the fastball. But other guys have passed him by. So what you do when that happens is you go back, you evaluate, and say, okay, where can I get better? I'm all 4-seam fastball right now. I can go to a 2-seam. That gives me 2 looks on a fastball. And then you start to really learn how to control corners. Because right now we know he can elevate the fastball, and that's not an easy thing to do. Throw knee-high fastballs and elevate across the chest. That's his strength. But inside-out control with the fastball is where he needs to get better. He needs to introduce the 2-seam fastball, and then he needs to be able to throw his slider with a little more consistency to snap, and then be able to toy even with the changeup. Use the 2 grips you use in the fastball. Use those on the changeup. That would give him 5 different types of movement. And then just keep pitching. Just keep learning how to read hitters. Learn where all those different types of movement are going to be effective against a certain swing type. And that's where he's going to grow. There's no doubt in my mind he's going to pitch in the big leagues a long time. But right now is a great time to self-evaluate. Why did the other guys pass me by? It's because they have an understanding of 2 types of fastball. They've come up with a cutter. They've used pitches to go by me. Well, I need to get a hold of those pitches, and I need to improve my repertoire, my quiver of arrows, and then I need to keep pitching. And then it won't be long before he comes back up here. And the same thing for Birdsong. They're young. They have to learn how to pitch, and that's what they're going to be asked to do.
Mike, we also saw Sean Jelly option down this weekend. So if Landon Roop does end up getting that 5th spot, do you think Hayden Birdsong will step in that long relief role?
No. I think Spencer Bivens is the guy who's going to assume that role because of what he can do. He's a guy that can come in and give you a strikeout or a ground ball, given whatever the situation is. I think he's the best guy off the bench to come into an existing inning. And I think he passed Jelly by. So, Jelly, when we first saw him, he was a starter. When they got him in the pen, they kind of took pitches away from him. Well, he needs to get those pitches back. He needs to go out there and learn movement like he's going to be a starter. Have that mentality. So that means throw 2 types of fastball. That means learn how to throw on both sides of the plate with your sinker and your slider. Bring that changeup back. Start doing more things. I mean, we all think the guy's nasty. He is, and I thought that last year he had one of the best sinkers on the team. There were some really good sinkers on the team last year, and he was one of them. So I don't think it'll be very long before he's back in the big leagues.
We're talking to Mike Krukow and some interesting stuff going on with the Giants pitching. Obviously, Jelly goes down. Kyle Harrison goes down. Birdsong and Roop soar. And only one lefty, as they did send down Joey Lucchesi, too. So Eric Miller will be the only lefty after we talked about that all spring. I suppose the other biggest thing was that Jung-Hoo Lee played on Sunday, and he doubled. Mike, I heard Zach Manassian on with Dave Fleming on the radio broadcast, and when he was up for his third at bat, they were saying, should we go down and just wrap him in bubble wrap right now? I mean, do you want to see him play the next couple days? You want to see him relax before Cincinnati? And what'd you think of him getting back in there and smacking a double?
No, I thought that was wonderful. I mean, backs are weird. I dealt with it a lot of my career, and they have a mind of their own. You just don't ever trust it. So you have to learn how to live with it. And everything that you do during the course of a day is geared towards taking care of your back. The fact that he got back into the lineup, the fact that he was productive, and we got a chance to take a look at him was paramount. Well, he needs to play these next 2 days. That's just what he needs to do. He's going to get a day off on Wednesday. He's going to get a day off on Friday. So, they can afford to push him, but he needs to get back in there and do the things you need to do to get ready. He needs to get his strike zone down. That's key. I mean, he takes a lot of walks. He knows that zone. I don't think it's going to be a big challenge for him. But and then he needs to get his legs. He needs to be able to play for 9 innings. I mean, when you're a center fielder, you're covering some ground out there every day. So your legs have to be ready. And when you're sitting there and you have a back issue and whatnot, you're not able to run. You're not able to start-stop as quickly as you do in baseball when you're dealing with a back. So he's got some work to do. They're going to handle him with kid gloves. I don't know if he gets complete games, and certainly not these next 2 days, or even when the season starts. But they're going to push him, and guess what? He wants to get pushed, and that's another reason I love this guy.
I know. I'm really looking forward to him, too, for sure. One of the other stories I just wanted to ask you before we go is that one of the stories on Kyle Harrison was that the flu got him, and he lost 10 pounds. Have you seen this Mookie Betts story where he can't keep food down? He's lost like north of 15 pounds. I mean, man, oh, man, what's going on in these? My kids have it, too. I don't know. Everybody stay away from the flu, but I guess it's real. We think these pro athletes can't get sidetracked like this, but they say Mookie Betts is down to like 157 or something. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's concern. It's one of the things I think every trainer in every clubhouse on every team worries about coming into spring. What guys are bringing into that clubhouse. Because once you're in that clubhouse, you're exposed. And, you see flus go through camps, and that's pretty normal in spring training. But, the flus now, they're different flus. They're not 4 or 5 day deals. They're going, into 2 weeks. And like you're talking about, guys, they're not able to keep food down. Well, that's a concern, especially for an athlete. So you just have to keep your fingers crossed. They're out there, and do everything you can. Listen to your trainer.
Yeah,
do the thing. Wash your hands.
Yeah, it says he's down.
What else can you do? You can't. It's not something you can see to fight, but it's out there, and you just keep your fingers crossed.
A guy like Mookie Betts was playing at 175, and now he's down to 157. He
didn't have 15 pounds to lose.
No. Yeah. And he says he's really upset. They say he's sullen. He can't keep food down, all that stuff. So anyway, he's such a great player and such an asset for the game, even though he wears the wrong uniform. We wish him well. So everybody stay healthy. Get your rest. Take your vitamins. Eat healthy. Be good. So, Mike, it's so great. I love that you're looking at the park right now. The weather's gorgeous. The Giants are back in town. They're going to hit to the right side. They're going to bring runners home. They're gonna hit the cutoff man this year, Mike.
They're gonna throw strikes, Mike. They're gonna throw strikes.
A lot of strikes, right?
They're gonna play baseball. Oh, by the way, in regards to the strikes, that is big significance because it says one glaring thing about that. You don't challenge with a lot of strikes if you're a pitching staff if you don't believe in your defense, and that's another thing that hasn't been talked about enough. Their defense has improved dramatically. And that's Buster, that was the big concern. He wanted to do that very thing. So I think that, throwing strikes from pitching staff, you're not afraid to put the ball in play. That's what it basically says. And you're not in the strikeout mode. I mean, that's the kiss of death. Throw too many pitches, fall behind because you're throwing your nasty pitch early. I mean, all those things they're not doing. They're getting in that strike zone saying, here, hit it. We got a guy that can catch that ball. And so a lot of good things were accomplished in this spring. This has been one of the best springs that I've ever seen a Giants team have in regards to what they set out to do and what they accomplished. And because of that, we've all bought into it. And they're going to be a fun team to watch. And that's really what you want to have. This is the start of chemistry with this club. They've accomplished this. They're very confident right now, and that's what you need going into the season.
And a few more reps tonight, 6:45 with Mike and Dwayne in the building. So have a wonderful time smelling the yard and seeing the yard, Mike, and we will talk to you Wednesday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow's back in town. The Giants are back in town, and that's our big hit. The Giants are back in town. It's an exhibition, but they're home. Your concerns, your questions, your thoughts, your hype level. The Giants. Buster Posey's Giants. Next on the Sports Leader.
Life is golden.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We are giving away two 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. The festival starts on October 2nd, and it runs through the 5th. So that's not too far away. We want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And here are the instructions when you hear the cue to call. Call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. Like I said, 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Monday morning after watching March Madness weekend all weekend. I drank a lot of beers, Tony, which means it's time to get back on the plan. The Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Because if you've been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no instructions, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the answers. And they have the secrets to losing up to 1 pound of fat each and every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I was on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories and without any prepackaged meals, surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh, yeah. The boys are back. I'll take this every day, all day. Some great lyrics, by the way, in Thin Lizzy's The Boys Are Back in Town. When remember that time when she got up and slapped Johnny in the face? Man, we just fell about the place. Come on, man. The boys want to fight. You got to let them. The blood will spill down at Dino's. All sorts of good stuff. But I digress. The boys are back in town. The Giants are at Oracle Park tonight. Yes, it's exhibition baseball. We don't care because they're here in town, and it means Giants baseball starts this week. And that's our big hit. Yeah, the Warriors lost to the Hawks. We can get into that a little bit later, especially tomorrow with the Jimmy Butler return to Miami. And March Madness, I'm sitting next to the guy leading our bracket, our 70-person KNBR Extended Jen Violet Kennedy bracket.
Number one.
Yeah.
Number one.
My man knows his way around a bracket.
Yeah.
If you need me, you can find me down in the lower echelon. I rolled a few bones.
It would be a
Came up
great
snake
bit
eyes.
if somehow, some way, I won the bracket and Murph finished number 69.
Yes, it would.
It would be something.
The Giants are here 6:45 tonight, so we have news for you guys. And 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in on the Giants being back. And 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Because, number one, we have a problem. Gerard Encarnacion, who kind of went from, you hear Derek Papa talk about him in the round table.
I hear him sing about him. Murph.
Yes, exactly. And by the way, the round table, come on out and see us. We'll all be out there on Wednesday at the Presidio. We'll be wadding up napkins and throwing them at each other at the Presidio Ironwoods Bar and Grill. Presidio Golf Course, great spot, beautiful spot. And we're going to be chopping it up, doing Giants Roundtable from 3 to 5 p.m. Papa and Silver, your boy Marcus and me, and, of course, the afternoon boys will be out there, too. So, exactly. So, Copes and I can reprise our Reyes Maranta fight from years ago.
Looking forward to it.
But the Gerard Encarnacion, Waterboy and I were literally just sitting here at KNBR, where you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And we're saying, so what do you do if Encarnacion breaks a finger? He's your DH. Here's a simple answer, Marcus. You tell me. You park Lamont Wade Jr. at first base, even against lefties. I know, right? I know. Oh, my God.
Crazy concept.
You can't face a lefty. It's like playing a player with 2 fouls in the first half of an NBA. Dude, Sky Clark from UCLA gets 2 fouls in the first half. They sit him for the entire half. I'm like, it's not a jail sentence, bro. It's March. You got to play him. I don't care if he has 2 fouls. You got to play. You wind up losing the game. I'm like, well, I hope you're happy you saved his fouls. Anyway, I digress again. So you can park Lamont Wade Jr. at first base and just have Wilmer Flores be your DH. Is that too easy? Is there a flaw in that plan?
It sounds too easy. It almost sounds too good to be true. Now, I remember last year having conversations with Bob Melvin and Pat the Bat about Lamont Wade Jr. and surprisingly the numbers that he had against lefties last year. And you think about what Lamont Wade Jr. can do as a leadoff hitter where they want him in the lineup when they are facing off against a righty. It's because of his on-base percentage. And that eye can tell balls and strikes whether it's coming from a lefty or a righty, Murph. So I would not mind that option, and it seems like that is a simple solution. The problem with that plan is these are not everyday players in Lamont Wade Jr. and Wilmer Flores. And we've seen their bodies break down year after year, and that's why they are in this platoon situation. Now, if you really want to get crazy, we can say, yeah, get some wear and tear on Lamont Wade Jr. and Wilmer Flores earlier, because by the time Gerard returns, or even later on, when we're talking about games in July and August, maybe there's a Bryce Eldridge in the lineup. Now, I don't want to get anybody too excited because I saw a few people throw out that option. Maybe you just call it Bryce and have him be the DH. I still think you have to let him develop. So it seems like the easy option would be mixing Wilmer and Wade, and I'd also like to see everyday at-bats for Luis Matos.
Okay, so you're right. Every day and the knees and all that stuff. I hate to even bring it up. He's 31 now, Lamont Wade. But ready for this? Last year against lefties, only 43 plate appearances.
Small sample size.
He hit 324.
That's what I'm saying.
And he had 840 OPS. He had a 429 on base against lefties, dude. Higher than his on base against righties. Again, bigger sample size against righties, but still 374 against righties, 429 against lefties. He's an on base machine no matter what arm is coming at him.
Exactly.
So, to your point, the only problem with that would be reliability day in, day out.
Yeah, and wear and tear for later on in the season.
Can the body handle it? And can Wilmer Flores' body handle it? So if not, let's say that you do have to spot him. So right now you could default to that and play Wade as long as he's healthy. I mean, it's spring. It's early in the season. He should have his legs under him, right? Mm-hmm. But let's say they are facing a nasty lefty. Let's say Lamont Wade comes to the clubhouse and says, Skip, my knees are hurting. So you put Flores at first base. That's assuming he's not tired, too. You put Flores at first base. Now who's your DH?
That's a great question.
That's where I'm stuck.
Because with the lefty on the bump, Luis Matos is already going to be in right field.
Yes, correct.
And you're not putting Yaz in the box against a lefty.
Correct.
So then you're running out of options real quick. And then you start to think.
And if you're keeping, sorry to interrupt, but if you're keeping Brett Wisely as your utility infielder, that's another lefty.
That's another lefty. And I threw out the name Grant McCray earlier. That's another lefty. So that's the problem here.
So is there a right-handed bat? You ready for this? It almost sounds Farhanian, guys. I hate to do this to you, but you guys have been hearing the name Christian Koss?
I have been hearing it.
He's a career minor leaguer, drafted by the Rockies out of UC Irvine, by the way. Shout out the Anteaters. And he's never, but he's having a good spring. He's a 27-year-old utility infielder with a right-handed bat. Here's another right-handed bat, Casey Schmidt. Yeah. But if you have Casey Schmidt as your 26th guy who only plays once a week as a DH, is that what you want for Casey Schmidt?
I mean, that's the question of what's going to happen with Casey Schmidt moving down the road. Because we know Matt Chapman signed that contract extension last season. So third base is close. So he's going to have to be a utility guy anyways. Whether we're talking second base, shortstop, maybe filling in on an off day for Matt Chapman. But Casey Schmidt has been swinging it as good as any right-handed back in camp. I know your guy Christian Koss is going off, but I don't think we're going to see too many signs at Oracle that says Koss is boss, like he's going to be a big part of this team moving forward. I'd rather give that opportunity to a younger kid like a Casey Schmidt.
The only guy I want who sounds like Koss is my man Cody Ross.
Ooh,
2010.
Ross is boss.
Ross is boss. Koss is boss. So anyway, Zach Manassian was on the broadcast last night in Sacramento with Dave Fleming. Flem did a great job. So did Darren Chan. It was great hearing them. They were just like making it up. Flem's like, we going to break now, DC? He goes, we're just producing this on the fly. So
sounds like our show.
No joke. I thought the exact same thing. So here's actually Manassian talking about the possibility of this guy, Christian Koss, because maybe he's the kind of guy you could stash at the end of the bench and just play once a week at DH.
He's had a great spring, and he came in as this defender only last year, and he just hit a ton in Double-A. Came here at SAC, held his own with the bat, gets an invite to spring training as this reputation of a defense-first guy, and he's definitely done that, but he's been so great with the bat as well. Short swing, using all fields, squaring the ball up, plays hard, has a little flair, so I think he's become a front office favorite here pretty quickly.
Okay, I mean, there you go. It does sound Farhanian, doesn't it?
A little bit.
Like Christian, like he starts at shortstop on opening day.
No,
we're sitting at Damas. We don't like the matchup.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
The numbers, the computer says the play
Farhan
calls.
would say, Hunter Green has better. Adamas doesn't have good numbers against Hunter Green.
Yeah.
He's sitting game 1, dude. He really would. He freaking would do that.
It would not surprise me.
Anyway, so Christian Koss, I don't know. It doesn't thrill me.
No.
I'd love Casey Schmidt, but again, do you want to just have Schmidt sitting for an entire week and then getting occasional pinch hit appearances?
Well, here's another name that's on the roster, and I know it doesn't sound sexy, but what about a Sam Huff? He's going to be the backup catcher. He's shown some pop. That's another right-handed bat.
Herman Munster.
With the DH. Munster.
The arms and all that? Yeah.
I mean, Bochy was impressed by him.
Bochy
so
likes the Herman Munster
maybe.
swing.
I mean, it seems like we're running out of options here.
Well, DH is in general. Like, there's no team that has the freaking perfect DH. I mean, Edgar Martinez is, only grow once a generation. Shohei Ohtani is a DH, I guess.
Kyle Schwarber with the Phillies.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he'll play a little bit in the field, though.
DHs, but a lot of teams have very average DHs, too.
And actually, maybe we should have young Tony dig this up in the system. I don't remember if it was from Scottsdale or from one of our previous conversations we had with Bob Melvin, where he talked about using this DH spot as kind of a rotation anyways, to mix in some guys and to get guys off days. So maybe that will be the plan to start the season, because we all thought Gerard was going to get the everyday at-bats. Young Tony, at the snap of a fingers. Here was Bob Melvin earlier this year on with us talking about the rotation of that DH spot.
I do like to be able to rest it. It just depends on who you get. Like last year we had a Jorge Soler that fit in the DH spot for us, and sometimes that can be an acquired taste for guys, being the DH, not being out there in the field and getting the flow. But it's always nice to be able to give somebody a half a day off and, just get them the DH at bats and spread it around a little bit. So as we sit here right now, that's probably going to the way we probably go about it. There still is some time left certainly before the season, and but I think our guys kind of look forward to that too, to be able to get off their feet a day, especially as hard as some of these guys play, like Chapman. And spread the DH around a little bit.
So that's 2 months ago he said that to us. So you would sit Chapman at third base and go play like Casey Schmidt there or Christian Koss there and have Chapman DH perhaps. 925 says, what about a trade? The Giants have an abundance of pitching, and you can trade for a bat. So Manassian actually addressed, would you go outside the organization to solve this problem?
I would never count out someone coming in from the outside. That was the role I was in before, where I was constantly looking outside, so we'll continue to do that. But I do feel really good about what we have. Players still in camp, like Casey Schmidt, Brett Wisely, Grant McCray, Christian Koss. So it's a good group that's here right now, but we're always going to be looking.
Okay, so here you guys go. More text coming in as we do the big hit. Good morning, everybody. We're talking about the Giants being back in town. Of course, March Madness is fun, too, as are the Warriors. We're going to get back into it. And the NFL draft is a month from today. Today, which we'll have to get into. We'll ramp that up, too.
It's draft season.
But I don't know if we'll see if they get a trade here. 925 says, how many times do we have to hear about Casey Schmidt tearing up the minors only for him to not do it in the majors?
At least 3 more times. At least.
408 says, play Bryce Eldridge. He's not made of porcelain. He struck out a lot.
What is he, made of porcelain?
Yeah, there we go. Made of porcelain. 559 says, what about David VR, guys?
We are VR.
He's out of options.
Yeah, he's also hitting 200 this spring.
By the way, 559 says, did somebody mention Blake Snell? He looked very happy and comfortable in Dodger Blue last night on ESPN. He is actually going to be the opening day starter. Opening day in America. They've already had 2 games.
They've already had Sasaki and Yamamoto
in Japan. Speaking of pitching, the Giants made a big move, sent Kyle Harrison down to minor league camp. Interesting move. He had a shoulder thing in the offseason. His velo was down. He had the flu. He lost 10 pounds. And Hayden Birdsong and Landon Root pitched well. So here was Manassian last night with Dave Fleming on the broadcast in Sacramento about that 5th rotation spot.
I change my mind only every 10 minutes. Look, they've both done a great job. They're both going to get, I think, a lot of big league innings this year because they're both talented. So still talking through this. Obviously, Landon starting today, and we'll see where it goes. But look, just having those two, Kyle behind them, a lot of different arms, we feel pretty fortunate. So, obviously, it's as we get closer, it's starting to clear up here. But that 5th starter spot we don't have to talk about until we play the Astros. So we still have a little bit of time there.
Okay, so nothing to worry about for the Reds series. They play Thursday. They're off Friday, then Saturday, Sunday. So I assume it goes Logan Webb on Thursday. Congrats, Logan Webb. Off Friday. Verlander Saturday. and then Robbie Ray Sunday? Or is it Robbie Ray Saturday and Verlander Sunday? Split up the righty and the lefty.
Yeah, you could split up the righty-lefties, but out of respect, I'll give it to Verlander.
Okay. And then you would get to then Jordan Hicks in Houston, then that fifth spot comes up in Houston.
Who is it, Roop or Birdsong?
Well, that's what he's saying. Right now, maybe Roop.
I think Roop has kind of earned it. I mean, especially we're not going to judge just off of last night's performance up in Sacramento, but you do kind of got to read the tea leaves a little bit to see that Landon Roop started the game and they had Hayden Birdsong come out of the bullpen.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, especially like when last year we saw Landon Roop have success out of the bullpen. And that's why I thought maybe he would step in that Sean Jelly role of being a long relief pitcher, because I don't know what the plan is for Hayden Birdsong. Is he going to be a long relief guy? Mike Krukow was saying that might be Spencer Bivens. Then do you turn Hayden Birdsong into a one-inning kind of guy? Like, I've even thought about the possibility of, with the load management of a Jordan Hicks, who we saw run out of gas last year, that maybe you can draw it up and design it where maybe you have like a split game where you go into the game knowing that Jordan Hicks is only going to give you 4, maybe 5 innings max, and then you have either Landon Roop or Hayden Birdsong still like go through their warm-up routine like they're going to start the game and maybe let them go 4 or 5 innings to close out the game if you want to split it up like that and also save a few bullets in your bullpen.
A lot of good stuff to talk about here. Checking the text line, 415 says, my concerns are Yaz and Wade. I love them. But if they struggle like last year, how long do you stick with them? Well, Yaz could get benched for Matos for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if Yaz struggles throughout the season, which we should point out, he's had a pretty damn good spring, I think a guy like Grant McCrae could eventually replace him down the road.
831 says, Hajeli was feeling himself last year. He put H's in front of each word. How is he not a key bullpen arm? That's another one. It's not as sexy. It's like talking O-line when you talk about middle relief. But he was a guy who was good for the Giants last year who surprisingly get option to minor league camp.
Yeah, and just jumping off the point I just talked about, Mike Krukow said Spencer Bivens outpitched Sean Jelly this year in spring training, and that's why he's lined up to be the long relief guy.
925 says, having Buster Posey in charge brings a lot of calm to the organization and fans. I think if Farhan sent Kyle Harrison down to start the season, it would be a bigger issue. In Posey, we trust. So there you go. In terms of strike throwing, Manassian addressed this competition they had all spring, and it seems to be working. You know, Marcus, I read some major league pitcher named his dog Strike One. This was years ago. I used to read Sports Illustrated. They said because my dog. He goes, because my dog is my most important thing in my life, and Strike One is the most important thing. It
is. I can't tell you how many pitching coaches I've had ask, "Hey, Marcus, what's your best pitch?" And it doesn't matter what answer I give them. If I don't answer with Strike One, it's the wrong answer.
Strike One. Come here. Strike One. Come here. Come here, boy.
Strike One.
Come here, boy.
There's Strike Two and Strike Three over there.
Strike One. Yeah, there's Strike One.
Go grab a bone.
Give an ear scratch to Strike One.
Hey, strikey wifey.
Here's Manassian on that.
Yeah, I think JP Martinez has done an awesome job first year as the lead pitching coach, and great assistant Garvin Alston with him, and Beaumel's really empowered them, and we've tried to empower them as a front office, and it's just been a big emphasis. Let's challenge guys, let's throw strikes, and let's get after it.
Yeah, they have been very, very, very much so doing that too. 408 says, in terms of this DH thing, I like Encarnacion, but it's not like you lost Willie Adames or Matt Chap. I'm sure the Giants can figure it out.
Yeah,
that's their job.
There's going to be options, just like there's options in the rotation. And one thing I did want to follow up with JP Martinez and the fact that guys are throwing strikes. It seems simple, almost so simple that people think we're probably stupid for talking about major league pitchers throwing strikes. But it's a key. Look at Hayden Birdsong's spring. Didn't walk a single guy. Landon Roop had one walk the entirety of spring training. I know he had a couple last night in Sacramento, actually, but those don't go into the spring training stats. But still, they're throwing more strikes. They're going to be more competitive, and that's going to result in more ground balls to Matt Chapman and Willie Adames, which is going to be a key this year. Better defense and better pitching.
Last one for the big hit as the Giants are back in town, 6:45 tonight. Giants-Tigers. You can go out and get some of that food. Actually, are they debuting the food yet, or is it only come on opening day?
Oh, good question. I need to know if I can go get that loaded baked potato tonight.
Be a good thing to have, or that ramen on a cool night.
Oh, yeah, that pork belly ramen.
Shout out Paul Davis, Cool Night, Yacht Rock.
Don't forget the spicy Fuku chicken sandwich.
Say easy, buddy.
Yeah,
we have FCC regulations.
Hey, I didn't say anything wrong.
Here's Zach Manassian with Dave Fleming last night on the KNBR broadcast, Darren Chan producing, of Flores as the possible full-time DH.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, ultimately, we want Beaumel to make that call daily on who he wants out there, and we've all seen Wilmer. He's kind of been there and done that. So, as long as he's feeling healthy, which I think he does, coming back from the knee last year, could definitely see him getting some significant at-bats at least early and see how it goes.
It sounds like that's the most sort of likely scenario. Wilmer Flores, by the way, now up to 33 years old. What would you guess Wilmer Flores' career batting average is?
Oh, career batting average? Let me go 248.
260.
Okay, higher than I thought.
And a career OPS? 751. Not bad.
All right.
Not bad. Last year, though, he only played 71 games and he hit 206. I mean, he fell off the table. The previous year, played 126 games and hit 284. Yeah, I'm throwing batting averages at you, by the way. That's right. You can still get batting averages on our show.
Take that for data.
Take that. I'm going to walk into the Roundtable Wednesday and just freaking start talking batting averages to everybody.
I'm here.
Yeah,
for
what
it.
that guy hit last year? What was his batting average?
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. What do you think he's going to hit this year?
Yeah.
He's going to hit 300?
You think Derek Papa's going to hit you with, but what was his ex-Woba, Murph?
Bring back the batting average, y'all. All right, well, there's your big hit. Welcome back, Giants, with some questions indeed, especially at DH and in that fifth rotation spot. All right, back to the Warriors, who had a tough night Saturday night in Atlanta. What does it mean, and what happens tomorrow night with Wiggins and Butler? Next on the Sports Leader.
Take that for data.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. The festival starts on October 2nd and it runs through October 5th. That's a Thursday through Sunday. And we want you to stay tuned through the 8 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means it's your lucky day and you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, El Cerrito Honda, my good friends at El Cerrito Honda, where I got my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid, navy blue. Love it. I was looking at it just the other day. Look at that car. Looking good. El Cerrito Honda. It's right there off of 80 on San Pablo Ave. Really easy to find. Right off of 80. In, of all places, El Cerrito. Hence, El Cerrito Honda. So, you can start at elcerritohonda.com. See if you can see the car you're looking for, whether it's a hybrid, like a Civic hybrid, a CR-V hybrid, an Accord hybrid. How about electric? People like going electric these days. Honda Prologue. We make EV, electric vehicles, EZ. Get it? So go visit El Cerrito Honda. You walk on the lot, all of a sudden good things happen. Selection, service, savings. I'll add the other S, Sharif. And he doesn't want it. He's like, it's about the team. It's not about me. Well, dude, I'm going to shine a light on you because you run a good shop. And El Cerrito Honda is where I got very happy with the car I drove off the lot. El Cerrito Honda, take it from me. More than just a car dealership. We're family.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Happy Monday, everybody, as the Golden State Warriors get back to action tomorrow night in Miami. The Giants are back in our lives tonight, taking on the Detroit Tigers in their final 2 exhibition games. This used to be the Bay Bridge series against the Giants and the A's. No deal. And, of course, Chase Center hosting the Sweet 16 Thursday. Arkansas is back. So is Texas Tech, getting no love. They were here in 2022 also, the Red Raiders. And also coming are Florida and Maryland with the Crab Five. So lots of good stuff coming this week. And as always, we are your ticket leader, because right now is the time to win Aftershock tickets. There's no way Blink-182 is playing Aftershock, are
I
they?
believe they are, Murph. I believe Blink-182 is on this year's lineup.
I thought it was a way heavier bill, Aftershock. I thought it was like all the just like big old honking, headbanging metal.
We got to check
Not
in
a
with
little light power pop out of Poway, California.
We might need to check in with preschool dad Peter about whether or not it's acceptable for Blink-182 to be at Aftershock.
Absolutely no freaking way he wants the taffy bubblegum pop of Blink-182 anywhere near his Cannibal Corpse metal. Dude.
I mean, that's the thing.
Yes.
I already know the answer, but I still want it from preschool dad Peter.
So,
I need that outrage of the preschool dad.
Peter, how do you feel about Blink-182 playing the Aftershock? So are the Deftones. Didn't you see them at Chase?
I did. They sold out Chase Center. I don't know if they sold it out, but I was outside hanging out at Splash, and I saw the Deftone Army take over Chase Center.
They might be Curls. Check out the calls. Check them out. Curls.
Oh, you see something you
Unbelievable.
like?
We got an inside joke running here. Holy moly. Here's the deal. Oh, my God. 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival, October 2 through 5 at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Tickets are on sale now at AftershockFestival.com. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. I think Blink-182, if the heavy bands that do show up, they'll go take Blink-182's lunch money backstage.
I was going to say, Murph, I'm looking at the website right now. Blink-182 is one of the headliners. There will also be Korn, Rob Zombie, and a couple heavier metal bands there.
Guar and Death Angel. And Marilyn Manson and Mudvayne and all that. But what a mixture of light pop and some heavy metal. Either way, good luck to all y'all winning those tickets. So there you go. Warriors, we teased. Warriors, we will deliver. I will confess, full confession, that when March Madness is on, I bump the NBA to the back burner. Ooh. I do. Do you?
I kind of take the same approach.
Yeah.
Forgive me, Father, for I have skipped out on the Warriors.
March Madness is too much fun.
There's so much good basketball going on. Not saying that the Warriors are not playing good basketball, but it was definitely not good on Saturday night without Steph.
No, and by the way, after Thursday and Friday, it was really kind of, dare I say, dull in March Madness. We finally got some action back on Saturday and Sunday. By the way, as I sort of digress off the Warrior topic here for a second, how about the deep thought, the deep convos, the sociologically deep conversations going on coast to coast about how NIL and money has killed off Cinderella. Cinderella's dead. Now,
good point.
Is this an overreaction to a 1-year bracket? I mean, let's see. But it was pretty evident that all the heavyweights are there. And you say Arkansas is a 10 seed, they're a heavyweight. Arkansas pays their players more than Colorado State plays their players. So all the teams that are there have a big war chest. Duke, Arizona, Alabama, Houston, Purdue, Kentucky, Tennessee, Texas Tech, Florida, Maryland, Mississippi, Ole Miss, Michigan State, Auburn, Michigan. These are all teams that have checkbooks.
Yeah, a lot of boosters with those programs.
And not as much from like your Lipscombs and your UNC Wilmingtons and
or
teams
your
like that.
McNeese, where their highest NIL player might actually be their student manager. Shout out to our guy Aura, who got bounced this weekend.
You guys see the line my kid said?
No.
I sent it to you guys on the thread. I said a very, very 2020s moment at our house when 17-year-old Declan Murphy said, they're low-key dragging his aura.
Oh.
They're low-key dragging his aura.
You know?
That's a sentence that like 10 years ago, you'd be like, what? And you're like, oh, yeah, I get what you mean.
It's kind of a sentence I agree with.
Do you agree?
I did not like the jumpsuit or like the hazmat suit that he was wearing this weekend. The all yellow on yellow Under Armour with aura on the back.
Did you know that their coach is leaving for North Carolina State and he's going with them?
He's a coach's manager.
Did you know that? Because he's getting paid.
Yes, he is.
But he showed up on my Twitter timeline telling me to use TurboTax.
Oh, no. See, now I'm out on aura.
First of all, I'm a Moskowitz guy, number one. And number two, aura, bro. What do you know about TurboTax?
Yeah, come on, dude.
Guy's never filed anything but a 1040 all his life, although now he's probably, they say he was north of six figures.
Dude, he is cashing in.
Yeah.
Shout out to Aura.
But anyway, that whole deal that a 15, remember those stats I gave you that a 15 seed had made the Sweet 16 3 of the last 4 years? Not this year, bro.
Take that for data.
Yeah, the data has to be thrown out the window now.
Yeah, just like Farhan was.
So back to the Warriors, who played Saturday night during some pretty good games, and yeah, like during like the Michigan A&M game or something, you know, or whoever was playing. Maybe it was, who was playing Saturday night? Drake and Texas Tech.
Yeah, I got to say, to be honest with you, I was watching a little Wyatt Hendrickson versus Gable Stevenson.
Was that on the same time?
That was on Saturday, yeah. Had to catch my NCAA tournament action.
Pretty exciting.
Shout out to my Russell heads out there.
What you missed was the Warriors losing 124-115. Now, we say there's no Steph. Remember, no Steph, no problem? How about no Steph, no defense? And so the Warriors kind of like, for the first time in a while, played a bad defensive game. They were the second-rated defense since Jimmy Butler had arrived on February 8th. That's the magic day, February 8th. And since then, so they fall to 41-30. They allowed Atlanta 60 points in the paint. They allowed Atlanta to shoot 42% from three, 57% from the field. So sort of just a human letdown, human error. I mean, you come back tomorrow night against Miami. It's Jimmy Butler's reunion game. It's Andrew Wiggins' revenge game. I feel like the Butler one is going to be a much juicier angle. And we'll see how that goes. Steph flew to Miami. We don't know if he's playing. But I don't know. Do you rate on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the season is over, 1 being I wasn't even watching, I don't know who won? How do you rate that Warrior loss?
I would say maybe a 4, maybe a 5, and that's just because I'm thinking about the standings down the stretch and whether or not one game or one loss like this could come back to bite them in the ass. But like from an actual like panic meter button, I'm not pressing it. And I know Steve Kerr kind of used the travel schedule as an excuse. Who knows? Maybe the boys were having too many Lou Williams lemon pepper wings out at Magic City the night before the game. I'm not going to use that as an excuse either. They just simply did not show up in that first quarter, and they got ran out the gym.
So Kerr said it. Listen, we flew to Atlanta. Maybe we were a little I don't know, a little zombied.
You know, these games are tough. You know, when you fly across the country and the team's waiting for you, and you know they've been playing well, and they just blitzed us. You know, it's just, you know, it's disappointing, and you want to have a better effort coming out of the gates. But I've been in this league a long time, and I've seen this an awful lot. You know, tough to get the legs moving and the mind working. That first game, you know, we had this earlier in the season, I think, at Charlotte. Terrible first half. It's not an excuse. Because it is what it is. Everybody deals with it, and they were by far the better team out of the gates, and that set the tone.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a 4. I think that's a perfect number. 4, I would agree with. Like, it's the NBA, bro, and it's like we've been spoiled since Jimmy got here. That everything's gone fantastic, like unbelievably fantastic, like ridiculously fantastic, like unrealistically fantastic. And so, I mean, did you guys see the Bulls got LeBron and Luka back Saturday night and got blown out? I mean, the Lakers, pardon me, got blown out by the Bulls?
No.
Yeah, at home.
I told you, I'm watching the NBA when the tournament's
I
on.
agree, but no, my kids told me about this one. Yeah, they got crushed by the Chicago Bulls, and that's a team that was like people were like, oh, worst loss of the season for the Lakers. It was a 146 to 115, dude.
They let up 146 to the Bulls
in LA.
Ooh.
Kobe White scored 36. Josh Giddey almost had a quadruple double. So that's what I mean. Like, and then you see the Clippers lost last night, which is huge, and that's everything. By the way, my eyes are completely on the Clippers. Because if the Warriors finish in a tie with the Clippers get the 6th seed. So that's the team they have to beat. Don't forget, last game of the year is against the Clips.
Yeah.
And sometimes I remember going to a last game of the year once, and man, it was like, bro, they were playing the ball boys. They were out of it. It was like 2012 or whatever. This might be one where that might be it's a playoff. That might be a playoff game.
Yeah, it might be a one-game play-in to avoid the play-in. I mean, we're talking about the possibility of them falling into the play-in bracket, which nobody wants because you want Steph and playoff Jimmy to have a 7-game series. They got to stay away from the Clippers and the T-Wolves right behind them on their heels, too.
Yeah, so we'll take a 4. We'll take our lumps. We thank the Thunder for beating the Clippers last night to keep the Warriors 1 up in the loss column, and then we'll start really revving up the hype machine for tomorrow night as the Warriors go to Miami. It's good because there's nothing going on tomorrow night. Can focus strictly on the Warriors. Unless you're talking TGL, Tone.
Ooh.
Is that what's going on tomorrow night?
Ooh, is that right? That's news to me.
Let me find out.
Yeah,
right
we got the TGL championship
finals
match
tomorrow night, buddy.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm locked in.
See, I'm out ever since Bay FC got knocked out. I'm a Bay FC guy.
Actually, it says it's tonight and Tuesday. So you got multiples.
Maybe like 2 matches? I'm not sure.
I don't know. We made the playoffs. Shout out THC of TNL.
Ooh.
Oh, I didn't send you guys the Captain Kush thing to the cooler.
Oh, I need that.
I didn't ask him permission.
We never asked for permission.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah,
He'll be so excited if I send that to him. I'll send that to you, buddy. See if you can edit it. I think he swears a couple times.
Yeah, if not, you can sue John Joe Curley.
It's also too long.
He's got deep pockets.
It's like a 3.5-minute hype speech. You can probably just give me about 20, 30 seconds of it.
Don't bore us. Get to the chorus.
So, all right, we're not going to freak out about the Warriors, even though Draymond called it a terrible loss. I mean, listen, had they gotten the win, they'd be 2 up in the loss column, but I don't want to think that way. It's the NBA. Atlanta got them. Now you got to go get Miami.
No, it's fun.
Tomorrow night. Cooler of content, including maybe a hype speech from my Winter League golf captain next on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
Yeah, baby! On the sports leader.
All right, the cooler of content after a busy weekend, man. The cooler runneth over. We'll give Tony some time to load all that stuff up and let you know that it is proudly sponsored by Mancini's Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini's Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. It's also sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care closer than you think. Don't forget that Wednesday we will be out all together at the Presidio. You got me and Marcus. You got young Tony. You got John Joe Curley. You got Papa and Silver. Is Wall Easy coming? Big Walt?
Oh, he better be there. I'll drag him out there.
And then the afternoon boys, the dirty work boys, we're going to scrub them up and make them clean. Copes and Derek Papa and Tim Webb. And we're all going to be chopping it up, talking Giants baseball for a couple hours over a couple of beers. I may even violate my Wednesday, like my weekday drinking thing.
Ooh.
Have a couple of pops.
Yeah, well,
maybe get loose.
If you're looking for a drinking partner, I'm available.
Maybe a couple of pops, start getting loose with the tongue. Start saying some stuff.
What if the two of us, or I guess the entire morning show, just like went out drinking after the show on Wednesday and just showed up to this event hammered?
Housed.
I'm sure corporate Holder would love that.
Absolutely housed.
Yeah, It'd be fun radio.
Have we done a show drunk yet? Well, we did, in 2007, we went to Fenway. We did more than one shot during the show.
Ooh.
And Dave Fleming did shots with us.
Hell yeah.
At Fenway Park, yeah. We had some guys out there.
A little bit later of a broadcast.
Harry Carey's in Chicago in, whatever year it was, 08 maybe. We were doing shots during the show too. We've done, so yeah, we've had a light buzz.
We've had a few beers during the broadcast before. Down at 58 Social, which will be in a couple weeks for the Giants.
Tolbert made a career out of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a wonderful career out of it too. All right, guys. And by the way, multiple people saying, you guys haven't mentioned the Oakland Roots out at the Oakland Coliseum. That is correct. I didn't go. I know my cousin Krista Benedetti went. He said it was awesome.
Nice.
He posted that on social.
Yeah, I saw they had over 20K in attendance.
They had 20,000?
That's what I saw. That's what Baby Huey was telling me.
Well, and
that's my insider.
Insert, A's joke here, right? You know what I mean? That's a month, right?
Yeah.
That's a freaking month of A's attendance.
I'm glad that Oakland fans went out and supported a local team.
Yes.
And I think it's kind of an FU type message to John Fisher that there are actually fans in Oakland. Hopefully that support stays around for the Oakland Roots.
All right, cooler of content out here starts with, wow. What do you want to start with? You want to start with March Madness?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Yeah. Let's start with our guy, Kevin Harlan. Cut 324D, Tony, because he was awesome.
Oh, yeah, and he's coming to the Bay.
And a ball bounce. Is he doing our Chase Center?
Yeah, he'll be broadcasting the
Chase
Chase Center games.
Here it is, ball bouncing his way, making a play.
Nest of defenders. Saves the ball with the leap. Knocked out of bounds. Deflected by me. And off to the side.
That was great defense in there, though, by R.J. Davis.
Did you run the video or not, buddy? No?
You threw me a hot potato. No, let me get it queued up for you guys. You can do a little play-by-play.
Okay, I'm sorry. Young potato. So if you guys look at YouTube and Twitch, here they are, the actual basketball. There it is. Carlin does tip it away.
Nice little tip drill.
Falls over there. So just letting you know. Thought it was funny. Deflected by me.
Kevin Harlan with the hands. Play-by-play of himself.
We'll play a couple more of the short ones here. How about the Norfolk State guy? They played, let's see who they played. Did they play Duke? No, they played...
Florida, right?
They played Florida.
Yeah.
And they lost, what was it, 95-69.
Badly.
Which was a 26-point loss. So their head coach took the podium and he tried to riff. And I know what this is like, head coach. Nobody laughed. Here.
Well, first thing I say, I told you we wasn't a 30-point underdog. Damn, nobody laughed at that, huh? But
poor guy.
Oh, man. Well, hey, at least he covered the spread.
This is like me doing any morning show right here. Check it out.
Well, first thing I say, I told you we wasn't a 30-point underdog. Damn, nobody laughed at that, huh? But
bad memories of my 2007 St. Patrick's Day performance at the Hibernian Newman Club.
Oh, no.
It was only 18 years ago. It doesn't bother me.
No, you're still not thinking about it.
You know, it was sitting at my dais, young San Francisco District Attorney Kamala Harris.
Wow.
She was like, this guy sucks.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, well, guess what? You're going to lose a presidential election 17 years from now.
Sounds like she could have used some of your material, Murph. Probably could have borrowed some.
Charles Barkley, I've always wondered when he does college, it's like, this guy doesn't watch college basketball, and flat out admitted it on the air. He was asked about a game, and he said, I'm sorry, wasn't watching.
to AT&T at the half. Ernie Johnson, Clark Kellogg, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley. Biggest takeaway from the first half?
Well, I think that's a good question.
Thank you very much.
That's his job. Totally his job.
I came out of left field for you.
Would you expect Ernie not to ask me anything? Would you expect him to sit here and just let you?
Just look at you?
I was you know the game I'm watching. I'm watching Bryant against MSU.
You can't watch more than one game at a time. You watch all these TV shows at one time.
That's at night, man.
What is it now?
They're not all at the same time, man. One after the other. Ernie, I'm not going to lie. I was paying attention to the Bryant score. So get at the Clark or Kenneth, please.
Kenny, you got that is priceless. Yeah, I'll take
first.
Yeah,
that's a first. I wasn't watching. That's somebody
He's
else.
a man of many firsts, by the way.
Guy gets paid so much money. He's like, didn't watch it.
Yeah.
It's incredible. By the way, his first opening 5 seconds, is that Marcus getting called on in high school about Marcus? Did you do your homework?
Yeah.
Give me the first 5 seconds. Marcus, can you tell us what you had for answer number 3?
To AT&T at the half. Ernie Johnson, Clark Kellogg, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley. Biggest takeaway from the first half?
Well, I think that's a good question.
That's exactly what it is.
High school career?
The teacher would call me like, yeah, Marcus, what'd you think about that last paragraph? I'm like, what page are we on?
Well, I think that's a good question.
It's like I could use this all day because our guy Mike Holder just walked in and he started congratulating me on my bracket success so far. And for those who missed the earlier portion of the show, I've gone 41 of 48 picks correctly so far. But I'm not trying to jinx myself, so I really don't want the congrats quite yet because we are only in the Sweet 16. But Holder walks up to me and goes, damn, dude, how'd you figure out your bracket so perfectly?
Well,
young Tony.
He wasn't ready.
In there.
That's
Young
okay.
Tony, I had a riff.
I think that's a good question.
Oh, man.
That's me, Charles Barkley and the Waterboy, experts of college basketball, breaking down brackets without knowing anything.
You did well, though, buddy. Man, this Dan Hurley is, what a piece of work this guy is. I mean, I just continue. I think he's getting actually crazier and crazier.
He's losing his
I don't
mind.
think it's static. I think it's actually progressively getting worse. Like he got. Did you see him walking off the court last night? Got caught screaming, "I hope they don't F you like they F'd us." It's like, bro. One video of his assistant talking to him. He goes, "Shut up!" right in the middle of the thing. And then after the game, dude, he just breaks down. He got broke down with Tracy Wolfson. He broke down on the dais. He's like crying all over the place. And guys all over the road. So here he is. Is this with Tracy Wolfson after the game? Like after they had a great. They played very, very well. And it took Walter Clayton Jr. hitting a couple of cojones shots to beat UConn. There was a time I was like, Dan Hurley's going to pull this off. They're going to win this game. But Walter Clayton Jr. was not having it. And then he's just like, this was like long after the game. He's still getting emotional here.
Coach, I could see the emotions on your face. I know this was a difficult one. You guys had them. You fought so hard, mucked it up. You said you made it a Big East game.
Yeah.
What happened down the stretch?
Yeah, I mean, they showed their quality. I mean, I thought we played with tremendous honor. I thought we played with the heart of a championship program and a program that's gone back to back. And for a team to end, what we really wanted to do, they were going to have to put us down. And obviously a worthy opponent like that, there's honor in the way we went out.
You mentioned that tournament streak, what you guys have been able to do. What did you tell your team in there?
Just love them. I mean, just love them. This year has been a real battle. We've battled, and we've had to battle and battle, and at times, I don't think we liked each other a whole lot with some of the things we had to go through together. But I don't think I'll ever love a team more than how hard they fought for what we were trying to accomplish and for the honor they played with today.
Appreciate the time, Coach.
Yeah, he just walked away from Tracy Wolfson at that point. He didn't even say thanks, walked away. Then he was on the dais later on crying, so I worry about my guy.
Some serious sniffles there.
I do embrace the lunatic college basketball coach. Kim Mulkey, Dan Hurley. I'm all in. I love lunatic coaches. But my man is getting out there, though.
I was going to say,
worried about
I've seen a lot of these videos where he's kind of lashing out a little bit, and he's talking about the refs screwing him over down the stretch. Yeah, there are a lot of whistles in that game, but how about you hit a bucket? How about you get a rebound? How about you can control what you can control, Coach?
Well, he did. Actually, Clayton hit a couple of crazy shots. There was really nothing you could do. It was like, at that point, he's right. The honor. So, hey, let's stay on the emotional tip. Do you guys hear about this? The Minnesota Timberwolves, Joe Ingles, the Australian guy who's been playing around for a long time, who doesn't really start for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, what about him?
But he got his first start in 3 years on Saturday. Okay, this is a guy who's he's been a journeyman for 3 years, but he has, I guess, a son who's severely autistic and has never been to one of his dad's games. So there was a big deal to get him out in public and get him to a game. And Chris Finch, the Timberwolves coach, said half hour before the game, he says, "You're starting." Oh. I guess the locker room went crazy. So it was like a big emotional thing. It's a heartwarming story. So here's Minnesota Timberwolves coach Chris Finch on starting Joe Ingles for the first time in 3 years.
Yeah, it's emotional. Sometimes you got to do the human thing. And we always talk about all these minutes matter, and those minutes matter for another reason. So, but someone put it in my head today and as an idea to make sure that Joe can see the floor, and I figured if we're going to do it, let's do it in style. So guys were behind it, and I think it gave us the right boost that we needed and change of energy. So not often that you get to do those types of things, but we're really happy that we could.
Heartwarming story
awesome.
for anybody battling autism. Here's the story. Joe Ingles has only played 18 of their 71 games. 5 times he only played 3 seconds or less. So he's just basically back of the bench guy. But he and his wife and 3 children were in town visiting, and they said his son had never been able to go through an entire game because of the sensory overload. And they were going to try to. And when he saw his dad, he was so hyped up, he made it through the whole game.
That's
awesome.
There
you go, right?
That's a great story.
Heartwarming story.
Yeah, I like
Heartwarming
that,
story. Do we end it with the insanity of my Winter League golf?
Yes.
Captain
Please,
Cush.
Please.
Our captain is a beaut. He's awesome. First of all, he's a great player. He's a
Captain,
tier
my
1
captain.
player. And we were Friday after the show, so our team was up against it. After me and my buddy had lost on Thursday, we put our teammates in a situation where they had to win 5 straight matches for us to make the playoffs. It wasn't looking good because any one of them, any stumble, any missed putt, any lipped out putt, any bad bounce, and we're out. But on Friday morning, Marcus and I are out and recording the promo for Monday's show for the weekend. I get this text, and it's our Captain Cush. And dude, I said, Marcus, look what I'm doing. Look what I'm dealing with here. Here it is. This is what goes on in the suburbs in a 9-hole weekend Winter League golf match where we have to win 5 straight matches to make the playoffs.
THC team. This is Captain. I kind of like that, Murph. Thanks, Captain Cush. So this is the championship hat that we wore that season. I apologize for not have gotten you guys a hat this year, but I am wearing it today, and you're about to see. We going rally mode right now because we are THC. You're in the lineage. It's like being a Niner, man. It's like just knowing that your stock and your blood and your heart and your soul are fucking champions. So we're going to go out there today, Saturday, Sunday, wearing our fucking gear, proud of our fucking name. It's not the name on the back, it's the name on the front. That's what we're going to do.
And you know what happened? We won 5 straight matches and made the playoffs.
Straight matches.
So, listen, I was just a cheerleader. God bless the F-bombs and the Patton-like speech. It's like being a Niner.
Dude.
Championship blood, and now we're in the playoffs.
Dude, I need more Captain Cush, not only in my cooler, but in my life, Murph. Whenever I need some motivation, I'm calling up Captain Cush.
And we all celebrated at the 2 a.m. club last night.
It's like being a Niner.
Guys, we made a surge. We were deep in the stand. Only the top 4 out of 9 teams make it. We were like 8th for a long time. We shot up like a rocket and clinched it on the final day. Shout out Derek Scobie and Brian Dugan for the final 2 clinching points. And beers all around. Turn the backwards cap. I guess I got to wear the cap backwards on my next.
I'm going
playoff
rally
match.
mode.
Yeah. Good stuff, man. Fun stuff. So anyway, a wild cooler of content from Charles Barkley not knowing, Chris Finch heartwarming, Dan Hurley insanity, jokes falling flat, and a Winter League 9-hole inspirational speech. Okay, Giants baseball back in town. Let's talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Because we are THC. You're in the lineage. It's like being a Niner, man. Champions.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Here's a swing and a liner into the gap in right center field. That's a base hit, and it's going to roll to the wall. Ramos coming around second, heading for third. Mark Hallberg gives him the go sign. He'll round third, and Ramos will score. Into second with a double is Jung-Hoo Lee. And that is as good a sign as the Giants could get him out of the game.
I think I'd bubble wrap him.
Yeah, I really lean heavily in that direction personally.
Yeah, same.
There was Buster Posey and Zach Manassian and FP Santangelo, I believe, on the radio broadcast last night. Darren Chan producing Giants River Cats last night, then home tonight, and that's what we're going to talk about right now because we got Alden Gonzalez from ESPN coming up at 9:15. He's wrote a huge, one of those ESPN.com, what we would call takeouts back in the day of our sports writing world, which is a long, extended feature on Buster Posey. Mm-hmm. So Buster got the national treatment from Alden Gonzalez. We'll talk to him at 9:15. Part of it is about the Jung-Hoo Lees of the world. Part of it's about, of course, the Giants just trying to change their entire franchise course after 3 straight mediocre seasons. Actually, 3 straight, 22, 23, 24. Prior to that, the end of the Bobby Evans era that ran out of gas. It's been a long time. The 2020, I don't know what to tell you about the 2021 season. I don't know what to tell you. It just remains this freaking alien planet out there in the outer space.
Yeah.
Whatever. You know, those pictures of Mars you've been seeing? That was the 2021 season.
Well, I do have an explanation for the 2021 season. It involves a lot of guys that had an impact in 2010, 2012, 2014. Yeah. It's Brandon Belt hitting 29 home runs. It's Brandon Crawford finishing top 5 in the MVP voting. And it was Buster Posey making a return after sitting out the COVID season. So it really was those 3 guys as your leaders of that 2021 team. And since Buster stepped away, we've seen his team go in a different direction, embrace the analytics, maybe a little too much. And now Buster's back in the building as president of baseball operations. And it feels like they're going with a different strategy and a different identity than we've seen the last couple of seasons.
So just to let you guys know, we will be having Buster every 3 weeks on Thursday mornings. It's going to be the executive show, Zach Manassian. A lot of people think Zach Manassian sounds like Buster Posey. I don't got you. Give me a little Buster. Give me a little
similar speech pattern, but I don't hear it in the voice.
Any old Manassian quote you got?
Yeah, it kind of definitely opens up a spot as we still try to figure things out here. And fortunately, I think we feel pretty good about our positional player depth as well. The player's still in camp, so we'll do the best we can, and we're excited about the other options.
I ain't buying it.
I hear it a little bit in the when he started the answer. Yeah.
First of all, Buster's from Georgia, rural Georgia, and this guy's from Chicago. You can hear a little bit of his Chicago accent, too, sometimes. Anyway, we digress. Back to the story that Alden Gonzalez wrote, and it comes down to one exact phrase that leaps out to us. It says, according to many of those who know the organization intimately, the Giants seemed to lack identity, allure, and soul. Whoa.
No soul.
Once again, according to many of those who know the organization intimately, the Giants seem to lack identity, allure, and soul. And you know what? I think that's a great sentence written by Alden Gonzalez. I think he chose 3 great words, and I agree with him entirely.
Yeah.
And I think that was the problem. Everybody the last 3 years was like, it's 66 roster moves. It's Matt Beatty. It's Nick Ahmed. It's Connor Joe. It's Michael Reed. Mm-hmm. It's openers all day. It's Zach, who was the funny guy, John Brebbia, wrestling a ball with Gabe Kapler.
For sure.
I totally concur with all that. And not only that, it was 80 wins, 81 wins, 80 wins, whatever. Do you concur?
I absolutely agree. And, you can go beyond the results, the winning margins. You know where they lost in the margins? Attendance numbers. Attendance numbers started to drop because, to your point, you'd walk out there and see A.J. Pollock in the 4-hole. You'd see a Yermín Mercedes out in left field, a Mike Ford, a Ford Proctor. We can sit here and do an entire segment just running through the amount of players that were cycled through this organization. And as a fan, you don't even know who you're going to buy a jersey of.
Wait,
because there's nobody to identify with.
Who are those names you said again?
Yermín Mercedes. Catcher / left fielder. Oof. I can give you a Mike Ford at first base. Or if you want a different Ford, I'll give you a Ford Proctor.
Oh, boy.
And don't forget my guy A.J. Pollock hitting cleanup down in Angel Stadium trying to recruit Shohei Ohtani.
That's your baby?
Yeah, this team had no identity, Murph. There's nobody that the fan base can connect with. Meanwhile, you look at this current roster, and some of these players do come from the Farhan Zaidi era, but people are excited to see Matt Chapman. I can't tell you how many Jung-Hoo Lee jerseys I would see in the crowd. And then you factor in a Willie Adames signing this offseason. That's the type of guy that can be a face of the franchise, and that's the type of player that I think the Giants have been missing for fans to connect with.
Well, this gets to Buster, and by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. This gets to what Buster said at his very first press conference. He said, we're in the memory-making business. And I think basically, really, he didn't have a plan other than that. I think really that was his plan. And they're like, well, what does that mean? He goes, well, I'm going to go about and show you what it means. And signing Willie Adames was one of them. Here's a quote from this Alden Gonzalez piece on ESPN. He says, I've met fans before that genuinely feel like they know me just because of how much baseball is on TV. That's something that's important to me. I want our fan base to have that connection with our players. I'm hopeful that a 10-year-old is out there pulling on his or her mom's coattail. How about that? Saying, I want to go in because I want to see player X, Y, or Z today. They want to go buy the jerseys. So, yeah, it's about winning. First and foremost, it's about winning. But I think the stories make the winning even better. Somebody's going to look for a bunch of Pablo Sandoval panda types or what? Or is he just looking for, he wants guys, and that's what he says to Willie Adames, be you. Yeah. Go be you. Go be flashy. Go do your thing. Go, who was the other person we were talking about that had a out there personality? He said, you be you. I forget who it was. But anyway, the point is that he says memory-making business, make the stories, make the people, and he's going to try to build a roster like that instead of the constant churn that we were dealing with.
Well, yeah, it's one thing just to have everyday players in your lineup. Being able to show up to the ballpark and go see a Willie Adames, a Matt Chapman, an Elliot Ramos, a Patrick Bailey behind the plate. It's also another thing showing up to the ballpark and knowing who the hell's pitching that day. I mean, they used to wait until like half an hour before the game started and be like, hey, guess what? We're rolling out John Brebbia again as an opener. I'm like, yo, I pick baseball games to go to based on pitching matchups. As a fan, you want to say, look, Logan Webb's throwing this weekend. I want to go see him pitch. I want to go see Justin Verlander. I don't care that he's 42 years old. At least I have somebody that I can relate to, somebody who I know about, instead of some random guys scooped up from Sacramento AAA.
There's some good text coming in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 458 says, granted, you're only as good as the players you got, but I think the pressure's on Bob Melvin more than Buster Posey to perform this season. You know, he doesn't have an extension. No. So that was a topic that John Shea wrote about, I think, in the SF Standard. Mm-hmm. Some players are saying, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, and I want to see what a Bob Melvin lineup looks like, because that's one of the biggest changes here. We know Farhan Zaidi and the advanced analytics would have a computer spit out a lineup, which kind of takes away the benefit of having a manager of the year like a Bob Melvin. Now the Giants are still going to use some analytics, but Buster has said multiple times on this show that Bob Melvin will be drawing up the lineups, and that could get you 4 to 5 more wins.
Okay, a couple more texts. 530 says, I'm looking forward to this Giant season more than Marcus looked forward to a canceled college class.
That's it. Right, 15 minutes or I'm out of there.
But how about 559 saying, I concur with that quote. The problem is the 2025 Giants still lack all of those things.
I would disagree.
So the 2025 Giants lack identity, allure, and soul.
I would disagree, and I think you're going to see that this year. I think the identity of this team starts with Logan Webb. He's the face of the franchise. It's going to be pitching and defense, and nobody gets more ground balls than Logan Webb. Luckily for him, they gave a contract extension to Matt Chapman. That's a jersey that people are going to buy. It's going to be hitting ground balls to Willie Adames. Yes. That's a jersey people are going to buy. Hell, if someone hits one up the middle, guess what? You got a 5-time KBO Gold Glove winner, Jung-Hoo Lee, up the middle, and there's people buying his jerseys already. So I would say that there is identity. Okay. I will say that there are some fan favorites, and Buster Posey wants to get back to the identity of pitching and defense. Yeah. That's the game plan of how they're going to win in San Francisco.
So Jung-Hoo Lee, who was a Farhan signing,
yes,
is a part of that. And listen, every GM inherits some other, like Brian Sabian inherited Barry Bonds. You know what I mean? So every GM inherits somebody to some degree, but Jung-Hoo Lee is identity, allure, and soul, hopefully, right? Willie Adames, you mentioned, identity, allure, and soul. They're counting, I think, on young pitchers.
They are.
Hayden Birdsong to be identity, allure, and soul, and maybe, if he can ever get there, Kyle Harrison and Landon Root.
Yeah, and think about that young rotation, having a Gold Glove winning catcher behind home plate at 25 years old. I get it. Everybody wants to see Patrick Bailey be more productive with the bat. We want to see him succeed in the second half of the season. But what he brings behind the plate is invaluable for this young rotation. I mean, hell, he's already out here giving advice to guys like Robbie Ray and Justin Verlander. He's a 25-year-old Gold Glove winner, and that's how you set the identity. Behind the home plate, you need defense up the middle.
510 says, I do like this new Giants team, but we were saying the same things and the same optimistic last year before the season started. I remember you saying the Giants are going to win 90 games. Now, it was a little bit of a riff, but yeah, because Snell and Chapman seemed like such exciting signings, we didn't know until later that starting so late in spring training would cause such a long, slow start to that season, which wound up biting them and ruining the optimism we had in the spring. It turned out that signing those guys late in the season I guess if we could see into the future, we should have known that Snell signing so late or Chapman signing so late was going to cause a slow start, which would rob the season of enthusiasm.
Yeah, and think about the difference now with Matt Chapman being in Scottsdale months before spring training even started. And Matt Chapman has been one of the hitters in all of baseball this spring. So let's see if he can carry some of that momentum instead of picking up 2 months into the season like we saw last year.
Eric is in San Francisco checking in at 8:08 KNBR. As the Giants come home tonight, taking on the Detroit Tigers Monday and Tuesday. Eric, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Yeah, what's up, Eric?
Guys, good morning, man. It's been a while since I've called in, man. I hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah.
So here's what I would submit. I would submit to you that although painful in the very beginning, it's got to start with winning. So correct me if I'm wrong, but let's go back to the Lincecum days. Let's go back to even a little bit before that. We had guys coming in that we didn't really know all these guys, and we didn't know what they were capable of. But didn't we see this amazing thing of magic happen, and didn't we see jerseys flying off the shelves, right? So I don't think we come in with a bunch of big names and we start with the jerseys. I think we got to build. We got to see some amazing plays, and we got to see winning. That's when the kids are going to connect. That's when the people are going to connect with these new faces, but it's got to start with winning. So let's just pray for that.
All right, Eric, I'm with you, buddy. And that starts with hitting the cutoff man and bringing the runner home from third and all that good stuff. So, yeah, winning. Well, listen, winning is the ultimate deodorant, as they always say, for sure, too.
But it's a good point by Eric also. Like, think about the success that the Giants have had with homegrown superstars. Instead of going out and spending a bunch of money in free agency, like the most successful thing that I think can happen this year is the increased development of a Luis Matos, of a Patrick Bailey. Elliot Ramos was an all-star last year, slowed down a little bit back into the season, but you're talking about the youth that they have in the continued development. They want to build their own homegrown superstars, and maybe some of those guys come from the Farhan era. Maybe some of those guys are still coming from the Bobby Evans era, but the bottom line is you got to win with homegrown talent here in San Francisco, which leads to pitching and defense. That's how they won 3 titles.
707 says, the Giants aren't trying to reinvent the darn wheel. A soulless team won 80 last year. Posey will get this team to 87 or 89 wins. 408 says, if things don't go well this year, will Buster reach out to Bruce Bochy for one last ride? I do not think so. Ooh. I do not think so. That will happen. 209 says, can they be scrappy? Can they be scrappy? 650 says, identity and allure and soul are earned, not bought. Time will tell. 408 says, I want my kids to be able to relate to the Giants players, but I do have to draw the line at my 9-year-old wearing a Let Timmy Smoke with a giant marijuana leaf on it.
Hey, you got a doobie?
And here's a second one. 775 says, nothing against Melvin, but I would love a Bruce Bochy reunion.
Ooh.
No, I don't think that's happening.
You think maybe with that phone full of text messages, maybe he got one from Bruce Bochy?
Yeah, shoot me a text.
925 says, can I get a hit and run this year? Well, that's what we're going to teach Derek Papa about, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think so, because Pat the Bat has came into this spring training with a different approach. I mean, we were sitting there behind the cage down in Scottsdale with Pat the Bat just yelling out situations. 0-2, runner on second, drive one to the right side. And again, this seems like it's like basic little league stuff you should be teaching kids. Put the ball in play, hit your cutoff, throw strikes. But it kind of seems like that's a message that's been lost the last couple of years, and now they are focusing on it. And to Mike Krukow's point from earlier today, they've been one of the best teams when it comes to throwing strikes, and they've been one of the best teams this spring when it comes to hitting with runners in scoring position, which was probably the number one issue for this team last year.
So Buster Posey's the topic because Alden Gonzalez wrote a huge piece on him at ESPN.com. We're going to talk to Alden on the other side. A couple other things that jumped out at it. One was when they were at the winter meetings in Texas, and they were socializing with all the other teams at the happy hour. Apparently, Buster, let me find the exact quote here. Manassian told Alden Gonzalez at one point, Posey leaned over and said, shouldn't we want to kill them?
Killer Buster.
I love it, dude.
I like that mentality.
Also, look at this. The classic Buster, the dad, said he wanted his kids to see him working. He thought it was important for them to witness the value of structure and sacrifice.
Ooh.
Also, the importance of dad answering 200 text messages in one day.
Yeah.
Which apparently he has to do.
That's what daddy does to pay the bills, Murph.
That's what daddy does to pay the bills. He said, Manassian tells Alden Gonzalez, I think he's crazy, but he said this to me once before. You got to be a little psycho to be a catcher, and maybe you got to be a little psycho to run baseball ops.
Yeah. You got to be a little psycho to come out of retirement at age 37 when you already have a Hall of Fame career, where you already have one of the greatest legacies in franchise history, and said, you know what? I want to take over for Farhan Zaidi after all the criticism that he's faced over the last couple of years.
How about the discussion that he was going to be an assistant to Farhan? This is addressed. Greg Johnson says they thought about that. quote, but Greg Johnson says, quote, but the more we went down that path, the more we realized that could create more tension and uncertainty in the clubhouse.
Ooh, I like that quote.
And that got us to the point of talking directly to Buster about doing it. He says he was a little hesitant at first, and I think we were a little hesitant. I think we felt the perfect scenario would maybe be a couple more years down the road, but the timing doesn't always work that way.
Yeah. I mean, Buster stepping in with a different philosophy, a different approach, and hell, he even stepped in during those Matt Chapman contract extension talks last year.
Yeah, for sure. There's only 5 heads of baseball ops who played in the bigs. The Rangers, Chris Young, Craig Breslow of the Boston Red Sox, Chris Getz of the Chicago White Sox, and Jerry Dipoto of the Seattle Mariners. So none of them had the career that Buster had. This is wild, man. This is wild, wild stuff. The one quote that got me, he goes, I'm really hopeful it's successful, but if it's not, life goes on. It'll be okay. I'm like, dude,
no, life does not go on, Buster.
Say that.
We need to win games.
All right, the man who wrote the piece and got Greg Johnson on the phone. We got to get Greg Johnson on the phone. And the man who decided to take the big picture approach is Alden Gonzalez of ESPN. He will join us on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Justice De Los Santos, another great Giants reporter. He joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning. You can hear that interview, and you can hear the whole show on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Provident Credit Union, smart, secure, and safe with your money. That's right. Growing your savings in a smart, secure way. Provident Credit Union has you covered. Here's the deal. For a limited time, you can earn up to 3.75% annual percentage yield with a pick-a-term certificate. This is the perfect way to meet your short-term savings goals. You can choose from 3, 6, 9, or 12 months. Lock in a high dividend rate and watch your savings grow with zero risk. That's right. No surprises, no guesswork, just a locked-in rate and total peace of mind. That is a good thing, particularly these days, my friends. Don't wait. Offers like this don't last forever. Take advantage of this limited time deal and start earning up to 3.75% today. If you need help getting started, the Provident team is ready to make it easy. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local community branch today. This rate is effective as of March 1, 2025. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All of us that are lucky enough to get to be involved in baseball in whatever capacity understand that not only is it the greatest game in the world, but we're in the memory-making business. It's ultimately entertainment. It's an opportunity for grandparents and parents to share memories with friends. It's an opportunity for strangers sitting out in the bleachers to share a great memory that happens at the ballpark and that can be talked about from that time on for the rest of their life, potentially.
Buster Posey, the poet, the baseball romantic. People will come, Ray. Buster Posey taking over the Giants, and it gets going Thursday in Cincinnati, and then the home opener a week from Friday as the Giants will get going in the Buster Posey era. How long will he do it? Who knows? How successful will they be? Who knows? Especially in the era of the Dodgers doing what they do. Let's talk about it with Alden Gonzalez. Does a great job covering baseball for ESPN. He's based in L.A., and we've talked to Alden through the years about various baseball topics, but now he came to our town and wrote about Buster Posey. Spent a lot of time with him, Greg Johnson, Zach Manassian, etc. So, Alden, great piece. We really enjoyed it. We love the deep dive into the Buster Posey world. So, well done, and good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Alden.
I'm doing great, guys. Thank you for that. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, it's a good read. I want to start with a broad question. How did you feel about Buster Posey after you spent time with him in this role?
It's interesting. I covered baseball while Buster was playing it, obviously, but I didn't spend a lot of time around him when he was a catcher. But I came away from it thinking that he really wants to do this. And I know that sounds obvious because he took it on, but I think he understands just some of his maybe shortcomings as somebody who's never done this before. I was surprised to learn that he's entrusted a lot of people around him, and he's been a lot better at maybe delegating than I thought he might be. Somebody who was, such a high achiever as a player. Like, those guys typically want control of everything, and it's hard for them to relinquish that. From all accounts, he's been really good at delegating in this job because he's just starting out at it. And I think he really is committed to getting this right. I wrote this in the story. He feels a responsibility to the Giants. It's been a while since they've been very relevant. He felt like they were maybe going the wrong way or maybe had stagnated for a little bit. And he ultimately just felt this responsibility given who he is and what he had already done as a member of the board of directors to get involved. Now, does that mean he's going to have success? I mean, time will tell. This is a big job. It's a very complicated job. His GM has never been in this type of capacity either, Zach Manassian. He comes from a scouting background. So it's going to be interesting to see how Buster Posey continues to put his imprint on this team, on this organization. It's still too early to know what that even looks like. But I'm just fascinated by the topic. Like, somebody like him who's going to go probably into the Hall of Fame in 2 to 3 years, who has all the money in the world, doesn't need this job. There's a line in the story about how his mother-in-law initially didn't want him to take it because she was worried about how it would tarnish his image. He doesn't have to do this, but he's doing it because, like I said, he feels indebted to this franchise.
Yeah, and Alden, we saw Buster Posey in his first offseason as president of baseball operations hand out the largest contract in Giants history to Willie Adames. We also know that he stepped in and was involved with the Matt Chapman contract extension, and it was interesting to see their perspective of Buster Posey as a player in the front office and how that might have influenced them in free agency. But I'm curious what the perception is of Buster Posey from the front office around the leagues after experiencing his first winter meetings.
You know, I'm not sure yet. I think that's still rounding into form a bit. Zach was telling me about how he feels like in conversations with teams, because Buster's doing this for the first time, Zach's doing this for the first time, that other GMs are kind of just feeling them out. Not really in deal-making mode, but just having conversations and bringing things up just to get a sense for the types of players that they value, right? Like how they're wired. And he told me that Buster actually kind of sensed it and kind of liked it from a competitive standpoint. But it remains to be seen. He's so new at this still. And because, Zach has been a director of pro scouting for a long time, even back to the time with the Brewers, keep in mind, he has these relationships with other front office executives, with other agents. Buster Posey doesn't have them at all. There was just no opportunity. Maybe every once in a while, recruiting a Shohei Ohtani, stuff like that. But he doesn't really have this relationship with other front office executives. So Zach handled a lot of the initial conversation with free agents and trade partners and all that stuff, and then Buster would step in later. So I think we need to let more time develop for there to be any sort of real opinion about what Buster's like in this role. It's still a bit early.
Alden Gonzalez, the voice you hear, great baseball writer for ESPN.com, wrote a real interesting piece on Buster taking over, came to town and spent some time with him. Is one of the backdrops of this payroll? You write here, pursuits of Garrett Crochet. We hadn't heard much about that. Corbin Burns, Roki Sasaki did not materialize. Did you hear whispers or just kind of rumblings about the fact that, Buster's a pretty face to hide the fact that they're retreating on payroll?
I think they definitely retreat on payroll this year. It was going to be about, I think it finished around, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it finished around $250 million last year, the competitive balance tax payroll, and it went down to $200 million. And I think the reality of that was that they went over the luxury tax threshold and did not make the playoffs. You can't really have that. And you can't really go over again and then keep getting those repeater penalties. I think a big part of this year was giving them a chance to maybe get under the CBT, reset those penalties. I don't know if that was a hard and fast rule, but it certainly seemed like that with the way that they maneuvered through their offseason. But, I think one of the – and you guys played the sound of Buster Posey talking about them being in the memory-making business. I think that's core to how he holistically views these franchises. That he wants to have a type of team that the community can sort of rally around. That comes with spending money. And that's not totally his call, even though he is part of that ownership group. I think eventually the goal is to get back to being a high-spending team. I don't think you put Buster Posey in a role like this if you don't. I don't think you're as aggressive going after Willie Adames early in the offseason if that's not ultimately the goal. So I would think even if they scaled back payroll a little bit, if they have a more encouraging season this year, if some of their young starting pitchers evolve, and if more of their core shows itself, I would think they can get back into the territory that they were in just last year when they signed Blake Snell. That remains to be seen, but that's my expectation.
Alden, what do you think is going to be the biggest difference in the change of regime from the Farhan Zaidi Giants to the Buster Posey Giants?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's the one that I've had the most. And I don't know that that's been fully determined yet. I will say the big thing, and it just sounds so trite after, these conversations have been taking place for years throughout the industry, but just the old school versus new school stuff. And, I thought Greg Johnson made some interesting comments to me, and maybe he said this in the past, about how players in that clubhouse felt that they had gotten maybe too far over to the analytical side, and they weren't striking the right balance. I talked to Farhan about that. He denied it, or he expressed that was not his impression. But that's what Greg Johnson felt, or that's what Greg Johnson heard. And that's important, right or wrong, because I think that had a hand in Buster Posey taking over. And it speaks to what Buster Posey wants to do. You could, if you remember symbolically early on in the offseason, talk about how the analytics office, will no longer be in the front of the clubhouse. It's going to get moved. That's a symbolic gesture, I think. It doesn't mean that they're going to be completely old school and not use analytics at all. There's no team in baseball that is that way. You cannot operate that way. But they want to try to strike what they think is a healthier balance than most of the industry. And I talked to Justin Verlander about this, and there was only one quote of his that I could include, but he had a really long answer about what he thinks is the importance of sort of striking the right balance between the analytics and kind of like the old school philosophies that guided him as a player when he was coming up, and why he's so encouraged by his conversations with Buster Posey in the offseason, because it's almost like they spoke the right language. And in Justin Verlander's mind, he said it's, quote, it could be, quote, magical if you can strike that right balance, because he doesn't think other organizations are doing that. But that's a very, it's very hard to put into words what that actually looks like. Like in a tangible sense, like what that will actually look like for the Giants, I truly do not know. But I think the way they went about their offseason in some ways speaks to that, right? Like being very aggressive to just get the Willy Adames deal done, regardless of like just not trying to just sort of save money wherever they can. Just get the Willy Adames deal done, because Juan Soto's going to come off the board, and then the Yankees and the Red Sox are going to get involved, right? Bringing in Justin Verlander, even though he may be at the end of his career, because he values what a veteran can bring to that clubhouse. Is that the right approach? Is that the wrong approach? I don't know, but I think it's a different one.
Alden, good stuff. Alden Gonzalez, ESPN baseball reporter who wrote a piece on Buster Posey, big piece. We used to call him a takeout, a deep dive into the Buster Posey regime here. Just kind of wrapping up, Alden, before you go. So, like, I don't know how much time, in the time you talked to Greg Johnson, Buster, Zach, all that crew, how much it was just acknowledged that they are now playing for the wild card every year because of what the Dodgers have done. And Dodgers deserve all the credit in the world for committing all these resources and acquiring all this talent. Yeah. But is it just a foregone conclusion? So, okay, Buster Posey and Greg Johnson and Zach Manassian, let's go crack that NL wild card. Was that spoken or unspoken in your reporting?
It's unspoken. I don't think, and one thing I try to touch on in that story a lot was just how competitive Buster Posey still is. And with that comes an irrational sense of competitiveness and confidence. I don't think he would ever say that, even if it's reality. And now it's healthy too, because it helps you grow as an organization. But no, like, I think he wants to bring a sort of competitive edge to this team that he had as a player. And so with that would be never even acknowledging that the Dodgers exist. That's probably my guess.
Yeah, not a bad strategy. But Alden, I do have to ask you one question about the Dodgers, because I think last year a lot of people saw the Dodgers win a World Series kind of by patchwork in their rotation throughout the postseason. Yeah. Now you're looking at a Dodgers rotation that has Roki Sasaki in it, Blake Snell. And are we going to see Shohei Ohtani pitch this year?
Yeah, that's the plan. I think the big question with him is going to be when he gets off a mound again. He was throwing off a bullpen. He was throwing bullpens, and he said he was feeling good. And then they sort of shut that down or put it on pause so that he could get ready to DH for these games in Japan. I think the plan would still be for him to get off the mound here relatively soon and spend a lot of April rehabbing as a pitcher or building up as a starting pitcher to return to the rotation at some point in May, maybe even June. The big thing for the Dodgers is, like, they want Ohtani to be, like, fully clicking as a pitcher and not have to shut him down in any way going into October. So they'll start it as late as they want because they have that starting pitching depth that you mentioned. I mean, honestly, if Ohtani throws more than 110 innings, I'd be shocked. I think you're looking at a limited workload from him, especially, I mean, look, he's coming back from a second elbow surgery now. It's hard enough to do that if you're just a pitcher. Balancing that with being a leadoff hitter for a World Series contender and also coming off, by the way, a torn labrum in your left shoulder is just a lot. So they're going to be very, very careful here.
Man, and to think with all that talent, they gave Blake Snell, with all that Dodger blue, they gave Blake Snell the opening day ball. Does that have something to do with Japan, the trip to Japan?
Oh, yeah. I think it meant a lot for that country and for the players themselves and for Major League Baseball, frankly, for Shota Imanaga, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and Roki Sasaki to be starting those games. Definitely.
Yeah, and now Snell gets it for sure. Well, Alden, good stuff. Buster's an interesting dude,
Thank
isn't
you, guys.
he? He's a chill dude, isn't he? Was it kind of hard? Almost like on your tape recorder, hard to hear his voice, right?
He's it's interesting. He's a very, and Zach kind of like told me about how it's kind of a slow burn, how his competitiveness will manifest itself in this role. Because he's very soft-spoken and when he's talking to like other GMs and execs. And honestly, like you could see the traits that kind of make him a natural leader because like you talk to him and you feel like you're being heard, right? And like, he answers questions thoughtfully. And he seems like a very introspective person. So I was actually really impressed by him. Again, I don't know if that will lead to success. There's so much. One of the things that he's grappling with that I mentioned in the story is that he could control outcomes as a player to a certain extent. Mm-hmm. He can't really control outcomes here. So, it's all about the players on the field.
Alden, good stuff, man. Enjoyed the piece. Thanks for sharing some thoughts. We'll chase you down as the season goes on. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Alden.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Yeah, Alden Gonzalez, good stuff. So the slow burn of Buster Posey. And acknowledging, well, he's the team that beat the Dodgers in 2021 with 107 wins. He was catching. Anyway, it's fun, man. We'll see. We'll see what goes on. Identity, allure, and soul. Should be the slogan of the Murph and Marcus show.
Ooh, I don't know, Murph.
Identity, allure, and soul.
Do we have a soul?
Yes.
I like to think so.
The soul, it's a lonely dog crying in the wilderness.
Yeah,
that's what our soul is.
It's a soul at the deuce.
I just came up with that off the top of my head.
Yeah,
all right, guys. So we can recap what Alden Gonzalez had to say, and recap my man here, the leader in the clubhouse on March Madness, and is the death of the Cinderella happening right before our eyes? All this stuff to finish up the show strong on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Oh, look at you, buddy. Look at you. Young Tony. This is like, to me, this is as good as it gets here. Hank Sr., because we talked about seeing the light. I saw the light. You got to get your yodel on, too. You got to get your, come on, go, Hank. It never get any better. This is why when I hear like Florida, Georgia line, blank off. Freaking blank off Florida, Georgia line and Travis Tritt and freaking fireworks and mullets.
Wow.
Give me this.
Damn.
Yeah, give me the guitar and the freaking, give me a Lonesome Train and a whippoorwill and all that good stuff.
I still have a smile on my face from last week when we had a caller call in and him and Murph started doing a country duet together on air.
We can do this one.
That was awesome.
I've karaoke'd this on more than one occasion.
I'm sure you have.
But anyway, the point is we saw the light because it's springtime. The Giants are home. It's lighter later. Have you noticed that?
It is. And I
Feeling
like
it?
it.
Are you feeling
I
it?
like a 7 o'clock sunset.
6:45 tonight. Giants baseball, and then those longer spring nights that mean Warrior playoff basketball too.
I didn't even think about that. I'm gonna get a sunset tonight at Oracle Park. I really am seeing the light, Murph. I love a summer sunset, especially at a baseball stadium. I don't think there's anything better in the world.
What about it at Oracle where the wind is whipping and the fog's coming in? It's about 45 degrees.
Nothing like it, Murph. Nothing like it.
It's nothing like it. I told you that. I posted on social media about those heroic 7th grade basketball players who triumphed and won the county championship. And I got a lot of nice comments. And one guy wrote, "It's nothing like it."
It's nothing like it, Murph.
That's so good stuff.
Sizzling bacon. Nothing like it.
Anyway, thanks to Alden Gonzalez. We enjoyed that. More Giants talk with Justice De Los Santos joining Papa and Silver at 10:50. Don't forget the Roundtable Wednesday. Come on out. Why wouldn't you come out and heckle us? You know what I mean? And then buy us a beer and then tell us you disagree with our Giants takes. It's a round table. It's me and Marcus. Young Tony will be there. John Joe will be there. Curly. And then Papa and Silver. You get the great Greg Papa. Touchdown, San Francisco Giants. And then the afternoon boys, the dirty work boys. We'll scrub them up. We'll make them clean.
Yeah, and who knows? Last time Murph did a public event, he was out here chugging beers with Matt Chapman. So maybe we should have a chug off against Copes.
Yeah, my chugging skills have not gotten any better.
We'll train you.
I'll chug coffee.
The next 48 hours, all we're doing is chugging beer, getting you ready, Murph.
Oh, man. So maybe we will. So anyway, come on out. It's at Presidio Golf Club. Presidio Golf Course, Presidio Golf Club, whatever you want to call it. And it's in San Francisco, in the Presidio, and it's great. There's a little bar and grill right there. They're calling it Ironwoods, whatever. It's right there in the pro shop. And we'll be out there on the patio. Bring a jacket. Might bring a little breeze in.
That's a summer in San Francisco, Murph.
Spring in San Francisco.
Little breezy. Yeah, not quite the summer yet.
So anything, Alden Gonzalez's piece on Buster and just reacting to the interview we just had, is there really any kind of material effect Buster can have on this club going forward? He can't control injuries. Drawer and Encarnacion got hurt, so now they have a DH situation. We talked about that today. But in general, are you anticipating that the Buster Posey effect will make this club better immediately?
Yes.
Immediately. Okay.
Immediately, I think they're going to be a better defensive team, which is extremely important when you have guys like Logan Webb, who has the highest ground ball rate in the entire league. Willie Adames is better than the 5 or 6 different shortstops that you trotted out last year.
That's Fitz at the 2-bat.
You had Nick Ahmed up the middle. Tyler Fitzgerald, I don't think he's the greatest defender in the world. Still really getting his feet wet at second base. Honestly, I think Casey Schmidt is a little bit better defensively, but Tyler Fitz will give you a little bit more pop and a little bit more speed than Casey Schmidt. So I don't hate it defensively.
You're counting Jung-Hoo Lee in center.
Yes, Jung-Hoo Lee, 5-time KBO Gold Glove winner.
Ramos told us he wants to win a Gold Glove in left field, but, we'll see. And then obviously Yaz speaks for himself.
Yeah, Yaz is one of the best 4th outfielders in the league. Defensively, I should say.
Matos has played that right field wall. Mm-hmm. And so then you go, Wade, I got to say, Lamont Wade really improved as a defensive first baseman.
He can dig it over there.
Yeah, and then, of course, Pat Bailey.
Can you dig it? Yeah, and it all starts with Patrick Bailey behind home plate. So I think they're going to be better defensively and just getting back to the identity of the team. not just being able to relate to players who are actually on the field, but when you're looking at the product. Because as we went through the list of 60-something roster moves with a Farhan Zaidi when he's throwing out a Mike Ford and a Ford Proctor, he was trying to patchwork a lineup that was spit out by the computer, where they tried to capitalize of playing guys out of position. Shout out to Yermín Mercedes out in left field, the backup catcher playing left field, because they tried to add a little extra pop in the lineup. They were moving guys left and right, which caused issues defensively. Hell, going back a year or two, they led Major League Baseball in errors. You can't be the worst defensive team when you're playing at one of the best defensive parks in the league. So I think that's going to be a big change, the emphasis on defense, and then just going back to what I just said, the fact that there was a computer spitting out the lineup every single day instead of your manager of the year, Bob Melvin, draw up the lineups, I think that has an immediate impact.
It is interesting, though, that really the only change in the starting lineup is Willy Adames. I mean, last year's Farhan had Elliot Ramos, had Matt Chapman, had Tyler Fitzgerald, had Lamont Wade, had Mike Yastrzemski, had Jung Hoo Lee. Now, Lee got hurt, obviously. But it is interesting that there were not wholesale changes. In this piece, Alden Gonzalez's piece, it does say that they tried for Garrett Crochet. We didn't know that.
Garrett Crochet's a stud.
Corbin Burns, we know that, but apparently either the opt-outs or Greg Johnson told him don't spend. Roki Sasaki, he was going to be a Dodger. They've painted Japan blue, as they said. Says here that they tried trade proposals for Camilo Doval, Lamont Wade Jr., and Mike Yastrzemski never made enough sense to pull the trigger, meaning they weren't getting, but they made calls.
Yeah, and I think we're still in the feeling out process of Buster Posey as the president of baseball operations. Same thing with Zach Manassin. Like, he's going through these trade phone calls for the first time in his career, and as Alden just told us, whether it was at the winter meetings or calling in and checking in some of these players, people are going to fill it out. It's like when a new guy joins your fantasy football league. Mm-hmm. You're looking to take advantage of him. You're trying to make an offer saying, look, this is good for your team. Make sure you give him back. It's like what the Dallas Mavericks and LA Lakers did with going back and forth about talking to each other about how good the trades are. Somebody's going to try to take advantage of a Buster Posey, and so far, nobody has.
Would you like to play poker against Buster Posey?
No, I don't want to sit down at the table.
He'd probably hold his own pretty well.
He's got a good poker face.
He'd sell a TV for more than $5.
Oh, absolutely.
He would. So it is interesting, though. Like, he definitely put feelers out there. You saw all those. I'm still waiting for the big trade, and Farhan never pulled it off, and now Buster hasn't, and Buster and Zach think that guys are testing them. And there's that anecdote in the story where Buster says at the winter meetings when they're all socializing at some happy hour, and Buster says, shouldn't we be trying to kill them? so you have to be able to smile in their face and drive a knife in their back at the same time.
It's part of the game. That's that poker face.
Shout out the KNBR hallways.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
By the way, 408, by the way, when I asked for our identity, 408 with a great text on the Golden State Lumber and Show text says, be careful labeling the identity for your show. Maybe you guys rely on federal funding. That's very funny. That's very funny, 408. That's very good. By the way, 805 says, careful what you say about Florida-Georgia line. I'm not a fan either, but one of those dudes is Buster's best friend from his Seminole. I will say this one criticism of Buster Posey I have. His walk-up music was thumbs down. Ooh. And it was thumbs down the entire career. It was that bad, lousy, identity-free country music. I was like, come on, Buster, you got to do better than this, bro.
Who has better walk-up music, Buster Posey or Patrick Bailey?
What's Bailey's?
They're both going country.
But, I mean, there's good country and there's bad country.
As we found out with the rejoin.
Yeah. And even now there's modern good country for sure. Charlie Crockett, Chris Stapleton, Sturgill Simpson, these guys are all great. But there's like that bad. It's like masquerading as like an electric guitar. It's like, come on, man.
What about like a Post Malone and a Jelly Roll?
I'll take it.
Oh, okay. That's kind of newer country,
not Jelly Roll as much. Post Malone. I liked the Malone, the one I had some help. The Morgan Wallen Post Malone one. It's a little pop ditty. What are you gonna do?
Shout out Post Malone. He'll have a concert down at Oracle Park this summer.
Yeah, was this Buster's walk-up?
Is this Posey's? I think it is. Hell on Wheels, Brantley Gilbert.
Yeah, it's bad.
Who?
What is this?
Yeah, it's country.
Yeah. No, bro.
Well, get ready, because I got a feeling we might be hearing it every third Thursday on the Murph and Marcus show.
Maybe if you got in some Sturgill.
Here it comes.
See, listen to this, man. Come on, bro.
There's a moonshine drop.
Yeah, man. I don't like Yankees. I don't like people from North. I don't like it.
Let's have some fun, Murph.
California should fall in the ocean. I don't think this was the song, was it?
I don't care. If it leads to Giants winning games, I'm here for it, Murph.
925 says, I have personal experience with Buster not overpaying. Oh, no, I'm not going to read this.
Yeah, careful.
No, they get into his kitchen. I'm not going there.
No.
408 says, Murph, go listen to Zach Top. Yes, I heard Zach Top on the radio the other day. He was great. Play the new Zach Top song. I liked it. It's called, I Lied. I think it's called I Lied. I was singing that all day the other day. So yeah, there you go.
Sing it.
Yeah, that's all right. Just wanted to read some of the texts out there, guys. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is the real stuff. This is like George Strait type stuff here. Yeah, it's all you need.
Ooh.
Just give me a whiskey, and you know what? Maybe a little heartache too.
I was gonna say this sounds like a heartbreak song.
Yeah, maybe I've had it's not going too great with the lady. I saw her with another guy Friday night at the bar.
Oh no!
So I'm gonna put on my Zach Top and my whiskey.
Yeah.
Do you ride with this?
I'm not gonna complain, but it feels like I should be like on the porch with my dog, drinking my feelings away.
Doesn't that sound good?
It sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
With flashy washy.
Yeah, throw in one of those late sunsets and it's a deal.
Give me the chorus here. This is not exactly walk-up music, but it's whiskey drinking music. Here we go. He says he's telling lies. Yeah, I never lie. That's see? Yeah, but he does because he's lying. Get it? Yeah, Zach Top. Since you said goodbye. You. Nah. See, that's what I'm looking for. That's like the Don Williams type stuff there.
Now, Murph,
Wish I could say I miss you, but I know I never lie.
We are being called out on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, saying not once this entire segment have you mentioned the country artist of the year, Beyonce.
I'm okay with it.
It is a different type of country.
He also wrote, it's nothing like it.
Nothing like it. Nothing like it.
Do you like Zach Top, Young Tone?
It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah. Do you like
not a big country music guy. Growing up in Kentucky, that's all they played. But hey,
which is crazy that you're not a country music guy.
Well, I'm a California kid. I was born
this
here.
is true.
California country, don't sleep on Bakersfield country, the best country going.
Oh, and I will say, highly recommend for anybody to go out to a country concert down at Shoreline. That's a great scene as well.
How about the fact that there's a good chance that Ken Boucher, Marcus's dad, and me were at the Saddle Rack at the same time back in the 80s.
Absolutely tearing it down at the Saddle Rack.
And more people checking in on Zach Top. We're all in on Zach. You know who else I like is Midland, is a new country band that has the classic sense.
Yeah.
So
I don't mind this either. And of course, everybody loves a good top.
925 says, you guys are talking walk-up songs. Is it time for Wilmer to get rid of Friends?
No, I don't think so. I think he's going to retire with Friends as his theme song.
I'm okay with Friends. You guys okay with it?
I don't mind it. The only issue I have is now with the pitch clock, you don't get to the clapping part.
Yeah,
you don't get to
true.
the clap along because the pitch clock is so fast.
That's very, very true. 209 says, didn't Mad Bum have a solid one? Well, yeah, Marshall Tucker Band, Fire on the Mountain, for sure. But I don't think he chose, actually. I think that was chosen for him.
Really?
Yeah.
Always
By the way,
curious that
amidst
decision.
all this, play ball lunch tomorrow.
Let's go.
Which means you get that vibe going. Weren't you at Marco Luciano's table?
Me and Marco Luciano chopping it up last year at the table.
So are you and I kind of the whammy? Because you know who was at my table? Tom Murphy and Mason Black.
Whammy!
So
don't sit us with anybody important tomorrow.
it'll be wild to see Buster at this thing, running the show. I wonder he's going to get up, because Farhan usually speaks at it. So Buster's going to speak tomorrow.
Buster's play
Well,
ball
he'll do like
lunch.
a Q&A with Krukow Kuiper, John Miller, or something like that.
Absolutely.
Or Flem.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. And then the Blue Shield guy's pretty good on the mic. For years and years and years, that guy gets up there. He handles the mic. He does.
Oh, not like the coach we had complaining about how they're not a 30-point underdog.
Do you have that one from the
I mean, he was working the crowd, trying.
the Norfolk State coach after they lost by 26 to Florida? He tried to riff.
Well, first thing I'll say, I told you we wasn't a 30-point underdog. Damn, nobody laughed at that, huh? But
that's tough. Well, hey.
By the way, if we're going to finish up our music takes, there was a Blink-182 riff earlier in the show. How are they playing Aftershock? Which, by the way, congrats to Armando in West Sacramento.
Hell yeah, Armando.
For winning the ticket. Good for him, because the Aftershock is in Sacramento, so he is an easy commute for him. But people say, yeah, over the years, it's gotten softer, Blink-182. And then other people say, no Blink-182 slander. There's no slander for me on Blink-182. I enjoy a California power pop punk song as much as anyone. I just don't think they fit Aftershock.
Yeah, I don't think we were slandering Blink-182. You're just asking a question about why they're on this particular lineup.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like putting me in a at the EDM shows that Tony goes to.
It's like putting Murph in the 3-hole for the Giants.
Well, the left-handed stroke is actually one of my better features.
I know. How about shout out Tim Lincecum's curveball?
So to speak. Hit Tim Lincecum's curveball. That's
How about
right.
that? You should mention that more often.
I'd like to face Marcus. I'd lean into one. Take first base.
I would have Murph sniffing seams. And get a taste of this.
Speaking of sniffing, I told you that Michigan guy, he apologized, right? Yeah, that Michigan base runner.
Yeah. Great message for the kids.
Well, we started to talk about Alden Gonzalez. We got sidetracked.
What a surprise. Maybe that's the identity of our show.
All right.
Digressions.
Okay, so here's the deal. Yeah, the identity. Identity, allure, and soul. We'll see if the Giants can have it this year, starting Thursday in Cincinnati. We talked all morning about Gerard Encarnacion's injury. We don't really know the true answer. Maybe it's just Wilmer Flores and keep Wade at first base. And when they get tired, you bring up, I don't know, is it Christian Koss at the end of the bench? Is it Casey Schmidt at the end of the bench? We'll have to discuss that with Bob Melvin and the crew and everybody. So going forward, it's Krukow Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Dwayne Kuiper's Tuesdays, and the executive show Thursdays at 7:30, starting with Larry Bear right out of the gate, and then Zach Manazzi, and then Buster Posey.
Let's go.
We'll talk to him about Zach Top.
I'm seeing the light, the Buster Posey light.
I saw the light. All right, hand it over to Papa and Silver. Don't forget, Wednesday Roundtable, Presidio Golf Club. That'll be fun. It's nothing like it.
It's nothing like it.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There it is. That's the Bumgarner Marshall Tucker Band. Don't remember they had them on the warning track in left field when he rode the horse in opening day 2015. I mean, bro, you want to talk about glory days. We're talking about the different ways they raised the flag. Brian Wilson brought it out in 2011. The fireboat delivered it in 2013, and like 11 guys raised it, like Romo, Vogelsong, all those guys were out there raising it up. And then 2015, they had Bumgarner come in on a horse, dude.
After he initially did not want to ride the horse out and had to be convinced that morning, I believe the story is.
It was a San Francisco police horse, which you see out at Golden Gate Park and things like that. So fun stuff. All right, listen, it's time for Young Tony, and it's going to be something that we just talked about off air but never got to on air. But here it is, Young Tone. What do we got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Okay, so it happened over the weekend. We thought about, we should have maybe made it Hum Baby or Bum Baby, but it happened on Friday. But it was the passing of a sports legend, heavyweight champion, George Foreman. And now there's a lot that goes on with this because he's famous for so many things, including the Rumble in the Jungle, the famous rope-a-dope when Muhammad Ali thought that it looked like he was beating up Ali, and Ali drew him in with the rope-a-dope and then beat him in Zaire or Congo, pardon me. And then also he's famous for the George Foreman Grill later in life, right? Also making a comeback in the late 80s and becoming heavyweight champ at age 45, but also an Olympic gold medalist at the 1968 Olympics. And then the man who knocked down Joe Frazier when Frazier was champ of the world, which was, of course, the famous Howard Cosell, down goes Frazier, down goes Frazier. It was Foreman who threw the punch. So, Young Tony, you didn't know any of this stuff, huh?
So I was talking to Dave about this. I knew about the George Foreman grills. Obviously, I knew who George Foreman was, but I didn't know a lot about him. And then Dave just, went on Dave's.
I would say Overnight Dave, who works our overnights here, and we mention him in the 6 a.m. hour a lot, he loves boxing.
Yes.
George Foreman's death would be very impactful because Dave was born in the early 60s. And so he was like 12, 13, 14 when Foreman was the king of the world, So what a name. And there's a famous documentary called When We Were Kings. You want to put it on one of the best sports documentaries. It's about that fight in Africa, that famous rope-a-dope fight. So what do you got there, buddy? Sound?
Angie Dundee, Ali's trainer, right next to me is saying it. You may hear him. Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier! The heavyweight champion is taking the mandatory 8 count, and Foreman is as poised as can be in a neutral corner.
George Foreman enjoying his best round of the fight here in round 10. There's a right hand.
Down goes Moore. He's flat on his back. He may not get up.
Maybe he's not moving.
Moore could be about to lose the heavyweight title.
I don't believe this.
Joe Cortez pulls off the count. It is over.
Holy
and George Foreman has pulled off the miracle that no one thought possible.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. So he won the 1968 Summer Gold, Mexico City, then knocks out undefeated Joe Frazier in 73.
Down goes Frazier.
Then he's the heavyweight champ.
Frazier.
Yeah, when they goes to the Rumble in the Jungle. And Ali beats him. And then all the way back at age 45, he knocks out 26-year-old Michael Moore to come back. By the way, he had, I think it was 13 kids. He named 8 of them George Foreman. George Foreman.
I like that.
And he said something like, I felt like they should, enjoy the name.
Carry on the legacy. A legacy of George Foreman, because you cannot.
Big for your dad.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean, you cannot tell the story of boxing without George Foreman.
I bet G. Papa has some George Foreman thoughts too. It's right up his demo.
Absolutely. He's a legend. He's an icon. One of the greatest to ever do it, Murph.
Yeah, sad to see. And always a good natured. Like, he had that great personality too. He was a very joyous guy.
And I'd say that down goes Frazier call might be one of the most iconic calls in all of sports, not just boxing. I mean, to this day, I still reference it.
I would agree.
Murph fell out of his chair a couple weeks ago. I'm out here yelling, down goes Murphy, down goes Murphy.
Exactly. So that's a good one, Young Tone. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right, Giants back in your lives tonight. Should be fun.
I'll be there.
And we will get more stuff getting ready for Jimmy Butler in Miami. Young Tone, John Joe, Marcus, see you tomorrow. When it's time for a change, think speedy oil change and auto service engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Life is golden.
Give me the MF ball. All right, you're getting it.
So I think I'm from Baltimore, that's why.
This is the craziest moment in NCAA history.
Well, I think that's a good question.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Jemski and all the footwork, but didn't finish the layup. We're not in Miami long enough. You want to leave early? Kongwu. Tell you what, this is all about slowing down Atlanta. Trae Young thought about that three. LeVert, shot clock at 7. Niang again. Tell you, George Niang. What a bench weapon with 14 tonight. Beat Krejci from the Czech Republic. Throws the hand grenade to Niang, and he hits another 3. Wow. He has been a killer tonight. This becomes Atlanta's biggest lead, doubling LeVert. He escapes and draws the foul and lays it up and in. Karis LeVert, what a beautiful play there. 7-4 now without Steph and Curry. And the health of Steph and his recovery becomes pretty critical. But the Warriors will have one game in the next 5 days, and it's a homecoming and return for Jimmy Butler.
Bad loss. It's a terrible loss. You know, when you're in a position where we got a chance to compete for something, 11 games left with everything to play for, you shouldn't have a loss like this.
Yeah, happy Monday, everybody. Lots going on. The Warriors fall to the Hawks over the weekend. That's where we're going to start the show today. We are 3 days away from opening day. Giants are back in the Bay. I'm going to be out there tonight to go and watch them, and Robbie Ray on the mound. So can't wait to get into some baseball daily coming up. That's going to be a ton of fun. And we got Justice De Los Santos joining us at 10:50. So lots of Giants talk coming here in the 10 o'clock hour. But March Madness is happening. We got the Warriors dropping a game. They're still holding at 6. They're coming into the home stretch of the season. And there's a lot going on with my guy, Greg Papa, as well on a Monday. Good morning, my friend. Have you recovered from Friday yet? How we doing?
I'm doing great. We had a great time right after the games were over when I was yelling, St. Mary's, would you make a shot after a 2 for 18 start? They made shots, and our guy Augustus was goosing the ball, diving on the floor, and they were able to come back and take down Vandy, Mike Yastrzemski's team. But in the end, they just don't make enough shots. And how about St. John's? He couldn't make a shot. So we'll get into it later. Roxy Bernstein will be joining us. For those of you NBA snobs, and I was one most of my life, couldn't get into the NCAA tournament, it's different. It's a different form of basketball. These guys are not professional basketball players. Some of them may be. Some of them may have to go around the world to play professional basketball. They're going to miss open shots, so just embrace the madness. But disappointing. I think Randy just simply needs some more guys that can put the ball in the basket. I mean, they're really good at basketball with one exception. They have a hard time putting the ball in the basket. Not just open threes, but just right around the cup. Strong post-up move on the right block, and you miss left over and over and over again. But great year. I know Matt Mayoko was disappointed traveling back yesterday, but we'll get on to the Warriors because they're in South Beach after what happened on Saturday night, and you can call it a terrible loss, and Draymond's down. You gave up 40 points in the first quarter. Obviously, without Steph Curry, you're going to have to guard. They took care of the basketball. They got to 115, but for a lot of the game, it was a struggle offensively, but you can't give up 40 in the opening quarter, and I don't want to say it was night-night after that, but it wasn't good, and just never could really make a strong push to get into the game. Atlanta led by 22. Warriors led briefly. We'll move on from that. You know, Jimmy does miss a lot of shots around the cup. I'm not saying he's an NCAA player, but all those ball fakes, head fakes, Nelly would love him. He always loved the ball fake, the head fake. You're making me dizzy. But he doesn't have the explosion to go up a lot of times to finish around the cup. It gets blocked or it misses. And he got to the free throw line a lot, as he always does, but he missed 4. But it's understandable without Steph Curry. I mean, most of our show Friday from St. Lee's 9 to 9 party dealt with March Madness, but we opened, closed, middle with the pelvic contusion of Steph Curry, and we gave you the update right away that he was not going to fly with the team to Atlanta. He is there now. He is in Miami. Dr. Celebrini did not go with the team either. He was not in Atlanta. You can make the point that a lot of the Warriors weren't in Atlanta. They played fine. They got back into the game. It happens. But Dr. Celebrini is there. Warriors were scheduled to have a practice this morning in Miami, and they're like taking up residency in South Beach. They're there like 4 days. I think Jimmy's going back. I don't know if he kept his home. Had a little bill to pay on some demolition. In any event, he's got his kids there. A lot of it will be about Jimmy Butler. Jimmy is going to talk to the media today. I don't think Steph Curry is going to speak to the media today, but the plan for that was for them to practice 11 a.m. Miami time this morning, which is 8 a.m. our time, and then do media right after about an hour later. Now, a lot of times, and they've had days off, they may be looking at a lot of video work, and they started late, but for whatever reason, what we're hearing, Greg, and we'll get news right away, and we'll get the latest audio from Jimmy and Steve. Again, I don't think Steph's talking today, and from what I understand, the plan was not to practice him. Now, he could still play tomorrow night, but he needs Dr. Rick to check that box. And as we told you on Friday when we got the first update, pelvic contusion, no structural damage. He's not going to fly with the team, and then he would be reevaluated on Monday. It's much better to have the reevaluation take place in South Beach rather than in the Bay Area and then have him fly across the country. So he did go there, I think it was yesterday, and got there late yesterday afternoon or evening. So obviously, without Mr. 4000, they're a different basketball team in all regards, the lack of flow, everything. But you just can't give up 40 points in the opening quarter.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, with Jimmy Butler on the team, they've been the second highest rated defensive team in the NBA in that stretch. And when you don't have Steph, you're frankly just not good enough offensively to not go ahead and be that defensive team. They won that game against Toronto. And yeah, I know Toronto is one of the weaker teams, but when Steph Curry hit the floor with the thud and had that pelvic contusion and left the game, they were down by 5 points. They had to hang in there and win that game with a mix of youth and veterans and Jimmy and Draymond, and then also getting contributions from guys like Podziemski and Post. And then you also had to do it with defense, and Draymond had a great deflection, and then Jimmy Butler had the big block at the end and pointed at Draymond and said, yeah, I can do that too. When you give up 40 points in the first quarter to Atlanta and you don't have Mr. 4000, and by the way, I see you got your hands on one of those shirts. Very nicely done. It's a different game.
Knapp or Knapp. I don't know if it's a silent K like our friend Greg Knapp. I believe it's Jeff Knapp, the director of merchandise for the Warriors, sent me some killer merch when he heard us talking about, what is it, Boucher, the boot thing, had that T-shirt in studio, so I had to get that one, 4000. Beautiful.
It looks beautiful. Looks beautiful. That first zero out there with the nice gold-blooded basketball right there. For a second, at first glance, I'm thinking, oh, a new gold-blooded, and I'm like, no. You move up in the stream a little bit, I see that nice face, and it's the perfect shot for him.
I expect Jeff to send me a new T-shirt every time he makes a three, and we update it. What's he at now, like 4002 or something? I need one, like a fresh one, every time he makes a three. The question is, will he make a three in Miami against maybe Andrew Wiggins? How about two-way Wiggs going off last night for 42? His last two games have been really strong. If Steph does play, do we see Andrew Wiggins guard Steph Curry tomorrow night? How fun would that be?
That'd be great. I mean, Andrew Wiggins, 42 points. Heat snapped their big losing streak. And I think that was second to his career high of 47 right there. And Draymond Green spoke about it in the postgame. This Heat losing streak that was finally snapped, really deceiving because you look at a handful of those and they've been right down to the wire. So he's like, we know what we're up against. We know how it's going to be with Jimmy coming back into the building. And they cannot have another start like we saw in Atlanta. So here's the deal. Warriors basketball, a lot of the first half hour. Then let's get into the Giants. Some of the injuries we found out about over the weekend. Roster changes. Kyle Harrison's option to AAA. Gerard Encarnacion missing time there with that broken finger and is going to have to get surgery. So he'll be out about a month to a month and a half, 4 to 5 weeks. We got Justice De Los Santos joining us, and then get a little bit into some college basketball as well. Roxy Bernstein was with the morning show last week. Let's get his thoughts after the first 2 rounds and everything he saw. He's going to join us at 11:30. And we got Steve Sachs, who was on the call for the Giants River Cats game with Zach Bayruti. He's going to come by at 12:50. We also have not one, but 2 contests this week. So listen to Pop and Silver as you get ready for the Giants to get their season going underway here in Cincinnati. Lots of opportunities to win, too. I'll tell you about one of those contests right now and the other one on the other side. So first up, you got a chance every day this week, once a day, to win a pair of tickets to see Jackson Brown. That's going to be September 9th at Mountain Winery in Saratoga. All you got to do is tune in between right now and 1 p.m. So the first 3 hours of our show. And when we give the cue to call, different one each day, be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. And you'll win furnished by AEG Golden Voice. Find the official rules at knbr.com. So this one for the Jackson Brown contest, our cue today, Walter, is... Yeah, so that, of course, is the song Stay, which is the song that plays on the outro of The Loadout. And that voice, the high voice you heard, was not Jackson Brown. Jackson Brown comes in at the end. That was David Lindley. So bottom line is the next time you hear that sounder in the show, be caller number 10 into 415-896-KNBR. Let's tell you about our other contest coming up on the other side and continue talking Warriors basketball. It is Pop and Silver starting off the week on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are still without Steph Curry, and it showed in their first game of their road trip in Atlanta. Draymond Green was not having it. He was not a happy camper, and neither was Dub Nation. It's time to sound off. Let us know how you're feeling in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627 to join the conversation on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Bad loss. It's a terrible loss. When you're in a position we got a chance to compete for something. 11 games left with everything to play for. You shouldn't have a loss like this. It's too much on the line. Got to win the games you're supposed to win. Obviously, Steph's out. Still a game we should win. So it's a terrible loss.
Yeah, Draymond Green not mincing words whatsoever after the Golden State Warriors fall to the Atlanta Hawks by a score of 124-115. Warriors still holding on to that number 6 seed. Big thank you to the Oklahoma City Thunder for holding on at the very, very end against the LA Clippers last night. But the Clippers are playing well. They got a tiebreaker on the Golden State Warriors. So it's not just Minnesota that's on their heels. It is also those LA Clippers. Warriors, of course, with the big game tomorrow in Jimmy Butler's return to Miami. Andrew Wiggins, first time seeing his old team, and he went off last night going for 42 points. Heat snap their losing streak. Before we get back in to Warriors basketball here on Papa and Silver, I told you we have a second contest. So Jackson Brown, it is separate from the Jackson Brown contest. If you hear David Lindley and the next time you hear that,
just a little bit longer. You're hitting that high note today. Very good.
I mean, that's one of the best duets I would say any of the shows have ever had on KNBR right there. So you're welcome, Walter. And the second contest is for the Bay Area Panthers indoor football team. If you're getting a little bit of football fever here as we're getting into baseball season later this week, Bay Area Panthers play against the San Diego Strike Force April 6th at the SAP Center in San Jose. No, it is not a San Jose Sharks game on the ice. It is indoor football. Bay Area Panthers, same deal. Different contest. Tune in between now and 1 o'clock all week. When we give the cue to call, be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. It is furnished by the Panthers, and you can find the official rules at knbr.com. Are you ready to bring your outdoor voice indoors? Well, if you want to do so without paying any money, here is the cue to call.
Handoff. Sanders. That's a winner for the Panthers. Carolina ends the season with a victory in Atlanta.
Yeah, shout out to the Carolina Panthers.
Ian Eagle on that call? I think it was Ian Eagle.
That was Ian Eagle calling on Miles Sanders to get the Carolina Panthers to 5-12 with a win over the Atlanta Falcons in a meaningless Week 18 game. Want to go see something more meaningful? Bay Area Panthers. We got Jackson Brown. You could see them. 2 contests all week long. Again, that's 415-896-KNBR. Back to the Golden State Warriors. Well, we're going to find out what the deal with Steph Curry is coming up at some point later today. Jimmy Butler is going to speak. We'll try to get some sound from that turned around to play a little bit later in the show. But the bottom line is, and the cut you heard from Draymond Green coming into that one, well, they came out just a little bit asleep, and the Atlanta Hawks went on. So I believe the score was 19-16. Brandon Podziemski was starting hot offensively, but Atlanta closed the quarter on a 21-7 run with a 19-2 run mixed in there over a 5-minute stretch late in the first quarter. And the Warriors did crank up the intensity from there. But the bottom line is, when you're on the road, you don't have your best player, and you got to be fighting uphill. Well, the reality of the NBA is sometimes it's too much to overcome, and that was the case on Saturday.
Yeah, and they didn't play very well defensively, at least initially in the game and throughout, giving up 124 points and 40 in the first quarter. But for Draymond, he's going to be hard on his team. But a terrible loss. You are on the road against Atlanta. Atlanta won again. They're 35-36. They've won 3 in a row. Right now they're in the play-in in the East, looking to take on Orlando in a 7-8. So they're not like they're a horrible team.
No.
And it is the NBA, and you don't have Steph Curry. And a lot of it was just a lack of flow on both ends of the floor. I mean, they only scored 23 in the first quarter. Without Steph, it just changes Everything. Gravitational pull, the way they play, the way they move the ball. They still got 28 assists versus 10 turnovers, but the shots just weren't the same. Jimmy taking a lot of threes, made just one. Draymond 1 for 4. The rest of the guys, by and large, did make their threes. Trace Jackson-Davis, late in the third quarter, I wish they would play that guy more. Had a huge block shot, came up the floor, missed a bunny. He does miss a lot of makeable shots around the cup. Looks like he should play for Randy Bennett's front line. But he fought through it, and he put the ball back in the basket. So it is what it is. But now, what does it mean for Steph and coming back in Miami? No structural damage. It's a bruise. The fact that he did fly to Miami, I think it was yesterday, he and Celebrini weren't there for the game on Saturday. I think they both went out. So, and we're going to get an update from the Warriors today, and we'll find out when they open up practice. Steph is not scheduled to speak, but you never know, and we'll find out if he did anything today.
So Anthony Slater did just put out there a few minutes ago that Steph practiced today. He's going through an individual workout right now. He's listed as questionable tomorrow for the game against the Heat, and it all depends on how his body responds to the work, but he did go through a practice today.
Well, that's good. I mean, you'd have to see if it's a non-contact practice, what he actually did.
Right.
The word was that I heard he wasn't going to practice at all. Now, it could be individual stuff, and it could be a clearance procedure. With Dr. Celebrini, typically, like when Jonathan Kuminga came back, but he was out forever. He missed 31 games. He was out from January 4th until the Sacramento game a couple of weeks ago. He had to have several 5-on-5 scrimmages. Steph just did this on Thursday night. So he hasn't lost a lot of conditioning. I don't know how much he's moving around with the pelvic contusion, but knowing Steph, he's still getting shots up somehow, some way. So it's whether or not he went through a full practice and what it was, we'll hear from Steve. And again, I don't think Steph's going to talk, but if they are saying questionable, which means how does he feel? But they are going to have an update, I think, later today. And then we'll just find out what they say. The bottom line, is he available? Is he available to play? Has he moved from Dr. Celebrini and the staff, the medical staff there, Drew Yoder, to where it's Steve and the coaching staff making a decision on what to do with him? So, it is what it is when you go on the road like this, Greg. And before Steph got hurt, going into the Toronto game, where he got hurt, we were looking at this road trip and thought, Atlanta, winnable game, Miami, winnable game, New Orleans, winnable game, San Antonio, winnable game. I mean, look at the first 4 on this road trip are teams that are, again, they're going to be in the play-in to some degree, but they're not top-level NBA teams. Certainly New Orleans and San Antonio minus Wembanyama sliding, and the big one would be Memphis. But right now, John Morant is out, and I think he's going to probably be questionable for April Fool's Day at the Grindhouse. You wind it up against the Lakers, who even getting Luka and LeBron back got rolled by Chicago on Saturday night. So it does change the complexion of the road trip. But the bottom line is here. When he landed on Thursday night, it just went, oh. And you see it all the time. I don't know how these basketball players soar so high in the air. And Steph just got thrown down to the floor. But you see a lot of times on, backdoor cuts and alley-oops, and they finish, and then they get undercut, and they land right on their ass or their tailbone or their back, and it's like, whoa, that's a hardwood. You're not landing on a trampoline. How do they bounce back up? When he landed, you could audibly hear it. You could feel it through the television set that he was in pain. He flipped right over, went prone. Drew Yoder came out. He walked up gingerly. I mean, you thought, what the hell did he do? He didn't break anything, so no, nothing's broken, a pelvic or a back. But, man, that's sore. He's just such a great athlete. These athletes can just bounce back from falls like that mere mortals cannot. So, by and large, it's okay. We're going to get past this. He's going to play sometime, whether or not, just saying questionable and not saying he's out. So I think we'll see how they word the evaluation coming up from Dr. Rick via Raymond. Is he available to play? And then we'll just see. We'll see what they say. But he's going to come back at some point. If he had a back injury, now another back injury, a pelvic contusion. Remember when we played last Wednesday, Walters Whip It Out? You had the most important player on the team, minus Steph, Dre, and Jimmy. And I said Dr. Celebrini. And it's not so much Dr. Celebrini knows what he's doing. He's going to do his job. But it's just basically they got to stay healthy. If you lose any one of those 3, it's going to be tough. Yeah. And obviously, if you lose Steph, it's really tough. So they'll bring him back at the proper time. We've gone through this, it seems like every spring. And I don't know if it's right around his birthday or not, before or after. This was a week or so after his birthday when he turned 37. But the good news is we dodged another bullet. He may not be able to play tomorrow night. He may, but the good news is he didn't fracture anything, and he is going to come back to this basketball team at some time.
Yeah, and I know that last week, speaking of last week, when we were talking about where the Warriors were at, and they had that loss to Denver when they didn't have Jokic, Murray, Christian Brown, I said that this was kind of a good demonstration of why it's really important to get to that 6th seed, because you just don't want to mess around with extra games. You don't want the extra wear and tear on older players. That said, looking at it now from the perspective of Steph Curry suffering the pelvic contusion, having to miss at least a game, we'll see what happens tomorrow. You also want your guys to be right. And I was thinking about 2022 very much so, where a very different injury. Marcus Smart fell on him. He had the sprained foot, missed some time there, and they were obviously holding a 2-3 seed kind of range. It ended up being the 3 for that playoff run, so not quite fighting to be out of that play-in tournament. But, Steph Curry missed some time. They had to make sure he was right, because ultimately when they got into the playoffs, you saw how much they relied on him to go and get past that Boston team, even after everything he did to get to the finals. So if you want to be the best version of yourself and take it as far as you can, you got to have maximized health as well. We'll see how it goes for Steph Curry, but the good news is no structural damage to this point. We got Justice De Los Santos joining us at 10:50, so we can get back into the Dubs a little bit later, but also want to get ready for some Giants baseball as they are coming up. Opening day on the road in Cincinnati will be Thursday. We got the Giants Roundtable. We have a short show on Thursday, so Mike Holler said, I got a solution, guys. I'm going to make you do 2 extra hours, and here's the catch. You got to do it with Dirty Work and Murph and Marcus. So really trying to wear us out midweek. It's going to be the true hump day test. Let's get into the Giants, the injuries, the roster changes, and then catch up with Justice De Los Santos of the San Jose Mercury News at 10:50. All coming your way. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
There's a liner to right coming on Encarnacion. He dives and he cannot make the catch. And Encarnacion is still down. He looks hurt.
You know, he was putting himself in a position of getting quite a few at-bats, and rightly so. Based on what we saw last year, based on what we saw this spring, there's a lot to like. Power dynamic, play the infield a little bit first, play the outfield, DH. Sometimes it's tough for guys to DH, and he was good at it, so this stings some. And I feel bad for him because the road that he's taken to get to the big leagues, this is probably going to be as good opportunity as he's ever had.
Such a positive spring in so many ways. It was kind of a downer to see Gerard Encarnacion with the injury, and I guess you guys said today he's going to have some surgery on that finger.
Yeah, we'll get some more information on the timetable after the surgery's done, but yeah, it's a real bummer. I mean, he was having a great spring, and we were really looking forward to him getting significant at-bats at the big league level, and I had to remind myself, you know, the night he was injured, I was in a bad mood, and it hits hard. He's well-liked in our clubhouse, and look, he's not going to miss the whole season. He should be back and healthy and ready to go, and certainly excited about him getting in the lineup at some point because he was having a great spring.
Yeah, lots of Giants headlines we can get into, but want to focus on a piece of news that we got at St. Lee's 9 to 9, about an hour after the show. Gerard Encarnacion, we knew about the injury. We did not yet know about the surgery. There you heard the call from Joe Rizzo on the play where he went for the ball, injured his hand, and broke the index finger. And then we had Zach Manassian on the broadcast as well talking about it, saying it's tough. He's had a great spring, but only going to be out 4 to 5 weeks, so it's not entirely the end of the world. That said, Papa, not the time to be racking up the injuries as the Giants put together a really nice spring, and Gerard Encarnacion, one of the big pieces of that, was certainly going to get a good amount of bats at the DH slot to start the year. Now he's going to have to wait into a month and a half or so.
And for him personally, this would have been his first chance to make a major league roster out of spring training. He's never made that before. He's had to endure a lot, including a trip to the Mexican League, and we saw, you know, his numbers in the Mexican League when he went to Sacramento. Wow, what kind of power this guy had. They brought him up, and remember they traded Jorge Soler for like a week. They said Marco Luciano would be the DH, and then there was a Friday where they began to change the roster a lot after they lost that series to Atlanta, 3-1, and Encarnacion came up, and big-time power the other way. Not a great outfielder, not horrible, but diving for the ball, just an awkward land, and the broken finger. So he's having surgery, I think, right now, today. So we'll see the update. I mean, 4-6 weeks for the broken finger is optimistic. It's hard to grip a bat, so we'll see.
And it was his ring finger, not his index finger. I think I accidentally said index finger to begin the segment.
Yeah,
so
I mean, well, there's also an injury involving Hayden Birdsong. Listening to Dave, they had a blister on that finger, which we'll get to. So, yeah, it's his ring finger on his left hand. But anyway, immediately you would say just give Wilmer the DH at-bats. And I think against Hunter Green Thursday in the opener, because Wilmer is a trusted veteran. Wilmer Flores had a terrible year last year. Because he was hurt. He had a knee injury, didn't have his legs. But go back and look at his time with the Giants. I mean, the year before, he won the Willie Mack Award, 23 home runs, one of the best years he's had. And there was a time when he was a younger player, you could knock the bat out of his hands when he was a Met. I remember him watching him come up, and, you know, then he just started to turn around and drive the ball with power. He's a great hitter when he's right. So right away, you would say, just give Wilmer the DH at-bats. It's a right-on-right trade. But what you lose then is one of the best pinch hitters available off the bench. And not a lot of guys can pinch hit. Wilmer Flores, now the DH rolls like 4 pinch hit appearances, but you can strategically, you know, bring him in against a certain lefty and pull out a lefty late in the game. You know, Yastrzemski or Lamont would be the obvious one. So if you put Wilmer and let him just play every day as your DH, then you lose that pinch hit component. So we'll ask Justice that, you know, that's you would think is the way they would go. But, you know, again, you do lose that pinch hit value, and he's such a great pinch hitter. You come into an extra inning game or any late game scenario, you need a fly ball You talk about situational hitting. This guy does it better than anybody on the team. So, do you want to do that? Do you want to give those at-bats to somebody else? I'm not sure who that somebody else would be. They got to make roster decisions here. They're going to trade Casey Schmidt. Are they going to trade David Villar? I mean, what are you going to get back for those guys? They are right-handed hitters. The other thing, watching the game last night, we listened to Flam and FP on KNBR. We also, Zach Beirut, he's a really good play-by-play announcer. AAA Sacramento, he's been down in the AAA level for a long time. One day he does deserve a break to be in the major leagues. And Steve Sack's going to join us at 12:30. Steve is a friend, obviously, with the A's and Dodger, Yankee throughout his career. He's from Sacramento. He's going to work some A's games on radio this year with them going to West Sac. But just watching Jung-Hoo Lee, right away his first at bat, he doubled, a clean double against Keaton Wynn in the Gap, got out of the box well. And the feed, frankly, we got from the CW, Channel 31 in Sacramento. They lost the high home camera about 3 innings into the game. I'm texted Zach, and I said, yeah, camera, I can't watch the game without a high home camera. Well, they had the high home, but they didn't have the center field camera to give the pitcher-batter confrontation. So, wow, it's hard to watch, like we're doing minor league baseball again. Anyway, Jung-Hoo looked good getting out of the box. There was a ball in left center, and some of the sight lines last night in that ballpark in West Sac, it was a twilight game. 5:07 first pitch. It was gnarly. Got shadow and sunlight. I'm not sure why he didn't catch that ball in left center, Jung-Hoo Lee. I texted Zach, should he have caught it? He said, yeah, he should have. Maybe he's worried about, smacking into a wall. Maybe it's the back. I don't know. So my thought would be with Encarnacion, just play Wilmer more at DH. But I think, do you want to put Grant McCray on the roster just for defense later in games? Maybe not for Jung-Hoo, but you got to protect Jung-Hoo. If his back tightens up in the middle of a game on Thursday, and who knows what the weather's going to be like, you may have to have another. And would you like another left-handed hitter? He's the best fly ball chaser left on the team, referring to Grant McCray. I'm not going to be concerned about Jung-Hoo Lee. We'll ask Steve Sachs what he saw on that play. It was funky. It was tough to see, not just because they took away my center field camera, because of the sight lines, but then referring to the center field camera, and they had it early in the game when Landon Roop was on the mound. Landon Roop he's got to be your fifth starter. There is no doubt. Mm-hmm. And we'll talk to Steve about it. Sachs did mention him dropping down, and I texted Zach because he saw Landon Roop obviously at AAA as we did last year in the big leagues. But did Landon Roop drop down 3/4 as much last year as he's doing this year? And I got to look at the video. If he makes the team, we'll look at it before his start in Houston. But he's dropping down and slinging the ball. He's added a changeup. He's added some other pitches to go along with it. Steve was calling his breaking ball a slider. It really is more of a curveball, obviously, but from that arm slot. Anyway, I think it was unfair, and Flam mentioned it repeatedly on radio. They couldn't see. When you start these games at 5:07, you got no backdrop. A lot of it was just how many swings and misses did he get last? He was a little wild in the game. He walked 3 where he hadn't been walking people at all. But he looked fine. He looks poised on the mound as a starting pitcher. And then, curiously, they brought Hayden Birdsong in behind. So judge a man by his actions, not his words. Why'd they do that? Let's just see if Birdie can handle the bullpen. He didn't handle it well. He had a hard time throwing strikes. He was all over the place. He was out quickly. And then, as he walked off the mound, he went over to J.P. Martinez, FP reported, and said there's something wrong with his index finger. That's the power finger when you're pitching on the right hand, so you may have a blister there. So the decision may be made in itself that Roop would be your fifth starter. I don't think you put Birdsong into the bullpen. You got too many arms. You got guys.
I wouldn't want to.
Figueroa blows 101. You sent down Sean Jelly.
Right.
They've got a lot of arms in that bullpen. They don't need a young guy who needs to pitch and continue to build up innings and be a starter. Hayden Birdsong is a starting pitcher in the big leagues. Now, if he could be, like K-Rod or something, come up and just blow everybody away and you make him a setup guy, but you got guys that can do that, and I think the blister may just take him out. Kyle Harrison got scratched. He may go against the Tigers here. So we'll talk to Justice for All just about, what do they do without Encarnacion? It's easy to say, Wilmer, you just DH every day. Now, because we had a problem. You can't get in the lineup every day. Now we can. But then, damn, who's our veteran pinch hitter off the bench? if we, do that. And then what are them? Grant McCray? Do they, Casey Schmidt make the team? They trade Casey Schmidt? Do they trade David Villar? And I think it's obvious just watching the game, as long as I did have the center field camera to be actually able to see what the hell the pitches were. You're killing me, Rudy. No, I love Zach. But isn't it obvious that Landon Roop's going to be your 5th starter here?
I would think so, based on the fact that he started and that Hayden Birdsong came out of the bullpen. And it was a little bit of an experiment. I was a little bit surprised to see Sean Jelly get optioned to AAA because I'm wondering what they're going to do in terms of a long relief now. Mike Krukow was on this morning. He brought up Spencer Bivens. I would not want to see Hayden Birdsong be in a position like that because I think he has the stuff to be a starter. Not to mention he struggled from the bullpen yesterday. And then with Encarnacion, you got to start thinking about who you're putting in for some at-bats. Is Luis Matos an option? Wilmer Flores, I don't like as a full-time DH because as much as we've seen the good from Lamont and Wilmer, part of why they're in this platoon situation is because they have not been everyday guys when their bodies have taken a little wear and tear over the last year in particular. They really struggled. Wilmer obviously looking to get more to 2023 Wilmer when he was one of your team's best hitter, if not the best hitter on the squad. And Lamont, the on-base percentage is great, but when he had that hamstring injury last year, he was not running the same, and he was never the same. So let's catch up with Justice De Los Santos, get into the roster decisions. Kyle Harrison, option to AAA. Sean Jelly, option to AAA. Sam Huff will be the backup catcher. And Jung-Hoo Lee did get a double back in the lineup, but how is his back holding up ahead of opening day? Just 3 days away. Justice De Los Santos joins Pop and Silver next on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on? Papa and Silver hanging out with you to kick off the week here. We got Giants baseball coming up on Thursday. Opening day in Cincinnati, then a day off, and then they play over the weekend. So we've had a long spring to analyze. The roster is starting to round into form, and it's a great time to catch up with our friend of the San Jose Mercury News, Justice De Los Santos. Been on a couple times. Looking forward to talking a lot of baseball coming up throughout the summer. And he joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. Justice, how's it going?
Doing well. Appreciate y'all for having me as always. And hey, for that off day after opening day, looking at that forecast, it might be we might not get the off day. We might have to do some schedule rearranging here, but we'll see. We'll see. Happy to be back in the Bay Area for the time being, though.
Yeah, no, we were talking about that. I was talking about it with Mike Holler, our program director, about 30 minutes before the show. He goes, yeah, so Friday in Cincinnati, it's 72 with also a slight chance of thunderstorms. So we're, every which way in between. But you're right, Justice. There might not be an off day come Friday here, and we'll see how it all goes with the rotation and everything. But good to start evaluating the Giants regardless as they round into form and unfortunately get out of form if we're talking about injuries like a Gerard Encarnacion. And I guess that's where we'll start. Big news over the weekend and a real bummer for him personally and for the team to miss 4 to 5 weeks coming up, getting surgery on that left index finger with the break playing in the outfield. So, Gerard Encarnacion, he's going to be able to come back, get some at-bats at the DH. He had a tremendous spring. The question now becomes, what's the best path out of this one? Is Wilmer Flores likely to be close to a full-time DH? Does it open the door for Luis Matos to get at-bats? We could also talk about Grant McCray being on this team as a backup for Jung-Hoo Lee, but what do you see as the immediate ripple effect, Justice, for Gerard Encarnacion having to miss the first month plus here?
Yeah, before getting into the roster implications, I just want to kind of highlight how brutal this is for Gerard because it hasn't been a straight line drive to him to get to the majors. I think it was 6 seasons of the minors. When he debuted in 22, it wasn't great. Didn't play in 23, had to go to the Mexican League to get back to this point. This was going to be his first opening day. So for him to, this late in the spring have to deal with this injury is pretty brutal. But as far as the roster implications, there's a couple different ways that you can go with it. I was of the opinion that Wilmer was probably going to be the opening day DH regardless, just out of respect for the seniority. I was forecasting that it was going to be Wilmer and Gerard. Now that Gerard's not going to be in the mix, I think the likeliest path as far as splitting those reps at DH might be Matos. So if Matos kind of gets elevated, or not elevated, has to fill more into Gerard's role, it's kind of what do they do with, this extra spot they didn't anticipate having? You could go Casey Schmidt. You could go Grant McCray. I think that they would lean more so toward McCray because that gives them the opportunity. Like if Jung-Hoo needs a day, if Yastrzemski needs a day, if Elliott needs a day, he can play all 3 of those positions. So we still have a couple days to try to determine whether or how that's going to shake out. But again, going back to the original point, just a brutal blow for Gerard, especially given, what he was able to do in the Winter League, what he was able to do this spring, and what it was lining up that he was going to be able to do this season.
Yeah, Justice. One domino certainly is who takes the Encarnacion DH at bats, and Wilmer, could take a lot of those. They could also share it with Lamont Wade Jr. And have Wilmer play first base more, depending on how many righties versus lefties you face. But also, they need a roster spot now. And Jung-Hoo Lee looked fine last night. Misplayed a ball in left center, but I think he's fine. But we'll see how he comes out of the night if he plays tomorrow and then flies long flight to Cincinnati and has to go on Thursday. Does the Encarnacion broken finger open it up for Grant McCray to be on the roster in some form? Certainly with Jung-Hoo Lee, not a starter, but a backup, a guy who could pinch run, could also come in and play defense. What do you think they do with the overall open roster spot now?
I think before the Encarnacion injury, it would have made the most sense for McCray to begin the season in AAA. He did have, flash some of the power, some of the speed, but, the 43.1% strikeout rate just wasn't exactly the greatest in the world. That would have been the worst mark in the majors by a long shot. But with that open roster spot, I do think it makes a lot of sense to have him on this opening day roster now, especially as you kind of want to have as much flexibility as possible, try to do as much things as possible. I think having McCray gives you a lot of flexibility. If Yastrzemski needs a day, if Jung-Hoo needs a day, between the two of having Matos and McCray, there's a lot of different things that you can do. It's kind of going to be interesting to see how exactly this shakes out. I wouldn't exactly count Casey Schmidt out of it as well, some of his versatility around the infield, but I would personally lean more so towards McRae as kind of that fourth, fifth outfielder, however you want to categorize him.
Yeah, it's kind of what we were picking up on when we talked to Dave Fleming last week, and he said that he thinks the Giants, regardless of who's available, who's out there, they're going to try to win games by their aspiring identity of defense, and Grant McRae probably gives you the best advantage there, although he's got to find a way to cut down the strikeout rates as he gets more big league reps as well. We're talking to Justice De Los Santos here on the UMA guest line. Now, one of the other moves that happened over the weekend was Sean Jelly getting optioned to AAA, and this was a guy that got a lot of usage last year as a long-form reliever, and I'm just kind of wondering if you see the kind of solution here as, is it Spencer Bivens that you think could fill the role as a long-term replacement? Maybe even a Hayden Birdsong if they give the starting fifth starting spot to Landon Roop now that we saw Birdsong pitch in relief in Sacramento. I mean, I don't know if I personally like that, but Sean Jelly's certainly a long-form reliever who's now not going to be on the roster come opening day. How do you see Bob Melvin working around this one?
I think if you're kind of looking at the domino effect here, when we asked Melvin during spring training, when we were talking about Birdsong, Roop, and Harrison, and this was before that it was announced that Harrison was optioned, if two of those guys could make the opening day roster, one as a starter, one as a reliever, that was definitely a possibility. And despite Roop being the one to start yesterday and despite him pitching as well as he did, I personally think Roop as that kind of reliever makes the most sense. And if Jelly's the one being optioned, I think that opens up the door for Roop because there would be a little redundancy there as far as Jelly and Roop both being multi-inning guys. I don't think you need multiple multi-innings guys. I think that paves the way for Birdsong to be in the rotation. And then as far as filling out the bullpen, if we go the first seven guys being Roop, Walker, Duvall, Miller, Trevino, I'm forgetting somebody in there. I would say Bivens, that opens up the door for Bivens. That might open up a door for Joel Peguero, who was the Barney Nugent Award winner, was hitting 102 in spring, was hitting 101 from his first bullpen onward. So I would say as far as who this helps getting onto that opening day roster the most, I would say it's between Bivens and Peguero, with Roop potentially lining up to be that multi-innings guy. And despite Birdsong not starting yesterday, Birdsong being the fifth starter in the rotation.
Justice, you were talking about Casey Schmidt being in the mix, and I certainly think that's a possibility to make the club as a 26 man. Would you put him and Brent Wisely on together? But the interesting thing is Casey still has options, so they could send him down, as many times as they want. There's a bit of a max on that since Farhan wore that rule out for several years. But we're hearing a lot of rumblings about teams looking to trade for Casey Schmidt, including the Yankees may be involved in him. And then David Villar is out of options. So if they don't put him on the 26-man roster, he has to be DFA'd. So what do you think happens to Casey and David Villar?
I think Casey would probably start the season with AAA Sacramento. I think and this calculus does get impacted with Gerard, but I think that going into the season, it would be probably in the Giants' best interest to have at least one left-handed bat. That was the case with Wisely before Gerard. Now with Gerard, they might have two, depending on where they go with Grant. But with VR in particular, he is out of options. I'd had the chance to talk to him early this spring. And Melvin has mentioned, too, that, it's not the worst thing in the world if somebody is out of options and you kind of have to play the team's hand. If you play well, they put you on the roster. If not, there might be a possibility for him to play elsewhere. I currently, at this juncture, don't see VR, even with the Encarnacion injury, leaning towards making that opening day roster, but I could foresee a path to him getting DFA'd, him getting picked up by another team, and him having success elsewhere. It's just one of those tricky situations where it's when you have Chapman, when you have Adames, when you have Lamont at first base and Eldridge coming in the pipeline, there isn't really a clear path for him to make that opening day roster. So if we see David Villar in another uniform sometime in the next couple of months, I personally would not be surprised.
Talking to Justice De Los Santos here, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Now, Justice, you've been around the team all spring, and I don't really love the whole, spring doesn't really matter talk. It's like there's a fine line for sure. I mean, sure, Cactus League champions for the Giants might not indicate that they finished third, second, or first in their division. But that said, there's also a lot of value to be gathered from the spring, and Gerard Encarnacion was someone at the top of that list. That's what we opened up this interview talking about. I just kind of wonder if from your perspective and being around the team, you're sensing somewhat of an organizational philosophy change with where spring, you might not focus too much on the stats, but there's also a level of accountability. I'm talking about someone like a Peguero and the way he pitched, possibly making the roster. And then somebody also like a Kyle Harrison who had a little bit of a setback getting set down to AAA despite, him being the name and the shining gold of a high prospect in the past. Just kind of wondering if you can feel like there's an organizational change that wasn't there in the past regime.
I obviously can't speak to the team in past years, obviously, this being my first year on the beat. But it's funny, when we were talking to Logan Webb after his final start, I think Webb said something to the effect of, he was talking to other guys like that have won World Series, and it's like, how much of a correlation is there between wins and losses in spring training and actual regular season success? They were like, there is not a lot of correlation. But I think if you go beyond the wins and losses themselves, I think there is a lot to be taken there. I haven't checked the numbers in a while, but the last time I checked, the Giants were leading the league, all of spring training rather, in strikeout to walk rate. That's something that's especially noteworthy given I think they ranked in the 20s last year. Their performance with runners in scoring position, they're more of a willingness to steal. So I think even aside from the wins and losses themselves, I think that there is a lot to be taken as far as, on the positive side. As far as organizational philosophy, I think that with Peguero and Harrison, I think they're all kind of circumstantial. I know, like, Harrison, it's especially brutal in his circumstance, kind of similar to Girard. And he's not going to be out for a couple of months, but, he pitched the second most innings for the Giants last year, was kind of lined up to be that fifth guy, and then loses 10 to 15 pounds and is kind of never really in the fifth rotation spot or in the competition, as Melvin said, because of how far behind he was. And Peguero, I think if memory serves correct, he's the only non-roster guy still here. So he's definitely pitched his way into that equation. But I think with those two in particular, it's a bit circumstantial. But going back to the general idea, I personally never take too much stock in the spring training wins and losses. I don't know if, even going to the American League, if the Blue Jays are kind of the projected guys to come out of there. But there are things to be taken as when you kind of dive into the minutia as far as specific things that they were doing really well.
Yeah, 19-6-4 will throw out the game against Sacramento, their AAA affiliate last night. It's still impressive, but we remember the 85 Giants years ago had the best record in spring training and lost 100 games that year, so it is not a direct correlation. But you do see a path where we understand how Buster Posey's baseball team wants to play. And obviously fundamentals, winning at the margins, pitching and defense and base running and all that. My question is offense. Giants in spring, and it's hard to judge in Arizona because breaking balls don't break and fly balls fly. But they did at .279, fifth best batting average in the majors, and their ops, more importantly, was third best as far as driving the ball. We kind of assume, although we got to be careful about that they're going to pitch and they're going to catch the ball. We'll see. But offensively, Arizona led the league in scoring last year, runs per game. The Dodgers were number 2. San Diego was number 5. Where are they, do you think, offensively? And obviously you add Willie Adames and the money you're paying him to hit number 2, Jung-Hoo Lee hitting 3, and Matt Chapman 4. So they have bought 2, 3, and 4 hitters to juice this offense, Justice. Have they juiced it enough, do you think?
I think in order to get to that level of an Arizona or an LA or even a San Diego, there's going to have to be a lot of things that go right. Obviously, Jung-Hoo Lee incorporating into the lineup, that's going to be big for them. Willie Adames, if he's able to provide anything near to what he did last year, if Patrick Bailey is able to have a full season offensively, if Lamont and Wilmer are able to be healthy, there's going to be a lot of things that need to go right for this team offensively. And because there needs to be a lot of things to go right, I think that their, floor is a little lower compared to the Dodgers and the Padres and the Diamondbacks, where, like, you look at the Dodgers, like Mookie, he's down to 157 pounds, and that's probably going to impact him for the next couple of months. But they're able to sustain that just because of the level of talent that they have. Kind of looking at the guys to be in the mix this year for the Giants, I'm personally very, very high on both Jung-Hoo and, unfortunately, Girard with the injury. With Jung-Hoo, the one thing I point out is the contact rate. The only guys that made contact more than him last year, albeit small sample size, were Luis Arias and Stephen Kwan. And even at that, Jung-Hoo was hitting the ball harder than them by 3 miles an hour. So if you combine, he never got that chance to really tap into some of that power that he had in the KBO. If you allow him that full season to get comfortable, I think he's going to be very, very above average offensively. And then Girard. There's not a lot of guys that can hit the ball harder than him. And again, he had a lot of momentum with the Winter League and spring training, and I kind of foresaw a path where he could have been their full-time DH at some point in the year. And, again, very unfortunate. But if you just look at some of the batted ball metrics, the swing path, he's sharing company with the likes of Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani. And hitting the ball hard isn't the end-all, be-all. I've heard that a lot when I was covering the Pirates, and especially with O'Neill. People like to remind me a lot about that on Twitter, but it's not nothing. And hitting the ball hard and bat speed, and even going back to Jung-Hoo with contact rate, those are things that are very, very difficult to fake. You can fake a 300 batting average for a couple months. You can't fake contact rate. You can't fake hitting the ball hard. So those are two guys that I'm really high on, and I can foresee a path where this is the baseline of this level of offense is a lot higher compared to previous seasons.
Yeah, and they're going to need to find ways to get offense when you look at who they got in their division and the amount of wins that those teams are projected outside of Colorado. Talking to Justice De Los Santos here, and the thing about opening day, it's coming up. We're all excited, but if the Giants want to have a shot at getting into the playoffs, the opening day roster is probably going to be considerably different from what we see toward the end of the year if they're still playing baseball into October. And I guess what I want to ask is, I'm a little bit concerned about the depth as a whole, and that was highlighted with Jung-Hoo Lee and getting the MRI on the back and everything, and you just mentioned how you're high on him when he's healthy. Should Giants fans be concerned about the lack of left-handed bats as well? I mean, you talk about Jung-Hoo Lee. If he's hurt, you take that away. Grant McCray has got some potential, but strikes out a lot. Wisely's another guy that can hit lefty. Patrick Bailey sometimes. Yaz has sort of been up and down, but they're facing Hunter Green, a really hard right-handed thrower, coming up on opening day. Is the lack of lefty bats something that concerns you at all, or are you just focused on staying healthy and putting the ball in play anyway, how righty or lefty?
It definitely should be something to monitor. And looking at, Buster Posey's first offseason as president of baseball operations, there were the two big moves of signing Willie Adames and Justin Verlander. But as far as, those ancillary depth pieces, the Giants didn't really acquire. Well, they didn't acquire anybody to kind of fill out those margins. They did bring in Jake Lamb as an NRI guy, but he hasn't been in the majors for a little while. So that, I feel like that was an area of the offseason where the Giants could have taken a little bit more advantage of. And as you mentioned, they're in a situation where, we kind of saw it a little bit where if Jung-Hoo Lee's down, like, what do? Do they just have to go to Matzos and McCray, which, they've expressed a lot of belief in those young guys, but the track record isn't exactly there compared to a veteran bat that you might be able to pick up in free agency. So it is something to monitor as we get along over the course of the season. I remember a GM once telling me that when you enter a season, you kind of have to expect 10 things going potentially wrong. And we kind of got a glimpse of this with Jung-Hoo Lee and kind of trying to figure out what the domino effects are. We're kind of seeing it now with Gerard and where we go from there. So as far as the opening day roster, I'm not particularly, sounding any alarm bells, but as we get into the season, guys wear down, guys go through struggles. It is going to be one of those areas where you do have to wonder, is the inability to, acquire some of those established veteran bench bats that a lot of really good teams have, is that going to impact them going forward?
The boys are back in town. You're back. The boys are back. We got exhibition baseball, not Giants and A's. Very weird. Didn't even have that last night in Sacramento. It's Giants against Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch's Detroit Tigers, Landon. But they are back at 3rd and King. So what are the big storylines you're going to be seeking out when you go to the Yard today and tomorrow before the flight to Cincinnati?
I've actually got a blow before these two couple of games. They're saying let's rest up for Cincinnati there. But I'll be watching from afar. And I think the one, just kind of a fun storyline is whether or not, Tarek Skubal is around to talk about teaching Robbie Ray to change up. But as far as, the storylines for these games in particular, I think it's more so just setting the roster, less about the games in particular. Where do they go with the bullpen? Do they go Bivens or Peguero? They've set backup catcher. So at this point, it's kind of just saying, when do they finalize this roster? That's my biggest question. Do we have to wait until we get to Cincinnati to see whether it's going to be McCray or Schmidt or Peguero or Bivens, or do we get that announcement sometime over the next couple of days? Because, until the Harrison or Gerard and even extends Harrison, until we got that news, it'd been a pretty relaxed spring. It obviously gotten picked up a little more intense over these last couple of days, but those are the main things I'm going to look out for. Just do they set that roster, and do we get everybody to Cincinnati healthy?
Justice, thanks so much for coming on with us as always. You said it, your first year on the beat, and it's my first year at least in this chair. So couple of rookies just trying to make a big league splash there in McCovey Cove, but looking forward to seeing you out at the yard and doing this in person a lot more. And, of course, having you on KNBR with Papa and Silver.
Appreciate y'all for having me. Appreciate y'all for having me.
Thank you, Justice.
Appreciate
having you.
Yeah, no, he's the best. And
I don't see rain in the forecast Thursday. I don't have Dwayne Kuiper's weather apps. He's got like 10 of them. I see rain for Friday on the off day, but I see 56 degrees, cloudy for Thursday. You seeing something different for Cincinnati on opening day?
No, opening day I saw about 58 degrees, but we were saying that Friday was so nice that we almost wondered if they were going to move it from the off day. I don't think that'll be the case.
Move what?
Move one of the Saturday-Sunday games to Friday.
They're not doing that, brother. They are not moving a Saturday-Sunday game to a Friday game. Plus, it may rain there. It'll be Thursday opening day. You got me a little worried there. They're not going to change the schedule. What do you think? They're going to go Thursday and play a 4-game series or something? It's fine.
I think they're going to get it all out of the way by Friday if it's such a nice day. Thursday, doubleheader, and then leave the weekend
I don't see
wide
rain
open.
in the forecast. Friday, it'll rain. That's the one day. Thursday's fine. Saturday's fine. Sunday could be a rain, but you got to deal with it. That's life in the Midwest. When's the last time the Giants opened a season in Cincinnati? I can't recall them ever.
That's a good question. I know Cincinnati, I think this is I read this over the weekend, 25th year in a row with a right-handed starter on opening day, I think is what they're going for with Hunter Green. So there you have it. That's why I had to ask about the lefty bats with Justice De Los Santos. And you can read him in the San Jose Mercury News, does a fantastic job, and also is really on top of it on social media with all the updates as well. So really great to have him as well. And Roxy Bernstein is going to come by at 11:30. So coming up, we'll do a little bit of a recap of what we saw over the weekend. We got off the air on Friday, and the St. Mary's Gales were looking like they weren't going to be playing a second game. They ultimately rallied and did, but they fell to Alabama, and it was no fried calamari. The Johnnies could not put the ball in the hoop, and they went down. So let's get into that before we have Roxy Bernstein join the show. Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are still without Steph Curry, and it showed in their first game of their road trip in Atlanta. Draymond Green was not having it. He was not a happy camper, and neither was Dub Nation. It's time to sound off. Let us know how you're feeling in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627 to join the conversation on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here to begin the new week and also ask, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area, sometimes not even based in this state? That's not the case at all with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years, and we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you right here where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, just know that your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Because over the past year, well, unfortunately, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in any no-fault injury accident. And the Bay Area is busy. You know this. You take Bart into work, you're driving, you're trying to swerve around a Tesla or a Prius. Well, we got everybody, including children, playing all around us. And please be careful, because we got to work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. But if something does happen, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Maryland needs one bucket to keep its season alive. Gillespie from the out of bounds to the freshman Queen who's driving, floats it. Oh! Maryland on the right side of a buzzer beater with life into the Sweet 16.
That was Maryland's Derek Queen. Hasn't been the most dramatic tournament to this point. Haven't had many buzzer beaters. In fact, that might have been our first buzzer beater to hit at 0-0 on the clock. But Maryland avoids the upset from Colorado State. We have a double-digit seed in the Sweet 16. That was Arkansas upsetting St. John's. Outside of that, no seed lower than 10 has gotten into the second round. It's been a whole lot of chalk, and in theory, that'll make for some great matchups coming up. I watched Arizona-Oregon start to finish last night. That had some high drama. Started at 19-4. Oregon getting out to a lead, then Arizona quickly came back, gave it a push, and then it was really dicey and down to the wire. We're going to have Arizona face Duke on Thursday. Sweet 16, Chase Center, West Region, coming here
and the
on
Maryland
Thursday.
Terrapins will be coming out. They'll be coming from the east to the west to take on Todd Golden's Florida Gators, and they had to battle, but in the end, they just took the game over at the end. And then obviously We're not going to have a Rick Pitino and a St. John. So many New Yorkers had reached out to me about coming out to watch. It will not be fried calamari or calipari or sautéed or stuffed, whatever. I mean, St. John's just couldn't shoot the ball, and we knew that going in, but their defense was good enough to get them in the first round. But Coach Rick said it, they just can't shoot. So we got Arkansas and Coach Calipari, which will be interesting. Last time the regionals came to Chase Center, it was Eric Musselman and Pig Suey taking his shirt off. So we'll get Muss on later in the week. They're going to take on Texas Tech. The one thing, just watching the games, and St. Mary's was the one we watched from start to finish and rewound it at every time, and it just they can't shoot the ball. It is really hard. You know, they're really good in so many ways, a Randy Bennett team, the way they play defense, the way they're strong on the front line, the way they handle the ball. They play basketball the right way, but except they have a hard time putting the ball in the basket. And it's not just the three-point shooting. Again, 3 for 14 yesterday at Rocket Arena, but overall they were at 34% from the floor. They missed so many layups around the cup. What is going on? A strong post-up, go to your strong hand, and just missed the shot. Just couldn't bank it in, dunk the ball. And also, they couldn't guard. When was the last time a Randy Bennett team? I think you have to go back to 2022, giving up 80 points in a game, 42 in the first half and 38 in the second. They gave up 80? Wow. And they're just not going to shoot well enough. So it is disappointing. We'll talk to Rox. Rox did the Big 12. He didn't do the March Madness. CBS kind of monopolizes it all. So the talk is the conferences. You know, the SEC, half of their schools still alive with 7. We'll talk to Roxy about the Big 12's 4, and the Big 10. We had Guy Haberman on. They've got 4, and then you got 1 from the ACC, and it's Duke. So it's a record low, 4 conferences represented in the Sweet 16, and they're all, you know, the big boys here, you know, the power conferences. So, you know, Gonzaga didn't make it. You know, they didn't go in for the first time in years into the Sweet 16. So at this point, with St. Mary's out, you know, we're a little melancholy about West Coast basketball. We'll root for Bear down in Arizona. But now you start looking at, you know, draftable players for the NBA, and the Warriors traded their pick to get Jimmy Butler, so you're probably not going to have a pick. But just watching Cooper Flagg, you know, I had watched him, kind of glancing at him here and there throughout the season when you have time, but it's hard. It's like college football. You know, we'll condense and get ready for the NFL draft coming up. By the way, today's March 24th, so the draft is 1 month away. It's April 24th. The Niners on the clock at number 11 total picks. So we kind of condense it all because we're so busy on Saturdays getting ready for Sunday that we don't watch much college football and just we don't watch much college basketball. We watch Cooper Flagg. We glanced at him here and there. Boy, and I even asked you the other day when we were at St. Lee's party and all the coaches there, is he that good a player? Man, is he a good player. Fundamentally sound. And I mean, his dad played, his mom played. He just does everything correctly for a one-and-done freshman kid. Wow. He doesn't shoot the ball great. The three-point line is different from the college line, and they changed the three-point line after the pandemic in college, but he'll have to adjust. You put him in an NBA skill program, draft and development, he's going to be a knockdown shooter. His screen setting, the way he helps on defense, I mean, look at every category of a box score. Blocks, steals, assists, and then if you just need him to face up and beat a guy off a dribble, he can do that. He gets to the free throw line. He had a couple of bad misses in the game, but my God, is he a special player. I'm not going to say he's Larry Bird. He reminds me a lot of Tom Gugliotti. If you remember Tom from years ago when the Warriors wound up making a trade to get him. Tom had a good career, excellent career, just a guy at his size. I mean, you got small forwards like KD that goes 6'13". This guy's 6'9". Maybe still growing, but just fundamentally sound like the Dukies are. And you're not, Grant Hill hanging around school for a while. You're one and done. But, man, Greg, I was really impressed with Cooper Flagg. He is going to be a tremendous NBA player. Now, who can get him? Washington gets him, puts him with Jordan Poole together.
Charlotte could get him.
Gets him. They could flip the franchise. I wonder if the Utah Jazz get him, what would they do with Lauri Markkanen? This guy's way better than Lauri Markkanen. I don't know. Offensively, he's going to score like Lauri right away in the NBA, but he guards way better. He just helps in so many ways. He would be a great Warrior. Could you imagine? You're not going to get him, obviously. But just the way he sets a screen, the way he moves his body, the way he plays, he looks like an NBA player. There's been a lot of guys that have been rushed to the league that just weren't ready. And a lot, going back to an earlier era with LeBron and Kobe right from high school. This guy, normally, like the reason the Warriors run the league is that Steph, Clay, and Dre stayed in school 3 and 4 years. So you always like that development. He'll develop in the NBA, but wow, Duke looks like... I got Duke in Florida. That's the only thing I've got still alive. All my other teams are out. I got that in the championship game. We'll root for Todd Golden, but Duke is so well coached, obviously, with John Shire taking over for Kay. But Cooper Flagg is all that. What a tremendously skilled player in every regard that guy is.
Cooper Flagg is the real deal. We saw him play against the Olympic team with the U17 squad, or the under squad, with Trace Jackson-Davis and Randy Pajemski, and he was playing last year, and I was like, gosh, this guy is so much better when you look at the draft class that was out of last NBA. And to your point, Papa, we don't fixate heavily on college basketball. It's a nice leisurely activity, Sundays during the football season. That, of course, is the big focus with the 49ers, the NFC West, and all of the other teams that we like to lock in on. But certainly a fun time of year. And, yeah, all the high seeds right now going nuts. I had a couple of different Final Fours. My big upset pick was Gonzaga over Houston. Almost happened, did not happen. They cut it close at the end, and they were looking like they were struggling a lot. So I feel sad that I'm getting rewarded for some of my bad Final Fours here. I had 3 1 seeds and then Tennessee instead of Houston, and that's all still alive. And then another one I think was all 1 seeds with Gonzaga. So, yeah, it's pain right now. But Duke, normally, Florida, Auburn, they're all still in it.
Normally, the Zags are a lock to go to the Sweet 16, right? First time since 2014 the Zags are not in the Sweet 16, but Houston does look good. I mean, these number 1 seeds. Florida had me worried for a little while on Sunday, but they eventually got it. And then Duke just looks, they just look like a Duke team. We're going to get Jay Billis on at some point later in the week. It's hard to root for Duke. Maybe it's easier with Coach K gone. But I don't know. But Cooper Flagg, wow, what a player that guy is. Normally these guys come into the NBA and they're just not fundamentally sound. His dad played, his mom played. I mean, that kid, I'm not going to say he's Bird, but let's see what he does in the league. He is tremendously skilled.
Let's hear from Roxy Bernstein coming up. He expected a lot of these top seeds to make it far, so we'll get some of his thoughts on what he expected, if anything surprised him, and what to look ahead for in the Sweet 16 and beyond. It is Papa and Silver. Roxy Bernstein joins us next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. When it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked number 1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Going to make the connection in a few moments with Roxy Bernstein of ESPN Radio. Proud California Golden Bear as well. Has done really all of it in the broadcasting business, so much so that saw him on a hockey call over the summer, just kind of doing it all. And he's going to join us in a few moments. Papa and Silver talking a little March Madness. Roxy stopped by with Murph and Marcus at the beginning of last week to get into everything with the bracket. And if you took some swings on upsets, well, you probably haven't been too rewarded to this point. And we'll talk about all of that with Roxy. All the number 1 seeds still alive. St. John's, the lone number 2 seed to go down. They could not shoot the ball whatsoever for the threes. Texas Tech is still hanging in there. Iowa State went down to Ole Miss. Wisconsin went down to another 6 in BYU. But largely, it is a lot of chalk across the board. So if you decided to be boring, you might get rewarded for it and win some money. We've made the connection now on the Yuma guest line with Roxy Bernstein. ESPN Radio knows a ton about college basketball and is going to help us process what has been a bit of a chalky tournament to this point. Roxy, thanks so much for your time. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, KNBR San Francisco, the much better midday show. You know, I know you kind of got you warmed up with the morning show and everything, but we like to really think of ourselves as the crown jewel. How are you?
And you're the better Silver, too, right? Even though I've been friends with your dad for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know, but, you know, we'll see. I mean, by default of not going to Cal, I guess that might put me a peg down in your rankings, but, I try. You know, you control the things that you can control, so here we are. And as we look at the tournament, you know, I know you were on with Murph and Marcus last week, and you were speaking very highly of a lot of these top teams. And, you know, March, it's always, or almost always, some kind of form of madness. You see things you never expect to see, but right now it's been a lot of chalk across the board. And so I guess I will ask you to start, are you surprised by anything in the first 2 rounds, even though on paper nothing really looks all that shocking?
Not really. I mean, maybe McNeese winning their first game because everybody knew Will Wade was going to leave and go to NC State and that they won a round as a 12-5. And that might be the only thing, but unfortunately, Greg, as you alluded to, the chalk. And I think we're seeing this more and more across college basketball because of the haves and the have-nots. And it's about NIL and accumulating the best talent and roster, and that's why you're seeing the power conferences, the SEC, the Big 12, the Big 10 dominate, is because they have the money. They've been spending the money on players, and players from the lower level want to get tested at the higher level, so they're leaving their schools, the so-called mid-majors, and going to these power conferences, and I think that's a product of why we're seeing so much more chalk, and only 4 conferences remain with the 16 teams.
You know, one time the Big East used to be, I thought, a power conference.
Yeah.
No longer. Yeah, what the hell? UConn goes out and after winning back-to-back, and the Johnnies just can't shoot straight. So I know a lot of people in the Bay Area, Mully and Rich Aureli and others and myself, were looking forward to Rick coming out. Didn't happen that way. Just couldn't shoot the ball. So give me the matchup. We'll look at the West Regional, and obviously it was going to go on Chase coming up on Thursday. And the late game is going to be Texas Tech. You work the Big 12 this year, so you're familiar with them against Arkansas. That's a 3-10. How do you see that matchup on Thursday, Rex?
It depends, Greg, on the health of Texas Tech. There's a couple guys that have been banged up. Darian Williams has been hurt for a lot of the season. Chance McMillan didn't play in the first couple of games. He's the Red Raiders' best outside shooter. But it's really a well-coached team. Grant McCaslin's done a great job with this team. And when I was watching them throughout the course of the season, this is a team that screamed to me a legitimate Final Four contender. They defend. They shoot the three. They have an elite player with J.T. Toppin, who was the Big 12 Player of the Year. And I really like this Texas Tech team, but the only question, Greg, I have with the Red Raiders is health. And how healthy is Darian Williams, because he does not look 100%, even though he gutted it out through the first couple of games. And if they don't have Chance McMillan, I think they can still get by Arkansas, but if they happen to match up with Florida, I don't see it for them because they need McMillan if they're going to get to San Antonio.
Talking to Roxy Bernstein here. Great to have him on. And, while we're on the topic of conferences, this note from Josh Dubow, our buddy from the Associated Press, Number of conferences in the Sweet 16 by year since 2010. Well, the lowest, outside of 2020, of course, when there was no tournament, was 7, and that happened a couple of times. Now, obviously, there's consolidation, but still, we're seeing the Power 4 here, and the ACC just having one team in Duke. So as you look at the top teams, Roxy, are you less confident in any of those 1 seeds than you were going into the tournament? I mean, Florida was kind of on the rocks there for a moment, but UConn's the 2-time defending champions. Duke has looked dominant, but you could make the argument, well, we don't know how tough their conference was now. That Houston almost lost it to Gonzaga, but they ended up holding on. And, Auburn has kind of had a pretty uneventful first couple of games. But want to get your thoughts on those top 4 in particular.
Yeah, Duke was the team, Greg, that I was questioning coming into the tournament because of the health of Cooper Flagg and some of the other nicks and bumps they were dealing with. But Tyrese Proctor showed up huge in these first couple of games for Duke. I want to see them get tested, and they were not tested in the first couple of games. And let's face it, the ACC was down this year. And, look, that's for Cal and Stanford are. And it was a year where there weren't those elite-level teams outside of Duke. Carolina squeaked into the tournament. Clemson was okay, but they were awful in the first round of the tournament. So I had some questions about Duke. And of the 4 number 1 seeds, I probably had Duke, at least in my eyes, as a team that was least likely of those 4 to advance to the Final Four. And this will be a really interesting matchup that Duke has with Arizona coming up in the Sweet 16. The Wildcats got a scare. We're down early last night against Oregon. Came back. They played already once this year, and that was back in November. And Arizona's a completely different team than they were. I have concerns about the Wildcats defensively, but that's an intriguing matchup to me. So of the 4 number 1 seeds, and it's crazy because they were the most dominant in their first 2 games, I still have questions about Duke.
I don't know. Cooper Flagg, I'm just going to get your thoughts on him. I understand what you're saying, but they got off to a slow start, but at a certain point they just lock in, and they're so fundamentally sound. But Cooper Flagg just, really zoning in on him over the weekend, and particularly yesterday. Wow, what a refined, natural player. He does everything well on the court, not just score, everything. Rebound, steal, assist, set screens, defend. He's a willing defender, everything. I'm trying to search for a comp for him. I mean, obviously, growing up in New England, I don't know if he's Larry Bird as far as scoring the ball, Rocks, but who does he remind you of, Cooper Flagg?
I'm going to date myself here, Greg. How about Tom Chambers? I see a lot of Tom Chambers.
I thought that.
In Cooper Flagg with the athleticism, the length, the shooting ability, which you talked about, the little things that he does. To me, he's clearly the best prospect in college basketball. He may not win National Player of the Year. I think Janai Broom of Auburn may get it. But Cooper Flagg is a special generational type talent. And that's the one thing that I keep coming back to with this matchup with Arizona is Arizona's got the veteran experience, guys like Caleb Love and the older players that tend to win when you get deep into March. But you also love to have the best player on the floor. And no question, Duke will have the best player on the floor in the matchup. But he is certainly a special talent at both ends of the floor. And keep in mind, he reclassified. He jumped up a year to get to Duke a year earlier, and he is still excelling like he is. And there's no doubt he's the number 1 pick in the NBA draft coming up in June.
Talking to Roxy Bernstein here on the UMA guest line. Yeah, Cooper Flagg, undoubtedly an impressive player, and going to watch him for at least one more game as they take on Arizona. Speaking of Arizona, and we've had Dave Pasch on a couple of times on the show to talk Arizona Cardinals and a little college basketball. And I know this is a challenging year for great broadcasters who've gotten to work with the great Bill Walton in the first year without him and without the Pac-12. Did you have a chance to appreciate the old Pac-12 After Dark last night?
Of course I did, Greg. You know me better than that. I mean, the saddest thing about watching that game for me last night was I couldn't text with Bill watching it. Because, when we get to the NCAA tournament, we're obviously not working because CBS has it, and we don't have it at ESPN. But Bill and I would have a running text about games we're watching. And, this was the NBA, but up until like a week before he died, he's texting me that the Indiana Pacers need to play Mickey McConnell more. And he's raving about Mickey, and he changes the game. And I text Bill back. I'm like, Bill, I'm not coaching the Pacers. You have that guy's number. Why don't you text Rick Carlisle? Because I don't have that power. But that's the thing I missed most about watching that game last night. It was great to see a reunion of Pac-12 teams in the NCAA tournament. But I missed the conference, and I missed that running text thread I would have had with Bill watching that game last night.
He went off. The tournament at Conference of Champions. He would go on, and
what a
was
life!
Just so amazing. So what happens to are the Zags going into a reshuffled Pac-12 in a couple of years, Rox? What's going on? And then what happens to St. Mary's if they do that?
So a year. So still one more year. They're in the WCC, and Oregon State and Washington State will be affiliate members still next year for the West Coast Conference with the Gales and Santa Clara and USF. But then the following season, the Pac-12 restarts, and they still have the door open for some more teams. Especially they need one more football team to make it compliant with college football rules. But it's going to be, I think, a really good basketball league, Greg, with Gonzaga, San Diego State. You look at the success that Colorado State has had, Boise State. So these teams are now going to reform the Pac-12. And I'm not sure what's going to happen with St. Mary's. Do they stay in the WCC? By all indications right now, I believe that's where they'll be. I don't see an avenue for them to go to the Pac-12. I could be wrong because I didn't expect schools like Grand Canyon and UC Davis to be going to the Mountain West. So at this stage, nothing would surprise me. Could the Gales end up there? Yeah, I think it's possible. But they're reforming that league, which already shaping up to be a really good basketball league with the Zags. And, of course, San Diego State went to the Final Four not too long ago. And it's just a question of who else are they going to add. They need to find that one other football team. There's a lawsuit that's still going on between the Mountain West and the Pac-12 about money and about potential poaching. And depending on who wins that lawsuit, could the Mountain West collapse? I think all things are on the table still as far as that reformed Pac-12 when it starts, with college basketball about a year and a half from now.
Few more minutes here with Roxy Bernstein. Earlier, you mentioned NIL, the transfer portal, some of the changes we've seen across the college sports landscape and how it's bled into basketball, and particularly this tournament. Do you have concerns that we're headed, because of those nuances, that we're headed more toward a little bit of a college football landscape where it's very top-heavy, and because of the money, people will go to the blue blood programs? Or is it just a little bit too early to say that we're headed that way? I mean, one of the beauties of this tournament, Roxy, is that you've seen Loyola Chicago get to a Final Four, or Fairleigh Dickinson upset Purdue. That hasn't been the case this year. Would it be an overreaction to just assume that this is the direction we're heading in based on how 2025 bracket has gone?
That's where the indications are, and you alluded to football, and maybe we're going to deal with the haves and the have-nots, and maybe some minor league to the NFL. With an AFC and NFC type product with the Big Ten and the SEC leading the way. And I think that everything is in play, and it's crazy. It's like the Wild West, and there's really no guardrails as far as where these kids and what they can do. I'm all for them getting paid and benefiting from their name, image, and likeness. But what does it mean as far as, like the transfer portal, for example? The transfer portal opened today. There's 4 tournaments, the NCAA tournament and the 3 minor tournaments that are still going on, yet the transfer portal is open today for kids to look to transfer. And you're seeing indications from some schools that are still in the NCAA tournament that kids are leaving. And I just don't know how you operate in this landscape like that. It's crazy to think about. And with this freedom of movement and transferring year after year after year, there is no solid landing spot right now for college athletics. Somehow they have to get a hold of this. And I get it, coaches can leave at any time too. But it really has created chaos in the landscape of college basketball. And you have a player right now in Michigan that is already in the portal that's being actively recruited, yet Michigan's still playing. And that's what's crazy. That's what's crazy about this system.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is insane. And then you have teams that begin their offseason like St. Mary's. Just one last word on the Gales. Yeah. And we'll see what the future is, what conference they're going to be in. One thing, Randy will stay in Moraga in the East Bay. He's been there for 24 years, fifth longest tenured coach in all of college basketball. We love the guy. I know you did a couple of Gales games this year, Rox. It's just they are so strong in every aspect of the game. of basketball except putting the ball in the basket. They just can't shoot. How do they get more skill to go with the system, the brawn, the way they play? They gave up 80 points yesterday, which I'm sure will point to first and foremost, but do they need just to get more skillful players in Moraga?
It certainly would help, and you want shooters, and he's had those guys over the years. I thought Randy Gregg did maybe as good a coaching job as he's ever done this year, considering what he lost from the previous year, and they won the WCC a year ago. But you lose Joshua Jefferson, who transferred to Iowa State. Aiden Mahaney went to UConn. Alex Dukas has been back and forth between the G League and the NBA. He lost that, and St. Mary's may have been better this year than they were the year before. And Augustus Marshallonis is going to be playing in the NBA. He's just a phenomenal player in his instincts and obviously growing up around his dad. But there are little subtle things that Augustus does that even Randy marvels at. And defensively, his understanding. And it was a veteran group with him, Mitchell Saxon, the Luke Barrett kid from Piedmont. Randy's got to replenish it somehow. He's got two terrific guards if they stay, because everything is like an asterisk now, making sure that they stay put. But between Mikey Lewis and Jordan Ross, that's a good starting point for Randy to build moving forward. But, you know, he's had that pipeline to Australia. Does he dip into that again? He's been creative, and even in this landscape, and look, St. Mary's doesn't have as much money as some of the other schools, even Gonzaga in their league. But Randy has found his niche and found a way to be competitive, even in this landscape. And I think, again, he did as good a job this year as he's ever done at St. Mary's.
And just watching that comeback alone against Vanderbilt was a whole lot of fun. So, Roxy, we appreciate you coming by. And my last one to leave you with, Florida still your pick to win it all?
Yeah, I'm staying with the Gators and Todd Golden. I think that their depth and their outstanding backcourt will lead the way. The veteran players, they're going to get tested here in San Francisco, and you need to be tested along the way. UConn kind of bucked the trend last year, but that's the game. That's the team for me. But the matchup I'm really looking forward to on Thursday is the BYU-Alabama matchup. That's going to be a track meet. That is going to be fun basketball to watch.
Yeah, no question about it. And usually I think of the Sweet 16 as almost the worst round of the tournament just because it's in between the chaos of the beginning and then when it starts getting real at the Elite Eight. But maybe we got some incredible matchups ahead, and obviously looking forward to what is here in San Francisco. Thanks so much for coming by today, and I hope we didn't steal too much of your time, but this was fantastic for the Greggs.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Rox.
He is Roxy Bernstein, ESPN play-by-play broadcaster, not just for college basketball. He does a lot of baseball, as I know from working in KNBR 1050 during my days here at the Sports Leader. So going to hear his voice all over. That's going to be great. Coming up next, we'll keep it on basketball, but we'll get back into the Golden State Warriors and then a lot of San Francisco Giants in that 12 o'clock hour with Steve Sachs joining us at the bottom of it at 12:50. Papa and Silver get back into the Dubs, and how do they respond with or without Steph Curry in Miami tomorrow night? That's next on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Vít Krejci from the Czech Republic throws the hand grenade to Niang, and he hits another three. Wow. He has been a killer tonight. This becomes Atlanta's biggest lead.
Georges Niang going off for his fifth three, and that cut you just heard there from Bob Fitzgerald. Kelena Azubuike, the Golden State Warriors, as we opened the show with, had what Draymond Green deemed a terrible loss, even without Steph Curry. The Atlanta Hawks, not a bad team by any means, 124 to 115, led by as many as 22, and the defense just could not get going from the start. It was the travel. It was not having Steph. It was just looking a little bit slow. And Atlanta in the first half, 23 assists, 3 turnovers. It was just an uphill climb for the Golden State Warriors. And once Atlanta got going, if you get comfortable in the NBA, we've seen this many times with the Warriors when they're playing what is on paper lower competition. They got the ability to hang with the best of them. Now that they got Jimmy Butler on the team, they also have struggled to hang with teams that they should, as the players have put it in the postgame, should beat.
Well, I mean, that's the NBA. They're not a horrible team. They won again yesterday. They're 35-36. The Warriors are 41-30, but they've changed. But not having Steph, it is what it is. And you allowed them to score 40 points in the first quarter. You never got a handle on the game. You got back into it at various junctures. I thought late third quarter when Trace Jackson-Davis had that block and stayed with it to get a putback. It didn't go well around the cup. He just missed a lot of goals, very point-blank range. But he got one back in. He was 1 for 3 off the bench, but just didn't have a good flow to the offense. Just scored 115 points and gave up 124. But the 40 in the first quarter, you just never could get back into it. And when you needed big-time stops, Trae Young one time just blew by Jimmy Butler getting to his right hand, right above the break out by the quarter court line, and just roasted him. Now, he's a special player, 25 points in 10 assists. So it is what it is. The Warriors did not have Steph for that game, obviously. Dr. Celebrini did not travel with the team. He stayed back in the Bay Area with Steph. I don't know if they watched the game together or what they were doing, but I'm sure Steph watched the game and watched March Madness all of it. I actually watched the game from Splash on Saturday night and watched March Madness, and they made 42% of their threes, but it was Jimmy and Draymond that were a combined 2 for 11. Anyway, you lost a game, first game of a road trip without Steph. Now, they're in Miami. Steph did meet the team in Miami yesterday. Dr. Celebrini went as well. We are looking for some kind of a formal note from the Warriors on the reevaluation of Steph Curry. Nothing yet. But talking directly to the Warriors, Steph Curry did practice today, as you reported early in the show. They did not scrimmage. There was no scrimmage. So, but he did get up and down. Again, with Kuminga being out for 31 games, he's got to scrimmage multiple times to get back. Steph just played on Thursday. So is he required to scrimmage to be able to play tomorrow night? I probably not. There's no hard and fast rules for a guy who just left. Ordinarily, when a guy's been out an extended period of time, you need to scrimmage again. But Steph's Steph, and he just went out. So it's just a question of whether Dr. Celebrini allows him to play in this game. The one thing, Greg, is, they played Saturday in Miami, in Atlanta, and they're, playing the night. They don't play again until later in the week. They play on Friday. So they've got they got one game in 5 days here. So if you decided it's still bruised, let's not do it. Let's hold him out a little bit and bring him back for New Orleans on Friday. And then, he just misses a couple of games. They'd like to win this game. It's going to be high drama. Jimmy Butler going back to Miami. And we've been circling this game on the calendar for a while, March 25th. We invited the longtime voice of the Heat, the only TV voice they've ever had, the great Eric Reed, on the show. And Eric and I have known each other forever. He was at Providence College when I was at Syracuse. I've known him forever, before I even came out to the West Coast. And one time he said he would do tomorrow's show, and now he has respectfully declined. I think the Miami Heat are going to be just come in, get in and out. I know Jimmy did meet the media. That was the plan today. We'll get audio once we get it immediately. Jimmy did do a long sit-down with Anthony Slater last week that was published today about his return to Miami. There was a big piece right after the Warriors traded for him, kind of an exit column on Jimmy and his time with Pat Riley. I'll be anxious to see what Eric Spoelstra says about Jimmy. I mean, after LeBron and Bosh and Wade and that group, Eric Reed was saying he's one of the most popular and important players in the history of the franchise. He took them to 2 NBA finals in the bubble, losing to the Lakers, and most recently when Denver won, it was Jimmy and that roster that got there. So there's going to be a lot of drama whether or not Steph plays in this game, but this is going to be a lot about Jimmy Butler back to South Beach after the trade, and how will Jimmy handle it? Will he scorch earth? Has he already done that? I haven't seen any of the quotes yet. I think he's going to try to deflect it, but Jimmy's Jimmy. You ask him a question, he gets right in your face. So how will he handle Pat Riley? Will he answer anything about Pat Riley? Will he just move on? But that's going to be a big part of it, the fact that Jimmy Butler is going back to South Beach. In fact, he's there, not with the team in the hotel, understand, with his kids, but there'll be some, obviously, high emotion when he goes back in that arena tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, if Steph Curry doesn't end up playing, you imagine it's almost going to be higher drama in the sense of Jimmy's going to be the main focal point of the offense. Loves to dish it out, also loves to take over, and Miami fans know it well. They've been on the good side of Jimmy Butler taking over games, big games, playoff Jimmy games. And what would it be like if he was doing it with another jersey and having a guy like Draymond Green as an enforcer for the other side of the ball? The Miami Heat just snapped a 10-game losing streak with Andrew Wiggins now has scored 72 points in his last 2 games, 42 last night in the win over Charlotte. But as Draymond kind of alluded to in his post-game comments, 10-game losing streak doesn't sound all that great on paper, but you look at it and it's not like Miami is just a team that is a bottom feeder in the league. They played Cleveland tough, lost. They played Minnesota tough, lost. Had a tough one against Charlotte, and they got their revenge last night, but lost by 5 to Chicago. Then Clippers handled them with ease. Boston, 12-point loss. Memphis handled them. New York handled them. And then Detroit, who's been playing well, lost by 3. Houston, who's right at number 2 spot in the Western Conference, they lost by 4. So this is not a team that's just in a free fall. Eric Spoelstra, we know he always tests the Warriors. And when the Heat came in earlier, when Andrew Wiggins was a member of the Golden State Warriors, that was one of the Warriors' worst losses of the year when they played a zone. The Warriors could not have an answer for the zone, couldn't shoot the ball, couldn't even make it around the cup. So it's going to be a tough test for sure, with or without Steph Curry. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Pop and Silver hanging out with you on a Monday. I want to get a couple of post-game cuts in here while we're still on the Dubs. Let's go with Steve Kerr first, Walter. Kerr, talking about the first quarter, said that the travel affected their play in the first half at a separate point in that presser, but essentially called it a layup line for Atlanta in the first half. Here's the full cut.
40 points in the first quarter. We were swimming upstream the rest of the way, and I love the way the guys fought after that, but it was a layup line in the first quarter. Transition defense was awful. Give them credit. They were ready. They came out smoking hot, and but at halftime, I think they had 23 assists and 3 turnovers, and we didn't impact the game defensively until it was far too late.
Yeah, so the Hawks made 7 of their first 9 shots. They scored 19 points in the first 4 minutes, and the Warriors were actually hanging in offensively as well. They didn't have any turnovers in nearly the first 5 minutes of play. Podziemski hit a couple of threes, but then Atlanta just kept on scoring. The Warriors started struggling a little bit on the offensive end, and Atlanta closed that first period on a 21-7 run. 40-23 after the first quarter, and to Steve Kerr's point, Atlanta was getting whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, and that got them in a nice rhythm early on.
In the first quarter, Atlanta had 13 assists, and they turned the ball over 1 time. I mean, that is dizzying. And they shot 65%. To me, it's a little bit of the chicken and the egg, and the Warriors did not guard well. But it's a lot easier to guard when you're scoring offensively and or getting to the free throw line. They didn't score. So they were 9 of 24 in that quarter. That's when, Atlanta was able to run right by them, like we saw Denver do when the Joker and Murray and Christian Brown didn't play, and Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. and Russ just ran right by him. If you're not, basketball, it just leads to so much. Baseball, obviously, good pitching and defense leads to timely hitting, you'd think. Football, complementary football. Basketball more than anything, because there's no break. You don't go out and sub players in and out. You don't stop for a half-inning break, or you punt the ball. It just, it just leads to good or bad defense, leads to good or bad offense, and vice versa. To me, I normally look at the game defensively first. I'm not sure I'm correct on this one, but I just felt like they were off offensively early in the game, and that got Atlanta to play in the open court. The Warriors are not a great defense, even with Draymond, when they get into the open court. They need to get their defense set. So it probably was a little bit of both, but they didn't play well after the first quarter. They did get it together later in the game, but the numbers in that opening quarter on both sides of the ball were alarming. And the Indians played uphill against a young team, and you had to battle back. I think the interesting thing, there are a lot of interesting things about this game tomorrow night. How did the Miami Heat attack Jimmy Butler? How did they know him and this coaching staff? They are smart. Mm-hmm. Eric Spoelstra has been doing this a long time. They don't need an advanced scout on how to deal with Jimmy. I think the way to deal with Jimmy is force him to shoot the ball, but how do you do that? If you play off of him too much and give him the shot, he's not going to take it. It'll just drive right into your chest. So we'll see if they gap him, invite him to shoot the ball. And then I think on the other end, they will attack him defensively. He's a great zone eyes player. He doesn't guard the ball as well in certain areas, like he did in the block shot against Milwaukee when he came from the weak side across to block the shot. He does that a lot, but he gets beat off the dribble a lot. He gets turned around. And that one of the big plays is when Trae Young got him. I think there was like a 10-point game or maybe less, and he just blew by him. He turned the corner on him, and there was no resistance at the rim, even though the Warriors did block some shots in the game. So, how do they deal with him? Do they attack him defensively? What do they do with him? I think a lot of it is predicated on if Curry plays or not. Obviously, your entire game plan changes, and Eric Spoelstra will zone. There's no doubt. He zones as much as anybody or more than anybody in basketball in the NBA, at least. College, they do it a lot. I was at that game in early January. Larry Nibby and Gina Nibby invited us to the game, and Jimmy didn't play in that game. Steph did play, and Miami ran them. They out-physicaled them. They played zone almost the entire game. Like the first 6 minutes of the game, they played man, and they went to zone. I never seen a team play so much zone in the NBA, and Steph was playing. If Steph doesn't play in this game, they're going to zone them. They're going to zone them anyway. The fascinating thing is Wiggins. And if Steph does play, do you put Andrew Wiggins on Steph Curry? Can he lock and trail? Remember Jerry Stackhouse's quote about Wiggs? He didn't guard the ball as well as we like. He gave too much space. I'm sure Wiggs and Riley and Spoelstra gave him that quote. Like, here you go, two-way Wiggs. They called you two-way Wiggs. They meant you were only no-way Wiggs. But so if Steph plays, will he guard him? And then even if Steph does play, the matchup of Andrew Wiggins against Jimmy Butler tomorrow night is going to be fascinating. Does Wiggs guard Butler? Can Butler guard Wiggs? I mean, we know how it ended in Miami. How did it end in Minnesota? And I think it was more Karl Anthony Towns, but Jimmy lit those guys up all the time, including Andrew Wiggins when he got the contract extension, and Jimmy did not. He had great animosity for a younger Andrew Wiggins. So it's a team game. It'll be Warriors against Heat, but just Jimmy going back to South Beach is going to be fascinating. And what is Andrew Wiggins' role going to be in this game tomorrow night?
Yeah, and we didn't get a chance to see it earlier in the year because that was when Jimmy Butler was serving one of his suspensions, so we didn't get the Wiggins versus Butler clip. And Wiggins on Steph, something we haven't seen in quite some time. Will it be the case tomorrow? He's playing like a guy that's got some extra motivation just in the last couple of games alone, so he's not going to be outwardly expressive of it like a Jimmy Butler. Two very different personalities, but we'll see those two go head-to-head, and something I'm certainly looking forward to very much. One more cut before we go ahead and do a little pivot on the other side. Draymond Green talking about the game plan for Miami. Knows it's a huge game for both Butler and Wiggins.
I got to come to play. Come out and play defensively. Come out and play hard. You know, we got Jimmy over here. I know this is a big game for him. They got Wiggs over there. I know it's a huge game for him. So just like we want to win for Jimmy, they're going to want to win for Wiggs. We got to come out ready to play. So they've lost, 10 games in a row? 6 or 7 of those games come down to 4 or 5 point games, last couple of possessions. So it's a little fool's gold that they've lost 10 in a row. We know who the Miami Heat are. They play hard, discipline, so we got to come out and play hard brand of basketball.
Yeah, well, after the Olympics and Steve Kerr coaching with Eric Spoelstra and also seeing that first version of Heat versus Warriors, I think Draymond Green is right to know who the Miami Heat are and be ready to play, because it doesn't matter if you're playing Denver without 3 of their starters or if you're playing Milwaukee without Steph and they got Giannis and Dame. What we learned last week is you got to worry about yourself. You got to come ready to play, and you got to be physical.
Yeah, Draymond was talking, obviously, after the loss in Atlanta, and Miami did break that 10-game losing streak yesterday, which is probably a good thing for the Warriors. You didn't want them going into the game with an 11-game losing streak, but they took it out on Charlotte yesterday, and Charlotte's had some quality performances. Charlotte, Portland, these teams are rising up and playing well, if not winning. A lot of times they are. Wiggins went off yesterday, so it's going to be interesting. And then how does Jimmy just deal? What do they do with him? Do they boo him when he goes back into that building? I mean, after LeBron and Bosh and Wade, Bam Adebayo's been a hell of a good player for a long time there, without a doubt. But is Jimmy Butler the best Miami Heat player post-Heatles? He brought them to 2 NBA Finals.
Yeah.
So he's playoff Wiggs. But the way it ended was ugly. And Pat Riley's been running that team for Mickey Arison forever, coaching the team and obviously being the president. And I'm sure there's going to be no interaction between the two. I wonder if Riles will say anything at all. And again, Eric Reed, their longtime TV voice, said, I can't come on your show. We can't talk about Jimmy Butler. They want it just to go. So it may be an organization message out there. Let's just let Jimmy come in and out and get out of town. But how do the Miami Heat fans handle Jimmy? Do they boo him? Do they boo him every time he touches the ball? when he's introduced? Do they boo him? I mean, that would be harsh. But it ended badly. I mean, Clay's ending here was awkward. Jimmy's ending in Miami was brutal.
Yeah, and, the old cliche of winning solves everything. Clay's ending was a little awkward for sure, but when he came back, you saw him walk through. The Chase Center employees were lined up to greet him, break his shell. They had the captain's hats. That's 4 championships, speaking right there. Jimmy Butler got them to 2 finals. Definitely is the best Heat player since the big 3 of Bosh, Wade, and LeBron.
Bam's a pretty good player.
Bam's a great player. Don't get me wrong.
Great defender.
Jimmy was the face of a team that got to 2 finals and elevated to a different level in the playoffs, along with Bam Adebayo and his other teammates. So it's going to be fascinating. I don't think it's going to be Kevin Durant cupcake kind of treatment, but then again, Kevin Durant was a great player for a long time. They didn't quite get over the hump. He joins the team that knocked him off, and that was an ugly, ugly scene there in 2017.
No, it won't be like that. And that big fat guy with his shirt off there. I mean, Durant, he started in Seattle. He was there. He was a member of the franchise before they even had an Oklahoma City Thunder. He put that franchise on the map. What's this tiny little brick town, this outpost? Why the hell they have an NBA team in Oklahoma City? You kidding me? But Durant and Harden and Westbrook put him on the map. That was more you left our small town and went to them after we had them down 3-1. That was different. I don't know how they got. I mean, it's not like Clay. No one's booing Klay Thompson coming back here. I didn't mean to make that analogy there. But Clay's ending was awkward, but fine. Jimmy's ending was scorched earth.
Yeah.
At the end, he was suspended 3 different times by Pat Riley. The last time indefinitely. How much money did he lose in salary this year? And I know Joe and Peter gave him a nice extension. But how many millions of dollars did he lose by being suspended without pay? And they had all kinds of different reasons why they did it. And a lot of talk about, how much carte blanche he had to travel and do his own thing on the charter. And Ryle said, you're not doing that anymore. We're going to tell you when you get on our charter. And he's got a little more latitude with the Warriors. So I don't know, honestly. It's part of the reason we wanted to have Eric on, but he won't join us. We'll reach out to other people tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be a mixed reaction. It's not going to be like Clay, where you think Pat Riley and Mickey Harris are going to let all their employees welcome Jimmy Butler back into the arena? Shaking his hand, wearing, Big Face Coffee T-shirts? No one's doing that. But will the fans, there'll be a lot of reaction probably to and from, probably with the boo yays. There'll be a lot of boos, there'll be a lot of yays. I don't know, but do they get on him every single time he touches the ball? Or is there just a loud reaction initially, and then we move on and play the game?
Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be to be determined. I imagine it's going to be a lot of noise, both positive and negative in the intros. When he touches the ball, we'll see how it goes. It is being played in South Beach. So to be determined, and we'll get into it tomorrow. Hopefully get some Miami Heat voices to join us. Unfortunate that Eric Reed will not be able to make it, but certainly great to always listen to him on the call. On the other side, we'll get back into the San Francisco Giants, and Steve Sachs is going to come by at 12:50. So make a little bit about this pitching rotation. Is Landon Roop going to be the 5th guy? What do you do with Hayden Birdsong? And if you want to share your thoughts, of course, the number 415-808-5627 to chime in. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, Giants fans, this is the week. Opening day is upon us. Cactus League play has concluded. Kyle Harrison has been optioned to Sacramento. Gerard Encarnacion is dealing with a hand injury. But we did get a little bit of good news as Jung-Hoo Lee returned to the lineup and to center field yesterday in Sacramento. And now I ask you, Giants fans, how optimistic are you? What is the win total for the Giants as opening day approaches starting Thursday in Cincinnati? Logan Webb on the mound. Let us know show in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Hey, let's catch up with our good friend Steve Moskowitz on a Monday. Founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. And today, Steve, let's talk about the ERC.
ERC, here it is today, March 24th. The ERC program officially ends next month, April 15th. There's a lot of people waiting for their checks. A lot of people also expressed concern, will President Trump and his promise to do away with $2 trillion with a T, $2 trillion worth of federal spending, will he take his pen and get rid of ERC? Who knows? Why take that chance? There's 3 different ways to hurry him up. That's what we want to do, hurry him up for you. But what if you get a letter from the IRS that says, no ERC for you, you're not qualified? The IRS is being sued right now, alleging that they're disqualifying people. They don't even know if you're qualified or not, so we got to appeal those. Or you're being audited. That's the big 3 in ERC. You're waiting for your check and haven't received it, your claim was denied, or you're being audited. Bottom line is, anything to do with ERC, we have a lot of experience. Call us, and the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
There it is, Steve Moskowitz. If you need help with your ERC money, you can just give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Got another hour and a half or so on a Monday as we get things going here on the week. Talk a little baseball here with the Giants. Yeah, that's right. 3 days away, and I keep saying it, but you know what? We're also 2 days away from our KNBR Giants Roundtable this Wednesday, March 26th, at the Presidio Golf Course, 300 Finley Road in San Francisco. Dirty work is going to begin at 2 p.m. Papa and Silver and Murph and Marcus will then join from 3 to 5, and will now be inside the tented terrace, which is adjacent to Ironwood's Bar and Grill. Full menu and drink specials are available. Oh, and by the way, those in attendance will be able to enter for a chance to win an autographed Will Clark Giants jersey. So looking forward to what's ahead. You know, Murph, by the way, said he was going to be throwing chairs. I'm like, whoa, I'll be catching chairs. I don't know if I'll be throwing chairs. We'll see how the host beef goes. I mean, we've never really done it in this iteration of the 6 hosts all together. On paper, I'm most worried about probably Papa and Depop with a little friction, but I got to say, Copes is willing to instigate with anybody.
No one's throwing chairs. Stop that. We don't need the grill. We just need the bar to be open for happy hour. So all that's coming in days. It is 0 days away. The Giants are back home. They're back in the Bay. The boys are back in town. This was always a big deal every single year, and it breaks our heart that they're not playing the Oakland Athletics a couple of times before the new year begins. They're playing the Detroit Tigers of Scott Harris and a former Oakland A, A.J. Hinch, and a good team. We are going to see Robbie Ray break out the screwball. No, it's a changeup, but I like calling it a screwball because it goes with screwball. I don't know if he's pitching, but the Giants are going to play the Tigers in the regular season. But Robbie Ray is scheduled to pitch tonight. Spencer Bivens scheduled to pitch tonight. Eric Miller scheduled to pitch tonight. Likely your lone lefty in the bullpen. And then Tyler Rogers will go tonight, 6:45, first pitch. Tomorrow's the Play Ball Luncheon. These are always staples of the lead up to opening day schedule. Come back home. Not going to be the Bay Bridge Series, Old English tea, a little weird, but still baseball back at 3rd and King. And then tomorrow's the Play Ball Luncheon. And Larry's always pulled out something newsworthy. I don't know what's going on. I am hearing rumblings about something. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow. We'll see. And then tomorrow's game is going to be a 5:05 first pitch to get it out of the way early, because Wednesday it is wheels up to Cincinnati. And Jordan Hicks will pitch tomorrow night. Camilo Duvall and Ryan Walker. They'll use other people. Obviously, when you get to a certain point in the spring games, you just want guys to get work. So we'll get the Giant lineup tonight. How much does Jung-Hoo Lee play tonight? I think he needs to play. Listen to Zach Manassian on with Flam and FP and get him into bubble wrap. Let's not be afraid to get our players hurt. If he gets hurt, he gets hurt. It happens. Encarnacion dove for a ball on Friday, the next to last game of spring training. It happens. That's why you have a 40-man roster and 26-man roster, and you go. He needs reps. He needs to get in the box. Hunter Green's going to blow 100-plus on opening day in Cincinnati. He's got to learn how to retract the ball in the outfield. So there's some obvious things you want to see. But, in Sacramento, we'll talk to Steve Sachs, who is from Sacramento and a former Oakland A, and get the lowdown on what he saw last night. Landon Roop was just really strong. Keaton Wynn, kind of a weird outing for Keaton Wynn, obviously. And then whatever happened to Hayden Birdsong, we'll find out from Saxey. But I think the thing tonight is Matt Chapman and Willie Adames. They did not play last night at Sutter Health Park in West Sacramento. I'm sure they're going to be in the lineup tonight. They may not play the entire game, and for Adames, this will be his first game at Oracle Park as a San Francisco Giant, the big free agent signing. All the talk about you can't get free agent hitters to come here. Well, they got Jung-Hoo Lee last year. They got Matt Chapman last year, re-signed him late last year because of Buster, and then the big signing for, obviously, Willie Adames. So assuming they bat 2, 3, 4 in the lineup, add up the money they spent for those three hitters the last couple of years.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a lot of money. And you mentioned Landon Roop, and Susan Slusser wrote a great piece that I was reading late last night about Landon Roop and his ornery streak and how he had a great spring, but also last year he was doing such and having those high performances while also dealing with some intense personal matters and not really telling anybody about it either. His mom was back in North Carolina dealing with rectal cancer, spent 8 days in the hospital, going through multiple surgeries, and said, Landon, stay out there, do your thing. And everyone talks about Landon Roop and how he's pretty even-tempered off the mound, but he gets a little angry when he's out there, and he's got a little spice to him. His high school coach chimed in talking about how Roop would come off of games, see pitchers warming up in the bullpen saying, what are they doing? Not give the ball back to his manager and go out there. And then the funny part of the story was the manager said, you know what happened? I got grilled in the newspaper for letting him go 120, but that's just who he's been, and he's had a tremendous couple of springs now, but to learn that he was doing it, overcoming adversity with his mom, Amy, in the hospital is that's just some next level, and we'll see if Roop ends up getting starter spot number 5. He pitched well all spring, minus maybe one outing, and did it again against the River Cats yesterday.
And that's why Susan is a 3-time California Sports Writer of the Year. She's just so good, these stories. And Andrew Bagley's done some incredible pieces, long form, and John Shea, and we're going to have all three of them on our air. Bags is going to take a little bit of a leave of absence to start the year. We'll have Susan and Shea Hay. But what a story with Landon Roop. He was the talk of spring training last year. I remember he was against the Dodgers on a Wednesday night. You got to watch Landon Roop pitch. He's throwing his curveball, and wow, it's nasty. Well, that's Steve Sachs because he worked the game last night on River Cats TV with Zach Bayrudy. Landon Roop looks like he's dropping down more to the side to me this year. He's incorporated more of a changeup. Steve was calling his breaking pitch the slider. I think it's the curveball. But when you come from the side like that, I got to look at video, and I'll get MLB Film Room up and Baseball Savant when he makes his start. And if he is the 5th starter, he is going to pitch in Houston. He will take the baseball on April Fool's Day.
Yep.
So that'll be a week from tomorrow. I do wonder, but he just looks so polished. I remember talking to him on the patio last year, and he said, I want to be a starter. He started the year in the pen last year. It's a 15th-round draft pick. He wasn't a high draft pick. It's just interesting, but he's pitching so well right now. I do wonder when they will make this all official. Probably wait till you play the 2 games. I'm sure they're whispering to the writers and people that cover the team and the broadcasters as well what they're going to do, but you don't want to jinx anything. Somebody could. Robbie Ray's got to pitch tonight. Jordan Hicks has got to pitch tonight. These guys got to go take in at bats. And you saw what happened to Encarnacion on Friday. So you don't say anything until you absolutely are sure. But will they announce what their plans are for that 5th spot before they board the plane to go to Cincinnati? And we got to look when do they have to have the rosters set? Normally it's hours before the first game. But it's going to be on the road. I think we'll get a good inkling. They may even announce it on Wednesday night when the team lands in Cincinnati the night before the season opener.
Yeah, we'll be monitoring it heavily for sure, and we'll see what if Landon Roop or Hayden Birdsong gets announced as that 5th starter spot. All coming your way, and we're going to talk to Steve Sachs coming up at 12:50, so we'll keep it right here on the San Francisco Giants. Also, if you want to chime in, we also got the YouTube chat open, and I like hanging out in the YouTube chat. Sometimes active, sometimes during this time of day. Sometimes people are just enjoying their lunch. They like to sit back and watch. But, hey, It's all welcome here with Papa and Silver. Giants baseball coming up on the other side, the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Steve Sachs joining us coming up in about 15 minutes. And we've been focusing on the Giants heavily because, as Papa put it, and as Thin Lizzy put it back in the day, the boys are back in town. Cactus League champions. Congratulations to the Giants and Walters Blue Jays for winning the Grapefruit League as well. He's laughing at me right there. We have a joke in the bullpen that Blue Jays are Walter's other team, but a sincere congratulations to Mike Leal and Pacifica for winning our contest of the day to see Jackson Brown. You got 4 more days to do it. Oh, and by the way, we got another contest on the way if you want to go see the Bay Area Panthers. So tons of giveaways this week. And congratulations to Mike out in Pacifica. Speaking of Bay Area baseball, well, the other team that for the A's home opener in Sacramento, which is never going to be not weird to say, but John Shea putting this note out there, every player and coach is going to wear number 24. In this case, it is a tribute to the great Rickey Henderson. His 3 daughters will throw the ceremonial first pitches. Each fan will get a special Rickey Henderson rally towel. So this is going to be a year of celebrating both of the 24s. And yeah, the A's may be gone and in Sacramento, but both Rickey Henderson and Willie Mays deserve lots and lots of continuous celebration. That's going to be big. As far as the other team in Willie Mays Plaza, I'm going to be out there tonight. Walter's going to be out there tonight. We're going to watch Robbie Ray on the mound. Papa, are you heading out there tonight?
I don't think tonight. I think I'll be there tomorrow, right after the show. Go over there. It's an earlier start and be able to mingle with the guys after the play ball luncheon. We'll see. I didn't get to spring training this year almost every single year. I can't remember the last time I didn't go down to spring training, but the schedule just did not line up correctly. So usually we use, and normally we call this the Bay Bridge Series preseason spring training version, but it ain't because Ricky's baseball team's in Sacramento, which is odd, and 2024 was a terrible year in so many regards, and losing to the great 24s in the same calendar year, Willie and then later Rickey. We are going to talk to Steve Sachs, who is going to work athletics radio this season with the great Ken Korak in the radio booth, and Johnny Doskow as well. He was on the TV call in Sacramento, does Rivercats games every Saturday night with Zach Beyruti. Is a tremendous radio voice of the Rivercats. I just, that field up there, and watching it on TV, I watched the Sacramento feed on the CW, Channel 31 in Sacramento. The field looked amazing. They have a big, huge new scoreboard. We'll talk to Saxy about how they're going to work the clubhouses. Mikey Thalblom's going to be busy. He runs the visiting clubhouse, and he's going to Sacramento with them. He ran it for years in Oakland. And so the Rivercats are playing. The visitors take the visiting clubhouse. The same when the A's are playing. Then there's 2 different home clubhouses. One spacious, huge one for the Athletics, then a smaller one for the Rivercats. But the field looked great last night, and they have, there was a lot of talk when they first announced they were going to Sacramento, and who knows how long it'll be, at least 3 years, maybe more. Mark Bedane knows. But there was talk about going to a field turf, an AstroTurf, an artificial turf field, because how do you play all these games? And I remember with Marcus, the Boothang, going to watch the, went to Vegas when the Raiders were scrimmaging the 49ers, and the fans in Vegas did not want the A's coming there and playing in the minor league park, and that's artificial surface. So they ultimately went to a natural grass field. But they're going to play, I think the number is 156 games on that field this year. And Saxey was a middle infielder. The dirt will be okay. Clay Wood was a consultant. He's not the head groundskeeper anymore there. But he did consult on how to, I don't know how you do this. And I heard FP talking about how they're going to, heat the field when it's cold and then cool the field when it's hot. But how are they going to deal with the infield grass and just overall? In the outfield, the A's always like to kind of snake. They cross-cut their outfield grass, which would give you a lot of snake where the ball would be rolling in the outfield grass, and they cut it across. Clay always made it look so beautiful. But the ball would kind of snake on the outfielders because of the way they cut it. The Giants don't do that. They did resod the field, but I just wonder, how that field is going to hold up. The Rivercats are actually beginning their home schedule on Friday, a day after the Major League schedule starts to minor league start. They play like 3 home games, then they go away, and the A's are going to have their home opener a week from tonight, March 31st, against the Chicago Cubs, which will be huge. But we'll talk to Steve Sachs, which leads to, if you're the Giants, do you want Bryce Eldridge playing on that field every day? Do you want to send him to Double-A Richmond? Maybe early in the year the field will be okay, but what's that field going to be like in Sacramento come May, June, July, August? It's just going to bake, and you're essentially going to have a baseball game almost every single day.
Yeah, it's a fair point. It's something we haven't really seen before. So you said 155 games, something like that?
I think so. I think it's all but 5 days. Now, there was one year, years ago, when they refurbished Yankee Stadium. and it reopened in 76. So in 74, 75, the Yankees did play at Shea Stadium. So
That's
I think
right.
guys back then just didn't bitch and moan a lot, and it was all grass, obviously, at Shea Stadium. But the Yankees and the Mets shared that facility and played an entire season there. That's a major league schedule where you got 81 home dates apiece, so 162. I don't know if they played doubleheaders back then, but it has happened before. But it's just so weird that the Giants go to Sacramento to play the River Cats, their AAA team, and they do it inside the home of the Athletics, which is so the whole Steve Sachs will be able to give us the feel. And obviously, we want the team to be in Oakland. It breaks my heart. It's the first time since '67 the Athletics are not playing in Oakland. It's just beyond me. And I did their games for 14 years, and I got really emotional when we went there at the end, as you all know what that place means to me. If they couldn't be in Oakland, we're happy that they are in Northern California and not Southern Nevada. We'll see where it goes. There was a time when that ballpark was open in the 2000s, and they were the AAA team of the A's, and they dominated. All those great A's players that were part of division champions and playoff perennials played in Sacramento. So I was wondering in the back of my mind, especially when the Raiders came back and Mount Davis, and they built, the ballpark at 3rd and King, would the A's ever go to Sacramento? And then it's just you didn't think it would have. Now it's a reality. So if they can't be in the East Bay, we're glad they're in Sac. But Steve Sachs grew up there. He knows what this means to the city of Sacramento. So obviously, conflict is not the right word. Our heart's broken for Oakland. And I just go into the Freaky Tales premiere last week. Man, wow, what has happened to Jack London Square? What has happened to that whole area? It is just one shut down merchant after another. Restaurant, bars, place to buy books and shop. It's like, what is going on? What is going on here is the Raiders don't play here anymore, the Warriors don't play here anymore, and the Athletics don't play here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who grew up in both Oakland for the first part of my life and then out in Davis, closer to Sacramento, seeing them go from Oakland to Sac is a very weird experience because you feel for Oakland and you break your heart for Oakland, and that's where a lot of the fandom kind of originated from, but also got a lot of friends who I could see great fans of the Sacramento area as well. And so to see the A's playing out in West Sac, certainly going to be a weird experience, and we'll talk to Steve Sachs all about it coming up next. He was a middle infielder for a long time, like you mentioned. We'll ask him about Tyler Fitzgerald, what he saw from Jung-Hoo Lee yesterday, and that's a good point with Bryce Eldridge on that field. What's it going to be looking like come July, August? I know very well it gets hot up there. It's going to be baking. My last thought on the River Cats is I remember going to River Cats games when they were the A's AAA affiliate, so I actually saw Buster Posey play at what was then Rayleigh Field as a member of the Fresno Grizzlies. So thinking about the history, it all just jumbles in my head at this point.
So cool.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Let's talk to Steve Sachs coming up next. Poppin' Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are still without Steph Curry, and it showed in their first game of their road trip in Atlanta. Draymond Green was not having it. He was not a happy camper, and neither was Dub Nation. It's time to sound off. Let us know how you're feeling in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627 to join the conversation on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Handoff. Sanders. That's a winner for the Panthers. Carolina ends the season with a victory in Atlanta.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Welcome back, Papa and Silver. Got another hour 10 or so on a Monday before we hand it off to Dirty Work. Had some great conversations thus far in the show. It was great to catch up with Justice De Los Santos, Roxy Bernstein, and now it is time for the first time on Papa and Silver to have a native of West Sacramento who spent 14 years in the big leagues as a second baseman and inner infielder. Oh, also, by the way, a two-time World Series champion. He was on the broadcast last night with Zach Bayruti. So we're going to talk Giants with, of course, Steve Sachs, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Steve, how's it going? Thanks for joining the Gregs here on a Monday. What's happening?
Yeah, good to be with you guys. It's a great day waking up today in 82-degree weather up here in the brand new Major League ballpark of West Sacramento. Actually, I live in Roseville, but I grew up in West Sacramento. As the crow flies, about 4 or 5 miles straight south in the farming district is where I grew up. We had farms out there, and that's it's a far cry from what I thought was going to be happening later in my life, that we'd have Major League Baseball not only in Sacramento but in West Sacramento. That's a hard one to believe, but here we are.
Yeah, and you know it as well as anybody. And we got to know you, obviously, throughout your career, but mainly when you ended your career with the A's in 94. Mm-hmm. So just last night, and I watched you and Zach on TV on the CW 31 in Sacramento. Great broadcast. It was so beautiful. 73, 74 degrees at first pitch.
Yeah.
The scoreboard looks huge. The clubhouses, the infield grass. Just give me your thoughts on the way they spruced up the yard, Sexy.
Well, as soon as I walked in, Greg, I felt a different presence. It was definitely more Major League than I'd ever seen before. The scoreboard does have a dominant presence in it in right center field. There's no question about that. The field looks like a pool table. I went down there on batting practice talking to some of the players, and the field is just immaculate. And it was really good last year and years past, but this year it almost looks like synthetic turf, but it's real grass because it's just manicured, just like I've never seen. It's definitely Major League quality, no doubt about it, as good as any Major League field. And I'll tell you what, for the 14,014 that were there last night, they had a great time, a more intimate nature with the fans now, because what they see in the other stadiums is not that type of distance between the teams and the fans, but you have it certainly here at Sutter Health Park.
Steve, I want to start off for the Giants by asking about your area of expertise, and that is the inner infield, and of course Tyler Fitzgerald, who is going to be given the second base job come opening day. I know he's played a lot of second base out in Sacramento. In the major leagues, not so much. I believe it's only 6 games. But what are your expectations for Tyler Fitzgerald as a second baseman, as he's kind of moved around from center field to shortstop and now is going to commit to second base more full time here?
I think it's wonderful. And, for his state of mind to know that he's going to be out there and to be the everyday guy at second base, he'll be able to handle it no problem. This guy's a super great athlete. We all know what he can do as far as, being able to run. And we saw him track down balls in the outfield like he was doing it for forever. He can just play everywhere. He's got a great pop in the bat. I think he's going to continue to be a better hitter as time goes on. And as he learns more about second base, he'll certainly be able to master that craft there as well. So I think it's a great deal to put somebody that's a super, super good athlete at second base. He has a chance to be dominant in that position.
Well, maybe a 20-20 guy or more. I mean, with his power and speed combination. So the left side of the Giant infield, one of the best in baseball, with Chapman at third base and Adames at shortstop, and they paid those guys a lot of money. The right side is going to be more youthful, with obviously Tyler Fitzgerald making this conversion. You got Casey Schmidt there as well. But I do want to ask you about Bryce Eldridge. And you were talking about, how the field in West Sac looks like a pool table. Well, that's now. We played one game on it. How many are they going to play on it? 155? I mean, every day. And the weather up there. We're hearing rumblings about the Giants maybe aren't comfortable sending Bryce Eldridge to AAA because the field will get chewed up and maybe he goes to AA. Just your thoughts on being a middle infielder, an infielder, in general, playing on a diamond where they're, I think with the exception of 5 days once the season starts on Friday night, Sax. There's going to be a baseball game there every single day on that field.
Yeah, I mean that is true, but they're going to do a nice maintenance kit on that field about halfway through the ball season. From what I understand, when the Rivercats won't be there, they're going to be on kind of a 3-week road trip. They're going to play one of their homestands up in Tacoma, so they can continue to get this field in the best shape possible. And so I think, for all intents and purposes, it's going to be, the best that it can possibly be. And I've never seen how a team, a field can take it like this. After all, it was supposed to be synthetic turf until the Players Association stepped in and kind of leaned into this thing and said, we will not accept a field that's going to have that much damage put on it, even though it's going to be AstroTurf field. So you guys got to shift that to grass, because we think players will get hurt too much on the AstroTurf. And can you believe it, in this day and age, the Players Association lean in there and say, you know what, AstroTurf's a little bit too much. Just do a remake halfway through the season and make it all grass. And they did it. That's where we are right now.
Talking to Steve Sachs here. Great to have him on the Yuma guest line. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. How was Jung-Hoo Lee looking defensively last night? Because we know we got the double. We know what he's done offensively at the plate, putting the ball in play, getting contact in the spring. But then he had the MRI on his back last year. He obviously only played 37 games and had the season-ending injury with the shoulder. So I know there was that one ball where it looked like he maybe misplayed a little bit in left center field, but did he look like he was moving okay for the most part, Steve?
Yeah. The first 2 hits the Rivercats got were at the in center field, and they were almost identically hit. He had to run in, and he made kind of a halfway dive to them, and both of them fell in there. But, that happens in baseball. We all know that. But he looked good to me. I think he was moving pretty good. He swung the bat okay. And so I think he's going to be fine. His numbers prove on what he's done, and he can go out there and swing it. So I've seen him play that center field, and he can go get it too. So I think he's going to be just fine. He didn't look like he had any impingements at all. He looked fine to me.
Second pitch he saw from Keaton Wynn. He laced it in the gap and easily got down to second base, as you know, to drew a walk later. So most of our eyes were on Jung-Hoo Lee and also on Landon Roop and later Hayden Birdsong. Let's just start with Roop. And I watched her game back, and Zach Beirudi, by the way, is a terrific play-by-play guy.
Fantastic.
The CW Fantastic. Channel 31 and SAC. Great team. And you were noticing Roop. And one thing I've noticed from the spring, I'm going to have to get on MLB Film Room to look at last year, but you were noticing how he was dropping down like 3/4 on his delivery, and that curveball is so nasty. Now he's adding a changeup. Has he dropped down from what you remember from Landon Roop last season, Steve?
It wasn't all the time, Greg. He would do it more pronounced, depending on the pitch. But yeah, he's got that great big curveball, and he gets a lot of action on that fastball when he drops down. It's got a wicked sinker. It's like a 2-seamer into the right-handed hitter. And so figure this: he's dropping down. He's got the ball barreling into you if you're a right-handed hitter. Then he's got that wicked curveball that's breaking the other way. We saw Auerbach, for instance, on one swing, he was in the other batter's box, missed the ball by 2 feet. I mean, this guy can make a miss big time on that curveball. So he had both sides working with the sinker coming in and the curveball going away. And if he's mixing a slider or some kind of a split or whatever changeup in there as an off-speed pitch, another off-speed pitch, you got some really good tools to work with. But very impressed with him. He attacked the strike zone. He was strike one a lot, and so I like what he did.
Steve, I want to get into Hayden Birdsong a little bit because Landon Roop has a chance to be the 5th starter. We've seen him a little bit in this long relief role as well where he's had success. Sean Jelly got optioned down to AAA, and so one of the questions that's been kind of floating around is, would Hayden Birdsong possibly, if Roop gets the 5th starter spot, would he be a fit to be a long relief? And would that be a good idea to throw someone with the stuff that he has, an aspiring starter? Would it be smart to throw him in a long relief situation?
Well, if you ask him, he probably, if he had his druthers, he wants to start like most people do. But I think he can handle either one of them. This is a guy that's got really impressive. So I was impressed seeing him last year. And all the scouts I talked to, I know he didn't have a great outing yesterday, but all the scouts I talked to are really high in this guy. His stuff is electric, and I think he can be successful in every role that he's in. But I would like to see him as a star. But you know what? There's only so many positions that you can have on the club. But I think eventually he's going to be able to get to that spot. And once he gets into a groove, I think this guy's got a chance to really be a good major league pitcher. He's got a lot of good tools to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, people think Landon Roop will get the 5th spot, and they used him out of the bullpen yesterday. Didn't go as well, so maybe starts the year at AAA. Also had a little bit of a blister on his index finger in his right hand when he left the game. So if he does go down, I mean, man, his starting rotation at AAA Sacramento may be better than a lot of starting rotations in the big league with Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong and all the Carsons and Tristan Beck and Keaton Wynn.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your top 5, Steve?
Yeah. I mean, you just spelled it out right there, and they were talking about that yesterday. Can you imagine what the starting rotation is going to be here in Sacramento for the River Cats? I mean, this is going to be off the chart. So, hey, it's a great position to be in. If you ask the players, they shake their head no, because they don't want to be in AAA, of course. And, you don't want any players on the team that say, hey, I plan on making a lifetime here in Sacramento. No, they want to be in the big leagues. But what a great problem to have. I mean, with all these great arms, I think the Giants are in a great position this year. And especially, with the fact that the whole system now with Buster Posey, they're going more a little old school, I think, more judgmental on the feel of the game and that type of thing. I think that's going to be great for the Giants, and they're going to have a chance to get there in the playoffs.
Talking to Steve Sachs here, a few more minutes, and we know that the defense is the strength of this team. We know Buster Posey wants the focus to be pitching and defense. Pitching, there is some obvious depth, which we're getting into right now. Offensively is where I have the question marks for if they can contend within their division and ultimately for a playoff spot. Who's capable of stepping up offensively over the long course of 162 in your mind? Because we saw what Ramos did last year. He was an all-star. Patrick Bailey, we've seen great flashes. He's a Gold Glove caliber defensive catcher, but really struggled there in the month of August. And if you want to compete to play baseball in October, well, you're going to have guys who kind of overachieve expectations or have seasons that you expect to have and then some more. When you look at the offense and the potential here, Steve, who do you think can and will be important moving forward, especially into that second half of the season for the Giants?
Well, I think Elliot Ramos is really, I don't know where the ceiling is for this guy. We saw him in many times in Sacramento. It was kind of got to be the same old thing, The fireworks were going out on the Saturday home game, and Elliot Ramos was down there getting interviewed because he hit yet another game-winning home run. I don't know where the ceiling is for him, but he's a guy that's kind of scary if you're the opposition. And I look for him to make even a bigger impact this year. I think he's going to keep growing and keep producing, and I don't know where that goes, but I think it's going to go a lot upward. I think my money would be on Ramos. I think Bailey's going to continue to get better, like what he does behind the plate, but I think offensively he's got the goods to be a good hitter. And Lee in center field, I think is going to be a very consistent guy, maybe exceed some of the expectations that we have for him. But I think the Giants overall are going to be a very exciting team this year. I think the A's and the Giants are going to be both very exciting teams. I think this whole Northern California crowd now with Sacramento and San Francisco are going to be enjoying some great brand of baseball this year.
And you're going to be bringing it to us just all the time. So we know you're on with Zach on the CW31 on Saturday nights for River Cats home games. You also are going to work with our guy Johnny Dasco on A's pre and post this year, huh?
Well, I'm going to be with Chris Townsend on pre and post, and I'll be Townie. He's outstanding. But I'm also going to get the privilege to work with Johnny Dasco on some games in the booth on radio. And really excited about this. This is like a dream come true for me. Being able to get into my broadcasting career and also be able to do it in my hometown, where I'm not going to have to do that much travel. It's probably a 20-25 minute drive to the ballpark, and this is absolutely perfect.
Steve, really appreciate you coming on with us and coming on with the Gregs. We'll do this plenty more times, and we'll see how this field holds up over the course of whatever it is, 155. And Kyle Harrison's still down there. We got Keaton Wynn, Tristan Beck, and how a lot of these infielders and outfielders are doing there on what currently looks like a beautiful space out in West Sacramento. But regardless, great to have you on, and glad for your sake that the travel's so simple. I know the area well, so sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Anytime, I'd love to come on. So take care, guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sexy.
He is Steve Sachs. He was on the broadcast with Zach Bayruti for the Sacramento River Cats, and of course, a two-time World Series champion, native of West Sac, and he spent 14 years in the big leagues of his own. Was a Dodger, but I like to think of him more as the jersey you have on the front of your shirt, Papa.
Yeah, we got to meet him at the end of his career. So many guys. Willie Randolph, at the end of his career became an Oakland A, and Goose Gossage. There were so many guys. But let's face it, he was Steve Sachs' L.A. Dodger, and he was on their 2 World Series championship teams for Tommy in '81 when they beat the Yankees, and '81 when they beat the A's, and Kirk Gibson hit the walk-off, and he did go play for the Yankees for 4 years, White Sox, and then we got to know him coming back to Northern California as an Oakland A in '94. Good guy, good broadcaster. We'll get him on, periodically. He's a fun listen, and he can talk to both River Cats and A's and just Northern California baseball, but let's make no bones about it. We didn't ask him about the Dodgers, but he is a Dodger more than anything. And it just realistically, we'll see where the Giants are. I'm thinking they could win in the 80s. I think mid to high 80s. I would not be shocked if this team won 90 games this year, but what's LA going to win? You're really playing for, Buster's never going to say this. The last time Buster was in uniform, and he's not, but he's running everybody in uniform now as the president of baseball ops, they won 107 games. A's had some great teams. Giants have had some great teams. They never won 107, and they won the West. The Dodgers have owned the West for a solid decade. The one time they didn't win was the Giants of 2021. But if you can't get the win total up to win the National League West, how many do you need to win? I heard Bruce Jenkins with our guy Marty, and that's baseball. Can't wait to get to the yard and watch ball with Marty Lurie. Jenks actually thinks the Giants will finish in second place in the National League West, ahead of Arizona. He thinks San Diego will slide. If they finish in second place, they're going to be in the playoffs this year and be a wild card team.
Yeah, if they do that, absolutely. I don't know if I buy that they're finishing ahead of Arizona personally with all the speed they have and then adding Corbin Burns to that rotation. San Diego's the one that's a little bit more of a wild card, and if there's going to be a team that slips, I would say San Diego. Giants could definitely surprise some people, but look, they were playing great offensively down in Arizona where the ball travels a little bit farther, a little bit harder for some of those pitches. Now they're going to be back home. We'll see if Robbie Ray can continue the great spring that he has had as he'll be on the mound tonight against the Detroit Tigers. And then Thursday, this thing is up and running and for real. They're only a game back of the Dodgers right now, though, so that's what I'll hang my hat on right there.
2-0 versus 0-0.
Exactly.
2 in the win column, 0 in the loss column.
There you have it. Coming up on the other side, let's do a little bit of a Silver Linings playlist. Where was I going to go to start the week? I don't know. There was so much March Madness, but it was a lot of chalk. There was the Golden State Warriors with an uninspiring effort in Atlanta, at least in the first quarter, and they lost. And then we got the Giants to get ready for. Is it as simple as the boys are back in town? I don't know. There's so many returns from road trips that we can do for that one. So guess you'll have to find out. It's coming up next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are still without Steph Curry, and it showed in their first game of their road trip in Atlanta. Draymond Green was not having it. He was not a happy camper, and neither was Dub Nation. It's time to sound off. Let us know how you're feeling in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627 to join the conversation on KNBR, the sports leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist, the tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver. Look at that nice little fancy open right there. That's right. We even got a Papa drop within Silver Linings Playlist because at that time I was asked to politely drop the MF mic. And look, the boys are back in town. That's a fact. It's been stated throughout the day. I just had to keep it sweet, simple, Steve Perry. That's right, Journey and Lights, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm going out to the yard tonight. So this is my opening day where I get to go out there, see Oracle Park live in action. Robbie Ray on the mound. Walter's going to be there. Derek's going to be out there. Copes is going to be out there. Marcus, I believe, will be out there. So little reunion for some KNBR boys, but most importantly, a reunion of the Giants and the anthem of Oracle Park, When the Lights Go Down in the City by the Bay.
Even though Steve Perry is no longer with them. And the new guy is really good, by the way. It is Steve Perry does personify that ballpark and Giants baseball, and, you know, Robin Williams. Lost the great Robin Williams. Just the matchups of Billy Crystal. And so this is year 26 of Giants baseball in the China Basin, but they will celebrate a 25 years. And you think about how that ballpark has changed Bay Area sports. It was the driving force in driving the Oakland A's out of town. They just could not compete. The A's, they coexisted for 32 years before Pac Bell, SBC, AT&T, whatever the hell it was called when Kevin Elster had 3 homers on opening day. 32 years, and the A's outdrew them 17 years to 15. But it all changed when that ballpark was built. It was such a jewel. They had a streak where they sold out every single game for, what was it, well over 500 games. And that was post-Bonds. That was when they started winning World Series in 10, 12, 14. So, yeah, well, reconvened by the Bay. There's something powerful about it. You would like it to be against the A's, but, you know, that power of that ballpark did force the A's to leave. And whether they're going to make it to Vegas or not, we'll see. But they're no longer at Oakland. So it's going to be odd when they come back home for the preseason games, the exhibition games leading to tomorrow's play ball luncheon, and then they fly away on Wednesday to Cincinnati. It's always against the A's. It'll be a bit of A.J. Hinch, a former A, will manage the Tigers. They're a good team, obviously. See them tonight and tomorrow night and see Robbie Ray. But spring training is over now. And they had a good spring. They went to SAC for one night only. I think we'll see Willie Adames and Matt Chapman. We haven't seen a Giant lineup tonight. They didn't play last night in Sacramento against the River Cats, but they'll get a couple of turns today, and then we'll see what they want to do tomorrow. But Robbie Ray will be out there twisting and shouting, and it's just the beginning of a new. The boys are back in town. Warriors are not playing tonight. They're playing tomorrow. So all eyes will be on the Giants and the return to San Francisco. And obviously to have John and Dave together in the radio booth here, but to have Mike Krukow back on NBC Sports Bay Area. Mike is chomping at the bit. Mm-hmm. Heard him on this morning on Murph and Marcus, and this will be his spring training. So, all the thoughts we hear, a lot of times we defer to Mike and what he thinks on things. So, and I think Mike is going to join us on Wednesday for our spectacular show after we leave our show at 2 and meet the rest of the crew at 3 o'clock. But more than anything, just to see the Giants playing in the ballpark again and to hear Mike Krukow call Giants baseball again tonight.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. And I am excited to hear Kipe and Kruk and John and Dave, but get to experience it in person, and that's an important part as well, with the most beautiful ballpark, incredible view, the new ballpark food that was showcased by our KNBR digital team last week. That was incredible as well. And we're 11 days out from our show, Pop and Silver, being live at Oracle Park for the home opener, and where Justin Verlander will take the ball against the Seattle Mariners. So tons to look forward to. And in our time doing the show together, we joined middle of the Niners season when it was all on the brink of falling apart. Geno Smith hit the night-night, and that was our first show together the day after that. 49ers, just the injuries piled up. They did not play very well down the stretch. They go 6-11. We went out to the NFL Combine. We got the draft coming up in a month. The Warriors, they were kind of stuck in the mud, middling a little bit. Then they make the trade for Jimmy Butler. They got new life. They're trying to make a push at the playoffs. And, I mean, outside of the signing and the introductory presser for Willie Adames, it really has not been very Giant-centric. And I'm looking forward to getting that in the mix as well, because, what makes it so different with baseball is that they play almost every day. So you get a little bit of fresh content constantly round the clock. And obviously, great to mix in all three sports into the fold where we can. But baseball season, just very different in its own right like that. And Oracle Park, of course, and Lights by Steve Perry being a big part of that.
And make no mistake about it, the Niners certainly run this marketplace, but they don't play, every single day like the Giants do. Once they start rolling on Thursday, they play 162 of these. Just add up all the hours of Giants baseball and the pre and post and everything. Football's just different. The Warriors, before Steph Curry, got here and began to collect championships and send people night-night, the Giants dominated this market. So we know with the power of San Francisco Giants baseball, it's a big reason why KNBR is KNBR. It's a big reason why the Athletics are no longer in Oakland. It's happened. They just rule the marketplace, though there's no doubt. When they start rolling, we roll. And we'll talk about it, and we'll be, as you say, we'll be on the field for the home opener when Verlander pitches against J-Rod and the Seattle Mariners, who are a hell of a good team and always have been. But then we start doing our Wednesday patios, Wednesday or Thursday, but midweek day games. We're out at the ballpark, and those are my most fun shows. Get there at 10 o'clock, get the giant orange Bloody Marys going, have Barbara and her crew, Mary Jane. Can't always have the Bloody Marys. You got to have a little Mary Jane there for the afternoon, and we'll do one. They're playing a lot of the Cincinnati Reds. Starting on Thursday, we're going to see them 3 times. Houston then wind up that first road trip, come home for Seattle, and the Reds again. So that first Wednesday on the patio will be against the Reds. So 6 against the Cincinnati Reds to open the year. And then maybe we'll see him in the playoffs with Tito. Terry Francona is back managing the Redlegs this year.
By the way, speaking of the Reds, and you said, when's the last time they opened in Cincinnati? I was looking at it during a break. I believe 1999 they did it. Don't know if it's happened since then. So
we're going to party like it's 1999, and that would be the last year at Candlestick Park.
There we go. So and now I got my Silver Linings playlist all set for Thursday.
It has all changed. So anyway, yes, the boys are back in town. We begin baseball season, and the boy is back in Miami. And Jimmy Butler met the media today and did not dodge anything. Had a long Q&A with the media. Jimmy back to Miami. We was asked about a video presentation for tomorrow night. You think the Miami Heat and Pat Riley and Mickey Harrison will have their game day ops, have a tribute video to Jimmy Butler after they suspended him not once, not twice, but 3 times this year, out the door, and the last time indefinitely?
If I can riff for a second, maybe he's now Jimmy Butler III for adding up those Miami suspensions, because he was just Jimmy Butler in his time in Miami, and we will see what the reception is, both in terms of the organization and if there is any kind of video or highlight montage, or if it's more boos than cheers and everything. And like I said, winning cures a lot. Jimmy Butler took a team that was an 8 seed and a 5 seed in the NBA bubble, both to the NBA Finals. They ultimately did not win, but a remarkable feat nonetheless, as they were big underdogs along the way. That is our Silver Linings playlist for today. And just another reminder, Wednesday from 2 to 6 if you want to hang out with Dirty Work. But if you want to see all 6 hosts, starting at 3 p.m., our Giants Roundtable, Mike Krukow will be calling in, as you mentioned, and we'll be inside the tented terrace, which is adjacent to Ironwood's Bar and Grill at the Presidio Golf Course, 300 Finley Road in San Francisco. Put it in your maps, set your clocks, and come hang out if you want to see some great entertainment and Murph possibly throwing some chairs. I don't want to put words into his mouth or take him out, as he said it late in the show. Coming up next, you said it, another boy back in town, Jimmy Butler to Miami, and he was speaking. We're going to have some sounds to play from Jimmy Butler's media availability, as well as some of the best sounds from the weekend. Back into the Dubs, what is ahead with an emotional game on Tuesday. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you for another half hour or so. Then we'll pass things along to Dirty Work. Been heavy into Giants baseball today because we're all itching for not just the round table, but of course opening day. And of course the home opener coming up 2 Fridays from now, April 4th against the Seattle Mariners. But first, they got the Cincinnati Reds and the Houston Astros out on the road. Good job by Walter, by the way. Some quick turnaround as Jimmy Butler spoke to the media today. A lot of thoughts, did not dodge any questions. Great to listen to a few of his thoughts there just during the break. And we're going to play a couple of those sound bites right now. First up, he essentially talks about when it reached the point of no return with his time in Miami. It started off so great. He was so happy. And like many of the Jimmy Butler stops, there was the honeymoon. And then it did hit that point of no return. So here's what he said about just that.
I mean, pretty much, yeah. I think I knew in what direction I was going. Nobody ever asked me, though, so y'all just all got to jump to assumptions and conclusions.
Keeping it a little short and sweet on that one, but saying that a lot of what was put out there just led to a lot of assumptions about how Jimmy Butler was acting, and he says there's another side of the story there.
Yeah, he spoke for about 7 minutes, and he didn't dodge anything. We'll see how the Miami Heat handle this as far as their spin. There was a story that was planted right after Jimmy got traded to the Warriors, and the Athletic did an exhaustive, detailed breakdown on the way it went at the end with Jimmy and the 3 different suspensions and what the reason was, and him violating travel code. And Pat Riley came in after last year, and Jimmy spoke to Anthony Slater last week about his return to South Beach. So the Warriors travel is just different. It's a little like Dusty Baker's Giants, where the kids get to go on the charter, and Jimmy had freedom, after a game in Brooklyn to go back to Miami to get his kids, and now he's not even staying with the team at the hotel. That's not uncommon. Cal Ripken Jr., and he was breaking Lou Gehrig's record, didn't stay with the Orioles in the hotel for years. And a lot of it was to deflect just the attention of people in the lobby around his teammates. But Jimmy is going back home. We'll see what Miami does. We'll reach out to some people. I think overall organizationally, they're going to go radio silent on this. I don't know if they're going to do a video tribute. I would suspect not. Steve was talking about, Andrew Wiggins, and he's not coming back to the Bay this year unless you see him in the NBA Finals, which is possible but highly unlikely, that there will be a huge outpouring of love for Andrew Wiggins. So I do wonder about that. Andrew was instrumental in that 2022 championship, but that'll be for a later day, and then we'll see Andrew Wiggins play against the Warriors. But it will be interesting to see, how Miami handles this, if there's any direct quotes coming from Pat Riley. Probably not. Or Big Andy, their general manager. Well, we'll see what Spoelstra has to say. I'm sure they'll take the high road, and I think overall Jimmy's taking the high road. But, it didn't end well there. He played in Miami for a long time. He played 316 games there and played 6 years, and the way the last year went was not good, and it was all because of a contract impasse, and that usually what causes Jimmy to go off. So it'll be interesting to see when he walks into the building and how they handle him tomorrow night when he returns to Miami.
A little bit more on Jimmy Butler here. This on the 3 different suspensions that he served, and I joked, that's why he's now Jimmy Butler III. Of course, it was on the anniversary of the passing of his father, and that was his first game suiting up with the Warriors. They did it as a late addition. If you noticed the first half of that Bulls game, the 3 little lines of tape were off to the side, then they recentered it, and now it is Jimmy Butler III officially. But here's what he said about those different suspensions.
Nah, not necessarily. You can talk about it whenever we talk about it later on, but I think the suspensions are more because they just didn't want me to be around the team. It wasn't anything that I actually did, because I didn't do nothing too drastic to deserve X amount of games being suspended. But it is what it is. Yeah, I got some bills, and so what? It's all taken care of.
Yeah, Pat Riley teaming up with his old landlord or something, racking up the bills and saying he didn't want him around the team. But one thing we do know is that this got very, very ugly very quickly.
And now we are hearing from the Miami Heat beat writers that there will be a video tribute for Jimmy Butler tomorrow night. So that is taking the high road from Mickey Harrison and Pat Riley and Andy and obviously Eric Spoelstra. I mean, where do you rank them all time in the history of the Miami Heat? I mean, you go back to Glenn Rice and Alonzo Mourning, and they've had a lot of great players. Then obviously LeBron and the Heatles and Chris Bosh and, Bam and Dwayne Wade would probably be up there. Tim Hardaway has his number retired. We'll reach out to the killer crossover. I mean, certainly I think Jimmy Butler would be in the top 10 all-time in Miami Heat history. He did not win a championship there. I don't think they're going to retire his number at any point upon his retirement, but they are going to give him a video tribute tomorrow, which is nice. The Miami Heat organization, led by Pat Riley, are going to take the high road.
Well, speaking of Pat Riley, Jimmy Butler has a little answer about Pat Riley himself, and we know that got contentious, obviously, and it sounds like the organization will be taking the high road, but the relationship between those two got awfully complicated and heated at times. So here's what Jimmy said about his old general manager.
I don't got no thoughts. Like I said, man, I don't got nothing to say to nobody. I don't have no hard feelings. I'm in a better place now for me, and continued success to those guys over there.
So again, keeping it short and sweet. I don't have any thoughts. Don't have any hard feelings either, and I imagine that if Pat Riley issues a public statement, probably be something along the same lines.
Yeah, they are two strong-willed people. I mean, Pat Riley, you don't want to be on his bad side, but obviously one of the great coaches in the history of the NBA, and then he's made an amazing transformation to being a president of a club and being the architect off the floor. There were times when Spoelstra started that I thought, seriously? Pat Riley's going to let this guy from the video room department run his team? When is Riles going to take it back? But he let Spoelstra coach for a long, long time. And so, but Jimmy obviously is so headstrong. That's a big reason why he left Chicago, went to Minnesota, Minnesota, went to Philadelphia, left Philadelphia, went to Miami, and for a while it did work out well. We don't know how it's going to end with the Warriors, but we know how it has started by and large. But I think one thing is that the Heat are going to take the high road. So if there's a video tribute for Andrew Wiggins, it'll be hard for Jimmy Butler. It'll be hard for their fans to boo him. And I'm sure it'll be done. But we'll find out exactly when they're going to do it. Would it be done during introductions or maybe during a first time out? We'll see when they're going to do it. But the word is that they are going to do a video tribute. So if they're going to do a video tribute from the organization, you'll get some people that'll react with a boo. But I think most people, if the organization can put it aside, and specifically Pat Riley and Mickey Harrison, you think the Heat fans will be able to fall in line as well.
I do wonder if the trajectories of each team was going a little bit differently, if people would be speaking a little bit differently right now. The Heat have had a lot more of a skid since Jimmy Butler departed, and he's been that perfect plug-in for the Warriors, and they're, 16-4 now since the acquisition of the trade with him in the lineup, or I don't know which one it is because he did miss that one loss in Philly. So there's one more loss since the acquisition than there is with Jimmy in the lineup. Anywho, it is to say that the Warriors have immediately been benefit from it, whereas the Heat have noticeably struggled a lot more. And I wonder that if these were two teams that were kind of on more of a collision course and it helped both, I wonder if there'd be a little bit more heat in this game.
Yeah, maybe. And but they're going to be a playoff team. I mean, I know in Miami it's spiraling out of control, and they finally broke their 10-game losing streak yesterday. But they're right now they're in the play-in. They're going to have to climb over, the bottom of it, so it's not good. One thing Steve Kerr did also say, he didn't flat out say that Steph Curry will play tomorrow. Steph did practice. There was not a full scrimmage. They didn't scrimmage at all. But he could come back and play. But Steve did say with Steph, he's such a good guy, he wants to be there for Jimmy. So if he could fly all the way, because the next game's not till Friday in New Orleans, and he could go hang in Miami. I don't know if he can get a round of golf in with a pelvic injury, the contusion. But he came there to play, you would think, or, sit on the bench next to Jimmy. They'll be less likely to boo Jimmy with America's darling next to him. But it does sound like Steph Curry is preparing to play tomorrow night, which will make it a lot easier on the Warriors, which could set up, who does Wiggs guard? Probably Steph Curry more than not. Can he lock and trail with Steph, all those screens and pin downs and curls? That's hard for Andrew Wiggins. I'd like to see Wiggs just guard Draymond or guard Jimmy Butler himself. That would be fun. He'll switch. He'll guard them all.
We'll see if Draymond is out on the perimeter making Wiggins really stretch his defense and if he takes 14 threes again like we saw in that Toronto game. Draymond's been shooting the ball at a lot higher quantity. Let's do one more clip from Jimmy Butler. And Anthony Slater wrote a great piece on this in The Athletic. I was reading it on the way into work today. No, I was not driving today. Okay, stay safe out there on the road. Shout out to the Dolan Law firm, by the way. And Jimmy Butler, essentially with the theme of that story and the theme of this soundbite, on always being painted as the bad guy.
No. I'm always painted as the bad guy. Like, everywhere I've been, I've always been a problem. So we'll take it. I don't got nothing to say. I'm not mad at being a bad guy. It's all the way that everything is portrayed. Some people talk to the media, some people don't. I've never been one to tell my side of the story to almost anybody. Let everybody think that this is what happened, and we'll ride with it. And then in like a year's time, it's going to be somebody else's fault besides mine. So
it's a little bit funny here with the short-term contract of the Warriors, and I think from the Warriors' standpoint, this was designed to be a short-term marriage anyway. You gave him the 2-year extension. It aligns up with Steph. It aligns up with Draymond. If it ends up being messy after that timeline, hey, so be it. We don't know what's going to be the reality of the Warriors at that time. But one thing's for sure, whether you see Jimmy Butler as a problem or a bad guy, or you see it being everybody else, he has done a lot of winning. He just hasn't quite reached the top of the mountain. But he's been a winner in many situations in which he's gone.
Yeah, I know his coffee is Big Face, but hearing that line right there, I'm thinking of Scarface and Tony Montana. Say goodnight to the bad guys. And he may think Pat Riley's a bad guy and Eric Spoelstra a bad guy. Even if Steph plays in this game, if the Warriors do beat Heat Culture tomorrow night, who gets to say goodnight to the bad guys? Is it the bad guy, Jimmy Butler? Will he go night-night himself tomorrow night?
Well, and as we look at the standings like we do for every single night in the NBA, the Warriors got to take advantage of it because the Clippers, thanks to a loss against the Thunder, are still at 8, but they're right on the heels. Minnesota has been hanging around, but the Warriors benefit from a couple of losses they had against a undermanned Pacers team and then a New Orleans Pelicans team. And on the other side, we will go ahead and wrap up this show. But first, I got to tell you that this segment of Papa and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale, and it's here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. Wrap up the show on the other side, and I see we got a caller on hold, 415-808-5627, so we can gather any thoughts people have from their San Francisco Giants, Golden State Warriors, maybe even sneak in the Bay Area Panthers. That's right. We got a contest going all week long. Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are still without Steph Curry, and it showed in their first game of their road trip in Atlanta. Draymond Green was not having it. He was not a happy camper, and neither was Dub Nation. It's time to sound off. Let us know how you're feeling in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627 to join the conversation on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, sometimes not even in the state? Well, that's not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you right here where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, just know that your rights matter. And you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children playing, schools getting in and out all around us, Please be careful and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and here's the thing, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just about ready to wrap things up here in the next 10 minutes. Papa and Silver, then we're going to hand it off to Dirty Work to get the week going. Good to see Copes and Depop, and they'll be out at the yard tonight along with me and Walter. Walter, you're just going to stay right here in the city, right? You're going to stay right here. You're going to get everything done for tomorrow, so we're going to be buttoned up perfectly. Nah, but seriously, Walter did some great work today with all of his printouts, our new contests. We're also talking about the Sounds turnaround for Jimmy Butler. That is a big focus for tomorrow. And I also said we'd go out to the phone lines, 415-808-5627, the number, as always, if you'd like to share your thoughts. And we got our buddy Mike out in San Francisco who wants to share some thoughts on the San Francisco Giants win total before we hand it off to Dirty Work. What's going on, Mike? Good to have you. Mike, you there? Oh, we are losing him. All right, we'll give Mike a second. Oh, we can hear him? Mike, you there?
Sorry, I do the mute thing before I go live.
Understandable. What's happening, my guy?
Look, thank you for taking the call. Thank you, Walter, for picking up and bouncing a couple ideas off me. Greg, really enjoyed Silver Linings today, both of you. And I just want to say Cincinnati is a great place to start the season. I started a YouTube or like Apple Music mix of Cincy sounds, and one of them was Underestimator. It was about Tyler Rogers' rising fastball. But
his brother's on the other side. Taylor is now a Cincinnati Red.
Yeah, man, I can't help it. We spend 0.04% of our franchise value on the roster.
All right, so what do you got as far as the win total, Mike?
As far as win total goes, Greg, Marty's saying we can win 90. I can see that. I see us winning 33, going 33 and 22 through May. So we can have a mustache May this year. We got a light schedule this early season, but once we get beyond that, it becomes difficult. So
it's going to be a June swoon or a June boon after 11 over the first 2 months of the year, Mike?
Well, what if we look at it from the context where we might have to make a move or two to enhance our roster, like by trading a couple of guys? And you know what? I'll throw a bone out. I don't want to get into who's going to get traded, but trading a couple guys around May for an opportunity with that nice record, 30, what's that, 66%? I don't know.
It'll be three-fifths, about 60%, 33 and 22. Mike, you there?
If we can get that going, I think we'll have a good opportunity to kind of hand the torch over to some of the younger guys if they show improvement. And I'm talking maybe even Yaz, maybe even Lamont Wade to Bryce Eldridge, maybe Yaz to Matos. But let's see how it plays out. I'm excited for the season. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you, Michael.
Appreciate it, Mike. All right, so he's feeling a little 33 and 22 through April,
May. Are they
May.
playing 55 games through May since Memorial Day, May 31? Have to add that up. But I hear what he's saying. And then the other side of it is the Giants make a trade. The other thing about tonight is just the boys are back in town, and Krukow will be back in the booth, and it'll feel like Giants baseball on radio and TV. And this is Buster Posey's baseball team for the first time when he goes to the yard at 24 Willie Mays Plaza, and you don't have Mays there for the first time since the ballpark opened on an opening. It's not opening day yet, but first time going to the ballpark. How bold will Buster be? I mean, that's the one thing with Farhan. And it's interesting. Everybody wants to bash Farhan, but they're talking about, and you look at organizational rankings on your minor league system, but we were talking to Steve Sachs earlier about how loaded the Giant pitching staff's going to be at AAA. These arms were Farhan's. Buster brought Justin Verlander in, but all these arms, all the Carsons, the Birdsongs, the Harrisons, it goes on and on. They're Keaton Wynn. They are too deep in pitching. So I think is an interesting point. You could flip Verlander at the deadline. You could flip Robbie Ray at the deadline. Like he's saying, maybe, give the job to younger people. Flip Lamont Wade Jr. or Wilmer if Bryce Eldridge is ready. You could do that route. Or do you bundle a couple of these young arms and use them for trade chips to go out and get Vladimir Guerrero? He is entering in a walk year this year. Now, I don't know where he would fit long term, and it's going to cost you hundreds of millions of dollars to bring him in. Does Bryce Eldridge really profile as a everyday first baseman? I don't know. But I think the other thing is when they go to the ballpark tonight, this is the first time we're going to watch Buster Posey's baseball team at Oracle Park. It's just going to be, it's a whole new era of Giants baseball. And what will Buster do now that the roster's been constructed? Will they make tweaks along the line? And then when we get to late May, June, trading deadline into late July, how bold will Buster be to sell off pieces or add pieces to make a playoff push?
No, it's a fair point. And when we kind of monitor the trade deadline, we'll see where the Giants are at and if they want to make a little bit of a push at kind of bolstering the offense, because that's a great point, Papa, and that this is a lot of Farhan's players with Buster Posey's now team and philosophy, and we're going to see how those two mesh. And I love the pitching depth, and we talk about all the AAA talent that they're going to have down there and everything, but this is a team that still has a lot of question marks offensively. Left-handed bats, I'm a little concerned about. Jung-Hoo Lee's health, I'm a little bit concerned about. And if a couple of guys go down, and it's already happened to start the year with Gerard Encarnacion, what are you going to get production-wise offensively in a ballpark where it's hard to score runs in a division that is very high-powered on offense? So lots to monitor here. And it's going to be fun. I can't wait to be out there tonight. Check out Robbie Ray, maybe a little bit of Jordan Hicks. We'll see if Jung-Hoo Lee is going out there, and we'll wait for the lineup to come out. But lots to kind of look ahead to before we get to our roundtable on Wednesday. And, of course, opening day on Thursday. Guests today to thank Justice De Los Santos. Great to have him come by at 10:50. Roxy Bernstein helped us process some of the madness and a lot of favorites and higher seeds advancing. He joined us at 11:30. And, of course, Steve Sachs joined us at 12:50. Tomorrow, we'll talk to the Hall of Famer Mark Spears at the later end of the show around 1:30. And we'll see what else we get, because it's going to be a little bit of a dramatic day. Jimmy Butler coming back to Miami, and we'll see what I see in person out there tonight with the Giants against the Tigers.
Let us know what you see. You guys will all be out there. I think I'm going to go out there tomorrow, because tonight's first pitch is at 6:45. Tomorrow's at 5 o'clock first pitch. Beautiful. Right after the play ball luncheon. I mean, tomorrow's a big day, and I know Murph will be involved, and, you know, that's John Miller takes over and Flem. In the old days, it was Rennell. It's going to be a little odd, and she wasn't here last year, so everything's a little bit weird that way. We have to, get our Rennell fix watching MLB 2K the show. Ellie De La Cruz, by the way, is on the cover of that video game, and we're going to have to deal with him on Thursday. So it's the Giants are back in town. The boys are back. Game tonight. Play ball luncheon tomorrow, and then an earlier game tomorrow. And then I'll probably go watch them and talk to some people tomorrow before we get ready for our meeting on Wednesday as well. But it's just fun. It's a great time of the year. Warriors aren't playing tonight, so the Giants will be on the main channel. Mike Krukow is back, and it's time to watch Buster Posey's Giants play at Oracle Park. We've never said that before.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and big thank you to Walter today as well for everything that he was doing behind the glass and turning around that sound. And it is time to hand things off to Dirty Work. Starting things off on a Monday, it's Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb coming your way, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
I'm going with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Yeah, Tim Webb is back, and Walter got his ass out of the chair quickly today. Nice. I like to see that.
Quick swap. We're good.
I can't hear you, Tim. My headphones aren't in yet. So I don't know what you're saying or what you're talking about. And you weren't even here, dude. So
he was talking about swampy ass.
Give me a chance to get... Yeah, I know, dude. I'm catching some Greg Silver swamp right now. You feel it right? Yeah, he's looking me right in the eye. It's a little
weird.
Bad? It's warm. I don't like sitting in the warm seat after after Silver gets up.
My dad has an effect on some people.
By the way, did you hear earlier today, Greg Papa was talking about, because Steph was out this weekend, of course.
Of course he was.
Atlanta. And he was wondering openly if Steph Curry and Celebrini watched the game together. Rich Celebrini, 49ers head coach. Or
Back
head
here.
trainer. I wonder if they were watching the game together. I wonder if Steph said, bring me a bag of ice and we'll watch some Hawks.
That was the least on my mind.
I was like, why would that be a concern? And I don't, unless they happen to be doing something together training-wise or health-wise, I can't imagine they would have just gotten together to watch. I wonder if Steph invited him over to, why don't you come and stretch my hammies and we'll watch some hoops.
Seriously.
Hammies and hoops at my house tonight.
I mean, I'm sure Steph was at his house just watching NCAA, games.
Much
like
Tim, yeah. Much like the rest of us. I got to tell you, I had an eye on the Warrior game, but I wasn't knee-deep in it.
You were knee-deep in it?
No, I was kind of expecting a win.
I was
Atlanta.
too.
I was expecting a win.
Weren't we all?
I was like, maybe if I don't pay much attention to this one. So twice now on a Saturday, they've been shorthanded. Once without Jimmy in Philly, once without Steph in Atlanta, and they lose both those games. We'll talk more about those.
I was so confident.
We are today, by the way, going to be joined by
Matt
Mayoko at 4:50, Susan Slusser at 5:15 to get you some Giants talk. Where Derek's Giants come back to San Francisco tonight. How about that?
Yeah, and it's kind of weird. Would you say it's weird as a Giants fan as well that the A's are not playing tonight?
No, this has never been I know it's like a tradition. It's also something I've been to. I go every single season.
Yeah.
Since I was a kid, I went to this little warm-up series. And it used to be when the season would start on a Monday, Tim. Remember, they would always play this over the weekend. Before the season started on a
I remember that more so.
They'd play it over the weekend, and it would be
like a Wednesday start, so you get the Saturday, Sunday, or something like that.
And you'd usually get three of them. You get Friday, Saturday
Monday,
in San Francisco, one in Oakland on Sunday,
right.
or something, or Friday in Oakland, and then Saturday, Sunday in San Francisco. So they changed it a little bit anyway. I mean, it's not weird for me. It is something that's now gone, I guess, and it's sort of weird that it's gone since the A's aren't that far away. It still makes sense.
They definitely could have done this
to play this, but. Anyway, I don't know.
I never cared because it just feels like preseason, and by this point, I'm so done with it. I'm like, regular season, let's go.
For me, it's just to get out there and get my beak wet the week the season starts, to get a taste of the ballpark with baseball being played, get to see the players in uni, see Robbie.
And great weather right now, just spectacular. If you haven't gone outside today, woo!
See Robbie Ray throw tonight.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that'll be cool. I'm more excited for that. More excited to just go out and get a taste of the ballpark.
No, I hear you, but from an A's fan perspective, I just been used to that, so. It's just weird. The Detroit Tigers, no affiliation with the Giants at all. I mean,
a lot of teams don't play. A lot of teams play like colleges at this point.
Right.
Some teams are playing minor, like the Giants played the River Cats the other day. Teams do that.
Yeah.
They square up with one of their minor league affiliates, especially because you're going to see basically some inter squad stuff. Some guys that were already with you in camp and whatnot. We'll talk more about Kyle Harrison being optioned this weekend. That was a big deal. It's kind of not surprised to see it, but it happened before they even came on back, and so. Tells you where they were. Bob Melvin saying it's always been birdsong and Rube as far as this offseason has gone or this spring training season has gone because of how effective they've been. But stuff to talk about. Tim, how was the Tahoe trip? You enjoy yourself? Your flight to Tahoe, how was that?
Okay, yeah, let's clear that up because I did check in for a second. Wanted to make
flew
sure.
to Reno to go to Tahoe.
He
has a valid reason, actually.
Okay, so I've been making this trip. I haven't missed a March Madness since I turned 21, and
in Tahoe.
The trip has evolved, but we did Vegas for over 12 years. Just kept going, and kind of realized at a certain point that we're not going to the clubs, and we're not going to go see the Blue Man Group. So maybe we should.
No, you're missing out.
Well, at a certain point, you just kind of age out of that.
Yeah.
And so
no more 2 a.m. Angels.
No, definitely was up playing blackjack at 3 in the morning a couple of times. But
there you go.
At the same
That's not
time,
what I was
it's
talking about at all.
You just keep going. It was fantastic. But the reason we flew is because I drive a vehicle that is not four-wheel drive and is not great in the snow. And while the weather was spectacular this weekend,
great in the sun. I've been in that thing.
That is not always the case. And there's been a couple of times where we've not had access to a four-wheel drive vehicle and the weather gets real bad. We are kind of in that March storm window where we've gotten to the day before and there's no way for us to get there short of renting a $400 Suburban, which we're not going to do. So we always make the reservation for the flights way early, probably in December, and the flight to Reno from Oakland is $39. It's cheaper than getting a gas tank. So you fly to Reno, you take an Uber or a shuttle, which are both, I would say, maximum $30, and then you get a ride home with the buddies that do have the big vehicle.
This is already a longer explanation than I even care.
How long's the flight?
The flight was 40 minutes. Never even got into autopilot. A little bumpy.
Okay.
I did get a free drink coupon, and I was fired up for it. There's no beverage service between here and Reno.
And we were making the joke that as soon as you take off, you're already in descent.
Yeah. You get out of the air traffic flight for what is it? The flight pattern from Oakland, and you're already on your way down. Yeah, there's a very short flight, but it also says, if you drive, you're still looking at 4 hours, especially if, there's inclement weather. No inclement weather there, 40 minutes. The joke to me was, can I get there before your guys' for the show ends? Unfortunately,
Did you?
not. No,
Did you land before the show ended?
Oh,
No,
man.
Unfortunately not.
You missed some great radio without you.
Tim's still soft for that. Still soft. I'm going to stand by our riffs from last week where he left at 5:50 to catch his flight to Reno on a Wednesday evening.
If a gas tank is $60 and the flight's 40 and it takes a fourth of the time,
I'm not crunching numbers, dude. I'm not doing all this.
Pretty easy number.
You just gave me a word problem.
You
if it
made the
costs
right
60.
call, Tim,
Yeah.
but what time was the flight on Thursday or Wednesday night, actually?
The flight on Wednesday night left at 6:40, which was a little tight considering the show ended at 6 o'clock.
And what
So
time
I
did you
left
leave? 5?
About 5:15.
Yeah, he wouldn't have made it. He wouldn't have made the flight if he stayed till the end.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
How about him booking? How about him
going to Oakland? Yeah, you're
How
fine.
about him booking a 6:40 flight though, knowing what time the show ends?
Well,
That's probably the cheapest
he knew,
flight, though.
He knew exactly when this was going
in
down.
my defense, only 2 direct flights between Oakland and Reno via Southwest. One of them's at 6:40 in the morning, and the other's at 6:40.
Now I got to sit here with Raph, who had an unprepared weather report.
Totally unprepared.
Oh, totally unprepared. Came out from the weather center and wasn't ready to
Did
go.
he give you a rain train?
No, he didn't.
He didn't even do one.
No, he told us that spring is tomorrow. I said, you mean the first day of spring is
It was
tomorrow?
on the fly, no pre-production.
Hey, come on, bro.
half-ass rap.
I will tell you guys this. Just leaving just a couple minutes early, which I did an Irish goodbye. Thank you for that. Saved me from being behind 150 kids that were all on their way to Disneyland in the security line. So thank you both.
Well, there you go.
Did you make any money, Tim?
Sports gambling, absolutely not. But I did make about $400 playing blackjack.
Well, there you go.
Nice. Good for you. $400 playing blackjack.
Not only did it cover the losses for the sports gambling. Oh, by the way, I can also later, if you want to, we can do an update on our over-unders, or the first half unders, how that all played out. It's a little interesting this year.
All right, you got a 14 dealership, got a 6 show, and what are you doing?
I'm always hitting on 6. Always.
Always hitting on 6?
And 16.
Yeah, I'd say hit.
Always.
Tim's the winner here. He made $400. I think
Definitely covered the steak dinner on Friday, which was pretty much the highlight of the trip.
Do you think there's anything gambling-wise that you're up in your life with? Like
Absolutely
all time
not.
in your life, are you up in anything?
Absolutely not.
There's no way, right?
And the whole deal is, and I subscribe to the Church of Tom Tolbert when it comes to this. That money that you're gambling, assume it's lost.
Well,
if you just assume it's lost, then you never
Yeah,
feel
it's a good
bad.
mentality.
And I'm not talking about because I'm on the Action Network. Like I have a subscription to that, so you can track your betting on certain sports there. So like I know over a period of time, all time, I'm much better at NBA and NFL. I'm like 56% on NBA, 52 or something on NFL. Not very good at college basketball, terrible at baseball. So then I just kind of stopped wagering on the sports, and I've still done pretty well on the other two. But I'm talking like all-time sports betting, no chance I'm up. Do you know what I mean? They didn't, all those pretty buildings they got in Vegas and the big casinos. They didn't do that with all the losses. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
With all their losses. So what I'm saying is there's no, like, even like if someone's like, well, I'm great at blackjack. Are you up all time in your life, you think?
Absolutely not.
There's no way.
You're always going to lose in the
weekend.
end.
Yeah, they know Tim will be back because he had that winning weekend.
Yeah, and again,
That's the idea of
I
Vegas.
donated half that money back, at least most of it back for sports betting anyway, so it's fine.
I'll say this, pretty chalk tourney so far.
I would say so.
Pretty chalk.
Well,
pretty surprising.
Arkansas.
Yeah, Arkansas has a good run. But the SEC's so deep. They have like 14 teams.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Something like
7 teams make it to the Sweet 16 from the SEC.
Were you disappointed? Because you wanted to see Calipari over...
No, I said I wanted to see Patino.
Oh, sorry, Patino, yes.
Calipari's now coming to town. We get the Elite Eight or the Sweet
do on
16 here
Saturday,
on
yep.
Thursday. You and I will be at the Elite Eight on Saturday. That'll be a lot of fun. And we'll see if now I'm pulling for Arkansas. Now I want to see some upsets. I want to see a 10 go.
That would be pretty sweet.
make a
Although
little
my
run.
bracket's totally busted at this point.
Everybody's bracket's busted. Everybody's done.
I know, but I'm in last place right now.
As Tim yelled in the bullpen earlier, shove the bracket up your A.
Yep.
Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, rolls on a Monday. We are still giving stuff away. How about this? Disturbed with Daughtry.
What?
Didn't expect this one.
That's a pairing.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Surprised myself.
Disturbed, heavy metal.
I read this 3 times and make sure I was reading this correctly.
Daughtry more country rock.
Disturbed with Daughtry.
Okay.
They're coming. We're giving away tickets, 2 of them, all week long. So a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Disturbed with Daughtry all week long here on Dirty Work. It's going down May 10th at Chase Center. They're coming to Chase. How about that? Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. And you'll win these tickets furnished by Live Nation. The rules are available at KNBR.com. Tickets are on sale right this minute at LiveNation.com. Again, it's Disturbed with Daughtry. Tim, what's our cue to call?
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That was
Perfect.
Daughtry, right?
Beautiful. Yes, Daughtry. Yeah.
Clearly Daughtry.
When you hear Daughtry later in the show, between 3 and 6, 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. All right. I don't think Tim was here for this last week. Once Steph got hurt.
Yeah.
Dude, who'd have thought? I mean, the guy right here sitting next to me, Derek Papa, who didn't want Jimmy Butler, said it was going to be terrible for the team, who then Kuminga was coming back, thought it was going to be very problematic, and he hasn't been fantastic or anything, but was very concerned about that. Said the Warriors were going to lose to the Knicks in that game on the road.
0-for-3.
Expecting him to lose. Then Steph gets hurt, and he's like, this is going to be a good thing for the Dubs. He's like, they're going to grow from. You're going to really get to see what everybody's made of. I'm like, why do we want to see that?
It was on the table for it to be a good situation.
So everybody who was in agreement with Derek last week, and they're like, this is going to be a good thing. Really glad we get to see them without Steph.
Hey, you know what?
Really build some metal on Saturday.
I still think it is a good thing.
Warriors lose without Steph, and the question is, how badly do they need him tomorrow?
No, they're
against
fine.
The Miami
They're
Heat?
fine.
They lose 124-115 Saturday afternoon. They gave up 40 in the first, and it got out of hand. Hey, Jimmy, 1 of 7 from 3. It's like more threes than he's taken his whole time as a Warrior in that one game, it felt like. We'll get more into this one. Draymond said it was a terrible loss with 11 games left. That's next. It's Dirty Work. It's a Monday, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors look to shake off a rough loss versus Atlanta as the team heads to South Beach for what Jimmy Butler describes as, quote, just another game, unquote. Keep it locked to KNBR for the latest on Miami reunions and everything Pat Riley.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Greatest show in America rolls on. Dirty Work on a Monday. Warriors fall to the Atlanta Hawks 124-115 on Saturday.
Yeah.
A couple Saturday losses in the Jimmy Butler era. Jimmy was there for this one.
Yep.
At least he was in the building for the loss to the Sixers. Steph wasn't even there.
Steph did not travel with the team.
But he's there now, right? He's in Miami now?
He is Miami. He practiced with the team today, and he's questionable for tomorrow.
So we're getting to that, about the importance of Steph's return. And when we talked to Marcus Thompson on Friday, after our discussion about him getting hurt and trying to find the silver lining in what they could do without Steph and how long he might be out for, Marcus said that he thought Steph was only going to miss one. He said, I don't think he's going to miss that game in Miami. I don't think he's going to miss the Jimmy Butler revenge game.
Yeah.
But Steph also knows the importance of where they are in the standings, 11 games left, and he wants to be out there. And Steve Kerr said he was even trying to come back in the day that he got hurt. So I didn't really anticipate this would be a long-term thing, but they wanted to make sure, and so they knew he wouldn't play against Atlanta, kept him back to get some treatment and to rest and to make sure he was going to be okay. But 40 points allowed in the first quarter, a bad defensive effort. Draymond, after the game, called it a terrible loss. Tim, do we have the sound, Draymond, on the Warriors' loss on Saturday, talking about how bad this was with just 11 games to play?
Bad loss. It's a terrible loss. when you're in the position we got a chance to compete for something. 11 games left with everything to play for. You shouldn't have a loss like this. It's too much on the line. Got to win the games you're supposed to win. Obviously, Steph's out. Still a game we should win. So it's a terrible loss.
Yeah. Again, Atlanta's not a horrible team, but the Warriors are a superior team, and they did not play to their capability. Again, giving up 124 is bad.
No question. To give up 40 points in the first quarter just pretty much set the tone for the rest of the game. I will say, one silver lining of the whole thing, and not a silver lining, but like this game didn't bite you in the ass. Like, yes, it was a bad loss, terrible loss, whatever you want to call it. But it would have been worse last night had the Clippers beat Oklahoma City, and then you would have dropped to 7.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. You maintained 6. But even if Steph Curry comes back tomorrow, I think the Warriors should have handled business on Saturday and tomorrow. The Heat are dreadful right now, and we'll get into that next segment. But as far as what happened on Saturday, that wasn't Steph Curry's not here, so we don't know what the hell to do. They were just not good defensively. And as much as I praised Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green for their performances on Thursday night, they were terrible on Saturday. Everybody collectively was terrible defensively.
Is there any concern about I wouldn't say that it's a pattern, but the last few games there's been some inconsistencies.
Definitely.
Now, of course, the game against Denver was awful. The worst game they've played since Jimmy showed up.
Mm-hmm.
They've had some bad halves. They had a bad half in Jimmy's first game against Chicago, came back and won that. They've had a couple other bad halves against
Brooklyn
teams.
game.
The Orlando game, they needed Steph to carry them, right? And Jimmy helped them get back in it. The Brooklyn game, Jimmy had to hold serve sort of in the fourth.
Even the Knicks game. Even the one in New York, they had a tendency to not perform well offensively in the first half and then shoot the lights out the second half.
Well, Steph gave them the night with like a minute left in that Brooklyn game. They almost lost. They almost coughed it. Right? So is there any, I don't want to say concern, but is that something that you're thinking about with the Warriors as not an Achilles heel, but they've showed that they can right the ship, and they did so against Milwaukee the other night after Steph got injured or missed that game the day after the Denver game. So he wasn't. Did he get hurt in the Denver game?
No, it was
it was later on. It was the
Toronto game.
It was the Toronto game. So they lose the Denver game in terrible fashion. Steph plays poorly.
Rebound well against Milwaukee.
Back to back, and Steph doesn't play for rest.
Yes.
Against Milwaukee, they play really well. They show they can right the ship. Come back and they beat Toronto, but kind of just barely.
I mean, I'm not too concerned as far as like how they perform in the first half. Like, I would say it was a tendency on the road trip where they went to Brooklyn and they went to Orlando and they were able to figure things out. But lately, they've been playing with their food in the first half against Denver, and then they just, they weren't able to come back in that game. Milwaukee, they were focused and they were able to control that game. Toronto, they went back and forth the whole game. They're having breakdowns defensively right now, and I don't know why. Maybe it's just the matchups or whatever it is. Maybe Thursday they just couldn't contain Scotty Barnes. Saturday they couldn't contain Trae Young and everybody else on the Atlanta Hawks.
When you win games that you play poorly like that, you go, they found a way to win. And they clamped down in the second half.
Right.
They put it on in the third and fourth quarter, whatever the hell it was. But
well, I will say
it happens game after game, then you start to be like, is this a problem?
Well, they're kind of lackadaisical in the first half, like we saw it in the first quarter. They were like, damn, we gave up 40 points. And then they played a little bit better in the second quarter. They played better as the game went on. They have a little more intensity. But as far as the defense, everything was answered back by Atlanta. They had no answer for anything. They couldn't stop them. And that's a game that you should have won without Steph Curry. I don't care about they need Steph to win that game offensively. Offensively, they scored 115 points. I think that's enough to beat the Atlanta Hawks. And I know the Hawks are better than what we're giving them credit for, but I thought that they should have come in with more intensity. Like with what Draymond's talking about, you have so much little time remaining. Every game should have mattered. And I thought
every game does, of course, and that's why he's like, yo, we can't be having loss. I think that's the accountability.
But they were still too lax. Like I don't know what the reason for how blasé they were in the first quarter, and then they picked it up as the game went on. But you should have that intensity. You should have as much intensity as you did in the Milwaukee game as you did on Saturday. It was basically the same type of game. You were not going to have Steph Curry, and you had to shut down Trae Young and everybody else on the Atlanta Hawks. And I just don't know where the defense was. That's the one alarming thing. As far as like tomorrow against Miami, Steph probably will play in this game, but I don't want it to be where they're rushing him back. I want it to be that he's 100% and there's no issues with that.
I don't think you're going to get that. I don't think that can be
But I don't think that game is break glass in case of emergency. They should beat Miami without Steph.
It's not break glass in case of emergency. It's you need all hands on deck at this point in the season. This is what you've invested in. And if Steph says, I'm good enough to go, and the training staff says, yeah, okay, at 85% you're good enough to go, then he goes. Like you don't have the luxury right now with where you are to sit back and go, well, we have to wait if this is just something that maybe doesn't feel good. If there's no risk of further injury, this for football, you wouldn't be saying, well, you got to get back to 100%. It's Steph Curry, and you need him on the floor.
Yeah.
808 KNBR, 808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, the number to call. Do you think the Warriors desperately need Steph back right now? If they say if he's at 80% and he's like, I want to be out there, he wanted to get back out there after he fell against Toronto. I don't think the injury is all that serious, and I don't think you have the luxury to sit back and go, well, we got to wait and see how this thing plays out. It's not structural. It's not anything that's going to get more injured. If he feels like he can play, you need him out there. 808 KNBR, the severity of Steph not playing. How do you feel after the Warriors played Saturday to a loss without him? How big of a difference would he have made? I mean, I imagine they win that game if he plays, is my thought. You didn't lose by all that much. You lose by 9 points on the road to an inferior team.
It's not like Steph Curry was going to make a difference defensively.
But he changes the course of offense entirely for the opposition. He changes their defense. He tilts the court in a much different way.
I hear you. I mean, yes, things were definitely out of whack. They weren't smooth on offense at all.
Jimmy doesn't take 7 threes, I don't think, if Steph's not there. That's kind of my point.
And they weren't moving the ball around. I hear you, but it should have been the same type of deal as they had in Milwaukee, where there was more of a gritty win. Where
I agree. I mean, I can't say they didn't have the mindset. They've talked about the exhaustion. I mean, here's the funny thing. They play in Miami. They flew there after Atlanta. Yeah. They only play Miami today, so they had 2 days off. Atlanta off Sunday, off Monday. Tomorrow, Miami off Wednesday, off Thursday.
A long time for the Miami flu.
I saw a note that said they're going to be in Miami for 5 days. So I was like, ooh, good time to get some rest. Then I thought, will they?
Way too much
will
rest.
Will they rest at all? A little relaxation for the boys down in Miami this time of year?
Well, I hope they don't mess around too much because they're just coming off a loss. But then again, if they...
Let them do the Rodman. Just take some time, boys. Do what you got to do. Let them loose.
But then, they're celebrating. Like, if they win tomorrow, they'll be hyped for Jimmy and everything. And Jimmy has time to, figure things out with his kids and everybody, all the family has in Miami. But
little King of Diamonds. Check it out. Tim knows what I'm talking about.
Pay that rent that he owes, right?
Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. That whole situation.
Oh, dude,
Lord.
no. Oh, man.
He goes back. Oh, man, you locked me out?
It's a dude waiting in an airport for him.
It's like, sir, you didn't pay rent for 6 months. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Dude, he's like, I can't even get in there. You changed the lock.
No, but I mean, honestly, yes, I hear you. Steph Curry would have made a difference on Saturday. But honestly, they should have handled their business.
Of course. Also, Atlanta's a playoff team right now. They're a play-in team right now. It's not like, this isn't the bottom of...
Hold on. Yes,
they're a 500 team, and they're in the 7 spot.
But a play-in team in the Eastern Conference is way different than that of a Western Conference team.
I'm not disputing you. However, they're only a half game difference from where the Kings are right now in the Western Conference. I'm not saying that they're a quality team. I'm saying I'm not going to talk about them like they're the second, like it was Toronto when the Warriors lost to them when they had 8 wins or whatever it was.
Right.
It's not like that. It's not that quality to me or that bad of a loss to me. And these are the kind of games where I go, you play poorly and you don't have everybody all hands on deck and you're not 100% healthy, you run the risk of losing to another professional team. And that's what happened. They didn't play well enough to win, and the Hawks played well enough to win at home, and they have enough this year to the point that they're a 7 seed right now in the Eastern Conference. I don't think they're a great team or anything, but you're not losing to the worst team in basketball. 808 KNBR. I mean, how big of a difference was it without Steph on Saturday? How concerned are you that if he's not there, the Warriors really don't stand a chance? We've talked about that. Jimmy will make an impact as long as he's healthy. The Warriors, for as good as they are when they're at full strength, they are not a very deep team, it doesn't seem like. They've got some good rotational pieces, but if you're missing one of those pieces, it seems like somebody's got to pick up a big load. Jimmy had 25 on Saturday and did it pretty efficiently, but he did take 7 threes and was only 1 of 7 from deep. Can't imagine that's the case if Steph plays. 808 KNBR, do they need Steph tomorrow, or can they survive the Miami flu? 5 days in Miami and Jimmy gets a revenge game. We'll get to that next. It's Dirty Work. It's Monday on The Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Warriors off today after a loss on Saturday to the Atlanta Hawks. They play on, tomorrow night against Miami in Miami. I'm telling you, man, I was like, last week I was sort of baffled that anybody was like, hey, there could be a silver lining to not having Steph. I'm like, only if they win is the silver lining. We talked about whether or not you'd learn anything about them without Steph, and you thought maybe you'd see how they could play, what kind of mettle they'd have. And I said, well, we kind of saw that against the Bucks. I don't need to keep seeing that. I need Steph out there to just straight win ball games. There's 11 left, 12 going into that game Saturday. Didn't matter to me what you could find out. All I needed to see was Steph and Jimmy and Draymond in form as they get to the postseason or make a playoff run and try to avoid falling to 7. Now, they caught a break, as you mentioned yesterday, but with the Clippers losing to
OKC.
The Thunder, right. So they did not fall to 7. They still sit in 6 and still kind of control their own destiny in terms of if they win, then they can either climb or maintain the 6th seed. So, did you learn anything about him? I mean, that's what I was asking last week, is the only thing I would learn is that they need Steph Curry, and we kind of know that already. So
yeah,
only in a loss I felt like we could learn something about him. I didn't think I'd think any differently about them if they were to win without Steph.
And what I learned is they're just a little discombobulated when it comes to being, offensively good and defensively good. Like I guess what I was hoping for was that some guys would step up and be a little more confident, and it just felt like a lot of guys didn't know what the hell they were doing out there. And as far as tomorrow, like if Steph Curry comes back, then I feel very confident that they'll handle business. Even without him, I think that they should they should handle business against the Miami Heat. This team lost 10 straight. It took Andrew Wiggins last night scoring 42, something he only did twice when he was a Golden State Warrior, and that's going to be an interesting matchup tomorrow with Andrew Wiggins going against Jimmy Butler. So we'll see about Steph Curry's health for that game tomorrow. But what I learned is I was hoping to see a little bit more of the Milwaukee game and a little bit more of the Toronto fourth quarter. And what we saw was a team that just had no life and didn't know what the hell they were doing defensively. So what I learned is, they're not very good without Steph Curry. They kind of reverted back to being the team that we saw without Jimmy Butler in a way. How ironic that is. And, I just wanted to see a little more intensity, a little more focus. And for whatever reason, they just lacked it, and they had a terrible first quarter, and it just kept going that way the entire game. So
I'm not looking too deep into this one game. Like I the one game itself doesn't mean much to me. It's kind of what I said before. Is like one game, like this road trip and 6 straight or whatever on the road. I said I'm not anticipating they win every one of them, just because it's hard to do. You're still playing against professional teams, and they've lost, and they've been short against some bad teams already this year. I didn't anticipate they'd come out and win every one. That's just one I thought they had to have. I'm not looking too deep into it. They played poorly, and again, Atlanta executed. They weren't at full strength, so it doesn't totally shock me. I guess my question is, does it make you feel, how strongly was Steph Curry not felt in that game? And you said, well, I don't know if he would have made a difference defensively. I go, no, but he changes the course of everything within the game, of course, for everybody.
Yeah.
When he's out of the game, you know he's coming back at some point. It's going to change how you manage your defensive sets and how you're going to manage your I mean, they're throwing the kitchen sink at him night in and night out, and it's made things easier for everybody else. Maybe everybody else steps up and has more confidence when he's out there because you know he can carry it, and you know that you're going to find open shots. When he's not there, the open looks aren't there in the same way. Stuff gets forced, and lanes aren't there that are there when Steph's there. I wonder, like, when he's out of an offense, does it have a bigger impact on that offense than any offense in basketball? Because of how much operates through him, how much he spaces the floor, how much other teams have to account for him, and how frequently they're double teaming and switching on him.
No, I mean, definitely. I mean, you felt that on Saturday, and I'm surprised the turnover numbers weren't as higher as they were. I mean, it's only 9 turnovers the whole game. But, yeah, I mean, Steph Curry not being out there, they're obviously not the same team. So I think that...
Do you think they should be able to beat the Heat without Steph?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, they should.
Do you think Jimmy turns it on?
Well, that's what I was hoping to see on Saturday. I was hoping to see Jimmy Butler turn it on and be the guy be the triple-double machine that we saw him. I mean, he was close to getting one against Milwaukee.
Did you think he played badly against...
I don't think he played badly.
I don't think he played that bad at all.
I just don't think that he created anything else for anybody on the floor. I thought that there should have been more ball movement. I thought it was a lot of ISO stuff. The offense got stale. Yes, they should beat Miami tomorrow. They should beat Miami without Steph Curry. And I know that Steph Curry's amazing.
I think he's going to play.
I do too.
Jimmy was a plus 11. He had 8 assists.
Yeah.
On Saturday, he had 8 assists, 4 boards, 25 points. He was 10 of 14 from the free throw lines. He scored 25 points on 15 shots. Just that half those shots were threes, and they were trying to get back.
It just wasn't anybody else that was really helping him out.
I mean, he was the only
Moses
guy.
Moody had a good game, but like as far as like anybody else, like
16 on 14 shots. Like he was the only guy positive. He's the only guy on the team besides Gary Payton II who had a plus.
It's not so much
positive plus minus.
It's not so much offensively because they found a rhythm as the game went on, but defensively they just weren't in sync the entire game. Like I said before, like it was always them having a big play on offense and then right away Atlanta scoring. And I was just surprised by that. I thought it'd be more of a slugfest. If Steph Curry played in this game, it probably would have been a shootout. It probably would have been the same thing where they couldn't stop them defensively, and Steph would have had to go for 40 points for them to come away with like a 134-124 game.
I'm desperate to have him back. Like we know his impact on the floor. We don't need to. Throw the flowers at Steph Curry. We're all aware of his impact and how great he is. That he's one of the best of all time and is on that list. But the magnitude to me is felt whenever he's not there because of how different the movement on the floor is. You can survive against some bad teams. You can have big nights from certain guys. But down the stretch here in these final 11, like you need everybody. You need absolutely everybody because I don't believe they're as deep of a team as maybe we thought they were at the start of the season, even before Jimmy got here, when they were running through all the rotations. Like they got different guys to play every night. They're getting the best performances from each and like the 12 guys on the roster and everything. Now you don't have that. You've got like 8 guys, 9 guys who consistently feel like they can help the team. And if Steph's not there, there wasn't enough when Steph was the guy and Jimmy wasn't here. So why would we think any differently when Steph's not here and it's just Jimmy who's now got to carry the offense? And he did on Saturday night. Moody said had 20 points. Jimmy created other shots for other people, but not in the same way Steph does just with his presence. Kind of like we talk McCaffrey all the time in the backfield. It's just harder for guys to get open. It's easier for guys to get open when you've got so many eyeballs on one player.
Yeah, and I guess the biggest thing that I learned this week was that maybe they're not as good as we thought they were. I still think that they could cause some damage in the Western Conference.
Why do you say that?
Just because I didn't like the way that they handled things against the Nuggets. And I know it was just one game. It's kind of a fluke, but that was everybody at full strength. And you lost that game with Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray not playing in that game. And maybe that's just like a matchup thing. Maybe that's just them not being focused. Maybe it's just that.
I think it was a sloppy game more than anything. I think it was, to me, that's more of an outlier game than anything else. To me, the bigger concern is the things that we were talking about that seem to happen at game to game where they play really sloppy for a half and then have to climb themselves back into it, or they play sloppy and can't climb back into it. We've seen them win different ways, but the only things that concern me or that I'm kind of keeping an eye on are things like that, where things get out of whack and we give them credit for righting the ship, and they've been fantastic. I mean, again, what are they, 16-4 now? Since Jimmy got in?
Since they acquired Jimmy, yeah.
16-4. That's damn good. That's got to be one of the best, if not the best in basketball relative to the top teams in each conference. So, like, those games, they're outliers to me. You lose to bad teams. You lose to good teams. It happens. They've consistently beaten up, though, and won by double digits and been one of the top-rated defenses and offenses against all these opponents, even though it's a soft part of the schedule. The thing that we keep talking about is, have they been tested? And so I don't know that I look at that as a test. This is a different test without Steph, but they've already sort of passed that test without Steph as well. So that's why I didn't really care about seeing it again. I'm just desperate to have him back because I think they need him. They need to be at full strength to claim the 6 or better. You're not 2 back of the 5. You're a half game better than the Clippers. And if you don't have Steph for any number of these games, I've got concerns, I think, the rest of the way.
My thing is,
if Jimmy's out, I don't have the same concern. Isn't that funny?
What's that?
If you told me Jimmy were going to miss a couple of games, I wouldn't be happy about it at all. I wouldn't be as confident. But without Steph, I'm far less confident. You know what I mean? Like the impact that Steph has.
Yeah, I mean, Steph's importance is greater than that of Jimmy Butler, but I do think without Jimmy Butler, they do lose a lot. It's definitely not the same team. I would say right now my focus is not on getting a higher seed. If they get the 5 seed, if they get the 4 seed, great. But at this point, I don't think that that's really what's going to happen right now. I think they're probably going to stay at 6 just because of how competitive the West is right now. And we'll see what happens tomorrow. But I do think that they just need to focus on maintaining the 6 seed and getting out of the play-in. But, yeah, I do think they can handle their business tomorrow without Steph Curry. It's just, staying the course, staying afloat, and seeing what they could do without him.
I just
Hopefully
need
he's there
Steph.
tomorrow.
I don't even want to see what you can do without him. It doesn't matter what you can do without him. You got to have Steph.
Well, considering that he flew to Miami and he practiced
I
today,
anticipate he's playing.
Yeah, most likely he will play tomorrow.
Marcus Thompson said Friday, he was like, I think he's going to play in that Jimmy game. Even if you don't need him for the entirety of the game, maybe you limit some of the minutes, whatever it is. But you need Steph out there. I want him out there for the remainder of the season. The final 11, you need all hands on deck. It's kind of that simple.
I want to see how they play on the road, because if you're the 6, you're going to be in a lot of road games. And so, the grit, the metal, and all those words that we use
They've
that we
played
don't really
pretty
know.
well on the road. I mean, they went 4-1 on that last road trip.
And I don't disagree with what you're saying, but when it gets to the playoffs, it's up. All of it is, magnified infinitely. And the idea that I think what you were saying about Steph Curry, when you lose him, what you lose on offense, but the way that the offense, operates as a whole, you're looking for expectations from Gary Payton and guys like this who off the bench who are not typically your scorers who have been putting up a ton of points, but is that enough? I guess to your point.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Do you feel any differently? I mean, Derek says he's maybe lost a little bit of confidence after that game. Maybe they're not as good as he.
It's not just on Saturdays.
No, but you said maybe they're not as good
the whole
as
week.
You said maybe they're not as good as I thought they were. I'm not there yet. I mean, again, 16-4 since you got Jimmy. I was looking for a 25-6 run, which maybe seem hopeful. 11 games left, 9-2, 8-3. Does that keep you in the 6th seed? We'll talk about that next. How desperate are you to get Steph Curry back, and how differently did the Warriors make you feel after that loss on Saturday, if at all? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. It's dirty work. It's the greatest show in America. It's on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
How's your bracket doing? Are you pissed Lipscomb did not make a deep run? Who amongst us? ESPN broadcaster extraordinaire Roxy Bernstein broke down the first few rounds of the tourney with the Greg Gang today. Check out that podcast and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the Torch Bracket Leader.
It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. it sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved in the Steph Curry conversation on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 11 games left. The Warriors right now are sitting in sixth place still, a half game above the Clippers, who lost yesterday to Oklahoma City. We'll go through some of the schedule for today as well. Who are we rooting for is what we like to do on a Monday when the Warriors are off. 41-30, 11 games to play. They're sitting 2 games back in Memphis. They're 2.5 games back at the Lakers, 3.5 back at Denver. I don't think they'd get as high as 3 anyway.
No.
But 11 to play. I mean, I said 25-6 is what I wanted. I thought, and back then they were in the 10 spot when I said that. I thought it was going to take at least that to get you up to the 6. It's taken just about that. I mean, 16-4 is what they've gone in the 20 games. Maybe looking at a little more than the 25-6. Maybe it's going to be like 23-8 or something like that.
It's going to be a three. It's going to be a tough 3-game stretch when they have to go to Grizzlies, Denver, and Lakers.
Now losing 4 more seems high. Like 7-4 for the final 11 doesn't feel like that would be a good run.
Right.
Right. I feel like you got to go 9-2 or 8-3 here in the final 11 to give yourself a shot at staying in the 6, maybe climbing to 7, because you do get, as you pointed out, a head-to-head with Memphis still.
Well, do you see them actually getting higher right now in seeding?
I don't really care. Now it's about hold and serve on the 6. Now that we're deep enough into it, we've seen this play out. We know what their level of talent is. I still think they're a top 4 talent team in the West, and I think even at 6, they'd be a dangerous matchup for just about anybody. Don't want to have to see Denver, but everything happening above you, as I just pointed out in the standings, is still pretty jumbled and convoluted. So I'm not anticipating it stays anywhere near the order it's in right now.
Yeah.
In the final 11, based on how many head-to-head matchups there are. I mean, again, Warriors get Memphis, they get the Lakers, they get Denver again, they get Houston. That's 4 teams that are in front of you right now that you're going to play that could affect where they are in the standings or where the Warriors are. So I'm not as concerned about how high they climb anymore. I just, based on how they've talked about the exhaustion, how tired they are, and the mental grind of this 16-4 run since they acquired Jimmy, I think it's imperative. I mean, we knew it was imperative if you want to make a run to be the 6, but it's even more imperative now to get that week off at the end of the season. You get like a full week.
Yeah.
If you stay out of the play-in. If not, and you just play the 7, it's only 1 game, still get like 5 days or something, but you don't want to have to play that game. You don't want to have your season on the line, and if you lose that one, then you don't get those 5 days, and that exhaustion continues, and your seeding drops.
Well, not only, I mean, those 4 games that we have when April 1st starts, at Memphis, at L.A., home against Denver, home against Houston. That's pretty tough right there. And then even the last game of the season against the Clippers, that might be dicey. where you're fighting for the 6th seed. If you lose that game, maybe that's a leapfrog thing where the Clippers overtake you. So I'm with you. They do need to maintain staying out of the play-in, and Steph Curry greatly improves that tomorrow if he plays. I don't have the mindset that they need to have him tomorrow in order to win that game. Like, if we're going later in the week and he's still not back by the time they play the Pelicans.
I think he's playing, if he doesn't play tomorrow, I think he's playing Friday. I'd find it hard to believe. So. I'd find it hard to believe they flew him out there to have him questionable for Miami and then would not be available 4 days later.
So really the only game in question is tomorrow. And then, either way, he's going to be there. He's going to be there the whole week with them in Miami, and then they'll fly to New Orleans. But I still think that they could probably get it done without him. Even if he doesn't play, and it would definitely make them a better team.
Well, they've proven, I don't know if it makes them a better team, but they've proven that they can win without him. They played very badly defensively on Saturday. And again, you're going to run into these games. So I'm not like, there's no thought in my mind. It's why I don't think I can learn anything. And I was saying this last week. I don't need to see them play without Steph. I don't think it makes them better to play without him. I think they're just surviving without him.
Yes.
Kind of like when he's not on the floor. You got to figure out a way to survive and maintain offense and keep a lead or keep yourself from letting the deficit grow when he's off the floor because he's your guy and he's your superhero that can change the course of any one game. But I don't think anything makes them better. It's just about surviving the next 11 and hopefully not just surviving but thriving health-wise in the next 11. These days off will be big because also if he's out on against Miami tomorrow, it will have meant he's missed nearly a week. I mean, more than a week of rest for Steph. So,
and that's what I thought initially when he had the injury.
Plus the game that he had off against Milwaukee.
Right. No, I mean, yes, and he needed that rest, and he got it, and they came back, and he was looking great against Toronto, but then fell on his pelvic bone. No, I mean, I think that they'll be fine. I mean, either way, if he plays tomorrow, if he doesn't play tomorrow, they should be able to take care of business this week against these teams. And I know that they were playing a fairly good team in the Atlanta Hawks as far as a team that's still in the play-in when it comes to the Eastern Conference.
It's just we're all in agreement. It's a game they should have won. It didn't make me be like, oh boy, they really, really, really need Steph back. It's just I had the same feeling as we did on Friday when we were arguing about whether or not there could be a silver lining here. I thought the only silver lining is winning games while he's not there. We know that they need him because they needed Jimmy before Steph got here. So if Steph couldn't carry the load, why would Jimmy be able to for an extended period of time is where my mindset is.
Right.
It's just that they also won't have played that many games together as a unit, even if they stay in the 6 and get to the postseason as the 6th seed. So you want them playing together as much as possible. It's why, the rest thing, even for Milwaukee on that back-to-back, I know Steph really needed it, and it was beneficial. But if they lose that game on Tuesday against Milwaukee, you're like, well, damn, that's
things
bad
are looking
news.
really
Then
bad,
things are murky. But in the final 11, what do you need? Is it 9 games? Do you need 9-2 here?
I mean, yeah.
Do you believe that's what they need to stay in the 6? I think you have to based on who the opponents are. Based on, what you're talking about is the Clippers, who are right behind you. Houston, Denver, Lakers, and Memphis are 5 of your final 11. 4 of those teams are ahead of you. 1 is a half game back of you. So going 9-2 in that stretch would mean to me you've at least won 3 of those games.
Right.
Right? Even if you lose 2 of them, you've done enough, I think, to hold serve head-to-head.
No,
gain ground.
No, I mean, they should be able to do that. It all depends on, we'll see how Jokic is health-wise when they play them, next Friday night. 9-2 is manageable. That's why I like when Draymond said that after the game. I think some people the mentality after the game was we let one slip, and Draymond for at this point in the season to be like it was a terrible loss.
Yeah,
and it's good that they acknowledge that. I think they'll be focused after that. It's one game, but yeah, I do believe that 9-2 down the stretch here is manageable. I don't know if that
is that what they need. I'm asking, is that what they need?
In order to maintain the 6 seed?
What do you? I mean, otherwise you have to think it's 11-0. You can't. I mean, if you think it's 7-4 with that many head-to-head matchups, and 4 of those losses could come against teams that are ahead of you or right behind you, I don't know how you'd logistically believe that that's the best that could do it. You'd have to be lucking in a little bit at 7-4, and that'd be the worst stretch of ball they've played in 2 months.
Yeah, no, I do.
That would make me feel terrible about them. If they went 7-4, I'd be like, this isn't good. That's inconsistent. It's just above 500. You're losing to teams that you're competing against, or you're losing to inferior talent, or you were injured, and it would have been the worst stretch of 11 games that they've played since before Jimmy got here.
Yeah,
it has to be 8-3 or 9-4.
From the text line, the collective bruised ass if they lose the 6th seed will be way more painful than Steph's.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. 915 text in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 808 KNBR 415 808 5627. 707 says, does Derek still think it's good that the Warriors that Steph is hurt?
It's not good for the okay.
Yeah.
I thought that maybe they could figure things out a little bit, that maybe that Jonathan Kuminga could show a little bit more, that maybe they would feel comfortable like they did on Tuesday night. And even that game, they were having a horrible third quarter. But
I'm not happy with Kuminga, by the way.
No, Kuminga's not been playing well.
He's not playing well at all.
That is a bigger point that I think we're kind of blowing over.
Outside of his first game, he's been terrible shooting. Since his first game, he's been awful in terms of shooting.
He has been.
I don't want to defend because I didn't hear your point. I was definitely drunk in a gutter. But I think that probably what you were trying to say, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, is the idea of playing without Steph. You just see, okay, well, what does Jimmy Butler do to lead this team in a spot where you're missing 25 points a game from Steph?
Now, I mean, honestly, I was basing it on things in the past that we saw this team come together in 2018 and 2022, and they were able to figure things out down the stretch. It gave more playing time for Jordan Poole. That way he was able to be comfortable when they started the postseason run. That's what I was hoping for with the likes of Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Pajemski and guys that haven't seen a ton of playoff action. But the truth is that they were just not comfortable at all on Saturday.
But they were on Tuesday. That's why I'm like, what could you possibly, why would Saturday make you feel so much differently about them? I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying Saturday didn't make me feel that much different about them because we just saw them do it against a better team in Milwaukee on Tuesday. So I'm like, it's just when you don't have your best players, it's hard to play as consistent and as quality as you are. And as somebody points out on the text line here, it's a good point too from the 408 says, as good and as great as Jimmy has been, it's probably tough to change roles like that game to game.
Yeah,
and I don't care how long you played. When you say now we need you to go put up shots and go get buckets in a different way, Jimmy can take over a game. We've watched him do it. But if he's the guy who you're like all game, every night, you're the guy, it's a different mentality than when Steph's out there and he's playing more freely and he's finding open shots in a different way because Steph's there. His offense and his role has changed because of the quality of player he's alongside.
But most likely he's going to have to be that guy in a postseason game. So whether that was on Tuesday night or Thursday night, you still need to see that on Saturday night.
We did see it on Saturday night from Jimmy. That's what I'm saying is Jimmy is not the problem here.
No, but
Jimmy had 8 assists, 25 points on 15 shots. He got to the line 14 times.
But
that's what he does every night.
I know, but defensively it was the problem.
The team as a defensive unit was terrible.
Yes.
But that's not all on Jimmy. It can't just be. What I'm saying is Jimmy did his part on Saturday. To me, it has nothing to do with, he needs to step up and carry. The team feels different. The offense feels clunkier without him out there. I mean, I think back to the Philadelphia game in that Saturday night where they were just clanking shots left and right. Quentin Post was put up like 5 threes in the first half. Terrible shots, and then would get it back and reload. I'm like, you got too many heat checks in this one for Quentin Post. But that's the game without Jimmy Butler out there. And the first thought I had was they look like they did before Jimmy got here. They look out of whack. They look like everybody can focus on Steph because there's nobody else they have to worry about. So the same can be said on the other side of the coin. This unit is supposed to work as a unit. This run is supposed to happen as a unit. The desperation for Steph to be back and all of their hopes rely on the health of all of these guys being there. When I say all these guys, it's Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler. They can find other guys to plug the holes or to start. That's what they've had to do. And you can weather the storm for a little bit. But I think he's maybe more important to his team, Steph Curry and his offense, than any team and any superstar in basketball. I'm not saying the Bucks are good without Giannis, but in terms of what their offense is capable of or how the offense operates, how it affects everybody else, Steph we talk about him being a gravitational player. It changes everything.
Okay, but as far as Jonathan Kuminga, Tim made a good point here. With the way he's looked, do you honestly think that he'll be that much of a difference maker when it comes to the postseason?
I never thought he was a difference maker. I never thought he was. I wasn't ever wanting to give him the big contract. I've never thought he was all that special. Obviously, the trajectory of his career has changed a lot because of what happened last year after he said he was uncoached. Steve Kerr couldn't coach him, and he didn't like the role he was in. I haven't liked any of that stuff. I don't know how much Steve Kerr likes having to deal with that with Jonathan Kuminga. I can't imagine it's one of his favorite parts of coaching. It's off-court noise. But also, Tom used to say this all the time, the game just doesn't come naturally to him.
It does not.
And he's still developing. And so until that stuff becomes instinctual, his impact is always going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a hair short for a game. Like, again, you watch Pajemski play, we knew immediately, wow, the the basketball IQ's off the charts, like the hustle's off the charts. There was never any talk about, even this year when Podziemski's asked to play a different role and go be a scorer and be the starting two guard and be the backup point guard, he was never bitching and moaning. He made a ton of mistakes, and he had to work his way through it, and now he's in the midst of the best stretch of his career since Jimmy showed up. I've never been high on Kuminga. And when I told you when you were concerned about his impact maybe having a negative effect when he came back from the injury, I was like, if it doesn't work, they won't play him. If he's incapable of helping the team, they just won't play him. Rotations shrink when you get to the postseason anyway. The hope is that they can develop him and he becomes a star. I don't see it where he's ever the Batman for a team. Like, I just don't. No. I can't imagine that's the path of his career, at least at this point. He's still very young, but again, I don't know that he's hurting them right now. He's certainly not playing very well.
No, I mean, he's not hurting them, but he's not really making a big impact as well. And I think that the perfect role for him was that game where he came back against the Sacramento Kings and they had a huge lead and he was just the closer. But now when we see, Steph Curry's out and he's got to, pick up the pace a little bit or pick up the slack, he's not shooting well. I don't know. I don't have high expectations for him. I just think that right now I want to see more from everyone else around, Jimmy Butler, everybody getting everybody else involved. I feel like, I don't know, I would say Saturday night, it didn't kill my hopes of them being a championship team. It was just a little disheartening that they weren't as focused as what they could have been.
What do you think, Tim? 9-2, is that what you need?
I would say 9-2. I mean, 8-3 at worst. I would also say that having Kuminga back has affected the rotations a bit, and some of the other bench players are not playing as well now that he's there. Specifically, our guy, Guy Santos, who's gone scoreless in 3 of his last 4 games.
Whoa!
Now, is Guy the problem? No, of course not. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that they're changing the rotations and getting this guy in now 22 to 25 minutes a game might have an effect on some of the guys at the back end of the bench who were playing really well.
I mean, it's as simple as somebody on the text line said it. Why are we talking about what ifs? No Steph, no chance. It's that simple. For me, again, I said this Friday, there's no silver lining. Yeah, we want to see everybody play well. We want to see everybody play well always. Who cares? Steph's not there. This team doesn't have a chance to make a run. It's why game to game right now isn't as important to me. You just have to win. And you've got to make sure that you're tight in the places that they found success since Jimmy Butler got here. A plus defensive team, a plus offensive team. They've scored more in the paint. They've gotten to the free throw line. Jimmy did all of that on Saturday. Nobody else was really there to help out except for like GP2, who's like been a true 3 and D player.
Right.
So my thought about where this team can go has not changed at all. But if Steph's not there or they're not healthy, everything changes. If Jimmy weren't healthy, it would all change. If Draymond weren't healthy, I wouldn't think they're a top 4 talent team. So again, my scope on this hasn't changed. I wanted 25-6 when they got Jimmy. I'm looking now, maybe it's a little bit off of that. Maybe it's 24-7 or 23-8.
Yeah.
But I think final 11, 2 more losses would put you at my 25-6 at 9-2.
Yep.
8-3 could get you into the 6, but it's not about climbing to me anymore. It's about hold and serve. And with the head-to-head matchups you have against those 5 teams, Clippers on the very last game of the season, a 12:30 afternoon tip at Chase, which would be a lot of fun on a Sunday afternoon. It'll be like the final day of a baseball season. Trying to get in and see where your seating is could mean a lot for both of those teams. Plus, you still get a head-to-head Lakers. You got Memphis, you get Denver, and you get the Rockets. 4 teams ahead of you, 1 behind you. 9-2, 8-3. And if you're taking 3, God, I really hope the 3 aren't against 3 of those teams that are ahead of you. Because that's going to make things real murky as you move through.
No, I mean, definitely. I do think that 9-2 is manageable. I think they need to do that to maintain the 6 seed. I think that we're talking about this because Steph Curry wasn't there and they lost. But I think if he comes back tomorrow, I think everything will be fine. I think that it's been a rough week a little bit. I mean, that Denver loss was bad. They rebounded against Milwaukee.
2-2.
Yeah, I mean, they're 2-2.
Not
I mean,
rough. Not that bad.
No, I know, but the Toronto game, you have a little bit of concern because, you should beat that team by a lot, but you had a back-and-forth affair with them. You came back, or you had a better effort down the stretch against Atlanta. I think tomorrow, if they go back to being the team that we saw with Jimmy Butler for the time that he was here, I think we'll feel fine. And then they also have the Pelicans later on this week, San Antonio. They'll get right. We'll see what the true test will be in a week once they play Memphis, L.A., Denver, Houston. We'll see how that stretch goes. But right now, I feel fairly confident in this team going forward. 9-2 seems manageable. It's just that they have to maintain the 6 seed. I'm not thinking about 5. I'm not thinking about 4. Just stay afloat. I think they will be fine.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Do have to let you guys know that Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. All right. Do also have to let you know, just some what would you call it? Some spring cleaning here?
Housekeeping.
Some housekeeping to attend to here. How about this? We'll call it spring cleaning. Our 2025 KNBR Giants Roundtable is on Wednesday. Wednesday, out at the Presidio Golf Course, 300 Finley Road, right here in San Francisco. Whammy! That's Wednesday. Dirty Work's going to start live on site at the Presidio at 2 o'clock. Then the roundtable with myself, Derek, Murph and Marcus, Greg and Greg will start at 3 o'clock. We'll be inside a tented terrace, which is adjacent to the Ironwoods Bar and Grill. There's going to be a full menu at the bar available, plus some drink specials, and those in attendance will be able and eligible to enter for a chance to win an autographed Will Clark Giants jersey. Open to the public Wednesday, starting at 2 with Dirty Work, the roundtable with all 6 KNBR hosts at 3 o'clock. Come on out, hang out, talk some Giants ball, get ready for opening day on Thursday. How about that?
Trying to figure out which one of the people on the chat are going to come out and have a beer with us, especially after Tuesday. We got none of the suckholes out there. What the hell?
When you say us, are you going to be there?
There's a good chance, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh, so Tim will make it out to the Presidio, but he just can't. You stay until 6 that day, or you out at 5?
I'll probably leave at 4:30.
All right. The KNBR Giants Roundtable Wednesday, starting at 2 o'clock with Dirty Work, 3 o'clock with everybody right here on the Sports Leader out at the Presidio Golf Course. Come out, hang out, have a good time. Let's get you the latest on some Giants baseball. They're at the ballpark tonight. We got a starting lineup for you. Giants and the Tigers in an exhibition game. Robbie Ray is going to start tonight. I got the lineup for you. I'll get that to you next. As Derek's coming out, I'm going to show him around the ballpark. Get his Giants.
I've seen the damn
wet.
ballpark.
Show them the nooks and the crannies.
I'm going to show you all the nooks and the crannies.
I've seen all the nooks. I've seen the crannies.
I'll teach you about the history. I'll be like, dude, whose jersey you think that is retired up there, huh? That's Monty Irvin, Derek. We'll take a look at the Wall of Fame. We'll go outside. We'll look at the...
This is a father and son moment we're having?
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Come on, son.
Hey, Derek.
Come on.
Do you want to have a catch after the game?
Buy him a foam finger, dude.
This is what a garlic fry tastes like.
Derek's got one of those hats with a little spinner on it, dude. He's walking around with a...
I have plenty of those.
Have you
seen Greg on the stream? He's got plenty of those.
Does he
to give
really?
me. Oh, yeah. He's rocking those things all the time.
You know, something you can do at Giants games is you can go and get a certificate that says my first Giants game to give to children. You can do that.
Yeah, this will be my first Giants game.
They still have a Build-A-Bear. We got to get Derek one of those. 808 KNBR.
Still around?
Where should I take Derek at the ballpark tonight?
Here's the Coke slide.
Giants and Tigers. Yeah, we'll take him down the slide. Derek sits between my legs, dude. I hold him at his waist and we slide down together.
Oh, my God.
We'll do the Coke slide tonight. He can go hit home runs at Mini Oracle Park up there, too.
Sounds sweet.
Swinging the little T-ball cage. All right, no surprise, but Kyle Harrison optioned to AAA, which means Landon Roop, Hayden Birdsong. Get my Birdsong on. Going to make the big league roster, it looks
Krug
like.
was right all along.
Also, Sean Jelly option. We'll talk about this. How does the roster shake out now? Also, that Gerard Encarnacion is going to miss 4 to 6 weeks.
Killed me.
Dude, we were excited about this guy as the DH.
I could sing.
Excited about him.
Got a nice girl.
We had a whole soundbite ready to go and everything.
It's ready.
And I was landing on the...
That's all I added in the promo for the roundtable.
The injured list. We'll talk about this. Harrison going to go to AAA. Giants return to Oracle Park tonight for an exhibition series. The season opens on Thursday. More to come. Dirty Work. Greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
According to sources, Steph Curry will join the Warriors in Miami ahead of tomorrow night's game. But his status, however, is TBD, as the star guard attempts to return from a pelvic bruise. If playing without Steph Curry feels like a pelvic bruise, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube channel, the only place for Bay Area fans to swap stories about your pelvis.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Doesn't mean anything. Giants baseball returns this Thursday. Actually returns today. You got an exhibition game tonight, 6:45. We'll have it all for you right here on the sports leader. Pregame starting at, what do you got, Tim?
6:30, I believe.
Is it 6:30 first pitch?
No, it's 6:45, but pregame starts at 6:30.
Why did you look at me funny, Tim?
Are we doing the broadcast today?
Are we doing it?
Why wouldn't we? Okay, now you're making me sound bad.
Let's confirm, okay?
Don't just stare at me. Find out what's going on.
Hey, I have music to fade.
Sorry, are we doing the broadcast? What do you mean?
What do you mean? Are we carrying? Yeah, we carry Giants baseball. We are the flagship of Giants baseball.
Tim, we're carrying the game tonight.
Tim's gone. Where'd he go? Tahoe?
Wait, questioning whether or not we're carrying the game tonight? The game's going to be on.
All right, preposterous. Preposterous by Tim, absolutely. I'm going 100%.
Yeah, I saw it on the schedule.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tim. Well, why wouldn't we be carrying Giants baseball?
It's a very special edition of Niners Nightly tonight.
Go ahead and hit it, Tim. Go ahead. There we go. Yeah.
Now it's the
I wasn't sure if we were carrying both the preseason. Well, you know, sometimes it's also still recovering.
It's preposterous.
In my 3 years I've been here, we've always carried the Monday night spring trading game.
We carry all of them.
Yes.
We're the flagship for Giants baseball.
This is all news to me.
You can hear all 162, including tonight and tomorrow against the Tigers in an exhibition series at Oracle Park right here
164
on the sports leader. Yeah.
Larry's got to squeeze all of his diner takes into 30 minutes tonight.
Yeah, so you get Giants pregame tonight at 6:30. Tomorrow we have an early first pitch.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
It's like a 5:05 tomorrow. 5:05 first pitch tomorrow against the Tigers.
I think we're done at like 4:50 tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, that would be the math for a 15-minute pregame.
There you go.
Nailed it.
No award-winning diamond notes, but those do return on Thursday.
Tim, do you want to go check for us if we're carrying tomorrow's game? Want to go make sure we're carrying the Giants, dude? What are you talking
I went
about?
in there and I asked Hole, and he said this.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Looked right at me.
It's a hell of a weekend you had, too.
Jeez, dude. Tim comes back. He's like, we're carrying these? What the hell are you talking about?
I needed some Larry Kruger the way he needs Birdsong. You know
I'm like sitting here pimping the Giants KNBR roundtable going on Wednesday at Presidio, and he's like, I don't know if we're doing all those games. I don't know if we're going to have them. We are. Every game, including tonight.
Oh, man.
Giants baseball right here on the Sports Center. And we got a lineup, by the way.
We do.
It's as close to an opening day lineup as you're going to get. Now, a couple of notes here. Gerard Encarnacion, who was we were anticipating would be the opening day designated hitter, had some hand soreness. They did some x-rays. He's got broken bones in his hand. He's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks, broken ring finger on his left hand. So the thought was he was probably going to share some time DHing with a combination of he and Wilmer Flores, but he was likely to get the bulk of it, we thought, even though Wilmer's been swinging the bat well this spring. And a lot of people, including Grant Brisbee, who was on with us last week, said he was one of the guys he was sort of hinging on and excited about. Like if he has a sort of a surprise decent season, maybe that's helpful for the Giants, especially early on. Injuries already rearing their head. 4 to 6 weeks for Encarnacion, which means they'll have to find another bat to make the roster. We'll see if that's Grant McCray. If they go with another outfielder, that'd be another left-handed bat. Luis Matos obviously is going to play some in the outfield and probably some at DH. Luciano. Will they go with David VR? We'll talk more about that in just a minute. But the lineup for tonight, Elliot Ramos leads off in left field. Willie Adames bats second at shortstop. Jung Hoo Lee bats third in center field. Chapman bats fourth at third base. Bailey hits fifth catching. Wade sixth at DH tonight. Wilmer seventh at first. Yaz is eighth in right field. And Tyler Fitzgerald bats ninth at second base. Robbie Ray is the starting pitcher tonight against the Tigers. In an exhibition tune-up, and he's had a brilliant spring. Don't want to put too much into spring numbers, but it's funny. Like, when a guy's bad, you're like, I don't want to put too much into it. When a guy's good, you go, yeah, okay, I don't want to put too much into it, but you'd rather see the good stuff
looking pretty nice
than the bad stuff. So the big news of the weekend, Kyle Harrison gets optioned to AAA Sacramento.
Yeah.
23 years old. I talked about this last week. I wasn't real concerned about it early on because, again, I don't put too much weight into spring. And when a guy's getting back up to speed and who knows what he's working on, who knows how he's feeling, et cetera, et cetera. But then he started getting not only ripped, he was really low in velocity. He sort of lost the 94, 95. It was like 89, 90, 91, they were saying, which is of concern. Now, Alex Pavlovic had pointed this out among other Giants writers that Harrison, I guess, had lost 13 pounds or something at the start of camp.
Flu,
because of a virus that he got. And so, again, I'm not a professional athlete. I don't know what it feels like to have all your stuff and then to be weakened in the way that those guys are weakened when they, I don't know if you lose body mass or whatever the case may be. There were reports last week that his velocity was coming back a little bit, that he was starting to throw a bit harder, but he did not pitch well enough to warrant a spot on the opening day roster, I thought, at 23, where he was the incumbent coming in. He had to lose this job and this opportunity. But to have that happen while there were two other guys throwing as well as Birdsong and Roop, who the organization are as excited about, I thought it was a no-brainer. And it sounds like that's what Bob Melvin said, too. He said the entirety of camp, he was behind those two guys. Roop came in throwing strikes. Birdsong came in throwing strikes. Two of the big things they wanted to see from those guys. And they're getting swings and misses. I mean, they did everything you asked them to do, plus a guy is underperforming. He's 23. He will be back. You're going to see him again this year. I think as a starting pitcher.
It's just a little disappointing for the expectations.
Of course. And you want to, again, when you have a young pitcher like that, you want to see him develop gradually and annually. You want to see him take jumps to the next step because they were projecting him as a front-of-the-rotation starter. Now he's sort of panning out, and I don't want to say panning out. That's not even right. He's played out to be more of a back-of-the-rotation guy. But again, at just 23 years old, I've still got hopes for him. And he's the one guy I look at who I was really, really, really excited about, and Bryce Eldridge too, but from a pitching standpoint, a guy who they drafted in the Farhan era, who they went above where they should have gone in the slot. Like if it was a normal draft in 2020, I don't know that he would have gone as high as he did. He was committed to go to college already. But the fact that we were that excited about him, that he was viewed as a top pitching prospect, and I don't really feel like he was developed in a way that was beneficial to him, not just being drafted in 2020, but how they used him in the minors, the 3-inning starts. Like I just felt like they kind of toyed with his development in a way that they were trying to model their new age of baseball after.
Yeah.
And I didn't really ever buy into it. And I think maybe to some extent it's hindered some of his development or ability to pitch deeper into games or throw more strikes. But I still have hopes for Harrison. I'm very excited about Birdsong and Roop. I think you're probably going to see Roop out of the bullpen would be my guess. Because of the option of Sean Jelly.
Yeah.
Feels like since that's a role he's
That's what I was going to ask you.
Kind of a 2 to 3 inning reliever.
Yeah, so I saw that news over the weekend with Sean Jelly being optioned. And Justice De Los Santos had this reaction. He was on with the Gregs today, but he was like, well, that probably means that, Sean Jelly didn't do anything to lose the job as far as being a reliever, but it may just be that they love what they saw from Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop, that Landon Roop could be that guy that fills in for Sean Jelly. Would you assume that maybe Hayden Birdsong's right now the favorite to get that fifth spot?
Yeah, I think Birdsong's going to be the starter only because Roop, they used him as a starter like for the entirety of last year, and they did use Roop, I want to say, out of the bullpen a handful of times.
Yeah.
I'm going to get his game logs for you from last year, but he's a guy who can throw more than 1 inning. You can use him as a stretch guy. He can be a guy who pitches. If your starter gets into trouble, you can bring him in for 3 to 4. Tim, you remember I was a classic part of a bullpen forever, not just like a mop-up guy, but a dude who could pitch.
Bulk inning guy,
a bulk inning guy.
Yusmeiro Petit.
Yusmeiro Petit. I was going to go with, who's another one who was like that? Tim Lincecum saved the Giants in 2012 as a bulk innings guy out of the bullpen. Remember how phenomenal he was in the postseason? Chad Zerbe was that guy. Jim Brower was that guy who could come in and throw you if you needed 3 innings. They could make a spot start where he wouldn't be an opener, but if you need somebody else to make a start, he can throw multiple innings.
Yeah, last season, Landon Roop made 4 starts, but he appeared in 23 games. So he was coming out of the pen almost predominantly, especially early in the season. Now, he did get hurt, if you remember. But, yeah, you need a guy that eats innings. Right now, the guy on the roster who does that is Tyler Rogers. And the only reason he does it is because he doesn't throw exceptionally hard, so you can have him go back out there for a second game. That being said, he's pretty much using a lot of leverage situations at this point, too. So you're not having him go out.
How many starts was it again, Tim?
4.
So 4 starts in 11 of the 23 innings as a reliever. He went more than an inning. So even as a reliever, he was a bulk guy. And that was like Sean Jelly drafted as a starter initially and then moved to the bullpen. Yep. Same sort of thing. So they kept him stretched out. So I'm good with this. I'm happy if that's the way this is going to shake out. The question I have is where they go with the 40-man roster behind the Encarnacion move. So I don't know. Like he's on the 40-man. So out 4 to 6 weeks, he'll go on IL. They'd probably have to, I don't know if they're going to, unless they know for sure he's going to be 60 days. I don't know if they'll go with the full 60-day IL, which means you don't have an extra roster spot. Sam Huff, I think, is a guy who's going to have to be moved on there, right, to be the backup catcher because Tom Murphy is still out. I don't believe he's on the 40-man right now.
No.
It's why you wrote down an interesting name here in terms of roster placement. You wrote David VR as a potential guy.
Well, I heard his name brought up by Kerry Crowley over the weekend.
It's interesting because he's on the 40-man. He doesn't have a spot on the team. If he were on the roster, it would be simply to maybe try to shop him for somebody else because otherwise they need the 40-man roster spot. I don't know if it's going to be more valuable to move him off of that. Like if Lou Trevino is going to make the team,
right?
You've got to make room on the 40-man for him as well. And I'll actually have to look if they have any spots open presently right now. But Grant McCray already on there, Luis Matos, Luciano. VR's a guy I feel like is the number one candidate to be moved off of the 40-man in order to create room. Tom Murphy can be moved off onto the 60-day to create more space as well. So, I'd be shocked if VR made the team, but unless he's involved in a trade, you're just kind of giving him away or putting him through waivers where somebody can grab him for free. So, I don't know. We can talk to Susan Slusser about it.
Yeah, well, as far as the DH, I mean, is this in your estimation, do you just believe that Wilmer Flores just gets more run at DH, or are they going to have to, I mean, based on the pitching matchup, go with, maybe Matos or Grant McCray or Marco Luciano? Like, what would be the best move in light of Encarnacion being out for quite some time?
I don't know if it's Luciano. My thought would be they're short left-handed bats anyway. I mean, you're losing a guy who can play some infield and some outfield who plays first base. I don't know how much they were planning to play in there or in the outfield. So I don't know if it makes more sense to keep like a Casey Schmidt there or Wisely's probably going to make the team. I think we think is a left-handed bat for the infield and the guy who can play 3 of the infield positions. McCray kind of makes sense in terms of having another bench bat in the outfield. It gives you some more speed. He can play the corner spots also in the way that you thought maybe Encarnacion would. Plus, you already have 2 other first basemen. So Wade and Wilmer are just going to split time at first again. I think Lamont Wade being healthy this year is a crucial part of whether or not the Giants can have any success. Because you don't want to put Wilmer in the spot where he's got to play first every day. If Lamont's healthy, he's getting on base. That's what the guy does. At the very least, he's going to draw walks and get on base. Whether he hits for power, again, remains to be seen. But I think Wilmer probably gets a majority of them, and I think you probably see a split between he and Lamont to take some pressure off of Lamont having to play first base all the time, even though he's plus defense over there. I think you're probably going to see, like you're seeing tonight, he's DHing and Wilmer's at first.
It could also be a way to get Luis Matos at bats. If he's not playing in the field, especially defensively, they like having Yastrzemski patrolling over there. But getting him some consistent at bats so he's not just on the bench 3 times a week or whatnot. That could be a move. I think the McCray thing also makes sense because again, you get a guy late in the game that's going to have some speed, and it seems like speed has been more of an emphasis this preseason.
I always wonder this: how real do I have to get with myself? Because I'm just not a negative Giants fan in general. I'm just excited baseball's back. I always want them to play well and be good, even if I don't really think they'll be that good. I keep saying I think they're going to be more entertaining this year. I don't know what that means and to what end, because, again, not all 500 teams are created equal, and 80 to 81 wins, not a great season. Can you be entertaining in a season like that? Maybe. Those are the ones that are hard because you just kind of go back and forth. I'm hoping for more this year. I actually think they could be like an 85-win team, which means you're maybe in the mix in September. I want meaningful games that are legit meaningful games in September. Not, well, there are only 3 back of that 3rd wild card, but there's 4 teams in front of them. That's not legit. You never bought into the quality team or the caliber of the quality of the team last year. What are the honest expectations for the Giants as we get ready for 2025? And I should let you know, by the way, that this segment of Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sales. They're here. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. What are your honest expectations for the Giants in 2025? Jim Bowden ranked all 30 teams in Major League Baseball. Yeah, I'll tell you where the Giants are, and it's not in front of the A's. We'll get into that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants back tonight. 6:30 pregame, 6:45 first pitch right here on the Sports Leader. Robbie Ray pitching for the Giants. Again, the lineup tonight, probably pretty close to what you're going to see on Thursday for opening day. Ramos leads off in left, Adames at short, Jung-Hoo Lee in center, Matt Chapman at third, Bailey catching, Wade DH, Wilmer first base, Yaz in right, and Tyler Fitzgerald at second tonight, batting ninth. We just got a note from the Giants media, like the press team there. They're saying Jerar Encarnacion has had his hand surgery, out 4 to 6 weeks. He will travel later in the week just due to having that surgery. Yep. Break bones in your hands. I've had that before. They like put all those little pins in there to painful. Reconnect it. Yeah, it's not comfortable. It's not the best injury to have. Remember that Pablo kept getting those remember like back-to-back years he had these
hamate bone?
Yeah, after the second one I was like, thank God, no more hamates to remove.
808 KNBR, would you rather have your hamate or your pelvic bruise?
Rumor says they told Pablo he was going to get his hamate removed. He was like, yum.
Remember that? Yeah.
Oh, come on. Hey, come on. I'm just riffing. I love Pablo. All right. Honest expectations for the Giants for 2025. So Jim Bowden released his rankings of all 30 teams in baseball.
Yep.
Giants never get any love. Not that they deserve love right now. Not that they do. But he rated them 23rd out of 30. They're right behind the A's, the Mariners, and the Angels. I was like,
I was surprised by that.
Behind the Halos, bro? Come on, Jim.
Well, even the A's, I would say.
I don't know. People are getting high on the A's because of they've decided to spend. It's all like relative. They locked up.
Yeah, but I would say it's probably even right now. I'm giving the edge a little bit to the Giants.
I don't think the A's did that much. They were sort of a surprise team last year.
They spent money for the first time in a million off seasons.
Mariners, Angels. Mariners did nothing this offseason offensively. They had some of the best pitching in baseball last year, some of the best starters. They still have a great young rotation, and they're not going to be able to score runs. They couldn't win games last year because they were losing every day 3-2 or 2-1 or 2-0 or 4-0. Like they could not score to save their life last year. And so, again, they're going to be one of the best pitching teams, I think, in the league, in the American League. I don't see any reason to believe that their offense will be any better. I did see they released Mitch Haniger this weekend.
Yes.
I was like, oh, man, forever Giant. I saw that note, and I was like, man, I forgot Mitch Haniger was a Giant for a minute. That was a bummer. Never saw him play. Anyway, above the Tigers, the Rays, and the Rockies.
I was surprised about the Tigers. There's a lot of expectations for the Tigers this year.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is just one guy's prediction and thought. But Alden Gonzalez wrote a piece where he was talking about how the Giants, over the last 5 years and under Farhan, they just had no identity, no core, nothing for fans to write home about. Like, I think that's where I'm at when I say they'll be more interesting or more exciting to watch is, I mean, they had so many moves. Remember that year they had like 90 guys on the roster or whatever? They're like more players ever in AAA on that championship team a few years ago than any AAA team had ever had. The taxi squad had like a whole new meaning of how you cycle the roster. And we talk about knowing who's going to play every day. There's two things. You want to have a quality team out there that's going to play every day. But the thought is that if you have good players, they're capable of being out there every day and you can be competitive. There will be names that you recognize now every day in the lineup. There will be expectations for when somebody gets hurt, who would take that role. And then when that guy comes back, that he'll come back and assume that role. It won't be the same tinkering with openers each and every day. I think we're going to feel like we're watching a baseball team play. The expectations of how good they can be, I struggle with this because I don't know how much weight I should put into what's happened in the last couple of years or how much I believe in the quality of players they have now relative to the rest of the division. If they still played 19 games against everybody in the division, I might think they'd be a little bit worse. I do think that, I mean, again, they were a 500 team each of the last couple of years, or 80 wins or 81 wins. It was just so boring because some of those years they did it right at the end of the season with Shelby Miller and Jarrell Cotton, guys who they were hardly in the organization. You don't even remember that they played for the team. I'd like to believe that they're better than they were last year, and I think on paper they will be. I want to believe that they're like 90 wins seems like a lot, and that might be too ambitious. I'd like to believe they're an 85-win team.
That seems fair.
And 85 wins puts you at least in that final month, maybe in the mix. And if you're an 85-win team, You could be an 87 or an 88 win team, or you could be an 82 win team. I just think that's kind of the window. That'll be my point that I'm looking for.
Yeah.
The 09 Giants won 88 games.
That's what I was going to ask.
It's the best pitching in baseball.
What was the record in 2009? Because that's kind of the expectations I have for them this season, as a stepping stone, something that they can build upon. And for the main thing this season, it's an evaluation. It's for Buster Posey and Zach Manazzi to look at the roster and say who's going to be here, who's not going to be here. But just looking around the National League, like, it's so competitive right now. Obviously, in their own division, I would say obviously the Dodgers are better, but Padres are better, Diamondbacks are better. Looking at the NL East, I would say Phillies, Braves. I mean, just look at the NL Central. Like right now, that's why I said last week. Right now, they're probably in the same tier as the Cincinnati Reds. Like they're kind of in.
I think the Reds are below that, personally.
Why do you say that?
Because I don't think the Reds are as good of a team. It's funny. The Giants will play the Reds in that series, and the Reds will have the best player in the series, and yet the Reds, I think, are a worse team. They don't have the same pitching the Giants have.
No,
they don't. They just in general, I don't think are as good of a team talent wise. I mean, they have some good players, but I don't like their division is also far worse. The Cardinals aren't nearly as who's the top of that division? Milwaukee lost players this year and didn't spend a lot or do much this offseason because they're banking on their young guys and Jackson Chourio and whatnot. 925 checks in and says it's the same players, Copes. They added one good player. They're the fourth best team in their own division. I'm not convinced the Padres have the same quality pitching. And what I would say when you say it's, and I think that's the pessimistic way of looking at it, they added a player in Willy Adames and that's it. Matt Chapman had a great season last year. Willy Adames added to the roster to a 500 team, much better. I think the rotation right now, relative to that of last year, where we opened the season, you didn't have Alex Cobb, and he didn't even pitch here. They traded him to Cleveland. You had Robbie Ray, but he didn't come back till late in the season. Didn't pitch great, pitched okay, but he was never the Robbie Ray in form or healthy. And to be fair, to that point, he hasn't been healthy for a full season in 3 years, like since 2022. So that's still something you're hoping for. They added Justin Verlander. Maybe you're someone who's like, that's dumb, he's old, whatever. Still probably a solid. I think he's still at least a middle-of-the-rotation pitcher. And if he's healthy, I think he's going to be better than some average guys they've had over the last couple of years. I've got higher hopes for Roop and for Birdsong than I had going into last year with Kyle Harrison. Like, I really do feel better about those guys. Hicks, to me, is just kind of a middle-of-the-road starter who can help you in the bullpen when things flame out. Logan Webb, we know, is going to be Logan Webb. I have higher hopes for the guys who are now more entrenched. We didn't know Elliot Ramos was going to end up what he was last year and become an all-star. He's got to prove he can do it for a second straight year. To say they added one good player, they had Jung Hoo Lee for like a month and a half last year.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different factors. They didn't have a starting second baseman in a second year. Fitzgerald, another guy, has to prove he can do it. Lamont Wade was hurt most of the early part of last year, and then he came back and he got on base a bunch, but didn't hit for power. Wilmer was a shell of himself because he was hurt. I'm not saying they're a playoff team. I'm not saying, and I'm not getting really excited about the potential for them making a run. I do think that the quality of pitching this year is better than what they had last year, and I'd like to believe that Willy Adames will change the course of the lineup to some extent. Now, these guys, a lot of this is banking on guys having to repeat. Ramos has to take the next step. Maybe Matos can take that step this year, but also Jung Hoo Lee's got to take a step. This is effectively a rookie year, but now the expectations are there because you missed almost a full season. So, yeah, I'm with you in that they didn't add a whole bunch of different stuff, but I do feel differently about some of the players they have now than what they had last year. Again, the 88-win Giants didn't add a ton. I wasn't stoked about the Aubrey Huff signing when it happened. I was like, this guy was an Oriole and a Ray. Like, it didn't matter to me. They added Pat Burrell the middle part of that year. Pablo Sandoval came out of nowhere in 2009 from single A to the majors in one season. I'm not saying that's what this is. I just think to suggest that because they only signed one big free agent, that they'll be the same team is a little off base. I think that's a little muddled.
No, I mean, I definitely think they'll improve this year. And as you said, I think they'll be more entertaining. I think that we'll see them actually steal some bags this year. And, yeah, I just think that to expect them to be a playoff team is a lot to ask. There's so much more talent in the National League. But I think that we get a clear sense of what the lineup's going to be every day. I feel like, everyone keeps bringing this up, but the vibes are better. I think they're going to be a more competitive team. I think that they're going to be a team that you want to watch every night, but at the same time, I can't say that they're going to be a playoff team.
To anybody who says, no, I'm not suggesting that either, because the West is going to be tough. But not everybody does the same things every year. I think the Arizona Diamondbacks take a jump, but they also took a step back last year after winning the pennant, right? They went out and made some big moves this offseason. Like the Padres at some point, like I don't buy into all their pitching. I know Dylan Cease is solid. I know Musgrove's there and he's great. Yu Darvish is aging. He's like 37, 38 now. Like I don't think the wheels are falling off of them, but not everybody's going to have the same season every season. The Dodgers are in another galaxy. And I'm not just looking at the West. Like you get 3 playoff teams in now. I think the Giants have some pitching, and everybody who says, with the exception of Adames, it's just the same roster. I don't think they'll be very good. Is development never a thing? Is growth never a thing? Elliot Ramos wasn't the opening day left fielder last year, and now he is. So to suggest that everything's just the exact same, I think is totally foolish. Totally foolish. They won 88 games in 2009, and then they win a World Series in 2010. That's not what I'm suggesting. People are going, you're getting to. No. I'm looking at the text line. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just saying growth years and jump years, especially for teams that are based on pitching, are big. And to have Roop have a big year where he's healthy and pitches a lot, Birdsong, hopefully Harrison, maybe Wisenhunt, and then maybe next year Bryce Eldridge comes up. Who knows? I'm just saying you want to make strides to be a better organization and a more solid foundation team. They feel, at least on paper, like that's what they have, and that to me can breed success. That's all I'm saying.
To Derek's point, I think that, and maybe I'm speaking for you again, I don't mean to. There is a little bit, you can look around this roster and you could say there is a little hope as a strategy. There is a little of that going on where, we hope that Wilmer Flores returns to form. We hope that, Lamont Wade shows the things he had the last 2 years. We hope Tyler Fitzgerald develops a little bit more.
You hope Ramos can repeat what he did and become an everyday left fielder.
There is a little bit of that going on, and I can understand that from fans, and I can understand that from, just the perspective of looking at this team, that there is a lot, that exists. All of that being said, to Cope's point, the rotation to me is light years better than it was last year in the respect that you didn't know what you had with Blake Snell. That didn't yield anything until the All-Star break. Robbie Ray didn't come back to nearly the All-Star break. And you had Harrison out there who looked like he had probably been developed and not the best.
Everyone's like, it's the same team. Like, no, Keaton Wynn's not starting games for you right now. You know what I mean? Like, it really is different.
You're not marching out Keaton Wynn at Rickwood,
dude. I mean, that's everybody going, it's the same team. One, I believe in development. I'm not saying that they're a playoff team, and I'm not saying their world's better. I just think that we're going to feel better about watching the team day to day. And again, 2 of the last 3 years, not last season, but 2 years ago, the team that won the pennant, the D-backs, and then 1 the year before that, the Phillies, as bad as the Giants were and as average and as boring as they were like 4 games behind the team that ended up winning the pennant in record by the end of the season. It doesn't take that much now in baseball to be in the playoff hunt and get to the playoffs. They weren't that far out of it last year. We just knew that quality-wise they weren't as good. I believe in the pitching is where I'm hinging all of this. Offense is always going to be a thing at Oracle Park. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Want to hear from the callers. What are your expectations? Am I crazy? Or am I nuts for thinking 85 wins? I feel like that's reasonable. I feel like that's a reasonable guess, and I'm looking for like meaningful games that actually mean something when we get to September. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. What are your honest expectations, and what would you qualify as a successful year for the Giants in 2025? We will get to your thoughts, your calls, and your texts next. We're also going to catch up at 4:50 with Matt Mayoko, at 5:15 with Susan Slusser. More to come. It's Dirty Work. Your calls at 808 KNBR on the Sports Leader.
It's almost here, and it's a big week at the Leader. One more preseason tilt tomorrow versus the Tigers. Pregame 4:50.
Whammy!
The KNBR Giants Roundtable live from the Presidio Wednesday 3 to 5.
Whammy!
And opening day Thursday at 12:10 Pacific.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
So whip out that jersey, dust off your mitt, and find that lucky hat, because it's baseball, baby!
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Our 2025 KNBR Giants Roundtable is going down on Wednesday, day after tomorrow, at the Presidio Golf Course, 300 Finley Road, right here in San Francisco. Dirty Work starts at 2. Then we'll have a Giants Roundtable the day before the season starts in Cincinnati with me, Derek, Greg and Greg, Murph and Marcus, all hosts on air at 3 o'clock from 3 to 5. We'll be inside a tented terrace, which is adjacent to the Ironwoods Bar and Grill at the golf course. Full menu and drink specials available, and those in attendance will have a chance to win a Will Clark autographed jersey. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Expectations for the Giants this year. I would be bummed if they won less than 85. I would. I want 85 in a playoff run, of course. That's what everybody wants. But it would also stink to win 85 and just fall short. But it would mean you were playing competitive baseball, and you might be able to feel some momentum to take a step the following season. 808 KNBR, the number to call. What are your legitimate, fair expectations for the Giants this year? And am I crazy thinking 85 wins? Let's go out to Ben. Ben's in Sacramento. What's up, Ben? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Good to be on Dirty Work again.
What's up, Ben? Good to have you,
Ben?
bro.
Yeah. So I'm getting excited for another season of Giants baseball. It's good that we have some baseball being played in San Francisco tonight. But the expectations for the 2025 Giants have to be something well above average, literally based off of last year. Because I'm looking at the stats here month by month. They went last year in May, they went 15-13. In June, they went 12-15. Talk about a June swoon, but still bad timing. July, 13-12. That's either right above 500 or hovering around 500 or below 500. So it needs to be, the bar isn't all that high with more playoff teams getting in. But you know what? I think that they have a better vision with Posey at the helm. I know that some reports have come out saying that there was just not a good vision with Farhan, that people weren't, inspired, and, that messes up.
Had no identity.
Its day-to-day operations.
Yeah, it was tough, man. Well, what would you qualify a success? I mean, a successful season is making the playoffs, obviously. Like that's where you want to be, whether it's barely getting in or making a run, whatever the case may be. That's a success based on where they've been. Like what number of wins are you looking at? Am I crazy? Is 85 out of this world? Are they 4 wins better or 5 wins better than they were the last couple seasons?
I don't think 85 wins is out of this world. In fact, I would think that would probably be the bar, given the pieces that they've added and the young guys that we have that are making the roster opening day. I feel really, really confident in Birdsong in the latter half of that rotation because, he just has shown a lot of promise. And, so I'm feeling I'd say I'm feeling fairly confident, but a very successful season for this particular group, I think would be like 94 wins and they win a wild card series. But knock on wood.
90 wins feels like a lot. Ben, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. I mean,
yeah, 94 wins seems like a lot.
Here's the other thing, too, for everybody saying it's the same roster as last year, because Landon Roop was here last year and pitched out of the bullpen a little bit. Hayden Birdsong, a guy who had never thrown as many innings in his life as he threw last year as a starter and made, 2 starts or something in AAA? It was like he barely pitched in the minor leagues. In 2009, Bumgarner made his debut in August. And again, I'm not comparing these guys to guys that we know ended up being world champions and all-time greats and the greatest pitcher in World Series history. But like when Tim Lincecum came up and became a Cy Young Award winner in 2000, he comes up in 07. In 08 and 9, he wins the Cy Young. They win 88 games. Matt Cain was here. He was already here since 05. I like the idea that a guy like Logan Webb is already here as the number one and the anchor of the rotation. But when Bumgarner came back up in 10 and starts the year with the team, things look different. The rotation fills out. I'm looking for a jump for Birdsong. You can't anticipate what somebody's going to be when we don't know what they're capable of quite yet. They've got high hopes for him. I don't think we're talking about a quality of pitching staff that ultimately was what the world champion Giants were. But if their focus is on building around young pitching, they've got some really, really good young pitching that they're under team control for a number of years. Some guys that the league views as potential high-end guys, like a Wisenhut who's sitting in AAA and pitched there all of last year. Again, I'm optimistic. I'm not, by nature, I'm just not a pessimistic baseball fan or a pessimistic Giants fan. But I am excited about the potential of the rotation.
We do have some breaking news. Did you think that it was going to be Hayden Birdsong or Landon Roop winning that 5th starter spot?
I thought it would be Birdsong. I hoped it would be Roop.
Well, it is Landon Roop.
Yeah, let's go,
Roop
Landon.
is your 5th starter.
Attaboy.
Hayden Birdsong is going to come out of the bullpen, according to Alex Pavlovich.
Wow. So Alex Pavlovich with breaking news as we just get it here on Dirty Work. Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop are making the roster. It will be Landon Roop as your starting pitcher, not Hayden Birdsong. I mean, Roop has been fantastic all spring, as has Birdsong. I don't want to, again, you don't want to put too much into spring numbers, and I don't care about the record or anything like that. But what you do want to see is consistency and things cleaned up that they had problems with last year. Birdsong, exceptionally sharp in terms of balls and strikes and strikeouts to walks. Didn't walk hardly anybody this spring, and that was a big problem for him early in games last year, was finding the strike zone. He made note of that when we were at that Fan Fest event where I talked to both of them. Marcus and I talked to both Roop and Birdsong.
Yeah.
And Birdsong said that when we asked him about what the goal was for spring training and into the year, he said, I got to find the strike zone. You got to fill it up with strikes. It's something that JP Martinez has hammered. Fill up the strike zone. And if you do that, you give yourself an opportunity later in games. Some teams are going to hit you. Some stuff's going to get hit. But you can't give teams an opportunity to beat you with walks. So if you're just joining us, Landon Roop and Birdsong, per Pavlovic, are both going to make the Giants roster. It'll be Birdsong out of the bullpen, so he'll be the one in sort of the swingman, long
the Sean
relief,
Gilly role.
Sean Gilly spot, big swing and miss stuff, and he throws hard. And then it'll be Landon Roop as your 5th starter.
I think that's the best case scenario. I mean, it was trending in the direction of Landon Roop for the longest time in spring training, and then Hayden Birdsong came a little bit at the end there. But yeah, I mean, with the way this rotation is right now, you got Logan Webb, you got Justin Verlander, you got Robbie Ray, you got Jordan Hicks, who a lot has been made the last few days about maybe trading him away because now you have all this depth. But I say keep him, and if you want to make that move to him coming out of the bullpen again, then make that move later down the season. But right now, have as much strength as you can in that starting rotation, and having Roop there and Hayden Birdsong coming out of the bullpen. Was Kyle Harrison also, I read that he was rehabbing his shoulder this offseason as well, so that led to him being behind Birdsong and Roop for the majority of spring training. And I go back to listening to the podcast on Giants Talk with Alex Pavlovich.
Big Giants fan, you never miss one. Yeah,
never miss one. But I mean, Kyle Harrison, you could tell like when he's getting interviewed about how like they asked him, "What do you think about being in the 5th starter spot?" And he was like, "Yeah, we'll see about that." Like even he kind of didn't sound confident really well, or didn't sound confident.
He knew how he'd thrown and how he'd felt this, and he knew how the guys around him were throwing. So Kyle Harrison, we knew optioned this weekend, meant that Birdsong and Roop were likely to make the team. We just didn't know what roles they'd be in. Landon Roop will be the 5th starter. Tim's got more.
Yeah, I said this is also from Alex Pavlovich, but Shannon Rubin was on top of it as well. Hayden Birdsong, he had a short outing yesterday because he had a cracked fingernail, so that might be something that has to do with this as well. He's got a fake nail on it that says he's going to be fine. However, just put him in the bullpen, see what happens.
A fake nail. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627.
Have you ever had a fake nail?
Well, no, I think acrylic or I don't know what they're going with. Let's get out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. What are your legitimate expectations? Am I crazy for thinking or wanting 85 wins out of this roster? 949 checks in and says, sorry, you are cray-cray. Giants are a 75-win team this year, barring a trade or 2 added bats. I can't again,
I don't think it'll be that bad.
75 wins mean things have gone horribly wrong. They didn't win. 75 is lower than any win total they had with Farhan. I mean, at 2020, of course, they go 29-31, but they won 107, 81, 78, and 80. You think this team got worse? I don't think this team got 5 games worse. Even if you think the Dodgers got that much better, you only play them 13 times. I don't think this team got 5 wins worse.
No, they improved. I mean, I think Willie Adames will make this team that much better. It's not having a shortstop for years.
I mean, it's part of it. It's about extending the lineup. It's a lot of things. It's why pitching for me is always the way to go and try to gauge success. Offense, not that it's just easy to find offense. You can try to manufacture it, but if you can't get outs on the hill, you stand no chance.
So you think the strongest part of this team is their pitching?
Absolutely, without question. Bullpen pitched more innings than any team in baseball last year. I think the bullpen has a chance to be really, really, really good, though I am still weirded out and concerned about one lefty in the pen with Eric Miller.
See,
That's weird for me still.
I do like this lineup, the start of the lineup with Jung-Hoo Lee and Willie Adames and Matt Chapman and Elliot Ramos. I do feel confident in the bats. It's just the latter portion of the lineup that I'm not really confident in. But as far as the pitching, I mean, yeah, they have a lot of young guns, but we haven't seen a ton of it. So that's my one thing. And also Justin Verlander being older, Robbie Ray. You know, I do have...
There's a lot of question marks, and a lot would have to click for them to have success. But the hope is that if some of that pitching doesn't work, if Robbie Ray does get hurt, if Jordan Hicks is not capable of being a starter consistently, that you have guys like Birdsong and hopefully Harrison, hopefully Wisenhut, maybe Carson Ragsdale's another guy they're excited about in the minors. We're going to see some debuts this year, and we're going to see a lot of the pitching depth this year. But I think if you're hinging your hopes on anything, that's where they should be. Now, again, everybody's saying they're the same team as last year. It wasn't just a swap of, like, Willie Adames for Austin Slater. The roster looks different. And, again, you didn't have Jung-Hoo Lee for all of last year. You were giving Jorge Soler at-bats into the trade deadline. Like, to tell me that it's one different player is short-sighted and decidedly not wanting to look at potential for what this team is capable of. Because the roster on opening day last year looked a whole lot different than this roster looks right now. And this roster will look different when we get to the trade deadline and when we wrap up the season. So, again, you try to project out how good a team is. I'm just looking at the pitching. I think the bullpen is nasty. The defense should be very, very good. And that's something to be excited about. When you've got plus defense and pitching, you can win ball games. And maybe, I mean, how long do we talk about the Bruce Bochy ground attack when all they did was keep runs off the scoreboard and didn't have a 30-home run hitter? Like, not projecting anybody does that, but they've got good doubles guys. Ramos, Chapman, Willie Adames, hopefully more athletic, hopefully a full season of Jung-Hoo Lee if he can stay on the field, and who knows what he's capable of. But I've just got more hope, I think, than some people do looking at the quality of the roster and going, it's the same team as last year. It's hard to turn over an entire roster, but the Dodgers are the Monstars, so everybody's comparing to what every other team has done. I think the Giants have made some quality moves, and I'm more excited about them this year than I was. I was more excited last year because they did land some players, but Blake Snell wasn't all that great. Wasn't good at all for the first half of the season.
Came in late.
Didn't like the vibes either that he was like, they rushed me back. Then it was all fun and games for a minute, and it was like, hey, if this guy's good and wants to be here, let's keep him. They didn't want him to be here, and then he turns down pitching on that final day. He takes himself out of the game. None of that felt good. 650 checks in, says Giants are an 80-win team, haven't improved to the point that they're playoff hopeful, wishful thinking, bro. Maybe. 80 wins would be exactly where they were last year, but you can't tell me that the 80 wins this year would feel the same as last year based on the quality of players they have right now.
No, I mean, they definitely should be a better team this year.
They're the same team as last year. Really, how many at-bats is Nick Ahmed getting this season?
Seriously.
Like, what are you guys talking about? It's the same roster as last year.
Well, just
Nick Ahmed was their shortstop. Jorge Soler was in the lineup.
Just adding Willie Adames alone, like, don't people feel more confident in that? Just having more, consistent play at short base and how they're going to
short base, shortstop.
Sorry, short base. Jesus, shortstop.
I'm a big short base guy. 831-6. Yes, I do think that's key. His bat is also key. The defense is key. Like, it's funny because I'm excited about him, but I've also no one player in baseball does it. Barry Bonds was the best player on the planet forever and made one World Series in his career. Right? Like, it's not the same as the NBA. For the best player in the NBA, damn good chance your team can make a run at some point. Like, A-Rod was incredible, but everybody's pitching to you when you're up 7 in the 8th inning, right? It's not a big deal. You got to have guys up and down the lineup who can be quality baseball players. You hope that last season, everybody going, you only won 80 last year, it's the same team. The hope is a guy like Fitzgerald is somebody you found in a down year who then develops into being a quality player. Not that, well, he was just on an 80-win team, so that's all they ever are. I can't wrap my head around that logic, that because some of the players, and a lot of them are the same as last year, that they will just forever be the 80-win team they were. It's not the case. They're not giving the same guys the same amount of at-bats.
No, you grow and improve.
Ahmed is not here. Jorge Soler is not here. Joran Encarnacion joined the roster last year and was like, okay, they have hopes for him this season, and now that's a big bummer. A month and a half of Jung-Hoo Lee last season. You know, I don't know. I know I'm being optimistic, but I feel like the pessimistic logic behind this of they're the same team, they're an 80-win team, maybe they are.
No, but I feel like you're being reasonable, though. I feel like a lot of, I hear a lot of people say, like, yeah, they should definitely have a playoff run this year. Like, no, 85 wins seems reasonable for where they were in the past. I think that adding, yes, they didn't do a lot this offseason, but that's also comes with the territory of Buster Posey coming in and looking at this roster and what they need to improve on. So he cleaned up what he needed to and finally getting a shortstop for a 7-year contract. They get in Justin Verlander to help out all the young guys in that pitching rotation. So you can say, like, oh, they didn't do a lot, but I think those 2 moves alone improves them to being an 85-win team or wherever they land. I just think that this is the first step. This is the first season towards something bigger.
It's so funny to say I'm not even calling for them to be playoffs, and people are like, you're crazy.
Well,
I'm not even saying they're a playoff team for sure.
I don't get the mindset that people are like, this team's going to be terrible. I don't know where you get that from.
Now, 209 checks in, says, Copes, there's a lot of hopefullys in your commentary. That's not good for baseball. My hopefullys, though, are based on things that we saw happen last year that in order for a team to be good have to continue, like Tyler Fitzgerald becoming an everyday second baseman. We saw they're giving guys opportunities, not just on a whim. It's stuff that they earned over the course of the last season. The same could be said about how they've gone about the rotation. Kyle Harrison doesn't just get the spot because he was there last year. He didn't pitch well enough. He wasn't healthy enough. They have other guys who are and who exceeded expectations. You give them the chance. So my hopefullys are based on, will Ramos continue his development? Why would we think otherwise, considering what we've seen him do over the last couple of seasons and become an all-star last year? Fitzgerald is more of an outlier to me because we've seen less of him. And that's my hopefullys are based on having watched thousands of baseball games and thousands of players come to the major leagues, have success in a season, and then not be able to find it again beyond that. And you see this across sports. Draymond talked about it a lot at the start of this year with Pajemski. Said it's really hard to have a good second season.
Yep.
When a guy has a good first season, to continue that and to build on that and to know how to train in the offseason, to get back up to speed in the same way, it's completely different. So my hopefullys are based on some things we haven't seen yet, but things that we're banking on based on what we've seen some of these players, Birdsong, Roop, Fitzgerald, Ramos, do over the last year. My hopefullys have nothing to do with like Matt Chapman or Willie Adames or Jung-Hoo Lee. You just need the guys to perform in the way you've paid them and anticipated their development will allow them to.
Yes.
That's where I'm at. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text.
To bandwagon on what the texter was saying about the hopes and everything. Yeah, the Dodgers have no hope at any of those. They already know those guys are locked in. Yes, you expect Mookie Betts to perform the same way every year. You don't need hope for that, right? But this isn't the Dodgers. You know, there are going to be, especially, I mean, I would actually honestly say pretty much every team except them. You're going to have some view of, you know, okay, well, I hope this works out or it doesn't work out. Yeah, hope isn't a strategy, but it is this time of the year. And at least to me, the difference is,
I'm saying hope because I'm a fan. Yeah.
There is a plan. You can see the roadmap as opposed to like, okay, well, here's just a bunch of guys. I hope it works out. And we're going to platoon everybody and we're going to have openers and that sucks, you know.
707 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, says we might need to make short base a go-to term indefinitely now. Yeah, I think so. He's playing some short base today. Willie Adames in there at short base, batting second tonight, by the way. 415 says Giants made good moves, but they're not. There's not going to be 4 teams coming out of the West if one considers Dodgers, Padres, and D-backs as better teams. Yeah, and that's the thing is you're going to have to be better than one of those teams.
Which is going to be tough.
Probably what it comes down to. And the one I'm looking at is the Padres.
Yeah, okay, but think about the other teams in the National League. Do you think they're better than the Phillies? Do you think they're better than the Braves?
It wouldn't shock me if like the Central got one team out. You know what I mean? Like the Central's not very good.
No, I mean right now
Cubs, Cardinals, Pirates, Brewers. Like none of those teams are of major concern.
I'm scared of the Diamondbacks, but they lost a lot of offense this year too. So I mean, yeah, their pitching has gotten better. Padres just kind of okay, they're running it back.
And by the way, a great example of what I'm talking about. Can somebody continue it? Corbin Carroll 2 years ago was like the best thing we'd ever seen.
Yeah, this guy was on track for being MVP. And
D-backs win the pennant, go to the World Series. Then last year, for the first 4 months, he was hitting 200. Like they were banking and hoping on him being the same guy, and he likely will be. He started to figure it out. Like he's going to be an okay player. But development and adjustment in baseball is a major component into trying to find success and finding pieces where you didn't know you were going to find them. Is part of that too. Giants found Cody Ross on accident, right? They didn't know that Pat Burrell got let go by the Tampa Bay Rays, and the Giants picked him up, threw him in AAA for 10 games, and he ends up coming up and being a key part of a World Series run. So the roster won't look the way it looks. 2010 opening day, Mark DeRosa's in left field, John Bowker's in right field. 2002, you had Ramon Martinez at second base or at third base, and David Bell was at second because Jeff Kent was coming off an MVP 2 years ago, was injured. The roster won't look right now the way it's going to look midseason, but I think that they have pieces to be competitive and to have a solid core. 209 checks in, says people are forgetting we don't have to play 35 of our schedule against the West anymore. It's only 13 games against each opponent, not 19. So rest of the league isn't quite as strong. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text if you want to continue on this conversation. But tomorrow, as I heard Marcus say in their promo, for the morning show. It's revenge day. Jimmy Butler going back to Miami for some revenge. And his old landlord might be getting revenge on that apartment.
Oh, yeah.
That Jimmy did some illegal construction on when he left there. Anyway, Jimmy addressed the media after the loss to the Hawks about his return to Miami, and he downplayed the return. I think he's going to come out hungry. We'll talk about this one next. Jimmy and the Dubs in Miami for 5 days. Is that a good thing? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors look to shake off a rough loss versus Atlanta as the team heads to South Beach for what Jimmy Butler describes as, quote, just another game, unquote. Keep it locked to KNBR for the latest on Miami reunions and everything Pat Riley.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, it's tax season. People have big questions, often about things like the ERC. Tell us what we need to know.
The ERC program is going to officially end next month, April 15th. And a lot of people have already filed and been waiting and waiting and waiting for their checks. And now they're worried that President Trump is going to do away with the program with his $2 trillion cost cutting. Will he or not? We don't know. But we don't want to take the risk that you lose that money. There's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up, and that's what we want to do. We want you to get the money while this is still good law. Or you got a letter from the IRS saying you don't qualify. The IRS is being sued, saying they're disallowing a lot of people. They don't even know if you qualify or not, so we have to appeal that. Or 3, you're being audited. Those are the big 3. 1, you're waiting for your check. 2, you're told you don't qualify. Or 3, you're being audited. Anything to do with the ERC, we have a lot of experience. We want to take care of you. And the only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Steve can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Giants baseball on the radio tonight as the Giants at Oracle Park take on the Tigers in game one of a two-game exhibition series. Robbie Ray on the hill tonight for the Giants. First pitch 6:45, an abbreviated pregame 6:30 tonight. Tim had no idea.
No clue.
Tim was like, we're carrying the game tonight? I was like, where you've been here like 20 years, right?
I get excited for Diners Nightly. I had no idea.
How many years you been here, Tim?
Well, the worst part is I wrote the schedule. I had no idea.
He turned around. It's pinned behind him. He typed up the schedule.
It just means you had a good long weekend, Tim, and you forgot about it. It's all good.
Totally did.
Oh, man. How many years you been here, Tim?
Man, this August, 20.
Any thank yous?
Not yet.
Not yet, huh? Keep waiting. I'm sure they're coming, Tim.
Just a shade under 40.
Sure they're coming. Giants baseball tonight. We got it tomorrow as well at a 5:05 first pitch tomorrow, 4:50 pregame, but 6:45 normal time tonight before they open on Thursday in Cincinnati for the start of the 2025 season. And we have our Giants KNBR Roundtable this Wednesday, out at the Presidio Golf Course. All 6 hosts starting at 3 o'clock. Dirty work on at 2. Come on out. Drink specials, food. It'll be a good time. Tomorrow, though, Jimmy Butler and the Warriors are in Miami. They're in Miami right now. Feet up or toes down in the sand, maybe.
You think they're going to the beach right now?
I don't know what they're doing right now. I haven't checked. My Warrior live stream to see what they're up to. I know Papa would love one of those. I wonder if Steph's watching with Celebrini.
I want to see them all the time. I want to see they're locked in.
What if they hung out and watched the ball game this weekend against the Hawks?
Yeah, I doubt that.
Tim Webb's Hawks. Anyway, it was Tim's Falcons, wasn't it?
It was Tim's Falcons.
I just assumed Tim's.
Because I had a bunch of them on my fantasy team, which I will pay off the bet. I will be here for 24 hours. We're still working on the date. I'm waiting for Mr. KNBR to get back from Japan.
We forgot about that whole thing.
I didn't forget about it.
I did not either.
I meant to bring this up because I saw a little sidebar here. Sorry about the Jimmy Butler stuff. I saw the Wicked is now available on Peacock or whatever. Like it was like, have a night in with Wicked. That's what it said. The advertisement. So I was like, oh, man. And then I was like, dude, Tim still hasn't paid off that bet. Plenty of time to ditch the show at 5 to go to Tahoe, catch a plane to Reno.
Funny follow-up to that. I went home, was it last week before my trip? And you guys know I have a niece who's 7 years old.
Yep.
And so we were sitting down, I was hanging out with the family, and they say, what do you guys want to watch, Wicked? And I almost fell out of my damn chair. The answer was no.
Tim lost a fantasy bet to Derek late last year, early this year. And the wager was either the loser had to go to the movies and watch Wicked back-to-back seatings, like see it twice in a row after
Sounds like hell.
After we found out it was 2 hours and 40 minutes long. And then I said the alternative one was you had to spend the night in the studio. So, like, you do our show a whole day. Tim gets here at 11:30. And then he couldn't leave the studio until the following day when the show ended at 6.
See, to me, that sounded more manageable than watching Wicked back-to-back. For whatever reason, I would lose my mind.
I said, you guys decide whatever you want to do, whichever one you think sounds less painful. Tim lost. He's yet to pay off the bet. We're like...
We let the audience decide. They decided on the 28 hours. It's not lost on me. I haven't forgot it. In fact, I brought it up right now. So it's clearly going to get paid off.
So do we have a date in mind?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Well, then I would say,
Tim... This also seems pretty hollow.
Yeah.
Every time we bring it up, he goes, I'm going to do it. And I'm like, all right, when?
I would like this thing to be... we're trying to get some content out of it, and for that, we're going to have to need Mr. KNBR, who is somewhere in an opium den in Japan.
He did mention that to me the day before Mr. KNBR was going to leave for Japan, which still he's been gone for months, it feels like.
Close to it.
We were in the bullpen, and Tim said, no, we can't do it yet. We got to get Mr. KNBR to film it and to make some content out of it when he gets back from Japan. I'm like, when's he going to Japan? He goes, tomorrow. I was like, oh, you're really milking this now. Getting out of this thing.
This is nicely played by you, Tim. That
I
could prolong
my
this
punishment around Mr. KNBR's vacation.
Like Mr. KNBR's not going to come back and have 600 emails to attend to.
Or, we don't have any content from this, so you just pay up the bet.
What, just get a blanket right now?
Yeah. And I say at this point, since now Wicked's on streaming, you should watch Wicked while you do this 28 hours.
What
Wicked. An excellent suggestion, Derek.
Watch it back-to-back while you...
Yeah. You'll have enough time in that 28 hours. You'll have time to watch it like 6 times.
It'll be great content, yeah. It'd be funny. Tim can be here, but he can only watch Wicked.
Yeah.
That's the only thing he's allowed to watch.
It's either be in here with Overnight Dave or watch Wicked.
No phone, and he has
to watch Wicked again, Dave?
Dave commenting on Wicked would just be money.
True Blue, are we going to have a live stream of Tim's slumber party? I think we're working on something like that. That's sort of the idea.
We should. And Tim, you better pay this off. That's what I'm getting at here.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Jimmy Butler addressed the media after the Warriors lost to the Hawks about his return to Miami. Do you think Jimmy got pumped up about it, or do you think he downplayed it?
Oh, well, considering I already know, I'm going to say he was pumped up for it.
No, he wasn't. He downplayed. He downplayed.
Damn.
You're walking back into your old place of work that didn't want you there. I mean, how would you behave?
I would
you're not an employee there now. You're just walking in.
I would act like I'm on top of the world and I'm in a better situation. I think that Jimmy Butler's kind of being a really, really blasé about it to the point where he's like, yeah, okay, we did some stuff in Miami. Anyway, well, you'll hear it.
Well, here's Jimmy Butler talking about his return to Miami, and he downplayed it.
Jimmy, you curious what kind of reception you get?
Not really. It don't make me no difference. I'm a member of the Golden State Warriors. I love that fan base. They showed me a lot of love while I was there. But I'm there to win now. I'm on the opposing team.
When you look back at your career in Miami, how would you categorize what the team was able to do while you were there?
We was all right. We didn't win nothing like we were supposed to. So, I don't know. We made some cool runs. We had some fun. I think that's all we did.
Okay, see, that's the part where I'm like, Jimmy, like, you can downplay going back and be like, oh, it's just another game. It's just another game, you know? But to be like, yeah, you know, we was all right. We did some stuff. We made some runs. You took 2 teams to the NBA Finals. I know, like, you know, when a player plays his former team, they usually gloss over the upcoming matchup. But when it comes to what they achieved in the past, they always are like, yeah, you know, I'll look fondly on those memories, like Russell Wilson playing with the Seahawks, like, be like, oh, yeah, we won the championships. Those are fond memories I will always have. For Jimmy Butler, it's like, yeah, I never wanted to be in Miami in the first place. Now I'm happy to be in Golden State. It just seems a little bit too much.
He didn't really say that.
No, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but...
Yeah, I mean, I thought he answered it fine. He's like, I'm a Warrior now. They asked about his time there, and he did blow off some of it with the fond memory type stuff. He's like, I mean, we didn't win nothing like we were supposed to. Like, I mean, maybe a little bit of that's a shot, but he's also left with a bad taste in his mouth.
No, of course. But, like, if you have something with Pat Riley, that's fine. But, like...
They asked him if he thought about the reception he's going to get. I think he said, I don't care. I think he's going to get booed.
Yeah, right? I've been back and forth on this. I thought initially...
If he thinks he's going to get booed, then why would he be like, yeah, I'm looking forward to going back?
Well, to see his old teammates, to see Bam and everybody that he went to war with. But I think, yeah, I think that at this point... with the way that he's kind of been the last few days with the media, and I guess this has been like an ongoing thing with him and the Heat. Dan Le Batard's all about, like, this was a problem way before Pat Riley made those comments last offseason. Yeah, I do think he's going to get booed. And that's a shame because I think Jimmy Butler's an all-time Miami Heat. I think that when you think of those great, you think of Dwayne Wade and probably him, and Alonzo Mourning, those guys. But, like,
now... you can say that? He's a great Heat. An all-time Heat.
How would you say it?
I don't know.
He's a great Heatle.
Just made me think about it. He's an all-time.
He's a great member of the Heat.
Yeah, I think that's what you would say. But it's funny to say like he's a great Heat.
He's a great Jazz.
Great Heat. Adonis Haslam. Hasn't he been on the team since the inception of it?
Yeah, pretty much.
It'd be funny if Monte said that. I'm a Heat and I'm always going to be a Heat. He basically did. I'm a Warriors. I'm always going to be a Warriors.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Like he's downplaying it a lot. And I just think that, yeah, he already has. It sounds like he still has some hurt feelings towards Pat Riley and the organization. I'm just surprised that he would kind of feel that way. I'm not saying he feels this way towards teammates, but like kind of a jab to be like, yeah, all right, we were all right during that tenure.
He kind of took some more jabs here. He talked more to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, and they talk a lot about the Heat culture, right? Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra and the culture.
Yeah, which I never understood.
Well. Jimmy said, quote, I'm not saying it in a bad way, but I think it's like a little bit overused when you talk about Heat culture. It's a great organization, but I think a large part of that culture is you get guys that buy into a winning mindset. You get some guys that buy in, you get some really good players, and you get the opportunity to talk about Heat culture a little bit more. I'm not saying it to downplay it. I'm not saying to talk it down or anything, but I think whenever you have really good players, you can name it whatever you want to name it. I get what he's saying.
Yeah, I 100% get what he's saying.
I hear what he's saying 100%. Because he's like, we just had players who really got after it and wanted to do it, and that's the kind of player he is. But isn't that the type of culture you build? Don't you get player like it's like when you discredit a player because he fits a system. They do that to Brock a lot. Well, he's just operating Kyle Shanahan's system, right? This running back's great because he's playing in that system. Well, don't you get some credit for creating a system to where you can identify players that will have wild success within that system? Isn't there something to be said about that?
Yeah, well, Heat culture is the same thing you would find with the Warriors or any team that wins. Like when I think of the Miami Heat, I don't think of one of the prestigious franchises in all of basketball. So when I hear Heat culture, I kind of scoff at that. They have won championships, but like the Heat culture thing was kind of brought in with Jimmy Butler. When I think of Heat culture, it's the culture that Pat Riley has established when he was with the Lakers or the Knicks. That's what I think of. And I'm glad he said that because I've always kind of like rolled my eyes at the whole notion of Heat culture.
But I think about that when we keep, like, now it's a thing with the Giants. They're trying to talk about the Giant way, the Buster Posey Giant way.
Yeah, but that was with 3 championships.
Right, but they're talking about getting back to that, and that's something that I believe this regime has been talking about a lot. So when you say that and you have to define it, what that means, and that's something that they've talked about throughout the organization for many generations. When you want to define that, what does it mean to be a member of Heat culture? What is Heat culture? What is the Giant way? Like, in my mind, they're going to go after specific types of players that fit what they want.
Right.
They didn't want Blake Snell because they didn't think Blake Snell fit the Giant way. So Jimmy Butler, when you think about the types of players that Pat Riley wants, goes after, the type of style that the Heat play, and we watch them play that way, Jimmy Butler fits that mold perfectly. So for him to say it and to be the type of guy that they would go and get, it's interesting for him to say, well, it's just because we all wanted to play this way. We all bought in. Right, but they got guys who would buy in to that system and play that way, right?
But I think there's a better culture right now that he's playing for. I think that he sees guys.
It's a different culture.
It's a different culture. It's more of a winning culture.
You also can't say culture, I realize, in sports, unless your head coach has been there for a long time.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking cowboy culture.
Well, cowboy culture is just,
Just Jerry.
or Lakers. Failing.
Yeah.
Just having a bunch of expectations and not fulfilling them.
Nobody's talking Laker way or the Laker culture. You know what I mean? Like, it's... show me the team that you're talking culture for organization-wise.
So you're saying that you have to have a culture
stability
with a team.
is a part of it. President and or head coach.
Okay, so what teams in the NBA have that?
Warriors.
Spurs,
absolutely.
Yep. And you could say that with the Heat because Eric Spoelstra has been there for so long with Pat Riley. So, yeah, they do have a culture.
Spurs, we talk system a lot, not culture. We talk about the system they run.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but, like, this is just me. Like, when I hear Heat culture, I'm like, what culture do they have? But they have won championships in the past with LeBron James and Dwayne Wade.
They've competed
with Shaq. So, yeah, that has been established. I just do find it funny that Jimmy Butler has downplayed this whole thing to the point where he's like, yeah, all right, I'm going to Miami. I can see my kids again. That's cool. Like, he's totally just blown this whole thing off. And I think you can't deny that behind closed doors. That's why Steph Curry's coming back. I think that he wants to be there for his teammate. This is a big deal for him. This is not the same thing as like Kevin Durant in the cupcake game. But this is obviously.
You think he's getting booed?
Yeah, I do.
He's getting booed.
I initially I thought it was going to be, all right, well, you know what? That was between Jimmy and Pat Riley, and we don't care about that. We'll celebrate Jimmy Butler for what he's done and where he carried those two teams to the finals that had no business being there. But now it sounds like Jimmy was just so over Miami. Like, he even mentions it today. Like, I'm always the bad guy. There's no way that me and Pat Riley could ever come to terms on an agreement. There was nothing we could do. And the way that he's kind of just being like, I think that we're talking, I mean, just the way that, like, in the past we didn't accomplish much with the Heat. I think that fans going to be like, damn, Jimmy, that's how you feel?
Well, he just said we didn't accomplish anything. He said we never won like we were supposed to. So he feels maybe he feels unaccomplished there. They didn't win in the way he had planned to win, and he wants to win here, and he feels like maybe that's a possibility. They also asked him, by the way, if they have a video tribute, if he'd watch it. He said, would I watch? Yeah, I'd watch if they have one. If they don't, makes no difference. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Jimmy returns to Miami tomorrow. We, as a show and a station, will have our Giants Roundtable out at the Presidio Golf Course on Wednesday. Dirty work at 2. The Roundtable starts at 3 with all 6 KNBR hosts, all 3 shows in attendance, talking Giants ball. We'll be at a tent outside right next to the Ironwoods Bar and Grill. Full menu, drink specials available. Come on out on Wednesday at 2. And how about this? We're 2 days away from Giants baseball, or 3 days. We got Giants baseball tonight at Oracle on the radio. And Derek writes in the rundown, 1 month from the draft.
Yeah, we needed a football segment for my haircut.
1 month from the NFL draft. That, among other Giants talk, next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh,
Go ahead, Derek. Go ahead. This is all you.
1 month away from the NFL draft. When's our draft roundtable happening, Copes?
I don't know, man. Go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, we got 1 month before the draft. That's
all
it.
right. 1 month before the NFL draft. I'm looking up, and right now we're watching ESPN. They're talking about the draft.
Mel Kiper's mock draft 3.0. They've done 3 different mock drafts to this point.
Who's out there that's like clamoring for the Kiper 2.0? He's like, dude, this is different than the 1.0.
Well, Krug,
look at
obviously.
the changes. Well, Krug caught a little bit of that Kiper draft. 3.0.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad like guys like Daniel Jeremiah are just honest about mock drafts, and he says they're just a waste of time. Like the network asked me to do mock drafts, and really at some like when we do them in January and February, I have no idea what the hell I'm talking
Daniel
about.
Jeremiah's pissed because he's trying to catch some Padre ball.
Oh, dude,
Daniel
huge,
Jeremiah,
huge Padre fan.
diehard Pods head, noted football writer Daniel Jeremiah.
Yes,
Daniel Jeremiah Crow. All right.
Krug is the guy. It's all for Krug. Okay?
Well, how about this? How about this? Is this the most important draft in the Shanahan-Lynch era?
Absolutely, it is.
Is it more important than when they traded 3 picks to go get Trey Lance?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because at that time they were just trying.
They didn't
to
have Brock Purdy yet. They didn't. I mean, we lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but they're still in that Super Bowl. They think they're still in that Super Bowl window, so they want to add to the pieces they already have to make them contenders again. The reason why it's the most important draft of the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch era is because John Lynch pretty much said that to Matt Barrows last week, where he's like, the plan is this thing called the draft. I don't know if you heard about it.
He did say that, exactly.
And that's where you got to hit on a lot of different positions. I went through it last week. You got to hit on the offensive line, defensive line. There's so many holes right now, whereas before, it really was you had a Super Bowl team. You had, they just went to the Super Bowl in 2019. They had a terrible season in 2020, and they realized that in order to get over the top of Kansas City, they needed to get elite quarterback play. So that's why they traded really 2 first-round picks in order to get Trey Lance. Besides that, like, you felt comfortable with everything else. This season, there's so much that they need to draft in order to feel comfortable about where they're going to be next season.
Yeah.
So that's why I think like they need to get somebody opposite Nick Bosa. They need to get defensive tackles. There's so much they need to get. And my thing is, it's going to be damn near impossible. I think that what I'm going to ask Matt Mayoko is that they need to see what they have in the draft, see what positions they didn't land, and then see what's still available in free agency after that, and see what maybe you could do in the trade market. It can't just be the draft, and that's going to save your season. You're going to be a really young team. I think you're relying way too much on Brock Purdy to elevate the team. I know that the Buffalo Bills and the Rams did this in years past. I don't think it should be the same formula because you're expecting Brock Purdy to be this elite quarterback, and I don't think he's that guy yet. I think that, yeah, they need to hit in the draft. They need to get, a lot of different positions. But to say, like, that's going to be the end-all, be-all, and that's what's going to help us be a winning team, a Super Bowl team in 2025, I highly doubt that.
What position is the most important position to draft for the Niners successfully this year? Because you were saying opposite Nick Bosa. I really, really personally feel like it's interior defensive line.
Yeah, because
I feel like D-tackle is the number one position they've got to land, and not far after that is, an opposite edge rusher, but also offensive line.
No doubt it's defensive tackle because they have no starters currently on the defensive line. In my opinion, I don't think Yatir Gross-Matos is going to be your defensive end opposite Nick Bosa.
Back in with Gross-Matos.
Yeah, and as far as like defensive tackles, they have nobody on the roster right now. So, yeah, they need to hit on that. They need to get 2 guys to plug up the middle. Offensive line-wise, they probably need to get another guard. They probably need to get a center. They probably need to draft somebody to replace Trent Williams in time. Yeah.
So what's the number one? D-tackle?
D-tackle.
And then would you say D-end is number 2?
Yep, absolutely.
D-tackle, D-end?
And I would even say, like, if there's a way that you can trade, like, early up in the second round or maybe even the late first round to get another guy, like, that would be a priority.
You have 11 picks.
Yeah, so I would use those picks to your advantage. And if that means giving up a first-round pick for next season because you move up, then, yeah, I'd be willing to make that move if someone's willing to do that. So I would say the priority is 100% defensive tackle. And then along those lines, defensive end, offensive line. Yeah, they're going to have their work. They're going to have their work cut out for them this upcoming draft.
Check it out. I'm on the Niners website right now, 49ers.com. I was just looking up some of the draft boards, like where quote experts have the 49ers picking, and if it's D tackle in the first round. A lot of people still think like Daniel Jeremiah thinks it could be a cornerback.
Will Johnson,
Jahdae Barrett out of Texas.
Oh, okay,
out of your Texas Longhorns. Mike
Solid.
Band of the NFL says it could be Armand Membo, a tackle out of Missouri.
Membo, huh?
So people are kind of across the board on it. O-lineman is where a lot of people are going. Derek Harmon, I think that's a name that you had out there, right?
Defensive tackle?
Yeah, that's right.
From Oregon?
Out of Oregon, that's a name that's been mentioned.
Yeah,
Derek.
I mean,
the funniest part of this article, though, is that it's listed as Mock Draft Monday 7.0.
Jesus.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry. These poor bastards that are put to work. By
what are we making people do 7 mocks for? Come on.
That's all they do.
More mocks than I do for my fantasy draft.
I know. Like some of these guys are just their goal is like this is their Super Bowl. This is what they live for. Mel Kiper.
We got to get
Daniel Jeremiah.
Our guy Brian Peacock is a huge mock draft guy.
Yeah.
Loves it, and it's the weirdest thing I know about him.
Wait, so he loves doing mock drafts.
Loves it, and he tracks every mock draft that he ever did to see where he stacked up against the team.
That's a man that's dedicated. I appreciate the hustle.
You gotta let him fly.
That's some dorky ass, dude. That is some dorky ass.
No, but that's the job. I mean, that's the thing. Like right now, they could go anywhere. Like I understand. Like we're talking about defensive tackle, but when like a national perspective, when you look at the Niners, there's so many holes that they need to fill. Like they're just going off of the best player available. So if it is like Will Johnson or any of the guys you name, yeah, they should probably draft that guy at 11. But the guy that I keep hearing about is Walter Nolan, the guy from Ole Miss, the defensive tackle. Mason Graham, the guy from Michigan, will probably be gone at that point. So yeah, you would. I mean, I would even say some guys, some people are sleeping on Walter Nolan or saying like, I don't know if like 11's that may be too high for him. So you want to get better value. But I mean, the Niners go so many different ways. That's why I find it so interesting when John Lynch had the draft comment, because yeah, they're obviously putting all their eggs in that basket. And I just don't know how you can rely on so many rookies this season in order to be a successful team. We're going back to like 1981 with the 49ers where they drafted Ronnie Lott and Eric Wright, and they were 2 rookies that won you the Super Bowl. I don't see the same formula happening this season. I think that, yeah, obviously the draft is going to be very important, but they need to look at who else is out there free agency-wise, and I would say like there's not a lot to look at. I mean...
Then why would they look at it?
Because you need some veterans out there. You do need like...
Yeah, I think they're going to see what they can get in the draft, and they'll go from there. I think that's their plan right now, is what can we get in the draft, what quality of depth and player do we think we can handle, and then we go out and we see what else is out there. I mean, they've been through... Anybody who's not signed now, there's nobody who's going to be flying off the board. You're evaluating what's out there, and they're putting I think they are putting most of their eggs into the draft basket. I mean, they've got 11 picks, and they need to hit on like 5 starters this year. And they don't... It's not like they're all 7th rounders. They have 3 7s, but they've got 2 3s, they've got 2 4s, they've got 2 5s. You got 11 picks.
Yeah.
And you got to hit on a lot of them. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. We'll catch up with our guy, Matt Mayoko. I think this music played the entire way. Pretty funny. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here, by the way. Save 0.75% now through April 30th. Ask for RCU financing at your dealership or apply online at redwoodcu.org. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, is joining us the week that baseball opens to celebrate us being 1 month from the draft. Matt Mayoko next on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
How's your bracket doing? Are you pissed Lipscomb did not make a deep run? Who amongst us? ESPN broadcaster extraordinaire Roxy Bernstein broke down the first few rounds of the tourney with the Greg Gang today. Check out that podcast and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the Torch Bracket Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Monday afternoon. By the way, I should let you know, The KNBR $1 Million Bracket Challenge is still going on. It's underway. Go to KNBR.com to check how your bracket standings are looking and see how you compare with me and Lamont, by the way. KNBR.com $1 Million Bracket Challenge. Lamont's champion, Troy, is already out, so I think I'm gonna top him. It's brought to you by Xfinity Stream Live Sports from the best seat in the house. One of our favorite guys, we do it every Monday with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. And make sure you're listening to the 49ers Talk podcast with Matt and Jennifer Lee Chan. Matt joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Matt?
You had to bring up the tourney.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good. How'd your tourney watching go this weekend?
No, man.
You get to enjoy some?
Well, I was in Cleveland watching the St. Mary's Gales play.
Yeah.
So Friday was a lot of fun, and then yesterday was, they didn't hit enough shots and going home, but always a really good time to see the final game and get some closure and see the seniors for the final time and hanging out with a really cool fan base. So I thoroughly enjoyed my time in Cleveland and glad I was there to see it.
Would you say that, and I love the tourney, and I'm not here to say anything bad about it. I still think it's my favorite sporting event every year. It's an absolute blast. But is it one of the more chalk tourneys?
This one, you mean?
Yeah, this one right now. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's very interesting. And there was, hasn't there been just one buzzer beater in 4 days?
Yeah, that was a surprise. Not any major, huge upsets and not any big shocking ends to games.
Yeah, Maryland.
I think NIL might be part of that now there's maybe a bigger separation between teams. And I think that, there's a very clear distinction with those number 1 seeds just to the number 2 seeds, I think.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if this is just an outlier or not, but, I just saw San Diego State, they lost 2 of their better players to the portal already today on the first day that the portal opens. So, and, one of the guys who had a horrible game in that playing game against North Carolina, they're already talking about him getting, upwards of $1.7 million in the portal. So how are some schools going to compete against that? You can't. And you would think that San Diego State I would think they would be in a pretty good position to pay guys money. But no, it's not college basketball like we remember it, where there were, guys. Nothing bad to say about this kid, because I'm sure he had his reasons, but the Gonzaga kid who's showing all that emotion at the end of the game, and I'm thinking, oh, this is his 4th school in 5 years.
Yeah.
It's wild that, guys are, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. If the money is there and guys can cash in, you can't blame a kid in a family, for taking the money when they can get it. So I don't know. It's changed the sport. I don't think anybody would ever say it's changed it for the better, but it's definitely changed it. And I think maybe you're seeing that by just kind of how the games played out over those first 4 days.
It's a really good point. I hadn't even really thought that far into it, but you're absolutely right. And the teams that are on top are the ones making the most money in their bigger schools. Matt Mayoko with us on the UMA guest line. All right, into some more somewhat college talk about the draft. We were joking earlier because we looked up and we were just talking that we're a month away from the draft now. And Mel Kiper's on TV talking about his draft 3.0. I went to the 49ers website and there was a headline about their draft 7.0, and they were giving us all the updates. And we're like, how many of these things do we have to crank out as we get closer and closer? How much more do we know? First, your thoughts on mock drafts, and have you ever been commissioned to do one?
Oh, yeah, I do mock drafts. And you know what? It's so funny, man. When I first started, I just did one mock draft, and I brought it out either the day before the draft or 2 days before, something like that.
Yeah.
And I put so much effort into it. I mean, I was making calls to executives I knew around the league. And one year, they freaking nailed my mock draft. No, I'm serious.
Yeah, nice.
My first 13 picks in a row.
Oh, what? That's sweet, dude. What do you remember? Do you remember what year it was? You must.
Yeah, it would. I think it was. It was a long time ago. It was the Julian Peterson draft. So is that
2000?
Oh, man.
2000? Yeah, it's 2000. So it was a long time ago. But I would stress over it, and I'd be making phone calls, and I put so much effort into it. And now I just came out with my mock draft 4.0, And now my theory is just do the shotgun method where all these pellets are flying everywhere. And I determined that I'm not going to give the 49ers the same player twice because the more mock drafts I do and the more players I give the 49ers, the more chance there is that I could say, got it right.
Diversify your picks.
It might have been mock draft 3.0 when I ended up with a mock draft 12.0, but I got it right.
Well, me and Copes were talking about it before you hopped on about maybe this being the most important draft during the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch era. Because the other day he talked to Matt Barrows and said, like, well, the game plan is this. I don't know if you know this thing called the draft. So, like, how do you think this is the most important draft of their tenure together? Like, we were talking about 2021 and everything prior to that. But, like, do you think that this is the most important draft of their time together?
Everybody says that every year. The fact of the matter is every draft is the most important. But if you're looking at it from this standpoint, this is the first time that they really haven't done anything in free agency, and free agency has been an absolute net negative. Usually when they draft, they look a year ahead and they project, where are we going to need help next year? Heck, they did it this last draft. They took a receiver knowing they'd probably lose Debo or Ayuk. They took a cornerback knowing they would lose Charvarius Ward. They took an offensive lineman knowing that they would lose Aaron Banks. I mean, it went on and on. A safety, figuring they were going to lose Talanoa Hufanga. This year, they need guys now. And in each of those cases, when they took players last year, they weren't necessarily banking on them stepping in and being starters and big-time contributors year one. But in this draft, when you look at last season, what would you say one of their big weaknesses was? Defensive line.
Yep.
In free agency, they've lost more defensive linemen. They haven't added one guy. They lost two 17-game starters, Leonard Floyd and Malik Collins, and they lost a guy who they paid big money to a couple of years ago, Javon Hargrave. And so in a draft that is deep with defensive linemen, this is a very important draft because they can't have any swings and misses, or that defensive line is going to be in bad shape. Now, if they hit on some of these guys, all of a sudden they're younger, they're less expensive, they got them for 4 years, and they're looking good. And not just defensive line. I would assume they'll use at least 2 picks on defensive linemen, maybe even 3. Offensive line. They're a cornerback, defensive back. There are a lot of different positions they can hit. So I would say from the standpoint of this, needing to get guys who step in and play well immediately, yeah, Derek, it might be their best, or it might be their most important draft from that standpoint.
But how many rookies are they going to rely on to be starters this season, Matt? Like, do you think that they'll draft all these guys, but there could be an opportunity maybe after the draft to look at free agency or maybe even trades to just have some veteran presence to fill the holes that they need?
Yeah, there will be some guys, I'm sure. They've, looked in the second and third wave of free agency, but, I don't think that they're going to. I would be surprised if at this point they added a veteran starter anywhere. I think the starters that are going to be coming to this team that aren't currently on the roster will be coming via the draft. And, just right out of the blocks, it's got to be the number 11 overall pick. And if the number 11 overall pick isn't a starter, well, that's a fail. But let's put it this way. If the number 11 overall pick isn't a defensive lineman, then their next pick or the pick after that has to be a starter on the defensive line. So there will be opportunities to add, 2, 3, 4 might be pushing it, but let's just say 2 or 3 starters out of this draft.
So we're talking to Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area, with us on the UMA guest line. By my count, and I think you said it too, I just found your mock draft 4.0. And you have the 49ers in this one taking Jalen Walker out of Georgia, defensive lineman. In your 3 previous mock drafts, who did you have them taking?
Yeah, the first one was Shamar Stewart, the edge rusher from Texas A&M, a guy who never put up big numbers in college, but looks the part, and I think will be a middle first-round draft pick. My second one was Tyler Warren, the Penn State tight end. That came at a time when, I could see something happening with Kyle Juszczyk, and maybe they morph from, a 2-back, 1 tight end system to more of a 1-back, 2 tight end system. And so Tyler Warren, a very versatile player, I think would fit and do a lot of things to help that offense. And then my third one was Armand Membu, the offensive lineman from Missouri, who really crushed it at the combine. And now I'm not sure that either him or Tyler Warren will get to number 11. So those are my 4 guys. And then the last one was Jalen Walker, somebody who I think would fill 2 needs with 1 draft pick. And he's not Travis Hunter, but he's a guy who can be a stack linebacker and replace Dre Greenlaw on base downs, and then bump down and be an edge rusher and replace Leonard Floyd in nickel situations. So to me, and I've been kind of on this horse now for a week or so, if he lasts to 11, I mean, I could see that. Robert Saleh loves versatility. He likes to play players in different spots. I think that's the reason Yetur Gross-Matos is still on the team, because he's a base defensive end who can rush the passer in nickel situations. So a guy like Jalen Walker, I think, would give the 49ers defense some flexibility.
What did you make of John Lynch's comments last week in the article that Matt Barrows wrote when they caught up at the Stanford Pro Day about sort of how they're viewing the structure of the organization? It didn't come as a huge shock to me. It seemed like it was fairly blunt in terms of how John Lynch talks about some stuff. But like they can't reset the quarterback room right now. They have to pay the quarterback. So it's almost like they're just resetting the defensive line and other positions is kind of the way I see it. It's sort of playing whack-a-mole with the salary cap. What did you make of how they're viewing the organization and how they're going to run it now?
Yeah, I mean, he really telegraphed that at the combine, when he talked about recalibrating, resetting, getting younger, and all those things. They foreshadowed this. So he did say that, there are big moves to come, and, the big move to come is Brock Purdy. And they had the luxury of basically lining up without paying a top-tier quarterback, top-tier money. And so that gave them flexibility to do a lot of other things. And, they never fully, I guess, took advantage of that because, they didn't win the Super Bowl. But that roster was pretty good because they were able to spread that money, while a lot of teams around the league are paying their quarterback, a couple of years ago it was like $40 million. Now it's up to $60 million. You're paying that money to a quarterback. It enables you to pay big money for a lot of guys. And the 49ers had big money guys basically at every position group. So once you pay your quarterback and make him the highest paid player on the team, which they will at some point with Brock Purdy, it means that you have to make sacrifices elsewhere. Last year they were $85 million in spending cash over the cap. Right now they have like $80 million in dead money. So they're in one off season, they're balancing those books a little bit. And so that's part of the deal doing business in the NFL. If you're going to pay your quarterback, it absolutely has an impact on other positions on your roster.
So then why the holdup right now, Matt, with paying Brock Purdy? I know that last week Mike Garafolo said that he wants to be paid in the same kind of vein as a Dak Prescott, and I highly doubt that happens. But at this point, from what you guess, is there what basically is holding this whole thing up as far as what they want to pay Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a negotiation. The 49ers will try to not pay Brock Purdy what Brock Purdy's agent wants him to get paid. And if you're Brock Purdy's agent, of course you're going to ask for Dak Prescott money. I mean, you could make the case that, Brock Purdy right now is, his career passer rating is the highest in NFL history. And so if Dak Prescott is the standard right now, absolutely it's incumbent upon the agent to try to get as much as he can. And the team can push back on that. And that's why they're negotiating. So, I don't know where that number is going to come. I mean, it's going to be fascinating to see where that number is because, right now, there are a lot of $55 million quarterbacks. A lot. I think there's, 4 or 5 or 6 of those guys making $55 million. And Brock Purdy has a strong argument to be in that classification with just about all those. I mean, the last quarterback was Josh Allen. I think that's $55 million. Now, once he signs that deal, it's tough for the 49ers because they can go, or maybe it's easy for the 49ers. They can go, well, you're not Josh Allen. You're not that MVP guy, although Purdy was fourth in the MVP voting, not this past season, but the season before. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways this thing can go, but it's going to be lucrative. Whatever he gets paid, he's going to get paid a lot of money. It's just a matter of how much he gets paid and where that thing fits in, because it's a lot of different ways it can go, but it's, the team has to look out for the team and the agent has to look out for the player. And I know this has nothing to do with the negotiations, but you're paying for a player's future performance, but I'm sure the agent is going, hey, no discounts for the 49ers because, they haven't paid him anywhere close to what his market value is for the first 3 years of that contract.
Matt Mayoko joins us on the UMA guest line from NBC Sports Bay Area, 49ers insider. Matt, of course, notably in the 2000 NFL Draft, nailed the first 13 consecutive picks in his mock draft. His only mock draft. It was like the Mayoko mock draft 1.0, the only one. I always think it's funny we put the .0 on it also because there's never like a .5. I never understand.
Right. Maybe I'll start a trend. Maybe I'll start using Roman numerals.
Ooh, that'd be good. Yeah, that'd be good. Get up to like 11. Do you remember the pick that got you? You went 13 straight. You ended on the New York Jets taking John Abraham.
Yes. Hold it. New York Jets taking John Abraham.
So the 14th pick you said would have been the one that got you if you get the first 13.
Where did Chad Pennington go in that draft?
I think it was late first round.
Chad Pennington went. I just had him too. I was just looking at him.
I think, it could have been him. I could have had the Jets taking.
Oh, you might have had 12 correct, and then Pennington got you. Pennington went 18 to the Jets, and then they took him 18.
Okay, you know what? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's only 12, but I'll try to find that, and I'll send you guys a copy.
Would love that. That'd be cool. Yeah.
I'll even autograph it in like a gold pen for you.
that'd be sweet. We get Pennington on it too. That'd be great. Have him sign it. The one I thought it was going to be was Green Bay taking Bubba Franks. Remember tight end Bubba Franks?
No. Yeah. What number was that?
He was 14 now, so I thought you were 13 correct, but it was 13 that got you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll look at that.
I'm guessing at 17 you didn't have Janikowski to the Raiders.
I'm almost positive I did not.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that.
I don't think anybody did. And then the Niners take Julian Peterson in that one at 16, right before Janikowski and Chad Pennington. Matt Mayoko, the voice you hear, we do it every Monday. Matt, thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good deal. The great Matt Mayoko. Awesome to catch up with him a month before the draft. You love that stuff.
A whole month.
Blow out your candles, Derek. Month away.
I'm excited.
Even though Derek's going to come out and see his Giants tonight at Oracle Park with
They're not my Giants.
Giants and the Tigers tonight, 6:45 first pitch. Want the lineup again? I'm just jazzed on the lineup.
Go through it.
Ramos in left, Adames at short, Chung-Hoo in center, Chapman at third, Bailey catching, Lamont Wade DH, and Wilmer at first, Yaz in right. Dude, Wade, Wilmer, and Yaz batting 3 in a row. Death taxes and Wade, Wilmer, and Yaz batting all next to each other. Wade DH and Wilmer at first, Yaz in right. Fitz is at second, and Robbie Ray tries to continue his good spring. Final tune-up before the start of the season on Thursday. And on Wednesday, of course, we've got our Presidio Golf Course KNBR Giants Roundtable. All 3 shows from 3 to 5. We'll get going with Dirty Work at 2. Come on out to the golf course in the Presidio. Starts at 3 p.m. does the roundtable, but we'll be on at 2. Inside of a tented terrace, which is right next to the Ironwoods Bar and Grill. Full menu, drinks. We'll be hanging out. It's been great weather today. It's going to be good weather tomorrow. Come kick it and hang out at the Presidio for our Giants Roundtable. This is, by the way, the 2000 draft's a pretty sick draft.
Courtney Brown, first overall.
LeVar Arrington.
Hold on. Let me see. LeVar Arrington, 2. God.
You going to flame out at 2?
Yeah, that might be it for me.
Chris Samuels, 3.
Samuel, because Washington had back-to-back picks.
Dude, the Jets had 3 picks in the first round also.
So John Abraham went 4?
So, no. It was Courtney Brown, LeVar Arrington, Chris Samuels, Peter Warwick, Jamal Lewis went 5th to the Ravens.
That's right.
Corey Simon, Thomas Jones, Plaxico Burress 8th to Pittsburgh.
There you go.
Urlacher 9th to the Bears. Travis Taylor, Ron Dane, Sean Ellis, I got it, Tim. John Abraham, Bubba Franks, Delta O'Neill, Julian Peterson.
Where's my Mike Anderson with the Broncos? Did he go first round?
I don't know. I'd have to search for him. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants open on Thursday, and we will talk about it next, and maybe a little on tonight's game. As Susan Slesser joins us, she'll do so every week throughout the season. She will join us next. Sturdy Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
According to sources, Steph Curry will join the Warriors in Miami ahead of tomorrow night's game. But his status, however, is TBD, as the star guard attempts to return from a pelvic bruise. If playing without Steph Curry feels like a pelvic bruise, tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube channel, the only place for Bay Area fans to swap stories about your pelvis.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. You know what week it is, right? Baseball fans, take a swing and make some picks on Underdog with your favorite players on Underdog Fantasy. Baseball's back. It's here. This week it starts up again, and you could make opening day and every other game day more exciting with Underdog. To play, choose whether a player is going to go higher or lower on one of their stats. We've done this with basketball and football. It's just the same with baseball. Strikeouts, home runs, hits, could be RBIs, could be stolen bases, could be pairing all those together. Anyway, they've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Plus, doesn't just have to be baseball. You can still cross-pollinate with some hockey, maybe some basketball picks. Still got the college games going on as well. Plus, you can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you can make up to 1,000 times your money. So turn $1 into $1,000 with just your baseball knowledge. Millions of fans have already won billions by making picks on Underdog, and their app has over 100,000 five-star reviews and millions of players. So download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KNBR to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. You can join in on the fun when you sign up using promo code KNBR like you're listening to right now to claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 bonus dollars instantly upon your first deposit. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Should let everybody know and remind you that even though it's not back until Thursday out at Chase Center, the $1 Million Bracket Challenge is underway. Go to KNBR.com to check your bracket standings and see how you compare with me in the $1 Million Bracket Challenge, brought to you by Xfinity. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house. We'll be doing it every week throughout the baseball season, and it's here. Baseball's here. We got real baseball every weekend from now until November. Susan Slusser joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. She covers the Giants for the Chronicle. Susan, how are you?
Hey, Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. How about the weather we got for an exhibition series against the Tigers?
I think it's fantastic. I mean, come on.
Derek was, and I'm sure you've thought about this or talked about this with someone. Derek was a little bummed that we're not getting of course, the Bay Bridge Series exhibition to wrap it up. Any reason as to why they're still not just playing them? Because they're only in SAC.
You know what? I think maybe that it was kind of a mutual just let's step away. I think the A's kind of want to establish themselves in Sacramento. No reason why it can't come back at a later date, but I suspect that's the reason. They're all about SAC right now. They probably should be for the next 3 years, right?
Yeah.
I guess.
For the foreseeable future. They're all about SAC. I'm all about the Giants pitching. And we found out earlier today that it sounds like Hayden Birdsong will be a guy coming out of the bullpen, and Landon Roop will be in the rotation. I'm mostly just stoked that both guys are going to make the roster. What's the plan and the thought going forward about Kyle Harrison?
He just needs to get right. It's a little bit of a mystery. You know, the main issue is the velo's down. He either needs to learn to pitch, in the low 90s, which some guys do very well. Logan Webb's not a guy that necessarily, is among the top velos in the league, but he makes it work. But what happened? Harrison was a guy who was throwing, 97, even 98. And then he had the ankle injury. He's had a couple other little things here and there. The workload was very erratic. 2 years ago, he came up. He hadn't been stretched out that much. He immediately got stretched out. He hasn't quite looked right since then. So I'm not sure anybody knows 100% what's going on, but he just needs to go down and work on kind of learning to pitch at what he is right now or regain that velo somehow.
And the other news we got this weekend was Gerard Encarnacion out for about 6 weeks. So who do you think is going to help out Wilmer Flores in the DH spot now that he's going to be gone?
I think it's probably going to be, a DH by committee, which I especially early in the season, I've got no problem with. I think we could see Sam Huff there even though he's the second catcher. I think that they would feel pretty comfortable using him there if need be, and then if you have to lose your DH, you do. Bob Melvin did that on occasion when he used to manage the A's. But that Matos could be there sometimes because they'll have some other guys that can also play the outfield. They could move some guys around. Wisely's probably, they have an extra spot, right? So you look at the group of Wisely, Schmidt, Christian Koss is still there, which is, if you're still here at this point, they're considering you. And he's had a very nice spring, both at the plate and, my gosh, he might be certainly the best fielder out of that group of non-roster guys and extra guys. And Casey Schmidt's a darn good fielder. Christian Koss is even better. So, they've got some interesting choices to make, but they can kind of spread things around for the DH until Encarnacion's back.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line, are we anticipating 60-day IL for him?
Yeah, I would think so. I don't, because he's got to get back into hitting condition too. Yeah. The real bummer, he'd had a nice spring, but he'd also been playing. He's one of those guys whose bat was already kind of going. Now he's got a long layoff where he's not going to be able to do, he could probably take one-handed swings, but that's all he's going to be able to do for the foreseeable future. So that's really a bummer. He looked really good. The power is pretty eye-popping. And to me, the thing is, he hits so well with runners in scoring position, got a real sort of nose for the RBI, as Pat Burrell was saying the other day. So, that's a loss, It's and a weird play, too, just kind of a freak thing, playing the outfield, lands on his hand and breaks it. That's bizarre, He's a big man. I saw some people saying, like, why is he even out there? He's the DH. Well, you need him to be able to play some positions.
Bring a glove. Yeah, bring a mitt to the yard. I like that. He's a baseball player. That's why he's out there.
He's a ball player. He's not bad in the outfield. He's not bad at first base. He can handle both. So he needs to get some reps in there, just like everybody else.
I'm looking at then what the potential bullpen may be. It sounds like Lou Trevino may make the team.
I think Lou's got a very good shot. He's got a lot of experience. He and Bob Melvin go back. He's kind of a great guy to be around, and just kind of needed a chance, get some things right, and he is. I think Spencer Bivens, has a nice.
He's still hanging around. Yeah, he's still there right now.
Yeah, he's such a nice story. Even if he's not on the opening day roster, he's one of those guys we would see probably the first second that there's a need. He's just solid. It's. Obviously they'll have Birdsong out there. So, the second lefty, that's an interesting question mark. I really like the looks of Joey Lucchese, who's from Newark. He got sent to minor league camp the other day, but he looked pretty good in the exhibition game pitching last night. So I think we might see him at some point, but that's the bullpen. I think they're set. They like all their options, and I think that they'll have no problem adjusting as needed, especially if, obviously in case of injury, but they've got some options they feel very, very good about.
Yeah, we would say that Sean Gilly being optioned over the weekend was kind of a surprise, but I guess we're just assuming because Hayden Birdsong is now coming out of the bullpen.
Yeah, I think it became pretty clear at some point that one of the kids was going to wind up with that spot. And, Hayden Birdsong was a reliever in college. It's not something he's unfamiliar with. I was, kind of the mind for a while because Roop did it some last year. They might feel more comfortable having him do it. Clearly, they went the other way. And honestly, Roop deserved it. It felt like every single time he pitched, he was the guy that was atop the leaderboard for strike throwing. The stuff is great. The mentality, he's got a killer instinct out there. So, well-deserved. It's going to be interesting to see how he does given this. Last year he was one of the surprise additions to the opening day roster. This year he grabs the 5th spot. So this is a determined guy who's making things happen for himself.
I'm wondering, what movement on the 40-man roster we could see based on who makes the team. Because that is something that has to be, I guess, figured out. That's why I asked about Encarnacion. If he goes on the 60-day IL, you free up a spot.
Yeah, Tom Murphy's
there. Yeah, and so that frees up another one, right? And so, the other one that's just sort of out there is David Villar.
David Villar, I can't imagine they've got a spot for him. They seem like they kind of checked out on him, more than a year ago, really. And you know what? I think that's probably best for VR. I think he is a guy who profiles as somebody who would do well with a fresh start. He didn't get a lot of chance this spring. That was a signal, I think to everybody that this team does not have him in their plans. And he had a nice little run for them. He had that year where combined between the minors and his little cup of coffee with the Giants, he hit over 30. He's got some pop. He can play some defense. He could help a team, maybe just not a team that's in sort of, not necessarily we're going to win it all, but we want to potentially at least make things uncomfortable for the team at the top kind of situation.
So I was listening to the Buster Olney podcast, and you were on there, Susan, talking about your expectations for the season. I think we all agree that maybe playoffs is a little too hard to come by, but would you say this team is going to be more entertaining than what we've seen in recent years?
I do think that. I think just Willy Adames' addition automatically means that. He's fun to watch. He plays with joy. He's also going to drive in a lot of runs. Teams that strand a lot of runners wind up being at sometimes close to unwatchable. But I was thinking, he and Encarnacion, because they're both kind of good run producer types, that would, but Chapman's looked great. The difference with having a full spring and coming in late like he did last year is just really obvious. And he has looked really good. So I think they'll score more runs. They've got good pitching. The defense will be better. They'll make fewer mistakes. Automatically, that makes things, more fun to watch. But I think everything they do this year will be interesting because we're watching it through the lens of what does Buster do next? How does Buster look at this situation? And it's not just Buster. It's, Zach Manassian. He's also new in his position. He's kind of a breath of fresh air and in the front office. He's been there, obviously director of pro scouting, but moving over to a more significant role, great personality, very involved. And Buster seems like every time we talk to him, it seems like he is really enjoying this job. I think he's taken to it. And so really anything he does, even if he didn't, everything he did would be interesting. He's Buster Posey. But I think this is the job for him, you guys. I really love it.
What would you say, and not to take anything or to say anything bad about anybody else, but is there anything noticeable about how he's gone about his business this spring relative to the last regime?
Well, I think we all know the things that he's been emphasizing that are a little bit different. He talks a lot about things that aren't quantifiable. We're used to more analytics kind of stuff. He talks about grit and, he wants starters throwing more innings. It's a little bit, I hate you almost using the word old school. It gets a little tired. What does it even mean at this point? But, he does value input from scouts. He values the knowledge that the coaches and manager have. I think he's going to, give those people a little bit more free rein to do their jobs and, go a little bit more on instinct, gut, how guys are reacting in a given day rather than what, maybe necessarily what the computer is spitting out in the morning. Sometimes analytics are good for projecting ahead, but not necessarily for a given game because it's not always seeing things on the day-to-day, or even in-game adjustments that people with a lot of experience in baseball see immediately. So, and he definitely values that. All that you really need to know is he went out and his two signings were Willie Adames, who played 161 games last year and was kind of ticked he didn't play 162 and wants to play 162 very desperately this year. And Justin Verlander, who is, he's ferocious. He's a, first ballot Hall of Famer. But those were his two guys. I think that's really kind of sums it up, really.
Susan, do you get any sense of pressure on Bob Melvin this season? Obviously, it's Buster Posey's first season, and they want to win, but it's definitely an evaluation for the players and coaching staff. And Bob Melvin doesn't have a contract past this season. Do you expect that the team needs to play a certain way for him to be retained?
I don't think so. I think, they know what they have in Bob Melvin. Certainly, I think Buster's kind of getting to know him, but he knows of him. He's played a lot against teams Bob Melvin's managed. They're both former Giants catchers. It seems to me that they're usually on the same page when it comes to any sort of personnel decisions, issues. I think they're kind of similar in a lot of ways. So I don't think that's going to be an issue now or probably at any point. And I don't think that the contract situation is something one way or another that's going to bother Melvin or the front office. I think it'll get done when it gets done. And I don't think that I have not once gotten the impression that this is an evaluation season for Melvin in any way.
Well, Giants and the Tigers tonight at 6:45, 6:30 pregame right here on KNBR. Lineup is Ramos, Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, Chapman, Bailey, Wade, Wilmer, Yaz, Fitz, Robbie Ray pitching. That's about as close to an everyday lineup I feel like as we're going to see, Susan.
Yeah, I think so. Bummer we're not seeing Encarnacion,
right.
But this is one of those, hey, let some other guys get some at-bats for now and see how they can do. And, I like the look of it, I think that every scout this spring was coming in, taking a look at the Giants and going, they've got something here. They're playing old school. They're playing it the right way.
Pitching and defense, that's it, and timely hitting. Susan will join us every week throughout the season. She covers the Giants for the Chronicle. We are all coming out. We'll see you at the Yard tonight, Susan.
Thanks, Susan.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Good to talk to you. Susan Slusher does a great job for the Chronicle. She'll be with us and some of the other shows all season long. How you feeling? You getting hyped on your Giants yet?
We'll see. How much is Ramos going to? How much is Ramos? Do you think going to lead off this season?
It sort of feels like he's going to lead off against lefties.
Yeah.
And then maybe Wade will lead off against righties.
Yeah.
And Jung Hoo Lee will just be in there batting third, trying to drive some runs in.
That's the one thing that caught my eye. I mean, yeah, you're right. Everything else seems like it's going to be the opening day lineup, but yeah, Ramos leading off. Interesting.
Sure hope his back is okay.
Ramos?
No, Lee. Remember his back was a little tight, and then he got back out there this weekend, but can you imagine they lose him?
Seems all good.
Encarnacion goes down, and then Lee goes down. Damn it all.
That's the one thing. Like, you hope, obviously it was a freak thing last year with Jung Hoo Lee, but you just want to see him healthy and actually play with how little he played last season.
Well, he got hurt because he was trying to rob a home run. You know what I mean? Like banged into the wall. By the way, people are still coming in and saying it's the same team, Copes. I was like, really? Ahmed, Soler, Tyro, Conforto. I saw some names.
My back.
I saw some names. On this roster last year. I don't even remember playing for the Giants. Did you remember Mark Canna was playing for the Giants?
Oh yeah,
last year?
I do. Just because he was a former A. Yeah,
I forgot about how many guys were here.
They traded for him at the deadline, right?
Dude, Kirk Casale played at 125
yeah, he
plate
came
appearances.
back, yeah.
Austin Slater. Dude, Blake Sable. Remember Sable? Sable was out there. VR was there. Dude, Trenton Brooks. Brooks was here. How about that?
I do not remember Trenton Brooks at all.
Brooks was here, dude. He played Tim.
Was he?
Tim, you don't remember him for the Giants last year?
No.
12 games, 29 plate appearances, 25 at bats. Hit a $120.
Yeah, put him on the wall.
Don Walton, Jackson Reitz.
Walton?
They're running out of catchers. Donovan Walton, yeah.
Don't remember him.
Don Walton. Reitz. Yeah, dude, there's some guys down here that you're like, who was that?
Big Don Walton.
He played for this team. I mean, Keaton Wynn was he was third on the team in starts. 12.
Damn.
It is not the same roster. It's just not. It's just not the sixth.
How many bullpen openers do you think we're getting this year?
Openers, I would go if you set the over-under at 5.
Yeah.
I'll go under. I don't think. I mean, they've hit some big problems if they're going opener.
That's what I would say.
They were going. This the thing is, teams were using the opener initially out of a strategic element, I guess.
Yeah.
But they'd still go to a starter after that, or a big bulk innings guy. The Giants were just doing it because they didn't have a choice. They're out of necessity.
No, they didn't have any pitchers. This year, you feel differently because of the depth they have.
Who's the guy that a couple of years ago? Remember that Tom and I were joking, Tim? Tom texted
back-to-back days?
He texted on the group chat. He goes,
Brevia?
Dude, it was Brevia.
We'll see him tonight, actually.
Is he a Tiger?
I think, I want to say he plays for the Tigers.
He goes, I thought Brevia started yesterday. I was like, he did. He started today, too. It was against the Cubs. I was like, they're watching Brevia hurl another opening.
And then Farhan would have to come on and explain. Like, well, you see. And it's like, no.
I don't need it explained. I don't need it explained. I don't want it explained. The news we got today is that Landon Roop will be the Giants' number 5 starter, and it'll be Hayden Birdsong out of the bullpen. So the way I see it, the way I'm looking at the bullpen right now, if they're going to carry 8, Birdsong, it'll be Doval.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be Rogers, Walker, Rodriguez, Ryan Walker. Oh, I said that one.
Yeah.
I'm missing somebody else here. Oh, Eric Miller. And she was saying she thinks, I think Trevino will make it.
Yeah, definitely.
And Bivens could make it too. Be interesting.
Bibbidi.
Still just one lefty. One lefty. How about that?
Yeah,
Bivens
that was also
be. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
Bivens could also be an innings guy. He was often coming out there for 2 or 3. Not necessarily straight mop up. I mean, he came up and he was pretty good, but towards the end of the year it was mop up.
I sort of felt like he was there. I sort of feel like he might even still be here to eat some innings today and tomorrow. That might be why he's out there right now. But he's also pitched well, and as she said, a good story. And I'd have to look at his splits against lefties because that's probably the other thing you're looking at is if you're carrying righties, have they pitched well against lefties? Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Monday. You still got Larry Kruger coming with an abbreviated version of Niners/Diners Nightly at 6 o'clock tonight. Tim says Larry's going to review Shoney's. Shoney's, Tim?
Oh, yeah. Shoney's, I believe, at one point had over 200 locations. A lot of them were on the East Coast, though.
Diners Nightly at 6 o'clock with Larry Kruger. But he's only with you till 6:30.
Get a pancake.
Giants pregame gets going at 6:30 for the Giants and the Tigers out at Oracle Park.
Any breaks for Krug tonight, or is he just going straight through?
There are 2 breaks, which is going to be problematic.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Let's get to that on time, then.
When we come on back, we will get you a little Pat H. Crap section / a sound soiree featuring some Charles Barkley. We got some crap
this was great.
And some sound, and then we'll put the show to bed before Krug at 6 and the Giants from Oracle tonight at 6:45. It's Dirty Work. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Little sound soiree action coming at you on a Monday on Dirty Work. We only got one, so we got a big old crap section. Tim, we got enough crap today?
We always got crap, Derek.
All right, perfect. I saw this over the weekend, made me laugh. Charles Barkley was not really into the Xavier, Illinois game, but they asked him about it at halftime. Here's Charles Barkley.
To AT&T at the half. Ernie Johnson, Clark Kellogg, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley. Biggest takeaway from the first half.
Well, I think that's a good question.
Thank you very much.
That's his job. Totally his job. I was
that came out of left field for you.
Would you expect Ernie not to ask you anything? Would you expect him to sit here and just let you?
Just look at you?
I was you know the game I'm watching. I'm watching Bryant against MSU.
You can't watch more than one game at a time. You watch all these TV shows at one time.
That's at night, man. This is at night. They're not all at the same time, man. One after the other. Ernie, I'm not going to lie. I was paying attention to the Bryant score. So get at the Clark or Kenneth, please.
Kenny, you got... That is priceless.
Yeah, I'll take first. Yeah, that's a first. I wasn't watching. That's somebody else.
He's a man of many firsts, by the way.
It is funny. I was wondering that actually this weekend when I was watching, because it doesn't matter like what network you're watching, TBS, TNT, CBS, whatever. It's like when they go to halftime, they just go to those guys in the studio. So they're getting like different halftimes at different times. They got to keep tabs on like every one of the games going on.
It's tough.
It's a weird setup for them to all have to do. It'd be better if you had like two different crews doing it, but it's odd that they have to bounce between them back and forth. But anyway, that's a pretty funny response.
Well, and also they're very often they have to kill time, where it's like a game. You get the foul parade at the end of a game, and it goes way longer, and now you got to kill time until the next one starts. And so it's like, so what do you think about this one? I can imagine that happened. Actually, I'm pretty surprised it hasn't happened before.
Well, that's a great question. Why don't you kick it to Clark or Kenneth?
I wasn't watching. As I sit here in the studio with every TV.
If you've ever watched any of it too, like even just a shred, you could tell when they're kind of just meandering and kind of making it up and whatnot.
That's Charles's thing. Like it's so interesting to see like the inside the NBA guys do this. Like Ernie and Kenny Smith take it very seriously, but Charles is like, I'm here to watch a little bit. I don't know everybody. I don't know all the schools. I don't know the players. You can just tell like Clark Kellogg laughing his ass off at Charles Barkley. Like it was a year. What was it? Like maybe 2 years ago, where they had the whole thing of, well, back in my day, we took a shower with our
jerseys on.
What
are you talking about?
The laugh of Clark Kellogg, like, oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah, there's no way.
Finish, Kenny.
That's fantastic. That's pretty funny though for Chuck to be like, I wasn't watching.
Yeah,
go to somebody else.
At least he's honest.
You want to open up the crap section, the Pat H crap section? We do it some days. Did we open it up?
I should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. You ought to have, a crap section. Yeah.
Okay, quick question. Is this bed attached to the intro?
You're going to blame me for everything. I think Danny should be able to walk. He doesn't have to crawl.
Because that was just the thing on Friday, or what was it, Thursday? Whenever we did the crap section, it was just a very silent.
It was a little
bed ran out and there was nothing.
It was a little odd to not have any bed. Yeah.
The bed didn't run out. Just it did that intro, and Danny's like, "Well, it's time for the crap section."
Oh no! I buried the poor kid. Never mind. I take it back. I'm
loses
sorry.
some oomph without the music. Yeah. That's exactly it. What do you got, Tim?
What's the Scatman John? Okay. Let's go. Let's go across the pond. I saw this and it made me laugh the other day. I wanted to send it to you, but I figured it'd be better. Sweet treat-loving man granted dying wish to be buried in a Snickers-inspired coffin. So what he was is this guy was he was actually a really nice guy. His name was Paul. He was a care assistant for home adults with learning disabilities.
That's nice.
And he was well known for his quick wit and humor. But he said that he wanted to be buried his coffin to be a Snickers candy bar. And so the pictures show it, and it literally has a Snickers label, and it says, "I'm nuts." And he's like laying in it open face.
What?
But it's not actually a big old candy bar.
No, it's a casket that is painted to look like a candy bar.
Well, and you know what Tim's saying is, you know how they have like phrases on the the Snickers? That one is, here, I got a photo for you.
It says Snickers.
It's pretty insane. It says, "I'm nuts." Yeah.
Yeah. Snickers. Satisfy your death.
His quick wit and sense of humor touched so many people, and the coffin was a fitting tribute to his unique personality. So the question I propose to you guys, what kind of candy bar coffin would you like to be buried in?
Great question, Tim.
Guy's name was Paul Broom, like the name.
That's not bad.
Sounds like a late inning reliever with a mustache.
Okay, does that have to be candy bar? Or can it be like any type of can, or can it be a candy?
If the coffin is designed to look like it's opening up, and then the open up is where you open the top, what you could do it as a chip, I'm sure.
I would probably just have my coffin wrapped in like a Starburst wrapper.
Starburst?
Yeah.
I think it'd be funny if his thing didn't say "I'm nuts," it just said "satisfied" with the question mark.
Exactly. Everybody in the funeral's like, kind of.
Gonna be here for a while.
You get a little hangry.
Satisfied. Yeah, you're not yourself when you're in that coffin.
The man asked
Not yourself
for it,
when you're
and
dead.
they obliged. There's photos. It's a very fantastic thing. Good for Paul.
Good for Paul Broom. What else you got, Tim?
Okay, so we here at Dirty Work advocate for everybody not driving and drinking, and if you go out and you've had a little bit too much to drink, make sure you call an Uber, right?
Yep.
This guy did not do that. No, the car with flashing lights and the cop inside will not be driving you home. Basically, what happened is a Georgia man opened the rear door of a police car, climbed in, and told the driver that he wanted a ride home. They arrested him promptly. He was arrested for intoxication and a couple other...
Well, he broke into a police car.
Yeah, he said the emergency lights were flashing. They weren't even he wasn't just sitting there. The cop was there on active duty. The defendant stated that he wanted a ride home. He was charged with trespassing in an occupied vehicle.
You may want to knock on the door first to be like, "Can you take me home?"
If you asked the cop to take you, he'd probably take you.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, dude, I'm
If
drunk.
he wasn't there for an emergency, I mean, maybe you could talk your way into it.
It wasn't the wrong idea. He just went about it the wrong way. Like, I think you could just knock on the door and be like, "Hey, I'm drunk. Can you give me a ride home?"
Do you think he'd climb in, somebody would eventually get in and just take him home? What do you think was going to happen?
Yeah. Well, the cop cars aren't taxi services, so you shouldn't, no.
Yeah, maybe the grate or the shotguns would give it away.
Yeah, exactly.
If the flashing lights didn't do it for you.
Come on, man.
Yeah. What if he got and he was like, shotgun? That's up front?
Hey, man, I just need to go home. Have you ever had any karaoke rage, Adam?
Karaoke rage?
Rage.
No, I've not experienced karaoke rage. I don't know. I don't know how you'd classify that. Yeah.
Upset that a karaoke machine in a Florida bar was not working, a man pointed a Glock pistol at another patron and fired off a round, according to police who arrested the subject. He was already a convicted felon. His name was Aaron Jablonski. Real Jablonski. He was upset about the music because there was none at 2:30 in the morning.
Where was this?
This is in Clearwater, Florida.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Some people take karaoke very seriously. I had a friend who had karaoke rage because someone skipped over his song and he threw a fit.
It was a karaoke song?
Yeah.
Or it was just like a song on a jukebox?
Well, no, it was a song on the jukebox. He was set to do karaoke and someone skipped over his song. It was his turn in the karaoke line.
And the karaoke DJ skipped him.
Yes. Yeah. And he threw a fit.
At the karaoke DJ.
Oh, yeah. And me and him were thrown out of the bar.
Yeah, and justifiably so.
Absolutely.
The karaoke DJ is the one who's in charge of curating the list. I don't get in my KJ's way.
Hey.
If DJ Purple's got something to do, I get out of his way, bro.
Well, but if you're
he's
promised
rocking
a song,
kazoo, if he's rocking electric kazoo.
You're not promised anything.
Yeah,
you just signed up.
Yeah, you signed up. You're on my list.
I get that. But also, if you're waiting for a song and you're skipped over, you could be a little perturbed. Just not to the point where you're thrown out of the bar.
Yeah, I mean, what did your buddy do to the...
Oh, he screamed, he yelled, he said...
I'm supposed to be next.
Yeah, he said things to him.
Jablonski,
I was like, Nathaniel, we need to get the hell out of here.
You got to know, too, if you're going to cross that barrier and decide you're going to be upset with the DJ who's supposed to line you up, you now are out of line. Like, you can't get back in that... Like, there's no way you can get on stage now.
No.
You had to know it was over anyway.
It's too late at that point.
But he was probably still in line.
Yeah. Yeah, he probably was pushed down the list.
Probably still would have gotten to go.
I'm not saying
deserve it.
It was definitely an overreaction. Okay, what about like a piano bar? Have you ever been to like a dueling piano bar and you like request a song?
You're just there for the show.
I know, but if you paid money for the song and they don't play it on your birthday, you're allowed to be a little pissed.
Your buddy paid for the karaoke
No,
song?
that was me.
You paid for it?
No, the dueling pianos bar.
Was it Piano Man? What did you ask for?
I forget. It probably was like something stupid like Gangster's Paradise or something. And I paid for the damn song.
You tipped.
I tipped. But then it didn't end up playing it.
Did you leave angry?
A little bit.
That's incredible.
And also might have been my 21st birthday and I was simultaneously throwing up in a trash can. But that's besides the point.
I think what if there was like what if there's 8 people in front of you who had tipped also? You get to jump because it's your 21st birthday?
Absolutely. It's my night.
I want it now.
Yeah, right.
Jablonski had been tried to be calmed down by the owner. He was in no mood. The victim's Facebook page has several photos of him performing karaoke. So this guy is
Dude, this is what he lives
serious.
for.
Yeah.
I feel for Jablinski, whatever the hell his name was.
Jablonski.
How about Jablonski got upset that there was no music being played, so he fired it at the gun and paid for it?
He was in no mood to calm down.
I forgot about the gun part, yeah.
They're like, calm down, Jablonski. He's like, I'm in no mood.
I have a Facebook to curate.
I'm in no mood. I got a song to sing.
I came here to sing some REO Speedwagon, and damn it, I'm going to do it.
I'm going to sing some wagon.
I got to sing some Disturbed with Daughtry is what I'm going to do.
Oh, dude.
Giving away tickets all week.
Tomorrow I need to get into my Daughtry story.
Anything else, Tim?
You know what? I think that's probably... We got to get to Krug on time because he has a lot of commercials to get to.
All right. Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Giants and the Tigers, 6:45, 6:30 pregame. Krug is coming up at 6 from 6 to 6:30 with 2 commercial breaks to make sure he gets in his Diners and Niners nightly. We will put the show to bed when we come on back. The greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
It's almost here, and it's a big week at the Leader. One more preseason tilt tomorrow versus the Tigers. Pregame 4:50.
Whammy!
The KNBR Giants Roundtable live from the Presidio Wednesday 3 to 5.
Whammy!
And opening day Thursday at 12:10 Pacific.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
So whip out that jersey, dust off your mitt, and find that lucky hat because it's baseball, baby!
What's going on, everybody? It's me again, Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, making the transition from work life into retirement life could be jarring, could also be disorienting, but it doesn't have to be that way because people like Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to helping you achieve a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help prepare you to retire at a time that works specifically for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't all have to happen in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement life confidently, and you can do so on your very own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, great guy, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. That phone number is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300, or you can visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.